The sound of harsh coughing echoed through the luxurious bedroom. Yinan suddenly sat up from the soft bed, his eyes wide open, his face filled with pain. As he took deep breaths, his consciousness gradually cleared. Looking around, he realized he was in an unfamiliar setting, a spacious wooden bed, soft bedding, and a faint fragrance lingering in the air. This was neither a hospital room nor his familiar bedroom. Gazing out the window, Yinan was astonished to see a spaceship he had never seen before slowly flying into the distance. He was utterly bewildered. As an ordinary college graduate, he only remembered being in a car accident on his way home from work. To wake up in such a strange world was beyond his imagination. Just then, a flood of information surged into his mind, almost overwhelming him. But soon, Yinan realized the truth had traveled through time and space, ending up in a distant future in the galaxy, inhabiting the body of a down-and-out lord with the same name. It was the year 4080 of the galactic calendar, and humanity had long embarked on the grand venture of space exploration. After a millennium of development, human footprints covered the galaxy, which was governed by the Galactic Alliance with noble autonomy at its core. In this era of survival of the fittest, anyone with the ability could rise to become a new noble lord through conquest. Yinan shook his head with a wry smile, about to get up when he noticed two delicate heads peeking out from the covers on either side. "My lord, let us help you dress," two graceful maids said sweetly. Yinan was taken aback. It seemed the previous owner of this body truly knew how to enjoy life. Once dressed, a communication suddenly came through. On the screen, a young man holding a beauty in his arms looked at him with a mocking expression. Yinan immediately recognized from the incoming memories that this was Harry, a fellow lord and a first-class baron. "Well, if it isn't our mighty Lord Yinan, what's with the dark circles? Did you get scared and lose sleep last night?" Harry taunted. "I slept wonderfully, especially with your ex-fiancée, who was quite the delight in bed." The fox-eared woman in the video smiled slightly and planted a kiss on Harry's cheek, looking satisfied. Yinan instantly understood the situation. It was a cliched broken engagement story that had already happened last year. "Harry, do you think you're so impressive being a first-class baron? Running your mouth before anything even starts? Aren't you afraid you'll end up crying when you lose?" Yinan couldn't help but retort. Harry burst into laughter. "Wow, still as audacious as ever. How about this? Let's double the stakes this time. From 500 star coins to 1,000. If you dare accept, I won't call you a weakling next time, and I'll apologize. How about it? Do you dare?" "Bullshit. Just 1,000 star coins. Do you take me for a pauper?" Yinan blurted out, but was stopped by the hurriedly arriving butler. "My lord, we only have about 1,300 star coins in total. If you wager 1,000 star coins, we won't even be able to pay next month's salaries," the old butler earnestly advised. Yinan was secretly surprised, not expecting a lord to be this impoverished. As he hesitated, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The Grand Pirate Strategy System has been bound. Newbie gift pack issued. Would you like to open it? Yinan was dumbfounded. There really was a system like this? If only it could grant him a few billion star coins, he could choose to retire comfortably. Filled with excitement, he gave the command in his mind. "Open." Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 T3 class heavy landing frigate. Acquired 10 Storm Bionic Mechanical Infantry. Mastery in frigate piloting. That's it? No more? What about the promised billions of star coins?" The system ignored his unreasonable demands. However, Yinan felt a newfound confidence rising within him. After all, a T3 class frigate was a rare asset. Even during the peak of his territory's prosperity, he glared at Harry across from him, thinking to himself, "All right, you've successfully angered me. Just wait and see." "All right, see you this afternoon," he said, ending the communication. The old butler sighed, shook his head slightly, and left without another word. Yinan reached out, wanting to call him back to explain, but ultimately decided against it. He understood that no explanation would be as convincing as actual results. Since he had already crossed over to this world, this territory was now his. Yinan resolved that he would not allow anyone to wield power over him. Relying on the memories in his mind, Yinan walked out of the manor. The once meticulously maintained garden was now overgrown with weeds. The gardener had been dismissed 6 months ago. If not for the old butler's care, this place might have resembled a wild jungle. Passing through the 3-meter-high alloy gate, Yinan arrived at a flat plaza. This was the docking area for warships, with an underground logistics warehouse that was now deserted. He walked to the side, input his palm print, and a white light swiftly scanned his hand, confirming his identity. As he pressed the virtual button, the ground slowly descended. The scene before him changed abruptly, revealing an empty hangar. His memories told him that this place once housed a logistics maintenance system and over 20 frigates. However, during an outing, these frigates were ambushed and nearly wiped out. His parents also went missing in that disaster. Now, only a T1 class mobile frigate remained. Yinan recalled the classification system for warships. By combat power, they were divided into frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battlecruisers, battleships, carriers, dreadnoughts, titans, and star fortresses. Each type was further divided into T1 to T9 based on technology level. They could also be specialized by function, such as the landing frigate he had just acquired, designed for landing operations. He opened the system interface, retrieved the T3 heavy landing frigate, and 10 storm bionic soldiers. As he pressed the confirm button, a 20-meter long, 10-meter wide, 5-meter high interstellar frigate appeared in the vast hangar. The silver hull looked rather worn, prompting Yinan to mutter, "Damn it, system. Why does this thing look like a second-hand ship?" The system retorted coldly, "Host, don't be unreasonable. This isn't second-hand. It's more like 18th-hand." "Oh, great. This is what you give me as a welcome gift?" Yinan fumed. "Host, if you want better things, go and seize them. Complete missions. This system is a pirate system, not a sign-in system. Then give me a sign-in one." This system refuses. Now issuing a beginner task. Win the duel this afternoon. Specific rewards depend on the outcome. Yinan cursed the unreliable system in his heart, as it couldn't even specify the rewards. He clicked on the last reward option, Frigate Piloting Mastery. As the data was extracted, a wealth of piloting techniques for frigates flooded his mind. The forced influx of information made him feel dizzy, reminiscent of the discomfort women experience during their menstrual cycle. He approached the frigate and entered after identity verification. 10 bionic soldiers stood like sentinels on either side, saluting in unison as he boarded. Yinan walked across the alloy floor to the bridge, finding only 3 positions. Himself as captain and 2 support crew positions. The 2 cannons could intercept automatically, requiring no additional attention. His fingers moved swiftly over the controls, quickly familiarizing himself with the landing ship. It had a high-energy electromagnetic defense shield capable of instantly ionizing and dispersing physical attacks, and even energy assaults would be diffused around the shield. However, sustained attacks could still breach it. The ship had 20 landing pods, but only 10 soldiers were available. Yinan planned that once he had the funds, he would fully staff all the pods. He activated the combat simulation system, using the remaining time to thoroughly understand the ship's combat features before returning to the manor. After lunch, the old butler reminded him again, "My lord, I fear they want more than just money this time. Please be cautious." "Yes, I understand," Yinan replied, then made his way to the opposite hangar. The old butler stood frozen in place, his mind replaying the lord's recent words. He knows. The thought seemed inconceivable to him, as it was unlike anything the lord would typically say. With a wry smile, he shook his head and chose not to dwell on the details, instead returning to his duties. Meanwhile, the T3 heavy landing frigate was en route to the agreed-upon duel location. The target area was near the border between the 2 territories, a canyon with a complex terrain. The rugged cliffs and narrow passageways formed a natural maze, and significant signal interference severely affected radar effectiveness. Yinan's warship was the first to arrive at the destination. He waited silently for his opponent, as time ticked by. Nearly half an hour later, Harry's warship finally arrived. Baron Harry, appearing on the communication screen, mocked, "Well, isn't it the weakling lord? Arriving so early, are you trying to scout the terrain in advance? You might be disappointed. The terrain here is quite complex, and if you're not careful, you might crash into a mountain." "That would be quite amusing." Yinan responded with a cold smile, refusing to be intimidated. "Oh really? A nobody who doesn't even have a frigate pilot's license thinks he can mock me? Don't forget your own status. You're nothing but a country bumpkin. Besides sitting behind a desk spouting nonsense, what else can you do? If you dare to face me yourself, I'd actually respect you. But do you dare?" Baron Harry was momentarily silenced by Yinan's retort. He indeed lacked the qualifications to enter the Federal Military Academy, unlike Yinan. Yet this didn't stop him from looking down on Yinan. He suppressed his irritation and retorted, "And what about you? Riding on the coattails of your family's legacy, you think you can talk down to me? If I recall correctly, you were at the bottom of the class at the military academy, weren't you? Do you really think someone like you can defeat my men? Wake up, loser. Today, I'm going to show your ex-fiancée just how insignificant Lord Yinan is compared to Baron Harry." A coquettish laugh came from beside Harry. "Hee hee, Harry, you're the best." The woman's high-pitched voice further excited Harry, and his hand wandered over her body. "Babe, soon you'll see just how much of a dog he really is. I believe in you," the woman replied softly. The communication ended, and the 60-second countdown to battle began. In the intricate canyon, the 2 warships prepared to engage in an intense confrontation. Although this was Yinnan's first time piloting a frigate in a real battle, the system's data infusion made him feel like a seasoned veteran. Maneuvering the ship felt as natural as breathing. However, this was merely an illusion. The system had only granted him proficiency in operating the frigate, far from a master level and closer to a beginner's competence. As the countdown hit 0, two frigates entered the battlefield from different directions. The rules were simple: shoot down the opponent. The only restriction was that the combat altitude must not exceed 50 meters above the ground. Otherwise, the duel would lose its intended meaning. Yin Nan activated the thrusters, setting the power to 30. In this rocky forest-like terrain, radar effectiveness was limited, and targets could only be detected at close range. He donned a control glove on his left hand, allowing him to perform complex maneuvers with simple hand movements. Increasing the thruster power to 60, running at full power in this terrain was nearly impossible. Suddenly, the radar picked up two incoming smart missiles from the front, one on each side. These missiles, which did not require continuous tracking, were particularly effective in complex environments. However, each came with a hefty price tag of 50 star coins, making two of them a tenth of the wager. Yin Nan quickly adjusted his course, engaging full power to narrowly drift past a 30-meter wide rock pillar. Simultaneously, the cannons above and below automatically aligned, creating a crossfire. Dense electromagnetic rounds traced red paths in the air, and as the missiles attempted evasive maneuvers, they were struck. With a loud explosion, one missile detonated less than 20 meters away, scattering rock fragments in all directions. The radar experienced brief interference, as elements in the burning rocks were amplified, affecting both Yin Nan and the remaining smart missile. Yin Nan felt a rush of excitement, encountering such a thrilling scene during his first practical operation. He executed two aerial rolls to dissipate the shockwave from the explosion. A layer of blue light flickered over the surface of the heavy landing ship as the high-energy electromagnetic shield blocked the radioactive elements. Meanwhile, Baron Harry, watching from afar, slammed his fist on the table in frustration, cursing Yin Nan's luck. However, he was soon calmed down, convinced that this was merely a beginner's stroke of luck, and that failure was inevitable next time. The two continued to watch, anticipating Yin Nan's downfall. Once Yin Nan stabilized his ship, he immediately increased the power to 70, charging towards the opponent's location. The explosion had also allowed the opponent to roughly determine his direction. Instead of slowing down, Yin Nan accelerated, with the smart missile tailing him, heading straight for his adversary. In less than a minute, the 10-kilometer distance closed, and the opponent appeared on the radar. The system reported the target's detection but refused to execute an attack command due to the friendly missile trailing Yin Nan. The opponent clearly realized this too, and disabled the friend-or-foe identification system. Yin Nan weaved in and spattered to evade, as the opponent's ship's cannon began charging with blue energy. A streak of blue electricity barely grazed the edge of Yin Nan's high-energy electromagnetic shield, narrowly missing him. However, the smart missile behind him suddenly changed its target, heading towards the opponent. The two were only a few hundred meters apart, making evasion or interception extremely difficult at high speed. The opponent urgently activated maximum defense, quickly deploying an energy shield. Almost simultaneously, the smart missile collided with a thunderous impact, causing the shield to flicker twice, but barely holding against the self-inflicted attack. At that moment, Yin Nan, who had disappeared from the radar, suddenly reappeared behind the opponent. He had already maneuvered around the energy cannon's line of fire, hiding behind a massive stone pillar. He immediately performed a lateral slide, coming up behind the target at a distance of less than 100 meters. Twin cannons unleashed a torrent of firepower, dense electromagnetic rounds raining down like a storm. The shield, having just withstood the missile attack, rapidly deteriorated under the relentless barrage, dropping below critical defensive levels. Just as the landing pod was about to launch, a nearby rock pillar exploded with a deafening roar. The T-3 escort ship was instantly lifted by the massive shockwave, tumbling over 10 meters in the air. The blue high-energy electromagnetic shield flickered wildly, ionizing all approaching debris. The landing pod targets that had been locked in were completely lost in the violent shaking. Yin Nan's face darkened, cursing under his breath at his opponent's despicable tactics. He quickly realized there might be more hidden explosives around. In a split second, he decisively changed course, maneuvering the ship around the pillars while firing the electromagnetic cannons in a sweeping motion. Sure enough, more explosions were triggered, causing massive pillars to collapse and block the pursuing enemy escort ships. The two sides engaged in a thrilling chase through the treacherous terrain. In the live satellite broadcast, Baron Harry watched the costly destruction with growing anxiety. He hadn't anticipated his opponent's ruthlessness, willingly detonating the carefully laid traps. The chain of explosions filled the canyon with billowing dust, rendering the radar useless and drastically reducing visibility. "Captain, we've lost the target. We can't pinpoint his location. Keep searching. He must be hiding somewhere." At that moment, a piercing alarm sounded. On the radar screen, a red dot overlapped with the escort ship. "Damn it, he's right below us." A cold smile played on Yunan's lips. The dual cannons unleashed their full firepower, quickly bringing the enemy ship's energy shield to the brink of collapse. Then, 10 landing pods, each 1.5 meters in diameter, shot out with precision, striking the enemy ship's armor. They spun at high speed, and amid the screech of metal, glaring red rings appeared on the armor. With a few sharp cracks, the pod successfully breached the ship's interior. Captain, we're being boarded. Deploy guards immediately. Inside the T-2 escort ship hired by Baron Harry, energy beams flashed continuously. Yet, the combat prowess of the Storm Squad far exceeded that of the guards. In less than a minute, they broke through multiple defenses, forcibly taking over the bridge and subduing all personnel. The entire duel, from start to finish, lasted barely 20 minutes. Baron Harry was dumbfounded, unable to believe how easily his elite warship had been overrun. He muttered to himself, "This is absurd. How could that underachiever manage this? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless layabout in school? How did he suddenly display such formidable combat skills? This has to be a joke." Yinan connected to the opponent's communication line, a faint smile on his lips. "Baron Harry, 2,000 star coins. Will it be cash or transfer?" "Rubbish." Yinan shouted furiously, his eyes blazing as he glared at the communicator. "We agreed on 1,000. How did it become 2,000? He let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, it seems our esteemed Baron hasn't quite grasped his situation. Don't forget what you did here. A fair duel? Planting remote bombs in advance? How much do you think it'll cost to smooth things over if this gets to the notary? 5,000? Or 10,000? Yunan's voice gradually calmed, carrying a hint of menace. "You think I'm being unreasonable for asking an extra 1,000? Fine, if that's how you see it. I'll just hand the evidence over to the notary. Let them have a nice chat with you." On the other end of the line, Baron Harry's face turned ghostly pale. He quickly spoke up, his voice trembling noticeably. "No, no, no, Lord Yinan, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have misunderstood your intentions. I'll pay, not a penny less." Yinan's lips curled into a cold smile. "I like your groveling attitude. Come on, bark for me." Baron Harry clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and forced out a word through clenched teeth. "Woof, not bad. Very professional." Yinan nodded in satisfaction, his tone turning icy. "Transfer the money. Don't keep me waiting too long. I'm not known for my patience." After the communication ended, Baron Harry was seething with rage. His original plan had been to have Yinan killed in the duel, sever the Yi family's funding, and then seize his lands. But now, not only had his plan failed, but he also lost double the star coins. Reluctantly, he instructed his finance team to transfer the 2,000 star coins. As soon as Yinan disconnected the call, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task and successfully executing a robbery. You have plundered the opponent's warship. Reward, 1 T2 heavy attack frigate, 2 dual electromagnetic cannons. You have earned 100 points." Yinan was momentarily stunned. "Is that all? Seriously? System, don't mess with me. With such an excellent performance, you think this is enough?" The system responded coolly, "Host, we are a pirate system. Killing, arson, and looting are the main themes. You did not eliminate all targets, so you cannot receive the highest reward." Yinan hesitated for a moment, unsure, and asked, "Can I ask what the highest reward is?" 1 T1 destroyer. "Damn, you might as well have not told me," Yinan grumbled, returning with his spoils, his mood plummeting. After all, a 50-meter-long destroyer could take on several frigates. Upon returning to the estate, the old butler, Fu Bo, was waiting with a stack of documents. Seeing Yinan, he bowed respectfully. "My lord, these are your remaining assets. I suggest selling the resort in the west, so we can have some surplus." Fu Bo explained that in an environment where multiple factions coexist on a single planet, it's difficult for external forces to intervene. To sell assets, one must deal with competitors on the same planet, and the price is often driven very low. The resort, which cost 20,000 star coins to build, might not fetch even 2,000 if sold now. Yinan looked puzzled. "Fu Bo, that bastard Harry lost. We even made 2,000 star coins off him." Fu Bo was taken aback, suspicion crossing his face. "My lord, are you joking with me?" "Of course not. Check the account." When Fu Bo saw the numbers in the account, his entire demeanor relaxed, and his worried expression turned into a bright smile. "That's wonderful. It's finally over. My lord, please don't do such things again in the future. Otherwise, when the master and madam return, I can only atone with my life." Yinan chuckled softly. "Don't be so tense. Oh, Fu Bo, handle those 2 women for me." Fu Bo looked at Yinan in surprise. "My lord, are you sure?" Yinan smiled nonchalantly. "Whatever." From the original owner's memory, Yinan knew those 2 women were sent by Harry, with an obvious purpose. Fu Bo had repeatedly advised him not to listen to their pillow talk, but the result was a worsening situation for the territory. Fu Bo's expression turned icy. He donned a pair of black gloves and headed towards the backyard. Don't be fooled by Fu Bo's appearance as an ordinary old man. He had a side not known to many. In the past, he was a ruthless killer, but now he spent decades living a peaceful life on Maple Star, seeking personal growth and tranquility. For someone like him, killing 2 women is as effortless as stepping on ants, leaving him completely unfazed. Meanwhile, in Baron Harry's office, he was seething with rage, having shattered countless glasses. He glared at Zhao Xier, his eyes full of malice. "What's going on?" he demanded through gritted teeth. "Didn't you say that useless guy couldn't pilot a battleship? So what's happening now?" Zhao Xier looked troubled and answered cautiously, "I don't know, but he never piloted a battleship before. Maybe someone else on that ship is helping him. Perhaps you could ask those 2 women? They should know the details." Harry shot her a glare, and then picked up the communicator to contact the other side. However, an elderly face appeared on the screen. Uncle Fu put down his excavator, pointed at the ground, and said blandly, "They're down below, so they can't tell you anything. If you have more questions, you can send a few more pawns over." Harry's face darkened as he silently ended the call. The situation had spiraled completely out of his control. Even his 2 spies had been eliminated. What on earth was happening over there? Pacing back and forth in his spacious office, he finally dialed another number. "Go ahead," he ordered curtly. "Make as much chaos as possible." With that, he hung up again. In the underground hangar, 10 bionic infantry had just finished repairing the T2 attack frigate. Fixing the 10 bullet holes had been quite the task. They managed to restore the internal circuitry and weld the armor, but could only bring it back to about 80% of its original strength. Without completely replacing the armor, the structural integrity would inevitably suffer. Nearby, the T2 heavy attack frigate, a reward from the pirate system, was docked. This was an assault-class ship, equipped with 2 twin electromagnetic cannons, capable of firing 2 arm-thick electromagnetic shells per second, packing a tremendous punch. However, the current issue was that both T2 frigates were without operators. The bionic infantry couldn't pilot the ships. Opening the system marketplace revealed a vast array of items, from massive dreadnoughts to tiny umbrellas. Anything one could imagine was available. Searching through the information categories, he found some related entries. System: can the frigate piloting mastery be used by bionic infantry? The system replied, "No, these can only be used by carbon-based life forms. If the host wants a captain, you can directly purchase a bionic captain." After searching for a bionic captain and seeing the exorbitant price of 10,000 points, he pretended not to notice. Spending 10,000 points on a captain was simply outrageous. Just then, Uncle Fu contacted him, looking grave, clearly facing trouble. "Lord," Uncle Fu said urgently, "there's an issue at mine number 2. The miners are staging a strike. The Yi family owns a considerable amount of assets on Maple Star, although the planet itself is relatively barren. One of their key resources is mine number 2, which can be directly sold for profit. However, the situation there is complicated, as the miners have formed a small faction that frequently causes trouble. In the past 6 months, the miners' demands have become increasingly unreasonable." Yinan recalled their persistent demands for higher wages, though the exact figures had become blurred in his memory. He turned to Uncle Fu and asked, "Are they asking for a wage increase again this time?" Uncle Fu nodded in confirmation and added, "That's just part of it. They're also demanding double the vacation time and meal allowances. At this rate, my number 2 is bound to incur losses." After pondering for a moment, Yinan uploaded previous combat footage to the arbitration office to report the other party. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter how the other side is involved, as long as he believes it. The cost of settling the matter, in terms of star coins, was not his concern. Just then, a system message popped up. "Ding, task assigned. Forcefully suppress the strike. As a competent pirate lord, you must use ruthless measures to show these unruly people your greatness." Yinan frowned, cursing internally. What nonsense is this? Pirate lord? I'm a respectable person. He quickly inquired, "What are the rewards?" "Clarify that first." The system replied, "For average completion, AT2 special battleship. For excellent completion, AT4 frigate-class transport ship. For perfect completion, a mining device worth 10,000 points." Yinan complained, "This system must be broken. I'm not a child doing multiple-choice questions. Of course, I want them all as an adult." The system responded coldly, "Host, please refrain from being unreasonable." With that, it went offline, ignoring Yinan's attempts to get a response. "This system with social issues, a definite thumbs down," Yinan muttered, before activating the T2 heavy attack frigate. 10 bionic mechanical soldiers boarded the ship. These robots, resembling humans, excelled in both boarding and ground combat. 3 hours later, the warship reached its destination. This large mining area near the border primarily extracted greenstone ore. Uncle Fu briefly explained the ore's value and production, but the recent decline in output was puzzling. Yinan led the mechanical soldiers off the warship. The miners in the square paid them no mind, continuing to play cards and watch videos. Yinan observed the surroundings nonchalantly. The mine was encircled by mountains, with a basin in the center. 50 kilometers to the west lay Baron Harry's territory, and they had already excavated about 10 kilometers westward. Seeing that Yinan didn't initiate any conversation, the miners turned their attention to the foreman, hoping he would step forward. Reluctantly, under their urging, the foreman got up, cigarette in mouth, and approached Yinan. Just as the foreman was about to speak, the number 1 mechanical soldier standing beside Yinan suddenly struck, delivering a loud slap across the foreman's face. This unexpected act left everyone dumbfounded, as if the slap had landed on each of their faces. "You! Why did you hit me?" a miner shouted angrily, a clear slap mark visible on his cheek. The surrounding workers chimed in. "Exactly. How dare you hit people? We miners have dignity too." "That's right. Apologize now," another worker demanded loudly. Yinan coldly surveyed the group of agitated miners, pulling a small booklet from his pocket. It was the Federal Constitution. His voice was icy and devoid of emotion. "Read Article 7. Disrespecting a noble? Nobles have the right to impose non-disabling punishment. Don't understand?" Seeing the confusion on the miners' faces, Yinan continued, "Let me educate you. Smoking while greeting me is disrespectful to a noble. As long as I don't disable you, I can punish you harshly. Even if you sue in the federal court, it won't help." As Yinan's words sank in, the miners' faces turned pale. They suddenly realized these rules weren't new but were common knowledge they should have been aware of. They had simply forgotten the Lord's status while working too comfortably here. The workers who had been smoking hastily dropped their cigarettes and crushed them underfoot. The head miner felt his face burning, his prepared arguments vanishing like smoke. The other workers looked to the head miner, hoping he'd say something. But he just stood there, speechless. Someone murmured quietly, "Boss? Say something. You had all those arguments ready, but now you're silent? This isn't fair. Our future depends on you." The head miner finally snapped back to reality, stammering, well, oh right." Before he could finish, Yinan slapped him again. "Why did you hit me again?" the head miner cried, clutching his face. Yinan sneered, "Because I can. Any objections?" "You." The head miner started to protest, but was silenced by Yinan's intimidating gaze. Yinan's voice grew colder. "What, not satisfied? Planning a strike? Think I'm easy to bully? Have you all gotten too comfortable? Do you even realize that your wages are double what others get for similar work? And the benefits are this good? How dare you threaten to strike?" His voice suddenly rose, causing the miners to step back in fear. "Fine, you're all fired. Compared to you contractors, I find slaves much more reliable." With that, Yinan took out his communicator, quickly contacting a Trade City boss on Maple Leaf Star, ready to take more drastic measures to resolve the labor dispute. The foreman's face showed a flicker of surprise upon hearing these words. In his impression, this young heir had never been one to speak so assertively. Yet today, not only was the young man speaking with a firm tone, but he was also threatening to use slaves. The foreman secretly chuckled to himself, wondering if this guy had any awareness of his own situation. "Lord," the foreman said with a hint of sarcasm, "slaves might be useful, but they're not very efficient, and they're quite expensive. Are you sure you can afford to pay for so many at once?" As soon as he said this, the miners around him wore smug smiles. They had finally played their trump card. If their demands weren't met, they wouldn't work. They were curious to see who would hold out the longest. Yinan looked at the crowd in front of him with surprise. They seemed to know his situation inside out, likely thanks to Harry's handiwork. Interesting, it seemed that Fool Harry hadn't yet shared the latest news with them. "It seems your information is a bit outdated." Yinan sneered. "Didn't that idiot Harry tell you? I just got 2,000 star coins from him a couple of days ago. Do you know what I can do with those 2,000 star coins?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I can buy 200 mining slaves like you. They might not be as strong, but they don't require wages, just a one-time investment. Much better than you lot who take money and don't work, isn't it?" Yinan's tone grew colder. "Don't forget the labor contracts you signed. Militia strikes are severely punished by the union. When that happens, don't even think about finding new work, even your children will be affected. I can't tell if you're just stupid or if you've lost your minds, thinking of something as foolish as striking." His words hit the crowd like a cold shower. The miners' faces turned pale, panic evident in their expressions. "No, my lord, please. We don't want to lose this job. It was the foreman who misled us. We didn't mean to trouble you. This job is already great. We're very satisfied. You're like a savior to us. We're willing to work hard for you." These miners, lacking much education, were scared out of their wits. Once targeted by the union, their futures would be bleak. Dreaming of earning star coins would be just theta dream. Yinan, unhurried, turned his gaze to the leading foreman. "Tell me, are you doing this for your own benefit, or for someone behind you?" The foreman's expression froze, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I just wanted to get more benefits for everyone. Haha, I do love it when people don't tell the truth. Yinan sneered. Break 10 of his fingers. Yes. Number 1 immediately stepped forward, and 2 other soldiers restrained the foreman on either side. The foreman's face turned ashen with fear, his voice distorted. I'll confess. It was Baron Harry who told me to do it. I didn't hear anything, Yinan said coldly. Continue. The surrounding miners backed away in fear. The soldiers held down the foreman's hand, and in his terrified gaze, a hammer came crashing down. The foreman let out a piercing scream before passing out. Yinan smiled brightly at the others. Now, I'm giving you a chance to point out any potential spies among you. As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the crowd took off running. They had no desire to confront this mad lord. With the surrounding area unguarded, escaping was definitely their best bet. Tasks could wait. What was more important than staying alive? Seeing their eagerness, Yinan's smile grew even wider. He opened his palm, revealing the interface of AT-2 heavy assault frigate. Although remote control had some delay, it was generally manageable. Activate the twin electromagnetic cannons. 2 circular bases opened, and the twin weapons quickly adjusted their direction, locking onto the 5 fleeing individuals. Fire! With a bang, a circular shockwave spread out. The person leading the escape was instantly turned into a mist of blood by the powerful impact, not even having time to scream. The 4 men at the back saw this and immediately felt their legs go weak, collapsing to their knees. They clasped their hands over their heads, trembling with fear, worried that any movement might be misunderstood. Seeing this, Yinan smirked and taunted, Hey, keep running. Don't stop. It's a perfect chance for me to test the power of my new weapon. Upon hearing this, the 4 turned pale and hurriedly shouted, Lord, we surrender. We confess. One of them hastily explained, It was Lord Harry who forced us to do this. We had no choice. Another pleaded tearfully, Please, for the sake of our families with elderly members, give us another chance. Yes, Lord, we didn't want to do this. We were forced. They all chimed in, even squeezing out a few crocodile tears. Yinan almost burst out laughing at their melodramatic act. Suppressing his amusement, he coldly asked, Are you done with your nonsense? They nodded eagerly, Yes, we're at your command. Yinan narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of danger. Good. Now it's time for a pleasant interrogation. He slowly laid out the rules. If I'm not satisfied with the answers, the foreman will be beaten awake and have 1 finger smashed. Once all 10 fingers and toes are broken, we'll move on to the next person. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 men turned ashen and trembled all over. Yinan continued, But I won't deal with those who don't tell the truth right away. After all, confessing too quickly would be quite boring. Unexpectedly, this game only consumed 1 foreman before it was almost over. They confessed everything clearly, revealing all the details Yinan wanted to know. The nearby miners were stunned. Then their eyes burned with anger, wishing they could tear these traitors apart. It dawned on them that they had been used as tools by these men and nearly led into a trap. With these confessions and some evidence at hand, the proof was nearly complete. Yinan was secretly pleased, as he could now claim the right to self-defense. While warfare between lords was technically legal, having the moral high ground of self-defense offered additional advantages. Once the matter was resolved, the benefits he would gain would be greater. Since he intended to clear this trash from his territory, Yinan certainly wouldn't leave any loose ends. Just then, the foreman, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. Strangely, his expression twisted into something grotesque and frightening. With a venomous glare fixed on Yinan, he snarled through gritted teeth, You spoiled brat of a lord. Today, I'll show you what happens when you cross Lord Harry. As the foreman's words faded, a deep rumble echoed from within the mine. The ground shook violently, and parts of the area collapsed instantly. The miners, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger ignite within them. Damn it, those bastards blew up the mine. I'll kill you, you beast. This was tantamount to destroying their livelihood, and the miners were enraged. A mob of them rushed forward, surrounding the foreman. Under their fists and kicks, the foreman's arrogant laughter quickly turned into pitiful screams, which eventually faded away. The furious miners had dealt with the troublemaker once and for all. The others trembled in fear, worried that the miners' wrath might turn on them. After calming down, the miners looked at the collapsed mine, feeling their future darken. Go, bury them alive as a sacrifice, Yinan ordered coldly. Yes. No. Please, sir. We can still be useful. Don't kill us. Yinan remained expressionless, and soon their pleas were drowned out by the dust. A system notification sounded at the right moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the highest reward. You have earned 200 points and acquired a mining stealer. The so-called mining stealer was a spatial exchange device that could scan for data and transfer mines from one location to another. This high-tech gadget was a rarity in the entire Galactic Alliance. Yinan pondered that it was not the right time to use such a device in front of these people. Casting a detached glance at the remaining workers, he said, "Now it's your turn. Mine number 2 has been destroyed, and your contracts are terminated early. No, please, sir. Give us another chance. We can still work. Yes, sir. We can work at other mines. We're very capable." "Shut up. I'm talking here, not you. Lord, I have mouth ulcers. Can I not speak and do something else instead? I don't have hemorrhoids." Yinan suppressed the urge to hit the speaker, his expression darkening as he laid out a new plan for them. "I still have my number 3 available. However, the previous payment methods are void. If you wish to continue working here, you'll adhere to the new salary system." He transmitted the new plan to each of them. The new scheme was piecework-based, with a basic salary of 2 star coins annually. All other earnings depended on the volume of work. In short, the more work, the more pay. Days off changed from 3 days to weekends, with the option for overtime. Monthly assessments would be conducted, and those at the bottom for 3 consecutive months would be dismissed. The miners looked at the new contract, feeling as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. But some sharp minds quickly realized that based on normal mining output, their annual income might actually increase, though their workload would significantly rise. "Sir, may I ask about the situation at mine number 3? This was everyone's main concern. "It's the same as mine number 2. "All right, Lord. I accept this new contract." "So do I. Count me in." They all signed the new contracts. Considering the day's events, Yinan didn't have them stay longer. After the miners had all left, he took out the mining stealer from the system space. The device activated, conducting a spatial scan of the entire planet. To his surprise, opposite mine number 2 was a much larger green rock mineral area, with higher purity and quality, covering 10 times the area of mine number 2. His side was merely a branch of it, with the real treasure on the other side. Wow. Who on earth stuffed such a huge piece of meat into Baron Harry's mouth? Recalling the past, Yinan's expression stiffened. It seemed his predecessor was responsible, having exchanged this land for 2 women. What a fool. The original owner was truly extravagant. But now, Yinan grinned wickedly, marking an extreme range and transferring a large mining area to his side, leaving only a thin layer of mineral residue on Baron Harry's land. He believed that when Harry discovered this, things would get very interesting. After marking the ground, Yinan planned to start work on the new mine tomorrow. Based on their mining speed, mine number 3 should yield about 300 cubic meters monthly. With a profit of 20 star coins per cubic meter, that would bring in approximately 6,000 star coins per month. The increased production at the mine indirectly reduced costs and boosted profits. The actual profit could reach 30 star coins per cubic meter, totaling up to 9,000 star coins per month. After deducting various expenses, the final monthly profit is expected to exceed 5,000 star coins. This significant income opens up numerous possibilities for the Lord. On the market, AT-1 frigate costs around 1,000 star coins, AT-2 frigate with an extra slot, along with weapons costs 2,000 star coins, while AT-9 costs 9,000 star coins. In the early stages, these investments can bring a notable increase in combat power. However, to achieve the strongest combat capability, standard equipment is far from sufficient. High-end gear comes at a price far beyond ordinary levels. For instance, the system-provided T2 heavy assault frigate costs 2,000 star coins for the basic hull, but its 230mm twin electromagnetic cannons alone cost no less than 5,000 star coins. The Lord's new plans quickly reached Fubos' ears. Seeing the young master's decision, Fubos' face lit up with a satisfied smile. The young master has finally grown up, he thought. He then took out a communicator and dialed a familiar number. "Lin Ran, it's time to come back," Fubo said, his voice filled with anticipation. On the other end, a young woman named Yi Lin Ran furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with hesitation. "Grandfather, are you sure? That jerk won't do anything excessive to me again, will he?" Fubo chuckled softly. "I can't guarantee that. But the young master has indeed changed. I think with you by his side, he can do even better." After a long silence, Yi Lin Ran sighed. "All right. Give me a few days to wrap up things at the company." "All right," Fubo replied. Hanging up the call, Yi Lin Ran immediately began packing her belongings. She mused to herself about seeing what kind of person that former jerk had become now. Meanwhile, Baron Harry had just received news of the mine explosion and was laughing heartily. The fox-eared woman in his arms exuded an enchanting allure, truly living up to the reputation of the Red Fox tribe, with every inch of her radiating temptation. At that moment, his sultry secretary burst in, looking flustered. "Baron, there's trouble. Something big has happened at the mine." Baron Harry, while enjoying the company of a beautiful woman, frowned slightly and tilted his wine glass. "The mine? What do you mean? What could possibly be happening there?" he muttered, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "I'm not entirely sure," his attendant replied softly. All I know is that they said the mine is depleted. Nonsense. Baron Harry sat up abruptly, his face filled with disdain. Do you think I don't know how vast that mining area is? I invested a fortune to have it surveyed. I know better than anyone how rich that area is in minerals. And now they're telling me it's empty? That's absurd. Despite his confident words, the matter left Baron Harry feeling uneasy. He gently pushed the woman in his arms aside and stood up. Sierra, I'll go check it out. Wait for me. Okay, hurry back, Sierra replied sweetly. I'll freshen up and wait for you. Baron Harry chuckled. Haha, don't forget to wear my favorite outfit. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're happy, Sierra winked. Satisfied, Baron Harry nodded and left the room. As the door closed, Sierra's smile faded. She furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, things have been strange these past few days. How could that useless Yi Nan turn the tables? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed, but she couldn't pinpoint the problem. The scene shifted to Honghai City, a bustling commercial hub on Maple Leaf Star and the only city on the planet. As humanity spread across the galaxy, technological advancements led to a restructuring of cities. A single large city allowed people to travel quickly across the entire planet. The key to this was the vacuum electromagnetic rail transit system. This spherical cabin system, managed by advanced AI, could transport anyone around the planet in just half an hour. Honghai City, located by the Red Sea, boasted a small spaceport, facilitating goods transport across the galaxy. Typically, only fully loaded transport ships required this special acceleration track to escape the planet's gravity. Ordinary battleships could accelerate directly into space without it. Yinan entered a luxurious mall, immediately greeted by staff. Lord Yinan, what type of female slave are you looking for today? Beautiful, seductive, or perhaps the petite and youthful type? We have them all. Yinan twitched slightly. Wow, he thought, I'm quite the celebrity. They even know my preferences. He wondered if the previous owner of his body was a regular customer here. But why were there no women around him now? Considering the original owner's preferences, Yinan cleared his throat and glanced at the owner. Do I look like someone with such low tastes? I understand, the owner replied with a knowing smile. Please, this way, my lord. Yinan's heart skipped a beat. What did he understand? I haven't even said anything yet. Not wanting to seem out of place, Yinan followed him. The building had over 30 floors, each 5 meters high, lavishly decorated. It was still in a tax-free development period, so profits were limited. However, once taxes began in 3 years, annual earnings could exceed 10,000 star coins, equivalent to 1 billion civilian star yuan. The purchasing power of star yuan was substantial, with basic monthly living costs for an average person at about 500, covering essentials. Of course, this was the minimum standard. With the population boom and ongoing wars, food demand remained a critical constraint on human expansion. This issue had persisted for centuries, but the rapidly growing population outpaced agricultural development. The emergence of cheaper synthetic foods turned organic agricultural products into luxury items. Agricultural planets were rare resources. On Maple Leaf Star, arable land was less than 10,000 square kilometers, enough to support just 50 million people. Yet, Honghai City's population had reached 300 million. Natural food made up less than 10 of the market, costing 20 times more than synthetic alternatives. Besides basic agriculture, Maple Leaf Star relied on mining, advanced processing, and some robotics production lines. The planet was also planting trees to improve soil conditions, albeit slowly. Riding the glass elevator, Yinan observed the vibrant cityscape before reaching the top floor. The elevator doors opened, and 2 rows of scantily clad women greeted him with bows. Welcome. Yinan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing an imminent forced purchase. He quickly caught up with the owner. Do you know what I'm here to buy? Hee, my lord. We have the most beautiful women here. We're well informed on such matters, the owner said with a smile. Yinan internally groaned. He wasn't here to buy these women, but if he bought men instead, wouldn't the owner suspect his preferences? Thinking quickly, he said, actually, I'm here for some female soldiers. What? The owner looked surprised. Your taste has become quite unique, my lord? Don't misunderstand, Yinan quickly clarified. I need crew for a few escort ships. You understand. Hearing this, the owner relaxed. Ah, I see. Don't worry, my lord. I'll find you the best-looking soldiers. Yinan opened his mouth, feeling the urge to argue. Was appearance really the priority? Functionality was key. In the main hall, he was given a luxurious seat. The owner handed him a tablet-like device, explaining, My lord, we're currently showcasing products. There are soldiers among them. You can add them to your cart if you're satisfied with the price. All right, you can go. Yinan nodded, thinking it best to avoid the owner's chatter, lest his reputation suffer. After the owner left, a middle-aged man patted Yinan's shoulder. Long time no see, Yi. Are you short on cash lately? No worries, tell me, and I'll offer you the lowest interest rate. As soon as Yinan saw this man, his name popped into his mind, Ma Chong. He was a financial services provider in Honghai City, essentially a loan shark. Their relationship was strained because Ma Chong had once tricked the original owner with a fraudulent contract. Yinan glanced at the hand on his shoulder and said coldly, "Mr. Ma, remove your hand. I'm not into that." Other guests nearby chuckled, making Ma Chong's face darken with embarrassment. He withdrew his hand, deciding not to engage further, but thought bitterly, "One day, you'll be at my mercy." Just then, the lights dimmed. On the stage, a group of scantily clad women in 10-centimeter heels strutted onto the catwalk. Yinan's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and he felt a sense of foreboding. The scene before him was shocking. This was no legitimate transaction. It was a blatant display of human trafficking. On stage, a group of scantily clad women paraded out, each with a prominent number tag hanging from her neck. As they appeared, corresponding personal profiles were displayed in real time on Yinan's tablet. Beauty number 1. Name TBD, 21 years old. Work experience, hotel waitress, bar girl, personal secretary. Special skills, oral techniques. Price, 20-star coins, 3-month lease. Yinan's mouth twitched as he inwardly cursed. This is nothing but a flesh market. Although such transactions are legal in many territories and the women voluntarily sell themselves, the price of 20-star coins for 3 months is steep. He continued to browse through the profiles, but neither the second nor third caught his interest. Out of the first batch of 10, 3 were bought. The second and third batches followed, but the quality seemed to decline. When the fourth batch appeared, one woman's information caught Yinan's attention. Number 48, Lu Jingxi, 32 years old, married. Work experience, frigate captain, high-class escort. Special skills, frigate control. Price, 30-star coins year. Can renew long-term, payment required in advance. The price was quite low, considering the market rate was usually around 50-star coins. After all, training a competent captain takes time. Yinan quickly noticed why this woman's face bore a ghastly scar, like a centipede crawling across her pretty face, significantly lowering her overall rating. Without hesitation, Yinan made the purchase. Ma Chong, standing nearby, couldn't help but mock him. "Xiaoyi, are your tastes getting worse? How can you go for such a choice? Or are you just broke, so you're going for the cheap ones?" "Old Ma, don't say that," another person interjected. "The Lord must have seen her extensive combat experience." "Haha, makes sense," Ma Chong agreed. Yinan cast a cold glance at the two, knowing full well that the extensive combat experience they mentioned had nothing to do with piloting a frigate. He sneered inwardly. These mere merchants dared to be so audacious in front of a lord, utterly oblivious to the limits of their audacity. At that moment, a task suddenly popped up. Teach these two arrogant fools a lesson in the pirate way. Successful completion will be rewarded with a bionic mechanical soldier production line. Yinan was momentarily at a loss. What did the pirate way mean? Was he supposed to pillage and plunder in such a setting? Was that appropriate? His gaze lingered on the two men as his mind raced. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Mr. Ma, I've heard your financial ventures in Honghai City are doing quite well," Yinan said with a smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. "Haha, not bad. Thanks to the Lord's support," Ma Chong replied, adjusting his white suit with a smug expression. Yinan nodded, his gaze playful. "Then, Mr. Ma, how much tax have you been paying?" "Tax? What tax?" Ma Chong looked puzzled. "When did Honghai City start taxing? Isn't there a 3-year tax exemption?" "Yes, Lord Yinan," the other man chimed in. "Is there any basis for what you're saying?" "Of course," Yinan said confidently. "According to the regulations, normal trade in Honghai City is indeed tax-free. However, the supplementary agreement clearly states, financial services are subject to a 5 profit tax and casinos are subject to a 10 income tax. Haven't you seen it?" The two exchanged glances and denied in unison, "No, definitely not. We're sure about that." "Haha," Yinan chuckled. "Then it seems you haven't read the documents carefully. Why don't you take another look? Maybe you'll find the supplementary agreement." They immediately opened the projection and scrutinized each document. Eventually, they found a so-called supplementary agreement. The document was dated last year and bore the Lord's digital signature. Normally, if such a document existed, they would have been notified. But the fact was, they hadn't received any notification, leaving them uneasy. While they whispered to each other, Yinan turned off his wrist communicator. Across from him, Uncle Fu smiled wryly, thinking his young master was truly audacious to do something so brazenly. Luckily, within the territory, he had absolute autonomy. Ma Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had quickly calculated that if they really had to pay taxes on this year's profits, it would be like cutting flesh from their bodies. Worse still, there would be late fees. A year's worth of unpaid taxes, with late fees, would increase the penalty tenfold. The loss would be more devastating than the tax itself. Lord, Ma Chong said cautiously. This was an oversight by our subordinates. Could you give us another chance? One was in finance, the other in gambling. This supplementary agreement was practically tailored for them. Despite the many doubts surrounding the document's appearance, they had no power to change anything. Their only option was to appease the Lord and hope to minimize the consequences. Another chance? Yinan mused. It's not impossible. You know, I'm a bit short on funds lately. I was thinking of borrowing some interest-free money from you. Do you have any objections? Their hearts sank, understanding the implicit threat. This wasn't an interest-free loan, it was daylight robbery, as they knew full well the Lord had no intention of repaying. How much does the Lord need? One of them asked carefully. If it's too much, we might not be able to manage. Not much, Yinan said nonchalantly. Just 10,000 star coins. They exchanged glances. It meant each of them would have to come up with 5,000 star coins. As businessmen, they didn't need many frigates, so 5,000 star coins was manageable. About the late fees, one of them tentatively asked. Oh, that. Yinan pretended to ponder. If you're willing to contribute to the development of Maple Star, I might consider it. Hearing this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, we'll transfer it right away. After a brief discussion, they quickly transferred 10,000 star coins to Yinan's account. As for the late fees, they trusted the Lord would consider it, which left a lot of room for negotiation. Just then, Yinan heard the system notification. Ding! Task completed. Successfully plundered 2 fools. Reward, 1 bionic robot production line. Points, 100. Yinan was in a good mood and found the wealthy landowner rather agreeable. As he wandered through the expo, he realized there was nothing worth buying. After paying, his gaze fell upon a woman with a scarred face. The moment their eyes met, a feeling akin to adolescent stirrings swept through him. Yet, this sensation was quickly replaced by a wave of nausea. Yinan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Wow, she's really something else, Yinan thought. Her face might have been pretty, but that scar is just too much. Sensing Yinan's discomfort, the woman spoke up. Boss, if you feel like throwing up, just do it. No need to hold back. I'm aware I'm not easy on the eyes. She paused, then asked, but can I ask why someone like you would be interested in someone like me? You don't seem to have any peculiar tastes. Yinan was infuriated by her bluntness and retorted with a cold laugh. So it's okay for you to go around scaring people with your looks, but I'm not allowed to spend money to shut you up? His words seemed to strike a nerve. Before Yinan could react, the woman laid out her entire project for him. After listening, Yinan frowned and asked, that's it? Nothing more? Standing nearby, Lu Jingxi also looked puzzled. The woman appeared a bit embarrassed and explained, Boss, I don't take on disgusting projects. Get lost? Yinan waved impatiently. I wasn't talking about that. Can you pilot a frigate? Frigate? The woman was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Of course. Do you like playing battleship games or something? Yinan was almost exasperated enough to jump. No, I'm talking about piloting a frigate for real combat. Don't mix everything up with weird stuff. Boss, you want me to fight for you? The woman finally understood Yinan's intention. Exactly, Yinan said coldly. What else could you do with your appearance? This remark clearly provoked the woman. She narrowed her eyes, her tone challenging. Boss, if you come from behind, you won't see my ugly face. Isn't it the same then? Ugh, trashy girl. Yinan spat. Just fight honestly. If I wanted a woman, it wouldn't be someone like you. The woman shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Yinan's insults. She then asked, in that case, boss, would you mind hiring a few more people? There are some others in my team also looking for work. Of course, their rates wouldn't be as high as mine. Just 15 star coins each. Through her introduction, Yinan learned that her team consisted of 8 people. Besides her, the captain, there was a deputy captain on probation, 4 gunners, and 2 logistics personnel. For a basic frigate, a crew of 4 is standard, the woman explained. But as the ship's level increases to T4, the crew size might increase depending on how the ship is upgraded. In her account, Yinan also learned why they ended up in their current state. During a skirmish with pirates, their ship was destroyed. The enemy used illegal weapons, which resulted in their disfigurement. She was relatively lucky, with only a scar, but the other 7 were much worse off. Many had severe burns covering 70 of their bodies, especially their faces. Now, they had to wear masks when out in public, making it very difficult for them to find work. Yinan frowned and asked, I thought the military provided compensation for casualties? Since you're part of the Imperial Army, you should receive a decent amount, right? The woman gave a bitter smile and replied, in theory, yes. But in practice, by the time the funds trickle down to us, we're lucky to see even a tenth. Each layer of bureaucracy cuts the amount in half. Can't you appeal? It's useless. The higher-ups ignore people like us. These things happen with their tacit approval. After hearing this, any guilt Yinan felt vanished. He thought he was shameless, but these people were on another level. Let's go. Gather your team. Yinan decided. Soon, 7 masked women stood around him. Their masks mostly covered half their faces, with the exposed parts having undergone some reconstructive surgery. The compensation they received only allowed for so much. To fully heal, they would need to purchase enough restorative liquid. Yinan explained their job details, and they were surprised that someone was willing to hire them. Yinan didn't mind. After all, he already had 3 frigates. But being just one person, he couldn't operate them all simultaneously. Now, besides his T3 landing frigate, the other 2 were fully staffed. In addition to their basic salary, Yinan also bought them insurance, costing 5 star coins per year per person. Adding it all up, maintaining a frigate would cost 100 star coins annually. It wasn't a small amount. Without sufficient financial backing, most people couldn't handle such expenses. Just then, the female captain remembered something and said, "By the way, boss, I heard some news. The Flame Squad might be coming over soon." "Who? Are they impressive?" Yinan asked curiously. "Yes, they're a strong female unit in the military. While they might not be a big deal in the Galactic Alliance, they're quite famous around here." "What are they coming here for?" "To look for work." Yinan was taken aback, then laughed. "What? Such an impressive squad looking for work? That's ridiculous." The female captain shook her head and explained, "Boss, it's tough for women in the military, especially the attractive ones. Workplace harassment is rampant. Someone like me, who used to be a prostitute, doesn't care. As long as they pay, I consider it a side job. But for the Flame Squad, it's not that simple." From the looks of it, the person known as Blaze probably found themselves in a difficult situation at their previous job, which is why they're seeking new opportunities. Yinan thought to himself that this was a great chance for him. He began to plan how to bring these talents under his wing, as he was often told that his peculiar interests were hard to tolerate. Yinan acted swiftly. He first retrieved some bionic robot equipment from his system space and ordered a batch of raw materials. Once these preparations were complete, he returned to his territory. Upon his return, Yinan entrusted the newcomer arrangements to Uncle Fu. However, the odd expression on Uncle Fu's face caught Yinan's attention, as if he had something to say but held back. Yinan didn't press for details and headed straight to the second level of the underground hangar. In the hangar, Yinan began constructing the bionic robots. He took out a piece of equipment from his system Spacea liquid glass tank about 2 meters in diameter. As raw materials were fed into it, a ring-shaped device began operating automatically, printing the mechanical skeleton from the feet upward. Next came the creation of internal mechanical organs. These organs had structures entirely different from human anatomy and even included miniature metallic hydrogen reactorsa fusion technology considered high-end civilian tech in this era. Finally, there was the setup of the bionic mechanical skin. The preset modules offered only a few generic designs. Yinan opted for a random configuration, leaving the rest of the process to be completed automatically by the machine. A few hours later, 20 bionic mechanical soldiers were completed, fully equipped with weapons. Yinan checked the time and realized he still had over 100 hours to utilize. He recalled the information he had obtained from a spy at the mine. Baron Harry was soon sending a transport ship to the port, carrying a batch of high-tech components valued at 3,000 star coins. Although Yinan wasn't sure how much profit Baron Harry stood to make, he knew that if he could get his hands on this shipment, it would be pure profit. Not to mention, acquiring a transport ship would be a substantial gain. In the following days, the new members quickly got back into the swing of things, while Yinan took a rare moment to relax, adopting a leisurely demeanor. However, during this tranquil time, a patch of blooming flowers unexpectedly caught his attention. "Uncle Fu, are these flowers newly planted?" "They're blooming quite beautifully," the Lord remarked as he strolled through the garden, his eyes resting on a cluster of vibrant blossoms. Uncle Fu nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord. These flowers are indeed thriving." He paused, his voice lowering. "Beneath them lie the bodies of those 2 women. The decomposed flesh and bones make excellent fertilizer." The Lord merely nodded calmly, offering no further comment. This reaction surprised Uncle Fu, who thought to himself how the young master had suddenly become so composed, no longer reacting with shock as he used to. Changing the subject, Uncle Fu asked, "My lord, what are your thoughts on the food standards for the staff?" "Follow the military standard, 500 star units per person per month," the Lord replied. "This is already quite generous. And what can they eat with that?" Uncle Fu inquired further. "High-quality nutrient paste," the Lord explained. "It's more palatable than ordinary nutrient solutions, but it can become monotonous over time." He pondered for a moment. "Let's increase it to 1,000 star units. That way, they can have one side dish each day to add variety." Uncle Fu frowned. "My lord, isn't that a bit extravagant?" "It's fine," the Lord said calmly. "Since they've entrusted their lives to me, I shouldn't be too harsh on them." That evening, Lu Jingxi and the others were visibly surprised by the sumptuous dinner. High-grade nutrient paste accompanied by 8 side dishes was a rare luxury even in the military. Lu Jingxi contacted Yinan, inquiring about the reason for the lavish dinner. Yinan simply replied that this would be their standard from now on before ending the call and returning to his immersion in short videos. Meanwhile, Baron Harry was vexed by the disappointing results of a mining survey. Zhao suggested a possibility. Perhaps Yinan had seen through their plan from the start and deliberately sold them a worthless mining area. This speculation made Baron Harry wary, prompting him to scrutinize Yinan's every move. For days later, 3 frigates launched as scheduled, disappearing into the horizon. Yinan was eagerly anticipating the reward for completing the system task, a blueprint for a one-time use T4 Crusader frigate. This special warship not only had unique effects, but could also be upgraded with subsequent blueprint enhancements. At that moment, thousands of kilometers away, a convoy encountered an interception by a frigate. However, the scene of this interception appeared somewhat unusual. Yinan stared in bewilderment at the massive convoy before him, silently cursing. Who sends 6 frigates to escort a transport convoy? This is way over the top. He originally planned to pull off a quick heist, but it seemed the other side had set a trap for him. Just then, his communicator lit up with a burst of raucous laughter over the public channel. Isn't this our famous Lord Yinan? What, are you here to rob my goods? You didn't think I'd be unprepared, did you? Yinan calmly nodded in response. Well, I didn't think someone with your intelligence would be ready for me. But it seems you're taking me seriously now. The other party boasted. Haha, that's right. I don't know why you've been hiding so well, but it's not too late to catch you now. Pirate behavior, you know I can retaliate indefinitely. I wonder if you can withstand the most vicious attack? Yinan replied candidly, definitely can't withstand it. Even the strongest defense has its limits. The opponent continued to taunt. Heh, exactly, especially since you've shown up in person. I'd love to see what happens if you, the Lord, die in a pirate attack. Who would take over your territory? Yinan answered nonchalantly, interesting imagination. Well, good luck. With that, he turned and fled without hesitation. The opponent immediately ordered, chase him. We can't let him get away. Missing this chance would be foolish. Meanwhile, an urgent report came from the other side. My lord, bad news. Our number 7 factory has been hit by a rocket attack. The factory is on fire, and the situation is dire. What? Damn it, how many enemies? 2 frigates. All right, I'll send reinforcements immediately. The Lord quickly contacted the escort team, pulling back 4 frigates to support the factory, leaving only 2 to continue pursuing Yinan. He thought to himself, I couldn't beat him on Yinan, but now with 2 frigates, I doubt he can handle it. Double the firepower is no joke. That last fluke won't happen again. Yinan lowered his altitude, weaving to dodge enemy gunfire. His high-energy electromagnetic shield occasionally flashed with blue sparks as it ionized and neutralized incoming bullets. Suddenly, a cliff loomed ahead. Without hesitation, he pushed forward with his left hand, maximizing his thrusters while dropping a metal ball connected to the cliff as he passed. The frigate skidded and drifted behind the cliff. As the 2 pursuing frigates approached, one was suddenly yanked back by an energy chain. The captain, caught off guard, was nearly concussed by the jolt. What happened? The captain exclaimed. Captain, we've been caught by a tractor lock. Engine power down by 90. Damn it. Destroy it immediately. 2 cannons locked onto the tractor lock, unleashing a barrage that blew it apart. This was a gadget Yinan bought for 50 points, capable of randomly locking onto the nearest target and establishing a gravitational pull to reel it in. His goal was simple, to restrict one target and prevent them from attacking him simultaneously. This maneuver instantly created a few hundred meters of distance between the locked frigate and the one ahead. As Yinan turned, he executed a lateral drift, rounding the cliff and adjusting his course to face the pursuing enemy Hedon. As one frigate appeared, Yinan fired a blue energy beam. This weapon, salvaged from another ship and mounted on his T3 landing frigate, greatly enhanced his firepower. The blue beam hit the enemy's shield, followed by the rapid fire from 2 cannons, which quickly overwhelmed the target's defenses. 10 landing pods, now silver specks, were launched towards the enemy ship. Just then, the second enemy ship caught up. A brief time difference turned the 2 on one scenario into a unknown. Yinan didn't linger, charging full speed at the second frigate. Captain, he's going to ram us. Evasive maneuvers. Fire the energy cannon. Yes, sir. 2 energy beams struck Yinan's high-energy electromagnetic shield, which formed a hemispherical barrier, crackling as it absorbed the blow. Meanwhile, his landing frigate collided with the enemy. The impact of the 2 energy shields created a dull thud, with blue energy dispersing before vanishing. Both shields were breached. Prepared for this, Yinan launched the remaining 10 landing pods. With a series of clangs, the rapidly spinning pods pierced through the enemy's armor and rolled inside. Without looking back at the 2 enemy ships, Yinan continued his escape. Now, his task was to intercept the departing transport ship. Greed gleamed in Yinan's eyes. This unarmed transport ship was the biggest prize of the operation. Without the protection of the escort fleet, the rest would be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, the team led by Lu Jingxi had just completed a swift and precise sabotage mission. By the time the 4 escort ships arrived, they were met with nothing but a smoldering wreckage. Baron Harry stood amidst the ruins, his eyes vacant as he surveyed the devastation before him. These factories had been built with loans that were still unpaid, and now his investment lay in ruins, billowing smoke. His temples throbbed, unable to accept this harsh reality. At that moment, a communication link suddenly opened. On the screen appeared the face that made Harry grind his teeth in rage. Yinan, do you realize what you're doing? Harry shouted. This is piracy. You'll be wanted. Yinan sneered. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already submitted a complete chain of evidence against you for sabotaging my mines. My actions are officially sanctioned. So even if I do this, there's nothing you can do about it. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. By the way, I forgot to mention, there's more fun coming your way. The screen abruptly went dark. Harry felt the world spinning around him, utterly devastated. He turned sharply, delivering a resounding slap across Zhao Xier's face. It's all your fault. You're the one who pushed me to go after him. Harry raged hysterically. Look what happened now. I've angered him. I'm doomed. With that, he started to smash everything around him, like a wild beast out of control. The seductive expression on Zhao Xier's face vanished instantly, replaced by an icy demeanor. She stepped forward swiftly, landing 2 hard slaps on Harry's face. Pathetic. Look at what you've become, she scolded harshly. Just one Yinan, and you're already this terrified. Haven't you always wanted me? Then show your worth, instead of losing control of your emotions. Harry was stunned. It was the first time he had seen Zhao Xier so cold and ruthless. At that moment, he finally calmed down. The facade between them had shattered, and pretending any longer was pointless. Then let the storm rage on, Harry muttered to himself, a determined look in his eyes. Ding! Task complete. The system notification sounded, and Yinan's eyes lit up. He quickly switched to cruise mode and dragged 3 spoils of war back to his hangar. Upon reaching the hangar, Yinan retrieved the newly acquired T4 Crusader frigate blueprint from the system. It was a device similar to an iPad but twice as thick, with a substantial weight in hand. Following the memories in his mind, he activated the blueprint and relevant information was projected into the air. The T4 Crusader frigate is an attack-type main ship, characterized by its heavy firepower long-range main cannon. This weapon can typically break through defenses with a single shot, or even pierce through ships of the same level. However, its downside is a long cooldown period, preventing continuous firing like conventional weapons. The Crusader frigate in front of him was equipped with a ray main cannon. Although it was just a basic linear current main cannon, it still had terrifying destructive power among frigates. Yinan frowned at the projection, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. System, explain yourself. Why is there only a main cannon? What about the auxiliary weapons? Don't tell me the 2 machine guns count. The system calmly replied, Host, this is a pirate system. Can't you figure things out on your own? Bah, you're useless, Yinan spat, though he was merely trying to trick the system into giving him more. After all, the system only promised a warship, not the accompanying weapons. In all blueprints, equipment and warships are separate. By pairing different equipment, ships of the same model can exhibit different characteristics, allowing for more flexible tactical use. Yinan continued to check the specific material requirements at the bottom of the blueprint. 10 tons of black manganese steel, 1 ton of tricarbon ingot, 2 tons of tiers even copper, and 1 ton of light silicon ingot. The types of materials weren't many, and the quantities were manageable. Tiers even copper was mainly used for manufacturing anti-gravity engines and thrusters, while light silicon ingot was for the computer. Black manganese steel was naturally the main material of the warship. He roughly calculated that with the blueprint in hand, these materials plus processing fees would cost about 4,000 star coins. Purchasing a finished product directly would be impossible for less than 8,000 star coins. The high cost was due to 2 reasons. Firstly, the blueprint itself was worth 1,000 star coins. Secondly, this frigate was a high-grade named ship that could be upgraded in the future, making a market price doubling quite normal. If this blueprint were the original version, it would be even more valuable, possibly fetching millions of star coins. However, Yinan knew that if the system really gave him such a thing, he wouldn't dare keep it. It was too hot to handle without sufficient strength. Putting away the blueprint, Yinan stretched and contacted LV Jingxi. How did it go? How's the outcome? Lord, the mission was successfully completed. However, there's something I'm not sure how to tell you, LV Jingxi said hesitantly. Oh, what happened? Is the warship damaged? Yinan asked nonchalantly. No worries, just spend some money to fix it. The hangar has repair equipment, just buy some replacement materials. In this era, except for the keel, everything on a warship is modular. You can replace or repair any problematic part. No, it's not that, LV Jinxie replied, shaking her head. It's, you better see for yourself. The scene switched to their warehouse. The frigate's storage was not large, with only about 50 cubic meters of space. But now, the warehouse was packed with women of different races. What is this? Robots? Yinan asked in surprise. You didn't attack a robot factory, did you? Lord, they're ordinary people, LV Jinxie explained. According to our interrogation, they're slaves from different races. Yinan frowned. Slave trade among nobles wasn't uncommon. It was a legal investment project, but there were two prerequisites. First, only third-class barons had the qualification. Second, these slaves had to be voluntary. Of course, there was significant room for manipulation. If the slaves were unwilling, unscrupulous traders would resort to various means, like destroying their living environment or threatening their families. The only way to bypass this rule was with prisoners of war. POWs could be directly bought and sold. However, those who acquired POWs usually didn't keep them for personal use, as the animosity was too great, leading to potential incidents. Therefore, trading POWs became the most legitimate slave trade. These POWs were willing to work hard because the alliance stipulated that after 3 years of work, they could regain their status as free individuals. Under such tempting conditions, POWs generally maintained a good work attitude. But this Harry clearly didn't have the qualification for slave trade, and getting caught by Yinan was practically walking into a trap. Well done, Yinan praised. Make sure to compile a detailed report on them. I want to thoroughly deal with Baron Harry. As the only third-class baron on this planet, Yinan held the highest position. Having leverage against Harry would make things very interesting. His mind raced, pondering how to leverage this situation to the fullest. Considering that Harry would soon find out about this, Yinan decided to submit the relevant information beforehand to prevent any desperate actions from him. With that in mind, he immediately uploaded a video evidence to the Arbitration Bureau. This bureau was an official institution, akin to a court. As long as his evidence chain was solid, they'd issue a ruling. With that ruling in hand, he could directly confront Harry for benefits. It was much safer than robbery, as refusing to comply might lead to an official judgment from the Arbitration Bureau. Back in the hangar, Yinan looked at the 5 frigates and 1 transport ship docked inside, feeling the space was getting cramped. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated within the hangar. Lord, hangar density is at 80. Would you like to elevate the hangar and activate the underground hangar? What? There's an underground hangar here? Yinan asked in surprise. He only knew about the second underground level, which he had converted into a mechanized infantry production workshop. But when had there been new levels below that, and how had he not known? Yinan approached the control panel and, after a quick inspection, confirmed that there was indeed a deeper level underground. Without hesitation, he chose to ascend. As the button was pressed, the entire underground hangar began to rise slowly. As time passed, Yinnan's eyelids started to twitch involuntarily. The scene before him was unbelievable. This was no ordinary underground parking lot. It was a colossal pyramid. It spanned an astonishing 10 kilometers, making the manor seem insignificant in comparison. Holy crap! Yinan couldn't help but curse. How much did this cost? Are those 2 old folks really that extravagant? This level of a hangar could accommodate 2 class motherships, each a massive 10 kilometers long. Yinan was baffled as to why such a gigantic structure existed on such a backward planet. Uncle Fu, can you explain what's going on? Why is there such a huge hangar at home? Yinan asked, still unable to accept the shocking reality as he gazed at the silver pyramid in the distance. Uncle Fu calmly replied, Lord, this was built by your parents. They said it was meant for your use. I don't know the specifics, but they mentioned that you'd understand someday. Damn, this is so unreliable, Yinan muttered, shaking his head as he tried to calculate how many frigates this hangar could hold. The number he came up with left him utterly speechless. Over 10 million. He decided to stop overthinking and go with the flow. That evening, the Arbitration Bureau sent over the results of the recent arbitration. The video showed no signs of forgery, and the slave testimonies were in order, all legal and compliant. The final verdict was as follows. First-class Baron Harry was fined 5,000 star coins for illegal slave trading. All discovered slaves were confiscated and handed over to third-class Baron Yinan for disposal. Additionally, 5 credit points were deducted from Baron Harry. Yinan promptly contacted Baron Harry. When the communication connected, he saw Harry's sullen face, which immediately lifted his spirits. Heh, looks like you still haven't sorted out your mess, Yinan chuckled. Baron Harry's expression darkened further. Previously, when he had sent people to cause trouble, the warehouse was full of mechanical infantry. Now, those mechanical infantry hadn't been fully cleared, or he would have realized the slaves had been stolen. Yinan, you just wait. I'll get my revenge someday. One day, I'll have you kneeling before me, singing in submission. Baron Harry growled through gritted teeth. Yinan was unfazed. Well, that's an interesting thought. I'm looking forward to it. But let's discuss something else for now. Humph. What else do you want? If it's trivial matters, just talk to my secretary. Don't you know the night is precious? Baron Harry replied impatiently. Yin Nan gave a knowing smile. Oh, really? I think you'll lose all interest when you hear this. Soon, a judgment resolution appeared in a projection before Baron Harry, and his face turned ashen. You. How dare you? Baron Harry was too furious to speak. Yin Nan smugly said, yes. I took some of the slaves you had hidden. Now, will you voluntarily pay the fine and comply with the ruling? Or should I have the Arbitration Bureau step in? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Harry almost coughed up blood in rage. He couldn't fathom how Yin Nan had discovered the well-hidden slaves. Zhao Sierra, beside him, gently pinched him, signaling him to stay calm. After taking a deep breath, Baron Harry's confident smile returned. Impressive. You live up to your name, Lord Yin Nan. Fine. I'll accept the loss. I'll have the funds transferred to you tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation, Baron Harry, Yin Nan said. Also, I've sent people to thoroughly search your territory. I don't want to see the same violation happen again. Please cooperate when the time comes. Baron Harry gritted his teeth, realizing it was too late to move anything now. He understood that Yin Nan contacting him at this moment meant that people were probably already on his territory. Sure enough, news came from the border of his land. Lord Yin Nan, there's no need for such trouble. I'll hand over all the slaves I have to you, Baron Harry said reluctantly. Yin Nan, however, was relentless. Oh, but what if I insist on a search? It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. If I find anything else interesting, that would be quite intriguing. Fine. If you want to search, I won't bother cooperating. Come and find it yourself, Baron Harry said. Ending the call, he quickly contacted several other locations before going to bed reassured. All night, bionic mechanical soldiers scoured Baron Harry's territory. They found over 2,000 slaves, all of whom were service-oriented, commonly referred to as prostitutes. Upon further investigation, only a third of them were voluntarily in the trade, while the rest were forced by circumstances. Yin Nan felt a headache coming on, as figuring out what to do with the remaining 1,000 was a problem. In this era, robots were commonly used, with most households having at least one humanoid robot for chores or other tasks. However, in the world of the wealthy, robots were mostly used for security. In everyday life, humans were more popular. They had self-awareness, could better understand their owner's needs, and could perform tasks like housework. While not as efficient as robots, they were considered a luxury, much like high-end products. Uncle Fu, what should we do with these people? Yin Nan asked. Uncle Fu suggested, Lord, we do have plenty of work that needs handling. I suggest keeping some of them. As for those willing to engage in the flesh trade, they can be sent to our club in Honghai City. What? We have such interesting places? Yin Nan exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Fu cleared his throat and reminded Lord. Yi Lingran will be returning soon. At the mere mention of her name, Yinan shivered as if every cell in his body was trembling. Memories of Yi Lingran flooded his mind. She was the girl his parents had adopted, 3 years older than him, and they had grown up together. However, she had dominated every aspect of his life like a demon. The twisted nature of his original character was largely due to her overbearing influence. After eliminating all the women around him, she left. Yinan's mind was on high alert. Why was this domineering figure suddenly returning? The memories felt so real, as though he had lived through them himself. He glanced down at his still trembling leg, taking a moment to steady his nerves. Fu Bo, I'll leave this matter to you, Yinan said, trying to maintain his composure. Understood, my lord, Fu Bo replied respectfully. 2 days later, things had mostly settled down. Yinan was quietly relieved. Harry had been sufficiently disgusted and probably wouldn't bother him for a while. Activating the T3 landing frigate, Yinan found himself once again in Red Sea City. Every visit here filled him with a strong sense of a sci-fi future. Humanoid robots walked the streets, logistic drones zipped across the sky, and high-tech toys were projected onto walls, all exuding an air of high-end. In contrast, his own estate seemed out of place. Wooden tables, chairs, doors, even the bed was made of wood, all embodying a rustic style. Yinan couldn't help but internally scoff. Is this what they call high-end? Ridiculous. Even the maids at home had been replaced with real people, leaving no trace of high-tech. He couldn't help but imagine. If they were dressed in short skirts and white stockings with garters, watching such a scene every day would surely protect his eyesight. But then he thought of that domineering woman and realized it would likely lead to trouble. With a sigh, Yinan reluctantly headed to a battleship manufacturing plant. Welcome, a gruff voice nearly startled him. Looking up, he saw a burly, mustached old man standing less than half a meter away, holding a black multifunctional mechanical wrench that radiated a strong technological vibe. Yinan pinched his nose and took a step back, unable to bear the smell. Boss, I want to build a frigate. The old man's eyes lit up. Oh, what model? AT-4 Crusader frigate. That one. Huh? Including materials, it'll be 6,000 star coins. Yinan turned on his heel without a second thought, thinking, what a ripoff. A finished product only costs 8 or 9,000, and he starts at 6,000. Might as well rob me. Hey, don't go. If you're not happy with the price, we can negotiate. The old man quickly pressed the door button, blocking his exit. Yinan smirked coldly. What, are you going to force me to buy it? Hee, young man, don't say that. I wouldn't do such a thing. Name your price, and if I can accept it, I'll take the order. All right, then 2,000, 5,000, 3,000. Final offer, 4,000. That's my bottom line. 3,500. Who cares about your bottom line as long as it's not mine? To Yinan's surprise, the old man agreed readily. Deal. Pleasure doing business. At that moment, Yinan realized he was not as familiar with the market as he thought. Clearly, the old man still had a decent profit margin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Old man, let me make this clear. No cutting corners. The old man quickly patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, I guarantee the quality. I don't want to ruin my reputation. How long will it take to complete? 3 hours. My H7 series frigate production line is a bit old, but I've maintained it well, no issues at all. Yinan handed over the blueprint. The old man glanced over it, furrowing his brow. Young man, you're not being entirely fair. What do you mean? What did I do? Look at your blueprint. It includes a main cannon and thrusters. That's going to cost me a lot more in materials. Yinan hadn't realized this. It wasn't intentional. So what do you suggest? Add another 500 star coins. Let's make it even. Don't try to pull a fast one. Those materials are worth at most 100 star coins. 200, lowest price. Deal. They settled on 3,700 star coins, with a production cycle still set at 3 hours, including an hour for system testing and adjustments. If Yinan wanted to purchase and install equipment, the old man could handle the installation for free. Watching the old man skillfully insert the blueprint and connect it to the H7 series frigate production line, Yinan witnessed the process of battleship manufacturing for the first time. Raw materials swiftly passed through a specialized furnace, breaking down into base alloys. Dozens of alloy print heads worked simultaneously, starting with the core battleship keel. The scene was fascinating to him. However, he had other business to attend to. After leaving the factory, Yinan headed to the nearby equipment market. The massive 6-story metal building covering over 4 square kilometers was the frigate parts mall. Here, you could find everything from basic electromagnetic cannon ammunition to strategic bombs, though many of the more destructive weapons were just for show, rarely used. Consumables, on the other hand, were in high demand. These weapons were primarily used against rock beasts on the planet. On Maple Leaf Star, there were iron-based creatures encased in thick rock. These low-intelligence beasts, similar to wild animals, had no flesh. Once killed and their rocky armor removed, they revealed a biochemical iron material underneath. This material was commonly used in armor for its physical impact resistance. Each year, tens of thousands of such iron-based beasts were killed on Maple Leaf Star. If not for sustainable development considerations, that number would likely be 10 times higher. At that point, iron-based beasts would become protected animals on the planet. Entering a weapon shop on the first floor, Yinan asked, "Do you have any recommendations for long-range weapons?" The boss in front of me is an elegant middle-aged woman with long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Every gesture exudes the charm of a mature woman. Her identity is unmistakable, a woman with a past and the ruler of this region. Sales manager Wang Ni's eyes lit up as she heard the customer's request. Another big client had arrived. She loved customers who favored long-range weapons, thinking to herself, only long-range weapons can truly hit the mark. You've come to the right place, Wang and I said with a smile. We have the finest long-range weapons here. She then activated an orange holographic display and began her presentation. This is the H3 rocket launcher, with a precise range of up to 1 kilometer and an average firing rate of 1 rocket per second. It's an excellent choice for long-range attacks. Wang and I continued. In the weapon systems of escort ships, many weapons don't have a long effective range. The electromagnetic cannon's effective range is only 300 meters, the energy ray cannon is just 500 meters, and the landing craft is only 100 meters. This is mainly because the high-energy shields and armor are so strong that beyond their range, the weapon's power and accuracy drop sharply. Of course, with the advent of higher-level warships, this distance will increase accordingly. However, Wang and I added, pairing this 1-kilometer rocket launcher with a 2-kilometer main cannon seems a bit mismatched. Do you need weapons with a longer range? After receiving a positive response, Wang and I promptly introduced the next product. This is a missile launcher that can fire Hellfire and Thunder missiles, with an effective range of up to 5 kilometers, making it the longest range weapon available. Pairing a 2-kilometer main cannon with a 5-kilometer missile is a much more balanced setup. Just as the client was about to place an order, a hand suddenly grabbed his head. He hadn't even finished saying, "Who the heck dares?" when his legs gave way. Turning around, he saw a familiar, stunning face, but it did nothing to lift his spirits. "It's you," he exclaimed. Yi Lingren glanced at him coldly. "What? Haven't seen me in a while and missed me?" He cursed inwardly. Can she speak normally? Who would miss you? If someone does, they must be out of their mind. But he didn't dare say it out loud, as his head was still in her grip. Sister Lingran, it's been a while. Could you let go of my head? Talking like this makes me feel a bit insecure, he said cautiously. Yi Lingren released her grip with a smile and pulled him to a sofa nearby. So, what do you need long-range weapons for? He briefly explained the situation, and Yi Lingren understood why he needed the weapons. So, you're planning to use missiles? Yi Lingren asked. Do you know how much a missile costs? Wang and I silently cursed, realizing she was dealing with a professional. This deal might fall through. Forcing a smile, she said, "This lovely lady, basic type missiles cost about 10 star coins each." Yi Lingran directly told him, "Did you hear that? 10 star coins each, and they're easily intercepted by cannons. To hit a frigate in normal conditions, you'll need to launch at least 3 simultaneously to ensure one hits. Plus, one missile combined with your main cannon can barely take out the enemy's high-energy shield. Is 30 star coins for one attack reasonable?" He didn't see a problem, but Yi Lingran laughed in exasperation. 30 star coins just to take down a shield, and there's still the armor. Typically, destroying a warship costs around 100 star coins, but a scrapped ship doesn't sell for much. Isn't that a loss? Yi Lingran continued. If you switch to electromagnetic railguns, the cost-effectiveness is much higher. She expertly selected a weapon. This is a standard electromagnetic railgun with a conventional precise range of 1.5 kilometers, traveling at 5 times the speed of sound, hitting the target in a second. But this standard model might not suit you since your main cannon has a range of 2 kilometers. She then brought up another weapon. This 120mm hydrocarbon extended electromagnetic cannon can increase the range by 30, reaching 1.95 kilometers. Other than being 3 times more expensive than the standard model, it has no drawbacks. Electromagnetic cannon shells come in various types, some specifically for high-energy shields, others for armor penetration, and more. You should know which ones you need better than I do. Yi Lingran elaborated on the advantages of electromagnetic cannons. The shells are cheap, 1 star coin can buy 10. They are almost impossible to intercept, and using specialized ammunition, they can precisely break shields. Although their overall power is less than missiles, their cost-effectiveness is undoubtedly higher. Considering accuracy, you'll also need a passive fire control radar to enhance shooting accuracy by 20, Yi Lingran added. With 2 120mm electromagnetic cannons, you'll have no trouble within a 2-kilometer range. That's it. Sales lady, prepare the goods, please. Here's our shopping list. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Wang and I quickly responded. Yinan barely had a chance to speak, only choosing some shells. He thought to himself that Yi Lingran was indeed captivating, but for some reason, he couldn't muster any interest. In addition to the main equipment, they also purchased a batch of conventional armor to replace the parts damaged in a previous ship raid. Is there anything else you need to buy? I can give you some advice, Yi Lingran asked. Yinan cursed inwardly. This isn't advice, it's fool and control. Her need to control seems stronger than before. He hesitated for a moment, and Yi Lingran immediately guessed his thoughts. Come on, are you looking to buy women? I can help you pick. No, sis, aren't you being a bit too enthusiastic? Yinan was a bit embarrassed. Am I? Do you want to end up with some scheming women? Yi Lingran said. All right, I won't interfere with your personal life. With that, she took his arm and headed out. The equipment will be delivered to the designated factory by robots, and the rest will be handled by the old chap, Yi Lingran said. Poor Yinan was dragged by her to the talent center. This was also another purpose of his visit to hire members of the Blaze Squad. According to the information, the Blaze Squad is a small combat team with 12 members. They are quite famous in the nearby military, mainly because the members are all attractive, especially their leader, Yen Wenjun. Yen Wenjun, a 26-year-old woman of mixed human and demi-human heritage, stood before Yinan. Her refined and striking features, along with her small, pointed elf-like ears, showcased the perfect blend of human and demi-human genes. Her well-proportioned figure formed an alluring silhouette, and her delicate face exuded a gentle demeanor, though it couldn't hide her inner strength. Pointing to the woman on the screen, Yi Lingran asked, Is she the one you're interested in? Yes, Yinan confirmed with a nod. She's not right for you, Yi Lingran stated bluntly. She's too strong-willed. You need someone genuinely gentle, not someone who just appears that way. Huh, Lingran, how can you tell? Yinan asked in surprise. Yi Lingran flicked her long black hair and explained, Look at her eyes. They don't match her gentle appearance. If you try to push her too hard, you might end up in the hospital. Yinan's lips twitched, instinctively squeezing his legs together. Although he thought her words were exaggerated, he realized he wasn't just attracted to her physique. He silently vowed that physical appearance wasn't his top priority, or else he hoped the neighbor named Wang would be struck by lightning. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning lit up outside, followed by a loud thunderclap. A bolt of blue lightning struck the ground, causing Yinan to swallow nervously, internally grumbling. Sis, we still have a few unmanned frigates at home, Yinan said, changing the subject. Oh. Yiling Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you just want them to pilot the ships and not to be your knights? Or is it that you don't want to be on top of them? Be honest, don't lie to me. Facing his sister's piercing gaze, Yinan initially wanted to shake his head but ultimately confessed. Physically, of course, there's an attraction. But my main goal is for them to fight for me. Anything else is secondary. Yiling Ran nodded approvingly. That's more like it. There's no need to hide things from me. In that case, go ahead and sign a contract with them. Soon, 12 demi-human women appeared before Yinan. They were distributed among 3 frigates, with 3 serving as captains and 9 responsible for logistics and gunnery. This was a standard team structure. Seeing demi-humans for the first time, Yinan was intrigued and couldn't help but take a few extra glances, which displeased Yin Wenjun. Have you seen enough? Yin Wenjun frowned. Yiling Ran immediately rebuked. What? You have a problem with your boss taking a closer look at you? Is this your work attitude? Does this mean you'll defy orders on the battlefield too? Yin Wenjun was overwhelmed by her authoritative words and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just don't like being stared at like an animal. Don't worry, no one here sees you as an animal. Yiling Ran softened her tone. You're very beautiful. He's just appreciating you. Yinan's lips twitched again, thinking that this woman had an incredible way with words, able to twist things so dramatically. He cleared his throat to cover his fleeting embarrassment and then addressed Yin Wenjun. Yin Wenjun, I'd like to sign a long-term contract with your team. Are you willing to work for me and fight by my side? Just as Yin Wenjun and the others were considering their response, a burst of laughter erupted from the neighboring table. Kid, are you joking? A rough man mocked. Sending these delicate beauties to the battlefield? Do you even know what you're doing? Heh, I bet this kid's still a virgin, another chimed in. Otherwise, he'd know the proper way to use these beauties. If it were me, I'd make sure they couldn't get out of bed every day. Yeah, right, a third joined in. Using such top-notch women for combat is a big joke. Besides, when did women start going to war? Aren't you afraid they'll accidentally hurt their own side during that time of the month? Haha, then just plug them up. Another laughed. I love a good bloody fight. The group of rough men laughed uproariously, while Yin Wenjun and the others remained expressionless, unfazed. Yiling Ran stayed silent, wanting to see how Yinan would handle the situation. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yinan's mind. Ding, as a pirate, being humiliated by these nobodies is unacceptable. Task. Show these nobodies the strength of your subordinates. Reward. Create electromagnetic targeting neural interface. This Crate electromagnetic targeting neural interface was a highly valuable item that could significantly improve the user's accuracy with electromagnetic weapons. Even though it was only Crate, its market price was as high as 5,000 star coins, equivalent to the cost of a T5 frigate. With such a reward, Yinan had no reason to hesitate. He turned to the group of brutes, silently vowing never to allow such bizarre creatures into his team. You bunch of ugly fools, Yinan sneered. Are you underestimating these lovely ladies? The smiles on their faces instantly froze, and they looked at the audacious young man in disbelief. Kid, what do you mean by that? One of them demanded angrily. Nothing much, Yinan stood his ground. Just what you heard. I look down on you. I think you're trash. A bunch of useless people who can't even match up to women. You might even get weak in the knees in bed with a woman. Seriously, you have the nerve to brag here. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? His words thoroughly enraged the other party. The faces of everyone at the neighboring table turned dark with anger. Damn, kid, you're asking for it. The leader snarled through gritted teeth. How do you want to die? Should I snap your neck or bash your head open and scoop out your brains? Captain, I think breaking his fingers would be more fitting, someone suggested. Yeah, another agreed. Let's cripple this kid. At worst, we can just pay some money to settle it. As tensions rose, Yiling Ran casually put away a recording device. Speaking in a calm tone, I've recorded everything you just said. So what? One of them scoffed. Yiling Ran nonchalantly added. Nothing much. I just thought you'd be interested to know that you're threatening a third-class baron on Maple Leaf Star. I wonder how the local authorities will deal with you. Her words left them stunned, and they exchanged uneasy glances, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. According to the law, showing disrespect to the nobility is subject to severe punishment. Yin Nan thought to himself that a fine would be a light consequence for the behavior of this group earlier. If he really pursued the matter, even flogging wouldn't be out of the question. At this thought, he swallowed nervously, feeling a bit unsure. You, Are you Lord Yin Nan? A burly man asked tentatively. Yin Nan straightened his back and forced a calm demeanor. Yes, that's me. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Keep laughing for me. The crowd's mouths twitched as they forced out smiles that looked more like grimaces. We're sorry. We didn't know you were nobility. They apologized verbally, but inside, they were cursing. Who on earth would expect a noble to dress so plainly? If you hadn't said it yourself, we would have thought you were some random waiter. However, they dared not question Yin Nan's identity, because the woman beside him exuded an undeniable aura of authority, not something cultivated in an ordinary household. Yin Nan sneered. What are you afraid of? I won't abuse my power. At most, you'll be fined a few hundred star coins by the security bureau and get a few hundred lashes. Don't worry, it won't be fatal. We're sorry, my lord. Please forgive us. We'll do anything you ask. The burly men quickly pleaded. Really? Yin Nan raised an eyebrow. I don't like bullying others. Are you sure you'll do anything? The men cursed inwardly. Is that even a human thing to say? Look at what you're doing now, claiming not to like bullying. We wouldn't believe that even if you put a period on it. But outwardly, they put on a flattering smile. A magnanimous man like you, my lord, surely wouldn't hold a grudge against small fry like us. We're willing to do anything for you. Very well, Yin Nan said with a satisfied smile. I like your honesty. Now, engage in a mock battle with them. If you win, I'll let bygones be bygones and reward you with 200 star coins. But if you lose, either pay them 500 star coins in apology, or let the security bureau teach you a lesson. The men thought, what's there to choose? We have to win. They might look rough, but they weren't dumb. This lord clearly wanted them to be the test subjects to gauge the women's strength. Both sides quickly got into position, activating their mock battle systems, and a projection appeared before them. Yin Wenjun immediately assumed a professional stance, her long, pale legs exuding a calm confidence. Ship 2 ready. Ship 3 ready. The 3 escort ships on the opposite side also completed their preparations. The countdown began, and a random map was selected. Soon, a desert map appeared before both teams. In such terrain, the naked eye couldn't see the opponent, and their positions could only be detected by the radar system. Furthermore, in the windy desert environment, long-range weapons were less effective, and even the precision of railguns decreased. As the countdown hit 0, the 6 ships from both sides charged at each other from different angles. Yin Liran's gaze never left Yin Nan. Though they hadn't seen each other for just 2 years, he had changed significantly. He was bolder than before and had learned to use his status to suppress others. Although not yet adept, he showed potential for growth. On the mock battlefield, 2 of the ships had entered each other's radar range. The enemy, upon detecting the target, immediately regrouped and launched a strong attack. Yin Wenjun, however, remained exceptionally calm. The moment she was detected, she chose to retreat. 3 ships followed closely, but soon they were hit by a fierce attack from both sides. Yin Wenjun had already ambushed 2 escort ships in the desert and decisively opened fire as the target passed overhead. The enemy, in the radar's blind spot, had no idea where the attack came from, and by the time they realized, they were wiped out. Yin Wenjun had merely acted as bait, not firing a single shot, yet she made the mock battle seem effortless. No way. How is this possible? The burly men couldn't believe their eyes. This is fake. How can you be so strong? How did you know we would pass there? Yin Wenjun glanced at them and pointed to the meeting point. That's the center of the map. You could easily find my position. From there, I just needed to lead you into the ambush. Of course, this is just a simulation. In reality, doing this would be much harder. Yin Nan clapped his hands in approval. Not bad. As expected from the Blazing Squad, the men's faces changed drastically. What? You're the Blazing Squad, and you're that crazy Yin Wenjun? Realizing his mistake, the leader quickly covered his mouth, wishing he could slap himself. The group quickly distanced themselves, afraid of what she might do. The discomfort of being defeated vanished entirely. Yin Nan frowned and asked, what do you mean by crazy? I don't want anything weird in my team. Yin Wenjun nonchalantly replied, nothing much, I just broke a few people's eggs. She glanced at Yin Nan deliberately as she spoke. The men shuddered. Whoa, that's brutal. An egg-crushing demon. And she has such a gentle-looking face. What a trap. Just thinking about the pain is terrifying. The men quickly paid the 500 star coins. They didn't want any trouble and hurriedly left to avoid being remembered by the petty lord. Yin Wenjun handed the star coins to Yin Nan, but he shook his head and refused. This is your payment. Also, take this. He placed a crade neurointerface in front of them. Seeing this, Yin Wenjun and the other women widened their eyes in disbelief. A neurointerface was a valuable item. Once bound, it couldn't be used by others. Even in the Navy, such good equipment wasn't handed out. Boss, this is too precious. We can't accept it, Yin Wenjun said, feeling a bit conflicted. Just take it. Yin Nan insisted. All right, we're officially employees now. I currently have a T4 Crusader. Can you handle it? Yes, we can operate any type of escort ship, Yin Wenjun confidently replied. Good. That's for the best. Yin Nan glanced at the time on his wrist, which was an old-fashioned mechanical watch, definitely a valuable antique. Let's go and take a look at the Crusader. When Yinan arrived at the factory, the little old man was installing the final component. His skilled one-handed operation of the robotic arm made Yinan apprehensive, fearing a mistake might occur. However, his worries were soon proven unnecessary. Each piece of equipment was equipped with an auxiliary locking device, ensuring precise and error-free operation. Young man, it's almost done. Just a moment longer, the little old man said without looking up. All right, no rush, Yinan replied, turning his gaze elsewhere. He saw other robotic arms methodically loading freshly delivered shells into place. It was a standard railgun, firing every 2 seconds. Although the dual-barrel design slightly reduced range, it increased the rate of fire. Yinan evaluated it silently, noting that the overall performance was good, with the key being how to cleverly combine its use. As Yin Wenjun entered the newly launched T4 Crusader frigate, he meticulously checked various data before reporting, Lord Yi, this Crusader's performance has reached 90 of the design specifications. We might consider further optimizations and upgrades in the future. Only 90? Yinan frowned. Shouldn't it be manufactured 100 according to the design? Yin Wenjun explained, that's just theoretical data. In practice, differences in manufacturing equipment and material quality can affect the final outcome. But this isn't a big issue. We can optimize the details when possible. Yinan glanced at the little old man, who was whistling, pretending not to hear. Hey, don't play dead, Yinan said coldly. How do you plan to compensate me for this 10 loss? Don't blame me for using my position. The little old man immediately took offense. Come on, kid. You're overreacting. It's just 10. Is it worth it? Besides, who are you trying to scare? My son is the deputy chief of the security bureau. If you mess with me, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Deputy chief? Impressive? Yinan raised an eyebrow. Of course, the little old man boasted. A small fry like you could be taught a lesson in no time. So, are you going to leave quietly, or should I call for backup? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The word sounded familiar, and Yinan suddenly remembered he had said something similar recently. Fine, Yinan sneered. Dare to trick me with second-hand goods. Old man, just you wait. Seeing his defiance, the little old man wasted no time pulling out his phone to call for reinforcements. Yinan, undeterred, also took out his phone and dialed a number. The Lord of Red Sea City, who was enjoying intimate services from his secretary, was startled by the ringing phone. Caught off guard, the secretary ended up with a face full of milk. Damn, who the hell is ruining my mood at this time? The Lord cursed, picking up the phone. Seeing the caller ID, he shrank back and answered with a forced smile. Lord Yinan, what can I do for you? Come over to my place. An old geezer is trying to scam me with second-hand materials, Yinan stated plainly. What? Such audacity. The Lord immediately affirmed. Please wait, my lord. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, the Lord saved the coordinates, quickly put on his pants, and called for his secretary to board a flyer, heading straight to the specified location. Inside the factory, the security personnel arrived swiftly. They were usually patrolling nearby and, upon hearing that their superior's father was being bullied, they rushed in as if on a mission. Yinan, however, was in no hurry. Instead, he gestured for a mechanical chair nearby to come over. The wheeled chair slid behind him, its side arms unfolding and the backrest rising automatically. He crossed his legs and casually flashed a peace sign. What are you doing? Yilingran asked, puzzled. Lighting a cigarette, Yinan replied matter-of-factly. You learned to smoke? Yilingran was surprised. No, but isn't this the time to light one for effect? Well, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I don't smoke. That's just unfair, Yinan complained. No props for showmanship. What happened to the grand entrance? At that moment, a group of people burst through the door. Dad, who dared to cause trouble here? Tell me, and I'll take care of him, the leader shouted. The little old man pointed at Yinan. It's this kid. He actually tried to extort your father. What? Even daring to extort the old man. This kid's had enough of life. Boss, that's extortion. Maximum fine of 1,000 star coins, plus 100 lashes. Yeah, this kid's done for. The little old man was pleased with the outcome, thinking. It's just a bit of second-hand material, and now you're making a big deal out of it. Let's see if you know who's in charge here. Kid, here's my badge. The deputy chief flashed his credentials. Now, the evidence of your extortion against this gentleman is irrefutable. Are you going to pay the 2,000 star coin fine all at once, or 1,000 star coins plus lashes? Oh, are you sure that's the case? Yinan questioned. Yes, that's the case. Then what does my warship only having 90 performance mean? That's within the normal range. Normally, manufacturing a warship can have a 10 performance variance. You just got unlucky this time, hitting the lowest value. Heh, Yinan chuckled coldly. That should be without any intentional mixing of secondhand materials, right? If he mixed in other secondhand materials, how should that be accounted for? Our contract clearly states all materials should be new. The deputy chief clearly didn't want to dwell on this issue. After all, he knew better than anyone how his father operated. No need to check. This gentleman is a reputable merchant in Red Sea City. The deputy chief insisted, trying to end the conversation. Yinan looked at the smug expression on the little old man's face and couldn't help but laugh out of exasperation. Just then, a cold snort broke the tension from behind. What a show of authority. Is that how you use your power to serve the people? An unfamiliar voice rang out. Damn, who the hell are you, fatso, to talk to our deputy director like that? Another voice immediately retorted. No sooner had the words been spoken than a crisp slap resounded. The young man who had spoken was knocked aside by the deputy director. You fool! How dare you speak to Lord Jia like that? The deputy director scolded angrily. To everyone's surprise, the fat man referred to as Lord Jia suddenly changed his demeanor. He approached Yinan obsequiously, giving a respectful bow. My lord, I apologize for my subordinates' lack of discipline. Please feel free to punish them. What? He is. The deputy director stammered in panic, completely flustered. The little old man watching the scene trembled all over, mumbling, oh dear, messing with someone this important is a death wish. The room fell silent, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Lord Jia barked sharply, you fool, apologize to the lord immediately. The deputy director quickly bowed his head, stammering, I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't realize it was you. Yinan let out a cold laugh. Oh, now you know what to do? Yes. I will immediately take this old man into custody, awaiting your decision. The deputy director hastily responded. Get lost. You're wasting my time. Yinan waved his hand impatiently, then turned to the little old man. Give it another round of optimization and maintenance. Any objections? No, none at all. I'll do it right away. The little old man replied hurriedly. He took out the most expensive femtometer-level maintenance alloy and carefully serviced the surface of the Crusader. After the maintenance, its performance improved to 95. Although it was not perfect, it was the best possible outcome. Yinan nodded in satisfaction. There's still a bit of a gap, but considering it's the first time, you weren't aware of these issues. Next time, it won't be such a careless job. Then, 2 escort ships set sail, seeing off the important figure. Only then did Lord Jia breathe a sigh of relief and turn to the deputy director. I'm sorry for causing trouble, Lord Jia. As long as you know. Offending those heirs won't end well for any of us, the deputy director snorted. Yes, it was my mistake, the deputy director said, discreetly slipping an anonymous savings card into Lord Jia's hand. Lord Jia accepted it graciously and then left. Inside the factory, only the little old man remained. However, instead of looking displeased, he wore a cold smile. What a joke of a lord. Dead men don't get to speak, he muttered to himself, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Yinan stepped onto the bridge of the T4 landing frigate, feeling reassured by the familiar controls. Just as he was about to set sail, a displeased voice came from behind him. Hey, where are you going? Turning around, he saw Yiling Ran with her arms crossed and a frown on her face. Confused, Yinan asked, what's up? I'm boarding the ship. Did I do something to upset you? Yiling Ran snorted and pointed to a large box next to her, almost half her height. Nothing? Were you planning to let me carry this huge box on board by myself? It was only then that Yinan noticed the box. He thought to himself, with her strength, she could probably twist my head off. Does she really need my help? But he didn't dare voice that thought and instead gave an awkward smile. Ah, got it. He walked over to Yiling Ran and grabbed the box, almost straining his back. Geez, what's in here? It's so heavy. Nothing much, just all my possessions, Yiling Ran replied calmly. Yinan's mouth twitched, thinking the box might hold thousands of star coins. He quickly activated the box's anti-gravity system, which made it much easier to carry. The two boarded the bridge, and Yinan closed the hatch and started the warship. Yiling Ran settled into the gunner's seat without a word, and Yinan didn't ask further. The warship slowly ascended to 500 meters, heading toward the estate. On the way, Yiling Ran suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaonan, you didn't touch anything in my room, did you? No, Yinan replied, a thought crossing his mind. Ling Ran, you have your own room? Of course, your room is my room, Yiling Ran said matter-of-factly. Yinan felt a chill, remembering how they had shared a bed since childhood. Yet their relationship remained as pure as a blank sheet of paper. He dared not entertain any improper thoughts, lest he face her wrath. You're not planning to keep sleeping in my room, are you? Yinan asked cautiously. Of course. Didn't we always sleep together when we were kids? Yilingran gave him a meaningful glance. Suddenly, 3 red dots appeared on the radar, indicating they were locked on by fire control radar. Yilingran immediately contacted Yin Wenjun for support and swiftly entered combat mode. Yinan adjusted the ship's angle, quickly diving into the massive maple forest below. The trees here were 200 meters tall, with leaves over 2 meters in diameter, requiring dozens of people to encircle just one trunk. The forest seemed vast, but it was actually formed from the root system of just 2 or 3 giant trees. The landing ship disappeared into the forest, vanishing from enemy radar. Yilingran took a deep breath and joked, "Are you sure you can handle this? If not, don't push yourself. I don't want to crash before we even get home." Yinan replied helplessly, "Sis, can we not joke around? With so much space to maneuver, I could do this with one hand." Just then, the sound of machine gun fire erupted above them, bullets shredding the massive maple leaves. Yilingran cautioned, "Be careful, they're making it easy to find us." "Yeah, I know," Yinan responded, having already adjusted his trajectory. In this terrain, drifting was impossible, so he needed to find another way to shake off their pursuers. With 1 minute and 53 seconds left on the countdown, Yilingran's mind raced, swiftly forming an attack plan. Her left hand skillfully maneuvered the warship, adjusting its position to stealthily approach the nearest T3 attack frigate by weaving through towering trees. She carefully controlled her speed, balancing the need to close in quickly with the necessity of avoiding detection by the enemy. The sound of machine gun fire was incessant, and one enemy ship had closed in to within 500 meters. 2 nearby frigates were spaced more than 300 meters apart, making a simultaneous attack impractical. Yilingran knew that entering the 200-meter range would inevitably trigger radar lock from the enemy. However, fortune favors the prepared. At this critical moment, the landing ship suddenly tilted upwards, forming a 45-degree angle as its thrusters roared to full power. Yilingran instantly grasped the audacious plan, and though no words were exchanged, a sense of anticipation filled her. She was eager to see what this madman was capable of. The landing ship burst through the dense foliage, heading directly for the T3 frigate 200 meters away. The enemy radar immediately synchronized combat data, and the other 2 ships quickly adjusted their weapons to target Yilingran. However, due to her charge path being obstructed by friendly forces, the enemy's fire control system engaged its safety protocol, preventing them from firing. The only ship able to act was the one less than 100 meters away. In a flash, both sides unleashed their firepower. Although the attack ship had superior firepower, Yilingran's landing ship was equipped with high-grade energy shields. 2 machine guns pounded the enemy's electromagnetic shields, while Yilingran operated the energy cannon, maintaining a 2-second beam on the enemy's shield. The blue beam shone brightly as the enemy's energy shield rapidly weakened. Now, the distance between them had closed to less than 100 meters, causing the shields to interfere with each other. Seizing the opportunity, Yilingran launched 10 landing pods in quick succession. After executing this flawless maneuver, she rolled the warship sideways 3 times and swiftly disappeared into the forest, vanishing from the enemy radar. Yilingran stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Yinan's attack was as fluid as flowing water, each move executed with precision as if practiced 1,000 times. This wasn't the mischievous troublemaker he remembered. The textbook perfect ambush tactics were simply awe-inspiring. Ignoring Yilingran's astonishment, Yinan quickly glanced at his watch. The ambush had taken a total of 15 seconds, with approximately 90 seconds remaining until reinforcements arrived. Due to his surprise attack, the enemy warship was forced to ascend, losing its low-altitude strafing advantage. Meanwhile, inside the frigate Yinan had successfully infiltrated. Intense firefighting had erupted. Bionic mechanical soldiers, functioning like a well-trained special forces unit, deployed personal energy shields from their thighs and wielded energy ray guns, swiftly sweeping through the entire warship. The outnumbered crew guards were quickly subdued. Soon, the alloy doors of the bridge were cut open, and after a round of firing, all targets were easily neutralized. Yilingran couldn't help but ask, "Xiaonan, are there robots in your landing craft?" "Yes," Yinan replied curtly. "In the future, use human soldiers instead," Yilingran suggested. "They can control the captured warships much better than cheap robots." Yinan's response was unexpected. "No, why not?" Yilingran asked, puzzled. "Troublesome. I don't want unnecessary people on the warship," Yinan said nonchalantly. Yilingran frowned and half-jokingly said, "You wouldn't be planning to do something strange up there, would you?" I didn't. Stop spreading rumors," Yinan quickly denied. Don't play dumb," Yilingran snorted. "Do you think I don't know your little secrets? Spying on the maids at 8, paying them for favors at 10, and by 12, Stop. Yinan hurriedly interrupted. "That's all in the past. We're decent people now." Yinan lamented internally. These were not his misdeeds, but he had to bear the blame. The original owner of his body was indeed a notorious character, having lost his innocence by 12. The worst part was that Yilingran had caught him in the act. In his excitement, he accidentally sprayed milk all over Yilingran's face. The consequences were dire, and the following week was nothing short of hell. So what now? Yilingran asked, bringing Yinan back to the present. Wait, Yinan replied succinctly. The ambush was just to keep them in check. Once reinforcements arrive, it'll be much easier. The T4 Crusaders excel at long-range fire suppression. Once they appear, at least one of the remaining 2 ships will be taken down. In a 2-known scenario, I have confidence we can take them down. Yilingran was satisfied with this answer. In such situations, personal heroics were unwise. Numerical superiority often trumps individual prowess. Tactics are important, but not the decisive factor. Just then, a barrage of machine gun bullets struck the high-energy shield. The blue energy reaction was instantly visible on enemy radar. Damn it! Yinan cursed, immediately powering the thrusters to swiftly change direction. But the enemy was equally quick, continuously firing and hitting the shield multiple times, leaving Yinan fully exposed to their sight. Yinan's warship crashed through a patch of leaves, briefly obscuring vision, but the wind quickly scattered them. He continued evasive maneuvers, with energy attacks relentlessly pursuing him. Occasionally, attacks struck the shield, and the situation grew increasingly dire for Yinan. At a distance of 400 meters, Yinan was on the defensive. Though Yilingran was also firing back with energy cannons, the disadvantage of being outnumbered 2-1 was evident. Yinan swiftly adjusted his angle, calculating the trajectory. The remaining 10 landing pods shot toward the enemy ship with a roar. Too far, they won't hit. They might even be intercepted, Yilingran reminded him. I know, Yinan replied calmly. He watched the metal spheres trailing red flames fly toward the enemy ship while turning his warship to charge forward at full speed. The 2 enemy ships quickly adjusted their angles, evading the landing pods while activating machine guns to intercept. Electromagnetic cannons struck the landing pods, causing metallic clinks. The high-speed rotating blades on the surface were damaged, and the landing pods veered off course, plummeting to the ground. Yinan forcefully closed the distance with the enemy ship, enduring several energy cannon blasts heated. But his speed remained undeterred as he headed straight for the nearest frigate. Madman, dodge! The enemy commander realized Yinan's intent and shouted. Yinan's face broke into a triumphant smile. He executed a sudden lateral drift in midair, with high-energy particles from the thruster tail hitting the enemy ship directly. The turrets on the enemy ship's surface couldn't withstand such intense energy impact and exploded. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other enemy ships ceased. That damn protection mechanism again. The enemy fumed, gritting his teeth. Yinan breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting his flight path to maintain a triangular formation. He didn't attack the nearest enemy ship but had Yilingran target the distant one. The enemy ship behind him effectively became his shield. What a disgusting way to fight. Absolutely terrible. The enemy commander shouted in fury. Disable the protection immediately. Yes, sir. Just as they were about to disable it, a red dot appeared on the distant radar. Oh no. Reinforcements. Take out that support ship first. The enemy commander ordered urgently. But the next second, a blue energy beam flashed, followed by 2 120mm electromagnetic shells hitting their shield. The energy shield dissipated instantly, and the electromagnetic shells pierced through, severely damaging the armor. Coupled with Yinan's energy cannon barrage, the enemy ship was engulfed in red flames and plummeted to the ground. The last remaining enemy ship, having lost its firepower, opted for surrender. All survivors were captured, and the mechanical soldiers held them at gunpoint. Yinan stepped forward, coldly saying, "Speak up. Who sent you to cause trouble? Attacking a third-class Barando, I need to explain the consequences according to the laws of the Alliance." What? A Baron? Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their target was a Baron. What? Don't I look like one? Yinan sneered. According to Alliance law, your actions could lead to enslavement at best or execution at worst. Your families will suffer too. So, what's your choice? Do I need to spell it out? The leader stepped forward. We don't know the specifics. Let me explain. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man suddenly lunged forward, his arm morphing into a sharp blade aimed straight at Yinan's heart. The two were only 5 meters apart, and the opponent moved as swiftly as lightning. Despite the bionic mechanical soldier being on high alert, it was still a beat too slow to react. The middle-aged man wore a ferocious grin and shouted, "Die, trash!" Yinan felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. He never expected the situation to take such a drastic turn. At that critical moment, a figure darted in front of him like a gust of wind. With a swift thud, Yilingran executed a powerful sidekick, pinning the charging middle-aged man in midair. The man's limbs went limp, blood gushing from his wounds, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected outcome. Yilingran quickly retracted her leg, and the body crashed to the ground. Two bionic robots immediately stepped forward, scanned to confirm death, and aimed their guns at the remaining individuals. Yinan stared in shock at the scene, finally snapping out of it and blurting, "Sis, won't your future brother-in-law be crushed by those long legs of yours?" He calculated silently, thinking that holding up a 150-pound body with one leg was much harder than lifting it directly. It would require at least 200 pounds of leg strength. Yiling Ran shot her silly brother a glance and retorted, "Brother-in-law? Did you forget what you said when you were little?" "What? Sis, don't look at me like that. It scares me." Yinan shrank back. "Heh, isn't being scared normal? As for what you said, figure it out yourself." Yiling Ran smiled mysteriously. "Come on, can you be a bit clearer? Don't you know ambiguity is the most frustrating thing?" Yinan stomped his foot in frustration. Ignoring her brother's complaints, Yiling Ran assessed the spoils of their battle. "These trash had 2 warships, which we've successfully recovered. However, the weapon system on one is completely destroyed, but fortunately, we can salvage parts from the other to make up for the loss." At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a pirate operation. Reward: a set of liquid metal armor." "Damn it, system. Explain this to me. Who exactly is this alloy armor supposed to protect me from?" Yinan bristled with indignation. The system calmly replied, "Host, please do not overinterpret the goodwill of this system." "Yeah, right. Who are you fooling?" Yinan muttered, spitting in disdain. The repairs could be handled once they returned. After docking the warships, the group headed back to base with their loot. The 2 T-3 attack frigates, while not tapophyline, were still functional after modifications. The energy cannons were replaced with regular electromagnetic guns, enabling the entire Blaze squad to deliver effective long-range firepower. Yinan glanced at the device now on his wrist, his lips twitching. It was clearly not meant for defense against enemy attacks, but specifically to protect him from Yilingran. Once activated, it would shield him quickly, ensuring his safety even in space for a short period. But if his sister found out he had this, his head might not be safe. As he was lost in thought, a voice came through the communicator. "Boss, we've found an auxiliary booster." The so-called auxiliary booster is a device that can rapidly increase speed for a short time. The one they found was a basic type used on frigates, capable of increasing speed by 20 in 10 seconds. Although it couldn't match the top-tier's class, which doubled the speed, it was still quite useful in critical moments. Yinan decided to dismantle 10 landing pods to make room for the booster. This way, in future invasion missions, deploying just 5 landing pods would suffice. Even if they couldn't completely break enemy defenses, they could significantly weaken their combat capabilities. Back home, Uncle Fu had arranged for the cook to prepare a lavish meal. Yinan was surprised. "Huh? We have a cook again?" "Yes, she just started a few days ago," Yilingran replied casually. Yinan scrutinized his sister with suspicion, wondering if this sudden arrangement had an ulterior motive. Upon returning home, Yilingran immediately immersed herself in work. She noticed that Yinan was generous with the meals for his subordinates, and their accommodation was quite decent. Although it was a dormitory, each person had a single room with all necessary amenities. However, she frowned when handling matters related to Baron Harry. Late at night, Yinan lay nervously under the covers, feeling as if he were awaiting execution. As expected, it wasn't long before his door opened. Looking up, he saw Yiling Ran in a white nightgown, the alluring sight quickening his heartbeat. Normally, he would have pounced by now, but facing Yiling Ran, even if he had the courage, his body refused to cooperate. This demonstrated just how deeply this body feared her. Yiling Ran lifted the covers and got into bed. She glanced at Yinan, who was pretending to sleep, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. The two of them grew up together, as close as siblings. Yet, she was well aware that she could never truly be his sister. The master and mistress had already asked her opinion on the matter, but she couldn't let this little rascal get off so easily. She gave his nose a playful pinch and teased, "Stop pretending. I need to ask you something," he replied in a gruff voice. "What is it?" The familiar yet strange feeling sent a shiver through her heart. "What's going on with Baron Harry?" she asked directly. "Where does he get the nerve to challenge you? A third-class baron?" He frowned, thought for a moment and answered, "I have no idea what he's thinking, but I suspect there's someone stirring things up behind the scenes." "Who?" she pressed. "Zhao Gu," he replied gravely. "He's the father of my former fiancée, Zhao Xier. Even though he's not in the territory now, his daughter Zhao Xier is, and she's been colluding with Baron Harry. They aren't even trying to hide it. It's like they're using Harry to test my limits." Yinan had never considered the complexities of such power struggles. Hearing this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. "So that second-class baron is the one pulling the strings from behind?" "Exactly," she nodded in confirmation. "But since he hasn't made a direct move, we can't openly break ties with him. Right now, the priority is to deal with that dog Harry quickly." She turned to Yinan, Linran, do you have any ideas? Yi Linran pondered for a moment and analyzed. The opposition's total combat strength is about 10 frigates. Direct confrontation isn't in our favor right now. Yinan chimed in awkwardly. Well, they might not have that many frigates. Why? Yi Linran looked at him, puzzled. Yinan explained sheepishly, earlier. If he hasn't replenished them, he should only have about 4 left. And I already have 6. Upon hearing this unexpected intel, Yi Linran's eyes brightened, and she spoke with a hint of admiration. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. All right then, tonight we'll raid his factory. Oh no, please. Yinan immediately howled in protest. No overtime. I want to sleep. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time, Yinan still had to work overtime. He was dragged out of bed by a woman, grumbling silently. She thoughtfully helped him straighten his clothes and quickly got herself ready. Watching her enchanting figure, Yinan felt a twinge of longing, though his body was reluctant to move. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Raid Baron Harry's territory. Rewards will depend on the outcome. Yinan quickly regained his focus, his mind racing. His points were nearing 1,000, enough to trade for a better warship. His top priority was the T8 industrial ship blueprint, which would greatly simplify the manufacturing and modification of frigates and even enable planetary construction. Yi Linran gently nudged him and asked, Xiaonan, what do you think of Zhao Xier? Yinan's mouth twitched. Sis, don't ask such creepy questions. How could I be interested in someone like that? What kind of person are you looking for then? Certainly not someone less than you, Yinan teased, secretly admiring Yi Linran's beauty and charm. Meanwhile, Baron Harry lay alone in his large bed, restless. Suddenly, his communicator lit up, and Zhao Xier appeared with a grim face, bringing bad news. Factory number 5 had been raided overnight. Harry panicked, knowing it contained things that couldn't see the light of day. Under Zhao Xier's pressure, he had to confess, they were manufacturing digital drugs there. Zhao Xier was furious and ordered him to destroy the evidence immediately, deploying all frigates to buy time. After ending the call, she paced the room, strategizing. She dialed her father, Baron Zhaogu, to report the situation. Baron Zhao decided to handle the matter personally. Elsewhere, Yinan led his team in a sweeping assault, storming into Factory number 5. Blue energy beams tore through the night, and flames soared into the sky. Transport ships busied themselves loading alloys, while ground forces launched a fierce attack. Just then, the radar suddenly indicated the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Throughout the night, various forces moved in shadows, as a major battle was on the verge of breaking out. From the very start of the battle, they had anticipated the enemy's attempt to intervene. However, according to their calculations, Baron Harry only had a maximum of 4 frigates at his disposal. With their fleet of 6 frigates, the enemy had no chance of engaging them heaten. Yin Wenjun, it's up to you now. Take down as many as you can. I'll handle the support for the invasion, Yinan commanded. Understood, my lord, Yin Wenjun responded. 4 warships swiftly broke formation, while the remaining 2 frigates continued their harassment tasks, and the transport ship focused on plundering resources. Although this transport ship was labeled as a frigate, its size was comparable to a destroyer. The 100-meter-long ship appeared bulky, and though not fast, it could carry 250,000 cubic meters of cargo. A full load could yield a pure profit of 7 to 8,000 star coins, an entirely cost-free windfall. In the darkness, a main energy cannon with a diameter exceeding half a meter blazed through, followed by 2 rings of shock waves. An enemy frigate took a direct hit from this salvo. Its energy shield instantly shattered. The electromagnetic cannon struck the shield, causing an explosion and leaving a gaping hole in the armor. Armor-piercing shells penetrated the interior, triggering a larger explosion. With its core systems damaged, the ship underwent a secondary explosion and plummeted toward the ground. Upon impact, the ship broke apart midsection, its reactor detonating violently, engulfing the entire vessel in flames. Damn it! It's an extended-range electromagnetic cannon, the enemy commander exclaimed. This advanced weapon was not only expensive but also required special clearance to purchase. Upon seeing it, the enemy realized the vast disparity in their capabilities. Turning to flee would only result in being pursued and further attacked. The enemy had only one option left, to charge, hoping to find a sliver of hope in close combat. 3 enemy frigates charged forward with all their might. Yin Wenjun commanded 2 attack frigates to retreat while maintaining distance, simultaneously locking onto 2 different targets. Bang! Bang! Another 2 rounds of electromagnetic cannon fire were unleashed, quickly pushing the enemy's energy shields to their limits. Well done, Yinan praised. Thank you, it's our duty, Yin Wenjun replied. Yinan was pleased with the performance of these professionals. They had precisely breached the target's defenses without destroying the ships, providing ample opportunity for the landing craft. A beam of energy shot out, 2 machine guns locking onto another target. While rapidly suppressing the enemy's energy shields, 10 landing pods split into 2 groups, each heading for different targets. The rapidly spinning alloy drill heads cut a 1.5-meter diameter hole in the enemy ship's armor, allowing bionic mechanical soldiers to quickly roll inside. They swiftly assumed humanoid form, drawing weapons to unleash a fierce barrage on the internal guards. The last enemy ship lost track of Yinan, as his vessel was securely protected between 2 other frigates. The enemy's weapons couldn't penetrate the allied ships to hit the target. At this moment, another salvo from the electromagnetic cannons was unleashed. The main energy cannon, having just cooled down, fired a second high-energy shot. The last frigate was instantly pierced from bow to stern, exploding and disintegrating in midair. The 2 ships that hadn't been fully invaded chose to surrender. Thus, all of Baron Harry's forces were annihilated. Yinan checked the remaining energy of his landing ship's shield and couldn't help but gasp. Facing the firepower of 3 frigates Hedon, combined with the use of afterburners, the 8-second skirmish had nearly depleted all shield energy. The battle was indeed intense. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Yi Lingran grabbed him by the ear. "What the heck, sis? What are you doing?" Yinan exclaimed. "You've got some nerve. You dared to do something so dangerous. Are you trying to get the Yi family wiped out?" Yi Lingran scolded. "No way. I had it all calculated. I wouldn't have charged in if I wasn't sure it was safe." Yinan defended, though his words were only half true. He had indeed run the numbers, but the result was still quite risky. After all, there are no absolute figures in combat. Yi Lingran didn't want to delve into the details. She had witnessed the perilous charge firsthand, clearer than anyone. If there were any similar actions again, she wouldn't stand for it. "From now on, you're not allowed to use this landing frigate," Yi Lingran ordered. "Why?" Yinan protested. "Because my fists are bigger than yours. Is that reason enough?" Yi Lingran threatened, waving her fists. Seeing his sister's fierce demeanor, Yinan quickly backed down. He grabbed Yi Lingran's small fist, flattering her. "Sis, my most beautiful sister. I'll listen to you. Can I use the Crusader next time?" "Fine. As long as you don't do anything so dangerous, I won't stop you," Yi Lingran reluctantly agreed. Having finally appeased the dragoness, Yinan could truly relax. Next came the destruction and looting. They left nothing untouched, not even the enemy engineers. On the ground, tens of thousands of bionic mechanical infantry spread outwards, continuously dismantling the internal automated defense systems. By dawn, the entire base was in ruins. The million-square-meter factory area resembled a post-apocalyptic scene. Factory buildings akin to skyscrapers were sliced in half, with their severed ends still smoking. The ground was littered with the remnants of defense robots and mechanical soldiers. These mass-produced, cheap products were no match for the invaders. The transport ship was now packed to the brim, and even the limited storage of the frigates was crammed with spoils. In the communication channel, Baron Harry glared at Yinan with eyes filled with fury. The destruction of such an important factory was a massive loss for him. The repair costs alone would exceed 10,000 star coins. "Yinan, I'll remember you," Baron Harry growled through clenched teeth. "Ha, that's not the attitude you should have," Yinan sneered. "After all, my status is higher than yours. And now you have no means of self-defense. If I wanted, I could clear out one of your factory zones every day. I wonder how long your assets will last." "You." Baron Harry was speechless with rage. "Calm down. I've done the math for you," Yinan continued. "Given your current situation, you'll likely have to file for bankruptcy in about a week. Then you'll lose your baron status and become a pauper. How does that sound? Looking forward to it." "Yinan, you ruthless bastard. Just you wait," Baron Harry roared. At that moment, Yi Lingran whispered something into Yinan's ear. Upon hearing the news, the smug expression on Yinan's face quickly vanished. "Harry," Yinan shouted sternly, "you dared to manufacture digital drugs on my turf. You've got some nerve." Digital drugs are classified as highly controlled substances. When connected to a medical brain-machine interface, they can provide an intense sense of stimulation. However, their side effects are equally significant, with addiction being a persistent unsolved issue. Overuse can easily lead to dependency, which is why they are strictly regulated. Only soldiers on missions are permitted to carry a dose for emergencies. If these drugs were to enter the civilian market, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing about this, Harry felt a pang of anxiety. Nonetheless, he wasn't entirely unprepared. He had a backup plan ready. He immediately contacted Lord Yinan, vehemently denying any involvement. "Lord Yinan, please don't make baseless accusations. This matter has nothing to do with me. I've been investigating as well and discovered it was the doing of one of my subordinates. At most, I am guilty of a management oversight." Yinan sneered. "Is that so? I hope your story holds up in Red Sea City as well. If I find the slightest evidence against you, believe me, you'll face charges you can't afford to bear." After the call ended, Yinan's cold expression quickly turned into a sinister smile. His assistant, puzzled, asked, Wasn't it reckless to inform him of these details? Aren't you giving him a chance to cover his tracks? Yinan confidently replied, I know, but I want to see how deep this issue goes. Red Sea City is a Yi family property, and due to tax exemption policies, the city is self-sufficient. If digital drugs infiltrate the market, City Lord Jia would be the first to know. Yet, he hasn't reported anything, which raises suspicions about his involvement. By alarming the enemies, I aim to expose all the hidden threats in Red Sea City. With that, Yinan took out his communicator. Fubo, activate our undercover agents in Red Sea City. Meanwhile, City Lord Jia, upon receiving the news, immediately secured key locations. On the surface, it appeared to be a routine operation, but secretly, he dispatched assassins. Yinan was unhurried and only arrived at Steel Red Sea City by noon to assess the situation. In the City Lord's office, Yinan sat leisurely on the sofa, with the cool and composed goddess Yi Lingran standing beside him. Across from him, City Lord Jiao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he reported, Lord, the adversary is highly resourceful. By the time we located their base, the leader had been killed, and all leads were severed. We were only able to shut down 3 bars and 2 hotels, with no other evidence of digital drugs found. Yinan watched the greasy middle-aged man with amusement, not interrupting him. After Jia had finished speaking, Yinan coldly remarked, Is that all? City Lord Jia, do you think I'm completely in the dark? Jia was flustered, shaking his head repeatedly. Lord, I don't understand what you mean. Yinan let out a cold laugh, and then presented a series of documents. After reviewing them, Jia was paralyzed with fear, sweating profusely. Yinan pressed, You should know I have absolute authority over you. I'm giving you one chance to explain the origins of the digital drugs. Otherwise, you'll be facing over 100 years in a maximum security prison. I don't think I need to elaborate on what that entails. Terrified, Jia was about to speak when he suddenly started bleeding from his nose and mouth, and within moments, he was dead. Yinan frowned, silenced. Likely poisoned. Investigate immediately. Just then, a message came through. Lord, there was an explosion in the garage, and the City Lord's secretary was burned to death. More reports followed, completely severing the trail. A few small-time criminals were caught, but they were of no value. Baron Harry managed to extricate himself from the situation, and all the entertainment venues he invested in became his private property, netting him several hundred star coins in profit annually. Hey sis, I need to inspect my properties. You should head back first, Yinan said to Yi Lingran. Yi Lingran squinted, her smile radiant yet dangerous. How about I find you a few beautiful women to keep you company? No need for that. Yinan quickly waved his hand. Then why are you going? Get back home. Yi Lingran snapped. If you dare get involved with any of those women, just try it. She was about to make a move. At that moment, a system voice suddenly echoed in Yinan's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task with excellence. Reward, 10 Falcon electromagnetic cannons. Points, 500. 1 blueprint for a command ship. Yinan almost jumped with excitement. Just as Yi Lingran was about to deal with him, they both moved simultaneously. Yi Lingran hadn't expected him to resist, and she fell onto him. Yinan was taken aback, feeling the softness under his hand. His mind went blank, and he instinctively squeezed. Yi Lingran shivered, her sensitive body weakening under his touch. Let go, you rascal, she said through gritted teeth. Sis, you're not going to hit me, right? If you let go now, I won't hit you. Really? Are you sure? Yinan, emboldened, moved his fingers again. Yi Lingran trembled, almost unable to suppress a moan. You scoundrel, if you don't let go, I'll beat you to death. Seeing his sister in such an unusual state, Yinan didn't dare push his luck. After all, her long legs could certainly beat him like a punching bag. Then again, if he could please this lady, have her wear black stockings and use those hands, Yinan's mind wandered. As they left together, Yi Lingran's face was unusually flushed, her usual cool demeanor nowhere to be found. They arrived once more at the frigate manufacturing plant, where the old man's expression turned sour upon seeing Yinan. Lord, the shop's closed today, the old man said curtly. Yinan sneered. Old man, it seems your son is also involved in this drug case, isn't he? If you don't want him to face a harsh sentence, you'd better show some sincerity. Otherwise, there'll be no one to bury you. The old man's expression suddenly froze, and cold sweat started to bead on his forehead. He had heard about this matter last night, but he hadn't expected his foolish son to get involved. Gritting his teeth, he said, Humph, you're abusing your power. Yinan responded dismissively, I'm a third-class noble. So what if I abuse my power? Besides, I'm the highest authority on Maple Leaf Star. If you're unhappy, go ahead and appeal. The old man's face turned ashen with anger, but he was powerless. All he could do was grit his teeth and say, You're ruthless. Yinan was unfazed and asked, What are we building this time? The The T5 Red Spider command ship. The old man handed over the blueprints. What? Not only was the old man shocked, but Yiling Ran, who was standing nearby, also exclaimed in surprise. Yinan was confused. Why such a big reaction? Is it really that surprising? Yiling Ran pinched his ear and said irritably, do you have any idea how much a T5 Red Spider command ship sells for on the market? No idea. Is it expensive? Yinan asked, puzzled. Yes. 3,000 per ship. And that's not including various equipment. A full set starts at 4,000, Yiling Ran explained, especially the command module. It's ridiculously expensive. An H1 type costs 2,000 star coins, and an H2 type 4,000. Check if the one you're holding comes with equipment. The old man's mindset was entirely different from Yiling Ran's. Command ships require more materials than other warships and are twice as large. If it comes with equipment, he'd be taking a huge financial hit. Seeing him hesitate, Yiling Ran snatched the blueprints, input the password, and activated the projection. The detailed information made the old man almost spit blood. Damn, it's the full set, the old man exclaimed, and looking at the equipment, you can't get it for less than 5,000 on the market? Of course, that's the price of a finished product. Command ships are inherently expensive, with a huge profit margin. The actual cost should be about 15 or 7,500 star coins. The old man calculated in his mind that so much money couldn't be recouped without a decade of hard work, especially since the young man in front of him wasn't ordinary. The last few incompetents hadn't resolved the matter, and this time he was sure to suffer a financial loss. In contrast, Yiling Ran was shaking with excitement. If it weren't for the others around, she would have thrown herself into Yinan's arms to express her excitement. We're rich. 5,000 star coins, just like that, she cheered inwardly. Hey sis, that's mine. Don't even think about selling it, Yinan warned. Huh, you can pilot a command ship? Yiling Ran said disdainfully, don't kid yourself. If you can use this high-end stuff, I'd agree to anything you ask. Yinan's eyes lit up. Anything? As long as it's not too much. Yiling Ran regretted her words a little. All right, you said it. Yinan said smugly, it's just piloting a warship. It's not like I haven't done it before. The old man looked at the arrogant lord with a peculiar gaze. Are you sure you're talking about a command ship? What? Are you underestimating me? Yinan said discontentedly. As long as it's a frigate level, I can handle it. Heh. The old man sneered. Do you even know how a command ship fights? What do you mean? Isn't it with cannons? Yinan asked, puzzled. Of course not. The old man explained. A command ship, as the name suggests, is for commanding other warships in battle. Its command system can interface with frigates to fight under your direction. But there's a unique limitation with command ships, which is brain domain development. An ordinary person's brain domain can't handle that much information. Only those with exceptional talent choose command ships and become commanders. Yiling Ran nodded, affirming his explanation. Xiaonan, it's not that I'm underestimating you. It's just that even among a billion people, there might not be a single commander. Don't get your hopes up. I see. Yinan pondered. It's okay. Let's build it first. We'll know if it works after trying. The old man twitched at the corner of his mouth, reluctantly agreeing to get it done for him. After all, the young man was a noble lord. But he made a mental note that this brat was trouble waiting to happen. The blueprints were inserted, and a large amount of raw materials was fed into the manufacturing system. This time, Yinan didn't leave. He was wary of the old man pulling another stunt. Just then, a triumphant laugh echoed. Dad, I got promoted. The old man's expression stiffened. He knew that voice all too well. Wasn't he supposed to be in trouble earlier? How did he suddenly get promoted? Deputy Director Han Zhan walked in, saw Yinan, and quickly bowed. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for your support. Yinan nodded. Don't let me see anything like this again. As for minor issues, I won't interfere. Yes, I know what to do, Han Zhan replied respectfully. The digital drug incident had significant implications. Several key positions under the City Lord's faction were vacated. His direct superior, the Progress Director, was now the City Lord, and he had smoothly moved up a tier. The old man was so shocked by the news that his eyes nearly popped out. He looked at Yinan in disbelief, not expecting the young man to have such influence. The earlier displeasure vanished, and his previously dark and angry face turned instantly amiable. He felt a pang of fear for the malicious thoughts he had harbored earlier. Yinan wasn't someone who would come around every day to extort. People don't engage in embezzlement and bribery easily. After all, without a few thousand star coins, they wouldn't break even. Now, his system points were sufficient. With the 500 points he had acquired earlier, plus his previous earnings, he now had 1,000 points, enough to purchase AT-8 industrial ship blueprint. Old man, Yinan said, give me a market price for this industrial ship blueprint. Old Han's eyes lit up at the prospect of more business. Industrial ships didn't contain anything too high-end, primarily requiring more external materials. A T8 level industrial ship just had more function plug-in modules. However, this one was empty, so the cost wouldn't be very high. Han Zhan stepped forward. We can't charge the Lord for his items. Indeed, your lordship, I think this should. The old man chimed in. Yinan waved his hand to interrupt them. Business is business. As long as you're doing legitimate business, I won't come to fleece you. Don't think the 3 frigates last time were called over by someone else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to gouge you. But if it happens again, you won't be so lucky. Old Han was startled and repeatedly apologized. All right, let's go with market price, Yinan said. Ultimately, the T8 industrial ship was priced at 2,000 star coins. However, it lacked industrial modules, which would need to be purchased separately. Yinan opened the city app. Many goods from Red Sea City were available for online purchase, with prices the same as offline. If you were familiar with the products, you could order directly. Of course, you wouldn't benefit from certain after-sales services. But with people watching him, he had no opportunity to carefully choose. Before long, everything they ordered was delivered. The frigate manufacturing module stood at the core of the industrial ship, surrounded by 2 infrastructure modules, 2 repair modules, and 3 material synthesis modules. Yinan gazed at these essential devices, contemplating his blueprint for future development. The manufacturing of frigates was indispensable, and he was unwilling to outsource such a crucial task. The 2 infrastructure modules were equally vital, as his large hangar was currently empty and would inevitably require numerous auxiliary facilities in the future. The repair modules were primarily for the maintenance and upkeep of the frigates, while the material synthesis formed the foundation of all construction. The industrial ship was astonishingly large, without distinctions such as frigate class or destroyer class. The only difference lay in the modules it carried. Yinan mused to himself that if he could acquire enough industrial ships, he could fully customize them for specific tasks. After the 2 warships were completed, Yinan didn't linger. The digital narcotics were cautiously stored by him as the Lord, with each member carrying a portion for emergencies. Everyone was well aware of their dangers and would only resort to them when absolutely necessary. You can now try using the command ship in combat. Yilingren's voice interrupted Yinan's thoughts. He looked at her nervously, swallowing hard. Is it really that difficult? Not really. Only about 1 in a billion can pilot it. Yilingren replied nonchalantly. Yinan was taken aback. That's what you call, not really? You must have a different understanding of, not really. Carefully, he entered the frigate's identification number and password, successfully taking control of 2 unoccupied T3 frigates. Inside the bridge, his seat underwent a noticeable transformation. In addition to the standard warship controls, 2 round metal discs brainwave filters were affixed to the sides of his head, filtering out useless signals and transmitting only relevant information. Yinan took a deep breath and gradually maneuvered the command ship into the air, with the 2 T3 frigates taking off in unison. Witnessing this, Yilingren raised an eyebrow. Is it really that difficult? How about trying some fancy flying? She challenged. Without hesitation, Yinan launched into a series of dazzling maneuvers. The 3 warships weaved through the sky, executing various high-difficulty maneuvers with ease. He even navigated through the complex terrain of the previous duel, skillfully weaving through narrow spaces while maintaining propulsion power above 70. Yilingren's eyes widened, her long, pale legs trembling involuntarily. She hadn't expected this guy to have such talent. A bold idea surfaced in her mind, and she quickly pulled out her communicator to summon the other members. She wanted to see just how high his control ceiling was. Soon, several other frigates arrived on the scene. Yinan attempted to take control of them and discovered that the H5 command module's limit of 5 ships was about his maximum. When controlling 5 simultaneously, the command efficiency dropped by about 10. Yilingren's mind was increasingly unsettled. Typically, a commander who could control 1 frigate on their first attempt was considered beginner level, 2 was exceptional, and 3 indicated top-tier potential. Yet Yinan had started at 5, something unheard of in the history of the Galactic Alliance. Her thoughts raced, and she quickly determined her new Rolito help him make money, a lot of it. Without sufficient financial backing, even the most skilled commander couldn't realize their full potential. Besides that, she needed to manage his personal life carefully, ensuring he didn't revert to his past reckless ways. All right, let's head back, Yilingren said. Why go back? Let me take a spin first. Yinan chuckled as he opened the map, pointing to an enlarged coordinate. Seeing this, Yilingren was speechless. This guy was clearly hooked. But given the circumstances, she could only acquiesce. After all, this day was bound to come sooner or later. Commanding a fleet of 5 frigates, Yinan led his team in an assault on Factory Number 8 owned by Harry. This factory specialized in producing natural fragrances, a byproduct of green rock mining. The cost was low, the market price was decent, and the profits were substantial. Baron Harry had just fallen asleep when an urgent knocking on his door rudely awakened him. He opened his bloodshot eyes and shouted impatiently, "What is it now?" Startled by the Baron's grim expression, His secretary stammered, "B. Baron, our factory number 8 is under attack. All the products in the warehouse have been looted." Hearing this, Baron Harry felt the world spin around him. His vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn you, Yi Nan, you've got some nerve." Meanwhile, Yi Nan's operation had concluded successfully. Faced with minimal resistance, he easily completed the raid. After returning with a substantial haul, he decided to postpone dealing with the spoils. All he wanted now was a good night's sleep. Yi Nan silently reminded himself to avoid late-night escapades in the future. He jokingly thought, even pirates need a 9 to 5 with weekends off. Just then, Yi Lingran emerged from the bathroom again. She was wearing that familiar white nightgown, barely covering her curves. Yi Nan thought that if she were to crouch, he might see everything. But he quickly dismissed the thought, lacking both the courage and being too exhausted. Yi Nan slept for over a dozen hours. When he awoke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Yi Lingran had left at some point, and the spot where she had slept was long cold. Yi Nan didn't get up immediately. He opened the system store, recalling the industrial ship blueprint he had purchased for 1,000 points the previous day. Now, he had 500 points left, plus the 150 points gained from raiding Harry's factory. He calculated that visiting Harry's place regularly could be quite profitable, but quickly realized this idea was unrealistic. Through this operation, Yi Nan also discovered a problem. Pure acts of destruction didn't earn many points. The real gain came from the quantity of goods looted. However, during the raid, he also became aware of a new issue. The skills required to pilot a command ship are somewhat related to those for a frigate, but once you add weapon systems into the mix, the difficulty skyrockets. Yi Nan discovered an option in the system marketplace that could fill in this gap: command ship mastery, priced at 200 points, twice the cost of basic frigate mastery. Although it was expensive, it promised significant improvement in his command skills. As for higher-level options, their tenfold cost was prohibitive. As information flooded into Yi Nan's mind, he didn't find it particularly strange. He understood that this knowledge was akin to an instinct and wouldn't bestow any unusual charisma. When he changed clothes and went downstairs, he saw Yi Lingran holding a suitcase, looking ready to head out. "Are you going somewhere, Lingran?" Yi Nan asked curiously. "Not just me, us," Yi Lingran corrected him. "Huh. I didn't know I was going anywhere," Yi Nan said, taking a seat across from her and grabbing the breakfast prepared by the maid. Yi Lingran explained, "Since you qualify to be a commander, you should report to the Navy." "Why? What happens if I don't report?" Yi Nan asked while chewing his breakfast. "Nothing bad, but reporting has its benefits," Yi Lingran patiently explained. "For instance, if you pass the Navy's reporting assessment, you'll receive a Navy-exclusive frigate. These military-grade frigates perform 30 better than civilian models. There's also the Navy mission system, where you can earn star coins or exchange them for other Navy ships by completing missions." Yi Nan nodded thoughtfully, and Yi Lingran continued, "Overall, it's advantageous for you. However, the pass rate for the assessment is low, around 20. You should be prepared for that." Yi Lingran knew that Yi Nan's ability to control 5 frigates from the start made his success almost certain. She glanced at the time and urged, "All right, you have 2 minutes. I've got everything ready. In an hour, a space cruiser will pass by here." Yi Nan shook his head in resignation, once again finding himself neatly arranged by her. He thought to himself that to live a carefree life, winning her over was a must. Soon after, the command ship, accompanied by 2 frigates, soared into the sky, skimming the reddish atmosphere and entering space. It was Yi Nan's first time leaving the planet, and he felt a bit anxious. Fortunately, the ship's artificial gravity prevented any discomfort. After setting the coordinates, the command ship entered sublight speed cruising mode. Yi Nan's star system was called the Kunlun star system. Besides Maple Star, there was another major planet named Dawn. Dawn had a 60 ocean coverage, abundant water resources, and thriving tourism and commerce. Its most notable feature was the mesmerizing sunrise, attracting many tourists. Suddenly, a vague image flashed in Yi Nan's mind. He turned to the daydreaming Yi Lingran beside him and asked, "Sis, did we ever talk about something important on Dawn?" "What? I don't recall," Yi Lingran replied, trying to sound firm while feeling slightly uneasy, wondering if Yi Nan had remembered something. But Yi Nan's memory was too hazy to confirm anything specific. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. This made Yi Lingran grit her teeth in frustration, wishing she could kick this oblivious guy. Dawn itself didn't have a spaceport. Theirs was built behind its moon. As they neared it, a colossal object came into view: a space cruiser. This massive ship, 10 kilometers long, was shaped like a flattened teardrop, narrow at the front and massive at the back. 3/4 of it was storage and docking areas, while the remaining quarter was for leisure and entertainment. Here, gambling and other vices were legal, boosting employment and spending. However, all activities had to be consensual, and even the Empire's elite couldn't flaunt any illicit dealings openly. The two paid the docking fee, and took an elevator to an upper-level room. Inside the luxurious room was a familiar large bed, big enough for 4 or 5 people. All right, stop staring. It's just the two of us, Yilingren said. If you want other women here, don't even think about it without my permission. Geez, you're so controlling, Yinan complained. Yilingren smiled triumphantly, wearing a red, form-fitting qipao, and linked her arm with his as they left the room. In the dining area, most food options were high-quality nutrition pastes, though there were a la carte options at 10 times the price. Clearly, money wasn't an issue for them. A waitress handed them an elegant paper menu, which in this advanced interstellar age had become a status symbol for the elite. Yilingren skillfully navigated the menu and handed it to Yinan, saying, I remember you like crayfish. They don't have it here, but there's a substitute you might like. Her fragrance wafted into Yinan's nose, making him a bit restless, unsure whether to look at the menu or her alluring neckline. This one, Yinan pointed at the menu. Okay, let's have that, Yilingren nodded. The waitress asked, would you like the shelling service, sir? No, thank you. Yinan declined the thoughtful service. Within 5 minutes, their food was served. At that moment, a pregnant woman approached, asking if they needed drinks. Yilingren made the decision for Yinan, ordering 2 glasses of red wine. After Yilingren completed the payment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A robot approached the pregnant woman, lifted her in a urination stance, and handed her a transparent glass. What happened next left Yinan's worldview thoroughly shaken. The pregnant woman calmly lifted her white dress, revealing her bare lower body to the 2 onlookers. Yinan was shocked to see a sight completely different from what he had imagined. A peculiar valve opened, and red wine began to flow slowly from her mysterious area. This unexpected scene left Yinan utterly speechless, his mind unable to process the information before him. Seeing his astonished expression, Yilingren softly explained, they are wine women. Through a special technique, wine ingredients are injected into their wombs, and after 3 months of fermentation at body temperature, it's ready for sale. Yilingren continued, the wombs of wine women are modified with medicine, making them very clean and they don't menstruate. There are nanoscale flexible fermentation sacs inside that also serve as a barrier. Across the galaxy, there are at least tens of billions of wine women, with demand increasing every year. Yinan was even more shocked and blurted out, wait, isn't there a food shortage? How can there be so much grain used for making wine? Yilingren sneered. Shortage? That's a manufactured issue. This is how class is created. Only the truly wealthy can enjoy such privileges, while ordinary people live entirely different lives. It's all about showcasing superiority. Yinan suddenly realized, isn't this blatant elitism? He understood that he was at the very bottom of this privileged class, far from the true elite. Just then, the wine woman, having finished pouring the wine, smiled and added, don't think there's anything wrong with this. The lifestyle of the privileged may seem distasteful, but it provides jobs for the lower class, solving many survival issues. We are all voluntary, just utilizing idle organs, which greatly helps our families. With that, she bowed slightly and left. Yinan sighed inwardly, realizing that such entrenched beliefs would take centuries to change. His gaze unwittingly fell on Yilingren's flat abdomen. Noticing his gaze, Yilingren gently tapped his head, teasing, what? Thinking of having me make wine for you? It's not impossible, but you'd have to wait until after the baby. Yinan was surprised. Sis, are you serious? Of course. Why not? Many prestigious wines are even brewed by princesses and concubines. Those are the true masterpieces, with a single bottle worth a planet. Yinan was speechless. Even the power core was involved. It was truly unbelievable. But he caught an unsettling message. The food shortage was artificially created, with vast amounts of natural ingredients used for wine production. The privileged class, driven by greed, erected barriers to distinguish themselves from the ordinary people. He couldn't help but wonder if such an empire could last. Reflecting on various historical accounts, Yinan was shocked to discover that while uprisings occasionally occurred, they always ended in failure against the absolute power of the elite. As long as the privileged class held absolute military power, they didn't fear rebellion from the lower classes. To them, public sentiment was insignificant. The existence of the lower class was merely to highlight their superiority. Even without them, the elite could obtain everything they desired through robots, though it would lack the psychological satisfaction. After their meal, the two left the restaurant. The upscale dining area was separate from the ordinary people's, yet they could see everything outside. The purpose of this design was clear. As they passed an ice cream stand, Yilingren's eyes lit up, and she stopped involuntarily. I want it. Her soft voice made Yinan shiver. This, in broad daylight, isn't it inappropriate? Maybe at night? Yinan said nervously, thinking to himself how suddenly this happiness had arrived. Yilingren rolled her eyes at him and pointed to the free ice cream nearby. I meant that. Embarrassed, Yinan walked over to the free ice cream stand. I'll take 2, please. The server saw the two of them and shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, we're out? Hmm? Then what are these? Yinan pointed to the ice cream on the stand. Sir, my apologies. These are reserved for the nobility. I mean, for ordinary people, the server explained. Yinan was shocked, realizing that such blatant discrimination had become so commonplace. At that moment, a disdainful voice chimed in. Look at this country bumpkin, dumbfounded at the thought of getting ice cream. Do you really think it's something someone like you can aspire to? Huh. Just because you changed your appearance, you think you're nobility? You're killing me. Yinan turned and saw a young man with a flamboyant woman on his arm approaching. The server immediately handed over 2 fist-sized ice creams. Batting her eyes flirtatiously, Baron, please enjoy. Nice. Your hands are soft. The young man laughed. Giggle. As long as you like it, Baron. The server giggled in response. Of course I like it. So, when do you get off work? Come to my room later, and let me experience your service, the young man said, his smile growing wider. Sure, no problem. I can leave early. The young man's smile grew even more radiant, while the woman beside him seemed unfazed by it all. Nearby, ordinary people continued eating their nutrient meals, indifferent to the scene. At this point, the young Baron, Hamandi, noticed Yiling ran beside Yinan, his eyes lighting up. Miss, interested in coming to my room for a chat? I'd be delighted to have your company on my journey. As a noble, I assure you, you'd be well compensated. Yiling ran, unfazed, replied, sorry, I already have company. You should find someone else, Baron. Company? Surely you don't mean this lower-class man beside you who can't even get you ice cream? If that's the case, it's an insult to your beauty. Believe me, with me, you could enjoy a superior life, not have your beauty tarnished by someone so beneath you. Yiling Ran looked playfully at the person in front of her, then turned her amused gaze to Yinan. Raising an eyebrow, she said, Hey, Xiaonan, look at this guy. He sure knows how to talk. You should learn from him. Yinan shrugged helplessly. What are you talking about? I'd love to, but you have to give me the chance. With the way you guard yourself like I'm a thief, there's no way I can. As the two bantered, a uniformed waiter jogged over to them, slightly out of breath, and said, Sir, ma'am, your bill has reached 50-star coins. According to our company's policy, you're now eligible to become bronze members. The waiter respectfully handed over a digital card that shimmered with a pale blue light and continued explaining. With this card, you can enjoy a 5 discount on all future purchases. This scene was caught by Baron Hamandi across the room. His expression froze instantly, eyes widening in disbelief. This seemingly ordinary guy had just spent 50-star coins on a meal, equivalent to 50,000 star units. Meanwhile, he, a dignified baron, spent only 5-star coins per meal. The stark contrast left Hamandi feeling embarrassed, his face darkening as if a storm was brewing. What bothered him even more was that he had always coveted that membership card. While the discount seemed trivial, over time, it amounted to a significant sum. The two women nearby exchanged puzzled glances, particularly the one responsible for providing free ice cream. She never imagined these seemingly ordinary customers could spend such a large amount in one meal. In comparison, the Baron seemed less impressive. Yinan glanced at the card in his hand and tossed it into the trash without a second thought. This action left the female restaurant manager who had brought the card frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Sir, what are you? She asked, bewildered. Yinan waved dismissively. It's nothing. I don't need this card taking up space in my pocket. The manager tried to recover the situation. Well, sir, we also have an electronic version. No need, Yinan replied decisively. The restaurant manager was at a loss, never having encountered such an extravagant guest. Baron Hamandi couldn't help but sneer, sarcastically remarking, a country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. You'll never fit into high society. He pointed to the free ice cream nearby, continuing his mockery. If you had kept that card, you'd have the privilege to enjoy such naturally made delicacies. But you just had to throw it away. If you pick it up now, then you... However, as Hamandi continued his tirade, Yinan calmly pulled a ring from his pocket and slipped it onto his finger. The ring appeared unremarkable, with a bright yellow metallic sheen and an eye-catching sword emblem, along with a series of intricate numeric codes on the edge. The moment the ring appeared, everyone's expression changed drastically. The ice cream serving waitress was especially terrified, dropping to her knees with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, noble sir. I didn't know you were of noble status. Yinan, unfazed, said, Get up. Now, can I have 2 boxes of ice cream? Of course, absolutely, the waitress quickly replied, her hands shaking as she retrieved 2 boxes of the finest ice cream and personally presented them to Yinan. She discreetly slipped the note with her contact information into his hand, hoping to appease this distinguished figure. After all, he was a genuine third-class baron. Yinan wasn't keen on flaunting his status. To him, the ring was like a collar on a dog's neck, an emblem of status for some, but not something he needed for vanity. He valued practical benefits more. He cast a sidelong glance at the still stunned Hammandi, thinking, a mere first-class baron should learn to be humble. In the vast galaxy, there must be at least 80 billion like you, if not 100 billion. Don't think you're anything special? Hammandi snapped out of his daze, sweating profusely, and quickly bowed 90 degrees in apology. I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. Although both were barons, the gap between a first-class and a third-class baron was significant. A first-class baron title could be purchased, requiring only a yearly fee of 1,000 star coins. In contrast, a true nobly a third-class baron had to maintain their status through imperial contributions, deducting 100 contribution points annually. These points could only be earned by completing official imperial tasks. In the presence of a third-class baron, Hammandi's first-class status was as insignificant as an ordinary person facing him. To display superiority in front of such a figure was a grave mistake. Yinan glanced at him coldly and simply said, "Get lost. You're blocking my way." A voice suddenly interrupted. "Yes, I'll get out of here right away." The person immediately crouched down, covering their head, and awkwardly shuffled away in a comical fashion. Yinan watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected such an exaggerated reaction. Turning around, he handed the ice cream he was holding to Yilingran. Yilingran took the ice cream, tasted it, and commented, the texture is all right. It barely reaches half the standard of the highest brand." Yinan raised an eyebrow. "Really? Eating this in front of me? Are you trying to imply something?" Yilingran chuckled softly. "Haha, you're thinking too much. Have you forgotten the last time you acted impulsively with me?" Yinan's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hands. "Can we not bring that up? Now, whenever I see you, I'm too scared to even react." "That bad? Huh?" A mischievous glint appeared in Yilingran's eyes. "How about I give you a treatment tonight?" Yinan's eyes lit up. "I could go for that." The two of them chatted casually as they walked away. The onlookers who witnessed the whole scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. The server involved in the incident was reassigned from the counter position. At least for the short term, the company certainly wouldn't be using her again. Later that evening, in their room, Yinan watched Yilingran's so-called treatment, his expression shifting from anticipation to horror. "Sis, I'm sorry. I'll never have any ideas about you again," he said with a pained expression. "Huh? Why?" Yilingran paused, puzzled. "Isn't my dance beautiful?" Yinan cursed inwardly. "Are you kidding me? You call this a dance? The sound your kick makes could slice the air. If that hit me, I'd be a goner." But he didn't dare speak the truth, so he replied diplomatically, "Sis, it is beautiful, but you know me. I'm just a simpleton. I can't appreciate such sophisticated art." "True." Yilingran nodded. "All right then, get some rest. We'll likely reach our destination tomorrow." The interstellar cruise ship wasn't particularly fast. It was essentially a commercial platform. Their destination was the Chang'e 6 constellation, which comprised 100 star systems. There, a military base of the Imperial Navy awaited them. The commander's assessment would be held there. After the cruise ship reached a midway station, Yinan activated his command ship and departed with 2 escort ships. He chose only 2 escorts to avoid revealing his full strength and attracting undue attention. A configuration of 2 was considered excellent but not uncommon, ensuring he wouldn't stand out too much. The Imperial Navy's Foreign Affairs Bureau, commonly known as the Overseas Bureau, is located in the orbit of the 7th planet in the 18th star system of the Chang'e 6 constellation. Only 2 days remain until the next commander certification exam, which will be held here. This is not a simulation but an actual combat scenario. Participants must win 3 matches to earn an officially recognized commander's certificate. It's worth noting that certification is not necessary to become a commander. It merely provides more opportunities. After completing the registration process, Yinan arrived at the simulation combat hall. He casually chose a seat and began to ponder. Ever since he received the system-bestowed commander proficiency, he wasn't quite sure what his strengths were. With some time to spare, he decided to thoroughly assess his current abilities. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is key to victory. As the equipment powered up, the surroundings of the cockpit transformed into a bridge environment. Yinan quickly adjusted the basic settings and weapon data. 2 T-3 frigates, alongside his simulated frigate, slowly entered the battlefield. Centered around him, the expansive grid battlefield completed its simulation. Before him lay an endless ocean, and radar indicated that 3 enemy warships were rapidly approaching from 100 kilometers away. Both sides were equipped with 3 T-3 frigates, each armed with an energy weapon, an electromagnetic railgun, and an energy shield. Seeing the setup and the surrounding environment, a strategy formed in Yinan's mind. His command ship took the center, flanked by 2 destroyers on either side. As the distance closed, the enemy ships appeared in sight. Just as both sides were about to engage, Yinan's 100-meter-long command ship suddenly performed a lateral drift. With a splash, a massive water curtain rose in front of the ship, blocking several incoming attacks. As the water curtain fell, the two frigates beside Yinan fired simultaneously, directly hitting an enemy ship. The target's shield was breached, its armor severely damaged, and it sank into the sea amidst a violent explosion. The remaining two enemy ships seized the opportunity to launch a volley at Yinan. With two thuds, blue energy spheres lit up as the command ship's powerful shield effortlessly absorbed the electromagnetic cannon attacks. The system indicated a 15 drop in shield energy, a 5 decrease in speed, and a 1 reduction in engine power. Yinan ignored the system alerts, using the inertia from the lateral drift to roll the warship twice. In high-speed motion, two massive waves were stirred up. The enemy's firepower, passing through the waves, was significantly weakened, especially the energy attacks, which almost lost their effectiveness. As the waves subsided, the two frigates beside Yinan fired again, destroying another enemy ship. At this point, Yinan's command ship was less than 300 meters from the last enemy ship. 12 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, and within 2 seconds, the last enemy ship was engulfed in smoke and sank to the seabed under the intense barrage. This was Yinan's first time using such a realistic simulator. Aside from a slightly insufficient acceleration sensation, everything else was almost indistinguishable from real combat. His score was recorded as 97 points, with the 3-point deduction due to minor damage sustained. As long as the shield isn't breached, passing is generally assured. Before the official exam, simulator scores serve as the first round of selection criteria. Among the top 30 of simulator scores, the highest can advance directly to the finals in the top 108, while the rest must undergo 3 rounds of selection. The 108 already account for 2/3 of all potential qualifiers. Across the 100 star systems of the Chang'e 6 constellation, the total population has reached 100 billion, with each system averaging about 1 billion people. Based on this ratio, there are roughly 1,000 commanders. However, previous unsuccessful candidates often retake the exam after further training, so over time, most of the 300-plus participants in each exam are veterans. In reality, only about 60 people pass the exam. For these precious spots, everyone is striving to enhance their abilities. Yinan didn't attempt a second simulation. His result already placed him in third. It's not that he couldn't achieve first place. Achieving first place is quite simple. As Yinan stood before the simulator, tactical ideas flashed quickly through his mind. 3 warships moved closely together, overlapping their energy shields for stronger defense. Combined with the effect of skimming the sea surface, victory could be achieved effortlessly and without damage. Although a perfect score was within reach, he felt uninterested. This tactic lacks versatility, he thought to himself. You don't always encounter such terrain. Besides, securing third place is enough to qualify. Just as he decided to exit the simulator, 2 well-dressed middle-aged men suddenly appeared on either side of him. Yinan raised an eyebrow. What's up? One of them sneered. We just want to know. What makes a little nobody like you think you can handle a commander's assessment? You don't actually believe someone like you can manage it, do you? Yinan remained expressionless. Is it that hard? His words acted like a spark, igniting loud, mocking laughter from the 2 men. Kid, you're pretty cocky, one taunted. You actually dare to dismiss the commander's assessment. If others here heard what you just said, they'd beat you to a pulp. Exactly, the other chimed in. You're just a kid, and you think you can take the commander's test? Do you think you're some kind of genius? Or are you implying that those of us who worked hard to be here are worthless? As their voices grew louder, curious glances began to turn their way. In the corner, a young girl glanced over at the commotion, a look of disdain crossing her face before she turned away. Yinan felt baffled. Were these people insane? He coldly replied. How you worked hard has nothing to do with me. Are you done? If so, step aside. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Hey, what's with the attitude, kid? One of the middle-aged men shouted angrily. We're trying to teach you to show some respect. Don't think just because you're young you can disregard your elders. Without our guidance, rookies like you won't even make it to the finals. If you don't want to go home in disgrace and retake the test next year, show some sincerity. We might just share our experience with you. Yinan pushed one of them aside, his tone dripping with disdain. I don't need it. Who do you think you are? You really think you're qualified to teach me? Know your place. The 2 men were infuriated by his words. One of them punched the simulator's casing in anger. So arrogant. Just wait and see how we deal with you later. As rookie killers, they have countless ways to ensure their opponents fail the evaluation. In the final chaotic battle, only the top 60 can pass. In this world, fairness is a myth, and being targeted on the battlefield is a common occurrence. Luck is also a part of the evaluation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yinan didn't idle away the time. Instead, he focused on researching the correct usage of the pirate system. The system's high-end items are mostly blueprints, with few finished products and limited quantities. The future demand for resources will be immense, especially for the production of large warships. After comparing online information, he discovered that these special model warship blueprints are not publicly available, and their performance parameters far exceed market products. Once these resources are monetized, his combat power will easily crush opponents with the same quantity. Yulingran brought him a change of clothes, taking care of him as attentively as when they were young. This familiar feeling was like a trip back in time. Go on, and be careful, Yulingran reminded him. Yeah, I know, Yinan replied as he left. Watching his departing figure, Yulingran smiled. The once mischievous boy had finally transformed into an outstanding man. She hoped that when their uncle and aunt saw him again, they would still recognize him. The T-5 Red Spider command ship launched, flanked by two T-3 frigates, as they entered space together. The final battle location was on the orbital ring of the sixth planet, where dense asteroids and dust interfered with radar, significantly increasing the difficulty of control. Managing multiple ships at once was even more challenging. After random coordinate assignments, participants were restricted to a 1-kilometer-thick plane on the ecliptic of the planet. Exceeding this range meant failure, and surrender was not an option. This was a real-life battle. The only way to avoid death was to escape beyond the boundary. Scanning the radar, Yinan observed that the other participants had varied configurations. Some brought only one ship, while others, like him, had two, with fewer than 5 capable of bringing 3. The participants' ages varied widely, from those who had trained for years to meet the standard, to naturally gifted young talents. Undoubtedly, the youth held more potential. Suddenly, an unexpected communication came through. On screen, a young girl briefly warned, "Be careful. Those rookie killers have their eyes on you," and then disconnected. Yinan was puzzled, unsure who these rookie killers were or why they were targeting him. Upon reaching the designated location, Yinan gazed at the planet with its yellow atmosphere. This sulfur-rich planet had no value for terraforming and could only provide industrial materials. Planets like this were countless and would eventually become barren, dead stars. 2 more communications came in, revealing 2 somewhat familiar middle-aged faces. "Kid, didn't expect us, did you?" One of them chuckled. "What's up?" Yinan responded coolly. "Forgot to introduce ourselves. Call us the Rookie Killers," the other one sneered. "We're not here for the certification. We're here to take down rookies like you. We thought we'd give you a chance to pay your respects, but you didn't get the message. In this evaluation, we'll take you out first, so those minnows see what happens when they cross us. Enjoy your last moments as our stepping stone." The communication ended, and Yinan chuckled to himself. Extorting and threatening a third-class baron was a novel idea. Reporting them was pointless, so he decided to show them what he was capable of. Titanium electromagnetic active armor activated. Directional electromagnetic pulse weapon interference activated. Phalanx dynamic defense system activated. Yinan swiftly commanded. Each piece of equipment had its strengths. The titanium electromagnetic active armor significantly enhanced defense against electromagnetic attacks, particularly suppressing the power of electromagnetic cannons. The directional electromagnetic pulse weapon interference system could temporarily disrupt enemy targeting, with continued exposure potentially crippling enemy firepower. And the Phalanx defense system was an advanced active defense system. Using his advanced AI, Yinan quickly calculated the enemy battleship's attack trajectory. Surrounding his command ship was a ring of floating shields, ready to teleport to designated positions to block incoming fire. This King-class battleship was the highest ranked in his fleet, with growth potential reaching up to T9 level. In this world, battleships are classified into ordinary, excellent, elite, and King-class. Ordinary ships cap at T3 potential, excellent reach T5, elite can grow to T7, and King-class is the pinnacle at T9. Yinan felt a secret delight, imagining the terrifying power of his command ship once fully upgraded, and couldn't help but pity the fools who dared to provoke him. On the radar screen, several red dots were rapidly approaching along the planetary orbit. The enemy had somehow acquired his identification number and locked onto him from the start. Yinan smirked, as this saved him quite a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall, dozens of staff in Imperial Navy uniforms were thoroughly observing the assessment. Their scanning systems were highly advanced, capturing the entire battlefield's dynamics. "Supervisor, those 2 rookie troublemakers are at it again," reported a subordinate. "Oh, who's their target this time?" the middle-aged supervisor asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Number 5, Yinan, a third-class baron." Upon hearing baron, the supervisor sneered. "A bunch of societal trash. Leave them be. Let them fend for themselves." "Understood," the subordinate replied, promptly switching off Yinan's monitoring feed. In the military, many harbored strong resentment towards the nobility. They had risen from humble beginnings through military achievements, while most nobles merely inherited their titles, living in decadence without contributing to the empire. To them, Yinan was just another despised noble scion. However, they might never realize what they truly missed today. The dusty ecliptic plane was like a labyrinth, filled with countless particles of dust. Yinan stared intently at the holographic display in front of him, where the radar highlighted the details of specific meteors. Around him, other competitors were searching for their targets, while two special targets zipped through the nearby dust and meteor belt at high speed, moving quickly in one direction. Suddenly, the system alert chimed. Ding, task issued. Eliminate the target. Rewards based on the outcome. Yinan couldn't help but grumble, hey, system, are you half asleep? Why show up only now? The system replied coldly, host, please refrain from slandering this system. Slander? Yinan retorted. Shouldn't this task have been issued earlier? Why now? Aren't you being unprofessional? The system flatly refused. This system declines to answer any questions. Yinan muttered to himself, sensing that the system was being evasive. But he was just joking and wasn't too concerned. The ambiguous nature of the task left him puzzled. Eliminate the target? Dependent on the outcome? How was he supposed to measure that? Scanning the radar, Yinan quickly calculated. Over 600 battleships were participating, averaging about 300 commanders. He only had 2 frigates and 1 command ship, totaling 3 ships. To achieve a higher system score, he needed to go all out. Yinan swiftly operated the console, replacing all standard bullets with more powerful cobalt alloy armor-piercing rounds. He calculated that focusing the fire from 8 cannons could easily take down a frigate. Combined with other equipment, he expected a solid performance. At that moment, the 2 groups of targets were already within 100 kilometers. Yinan immediately conducted a wide-range active scan, and the details of the surrounding environment appeared before him. Harmless dust and small particles were automatically filtered out by the system, leaving only large meteors that could pose a threat. Suddenly, 2 mocking voices came through the communicator. You little brat, prepare to die. A year from now, today will be your death anniversary. Missiles were launched. Although space is silent, the battleship system simulated sound effects for different weapons to alleviate the psychological strain from the overwhelming silence. Yinan decisively commanded the 2 frigates to stick close to him, synchronizing the flight of all 3 ships. As the missiles approached, the 8 cannons unleashed their firepower. In the vacuum of space, the cannons had a much longer range than within an atmosphere, but the farther the distance, the lower the hit rate, as the targets weren't stationary. With a series of explosions, white fireballs erupted in the distance. The missiles were intercepted by the cannon fire long before they got within a kilometer. However, Yinan's radar suddenly showed anomalies, a result of jamming grenades designed to disrupt radar systems. The enemy's smug laughter echoed again. Idiot, is that all you've got? Haha, die. 6 enemy ships charged forward, but Yinan remained calm, executing a sharp Nernanetti degree turned to hide behind a massive 3-kilometer-wide meteor. The enemy energy cannon struck the meteor, leaving only red streaks on its surface. Shit, he's fast. The enemy quickly adjusted their tactics, preparing to outflank him from the other side. But just then, alarms blared behind them. Damn it, he's behind us. Yinan had circled the meteor and performed a U-turn, coming back to his original position, catching the enemy mid-adjustment. He immediately ordered the 2 frigates to concentrate fire on one of the command ships, ignoring the nearby frigates. 2 energy beams hit the target, and its shields flared with a blue glow, barely holding off the attack. In just 1 second, Yinan's 3 ships had closed in on the enemy formation. 8 cannons opened fire simultaneously, relentlessly targeting the enemy command ship. Despite its robust defensive systems, the concentrated fire put it in a precarious position. Big brother, help me, quick! The enemy commander cried out in panic. Hang on, I'll take him down for you. Another command ship hurriedly responded. The 3 groups of ships engaged in a fierce chase, with one group launching a fierce assault on Yinan's command ship. However, the titanium electromagnetic armor and high-energy shields absorbed far more damage than the enemy anticipated. Damn, so tough, the enemy exclaimed. At that moment, Yinan synchronized his movements with the target. While maintaining continuous fire, he suddenly launched a directional electromagnetic pulse, precisely hitting the enemy command ship behind him. Instantly, all 3 enemy ships' attacks ceased. Bastard, he has pulse interference equipment. What level is this command ship? The enemy commander cursed. Big brother, my shield can't hold much longer. Help me! Another voice pleaded in panic. In just 1 round, Yinan had completely suppressed them, leaving them cornered. There was no chance to escape now. The concentrated firepower from the 2 enemy ships was nearly double theirs, and the situation quickly turned against them, leaving them at a disadvantage. Stay calm, little brother. Give me 2 seconds, the protagonist calmly commanded. Before he even finished speaking, a voice cried out, my shield is down. He's not using regular machine gun bullets. What? The protagonist was taken aback. But before they could figure out what was happening, their activated firepower had already struck the enemy's armor. A series of dull thuds echoed as cobalt alloy armor-piercing rounds sliced through the target's armor like blades, burrowing into the enemy ship's interior. Critical equipment and circuits within the hull came under intense assault, with the piercing sound of metal tearing, accompanied by blue electrical sparks, filling the entire command ship. With a thunderous explosion, one of the enemy's escort ships shattered into pieces amidst the flames. The two remaining escort ships it controlled immediately ceased their attack, seemingly lost without guidance. The two-known battle instantly shifted to an unknown. The enemy quickly realized the abrupt shift in their fortunes. Knowing they couldn't win in this situation, they decisively chose to retreat. But before leaving, the enemy commander couldn't resist leaving a threat. "Kid, I've got my eye on you. You dared to kill my brother. I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and tear you apart." The protagonist let out a cold chuckle and retorted fearlessly, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll give you that chance right now." Without another word, the enemy turned to flee. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed within the command ship. "Target warship infiltration complete. Docking successful. Understood. Take action. Don't let him escape." The protagonist ordered decisively. 5 warships swiftly changed direction, pursuing the target with full firepower. "What? How is this possible?" the enemy commander exclaimed, seeing 4 escort ships firing at him from behind. His face finally changed. He recalled meeting that young man a few days ago, who looked barely in his 20s. Even with neural development, he couldn't have had much time. Generally, only adults could do such things without damaging their brains. Yet here he was, controlling 4 escort ships. Such talent was undoubtedly exceptional. The enemy commander fumed internally. "Why the hell did you only bring out 2 at the start? Playing weak to deceive me is a bit over the top." Yinan had no clue what others were thinking. He only knew that unleashing full power was the way to go. "Stop. I surrender," the opponent said, but their warship quickly fled beyond the ecliptic plane. "Pay up, 10,000 star coins, and I'll let you go," Yinan stated coldly. "2 don't have that much. So poor? Then forget it. Keeping you around is pointless." "No, no, no. I'll give you everything I have, 2,000 star coins." "Just 2,000? And that's everything? Are you really that poor?" "Sir, that's really all I have." "All right, send it over immediately." The opponent acted swiftly, clearly intimidated by Yinan's firepower. "Sir, the money has been transferred. Can you stop attacking now?" "Okay." Yinan nodded, then smirked. "Now you can die." 4 blue energy beams instantly struck the rear of the target warship, and with a thunderous explosion, the opponent's shield was destroyed. The energy beams pierced through the entire ship. Let them go? Impossible. As a pirate lord, squeezing every last drop of value from the enemy was a must, especially when they were the enemy. The 2 escort ships, now without command, came to a halt. Yinan quickly took over one, while the other was destroyed. These were all points. The Red Spider command ship's unique feature was its ability to rapidly hack into unclaimed escort ships. This was a capability exclusive to Royal-class warships. Adjusting the radar, it was time for a delightful cleanup. Yinan piloted the warship in a counterclockwise direction, overpowering each target with force. The energy shield formed by 6 warships linked at short range was incredibly strong, impervious to ordinary weapons. But Yinan's cobalt alloy armor-piercing rounds, combined with energy cannons, were unstoppable within a few hundred meters. Time ticked away, with only 2 minutes left until the assessment concluded. By now, half of the battlefield within the ecliptic plane had been cleared, and only a few groups of warships remained engaged in battle. Yinan stretched, feeling satisfied with how things had turned out. Reflecting on the series of raids, he felt quite pleased. Checking his account, he found an additional 20,000 star coins. It must be said that those who could become commanders weren't exactly poor. 2 of the escort ships were even T5 class, both equipped with rockets. Such a reckless approach was quite fierce, given that rockets had destructive power comparable to missiles in close-range assaults. Just then, the communications signaling the end of the battle spread across every warship. All ongoing fights ceased immediately. The examiners also paused their work. "How many people passed this time?" the supervisor asked, lighting a cigarette and looking at his subordinates. But they were whispering among themselves. The supervisor frowned. "What's going on?" Someone stepped forward to explain. "Supervisor, only 30 people passed this time." 30? Why so few?" the supervisor exclaimed in surprise. "Normally, there should be 60 slots available. How can there be only 30? "Supervisor, this time the casualties were significant. Over 250 out of 300 participants were killed, especially number 5, who single-handedly killed over 180 people. Number 1 killed 30, and number 2 killed 40. The exaggerated figures nearly made the supervisor choke on his smoke. "What? How did number 5 manage that?" The performances of numbers 1 and 2 were barely within an acceptable range, as occasionally, a couple of outliers would appear. But one person taking down 180 was simply excessive. The first thought that came to the supervisor's mind was cheating. But was that possible? "We're not exactly sure. However, His command ship is a Royal-class Red Spider, possibly with some outrageous equipment. This was the most plausible explanation. If it was all control devices, such casualties might make sense. But this guess left the supervisor trembling with anger, further despising these damn rich kids. Damned parasites. Using their wealth to do something so outrageous. The supervisor slammed a fist onto the table, eyes blazing with fury, wishing he could tear that hateful brat apart. But he knew the actions were within the rules and hadn't violated any regulations. When these rules were formulated, the loopholes were designed for the privileged. Despite everyone knowing the problem, they couldn't close these loopholes because the rulemakers served the elite. The supervisor took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and trying to regain composure. But his face remained grim. You handle the rest. Then, supervisor, how should the prizes be distributed? Randomly. Don't give those people any leverage. Those who were recognized as commanders by the Navy received a prize. These prizes included Navy escort ships and specialized equipment, each a rare treasure on the market, often fiercely contested at auctions. The survivors were brought into a room. Everyone exchanged looks, sensing something was amiss. Two individuals stood out. One was Gu Yun, the daughter of a powerful family in the Chongqing six-star system. She had an outstanding appearance, exuding the charm of a classical beauty, dressed in ancient style, with an expressionless, icy face. The other was Wenno Rind, the third son of the Wenno family and a key figure in the family's future plans. He wore a smile, seemingly amiable, but his eyes were as cold as a snake's, making others uncomfortable. At this moment, a female officer in a blue Imperial Navy uniform entered. All right, all those who passed the certification are here. Next, we'll draw for your rewards. Upon hearing it was a lottery, Wenno Rind immediately stood up, his arrogance unmasked. Officer, according to previous regulations, shouldn't the best performers get to choose their prizes first? Why is it random this time? Guyan also stood up, first bowing politely before speaking. I share the same question. Could the officer please provide a reasonable explanation? The others echoed their dissatisfaction with the result. Only Yinan leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking indifferent as he gazed out at the massive spaceport and the bustling warships outside. Seeing the reactions from the group, the beautiful officer was momentarily at a loss for words. She took a deep breath and explained. This is the decision from our supervisor. Jean de Winnow let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. If that's the case, should I assume this is a deliberate attempt to challenge us talented individuals? He raised his chin confidently and said, my performance is outstanding. Being ranked first is definitely not a problem. He glanced around, looking down on the others dismissively. These worthless people here can't compare to someone as distinguished as me, Jean de Winnow. And yet, they want to use a random draw to mess with us. This is unacceptable. Standing nearby, Guyan shared a similar sentiment. She elegantly adjusted her collar and said calmly, I'm also very satisfied with my results. According to the usual rules, what I can get this time shouldn't be bad. Seeing the discontent among the group, the officer started to sweat slightly on her forehead. She knew that many of them were nobles, and although she wasn't fond of them, she couldn't completely ignore their opinions. Please wait a moment. I'll consult with the supervisor, the officer said before quickly stepping aside to discuss with the supervisor in a low voice. Soon, the officer returned to announce, all right, the supervisor has agreed. Since you all want to choose according to your rankings, we'll grant your wish. Now, will number 5 please select 3 items you desire? What? Jean de Winnow shot up, his face turning pale with anger. Why isn't it me? Number 1. I took down 30 targets. I'm the strongest. Gu Yun glanced at this arrogant man, a sarcastic smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Sorry, I also took down 40. I should be a bit better than you. You. Jean de Winnow pointed at Gu Yun, his fury rising. Gu Yun. You deliberately held back during the simulation? Gu Yun chuckled lightly. A simulation is just that. Who would take it seriously? Only your petty Winnow family would nitpick over everything. Seeing the two at each other's throats, the officer immediately knocked on the table, sternly scolding, Number 5. Is the scenery outside more important than your prize? At this point, Yinan snapped back to reality. Wait a minute, officer. How many targets did this number 5 take down? Is his score really higher than mine? The officer nodded in confirmation. Yes, much higher. The exact number is confidential. Gu Yun turned to look at the seemingly indifferent man beside her, realizing he was even more formidable than she had imagined. Yinan, however, was unaware of her gaze, as he was focused on examining the prizes. Yinan carefully inspected the rewards, nodding to himself. These weapon specs were indeed far superior to ordinary equipment. His gaze first landed on the Naval Neural Interface Module. Command Art Module, Yinan muttered to himself, increases the control capacity of a frigate. Simple and straightforward, just stack the numbers. One more frigate, and the combat power increases. Next, His attention was drawn to a T-6 Navy Banshee frigate. Yinan scrutinized the warship specs, 4 triple naval rocket launchers. It can fire 3 rockets per second, launching 12 rockets in 1 second. No conventional frigate could withstand a volley from such overwhelming firepower. Finally, Yinan's gaze settled on a tracking emitter. He softly explained, "This is a highly covert tracking device. Once hit, even if the warship leaves the current star system, its location can still be traced. Generally, as long as it's within a certain constellation, it can't escape surveillance." Seeing the items he chose, Jean de Weno's lips twitched. These were the same items he desired most. Suppressing his anger, he forced a friendly smile. "Number 5. I'd like to buy your neural interface module and Banshee. Name your price." Yinan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you've got money?" "Yes," Jean de Weno replied arrogantly. "Our Weno family is very wealthy." Yinan smirked playfully. "Ha, I like your nouveau riche vibe. The module is 50,000 star credits. The Banshee, 100,000. Everyone gasped at the price. Jean de Weno's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "You're robbing me. These things aren't worth that much." Yinan looked at him with cold eyes, spreading his hands. "You're the one who wants it. I'm not forcing you to buy. If you can accept the price, it's yours. If not, let's pretend I didn't say anything." Jean de Weno was furious, but he eventually relented. "I'll take the module." "All right, transfer the credits," Yinan said. Once the transaction was complete, the module was transferred to his account. At that moment, Guyun spoke up. "Sir, could you transfer the Banshee to me?" "Of course," Yinan replied cheerfully. "Just transfer 50,000. Everyone was stunned. Jean de Weno's barely suppressed anger erupted again. "Why does she only pay 50,000 while I have to pay 100,000? Yinan looked at him provocatively. "Do you really want to know why?" "Yes," Yinan replied slowly. "First, she's a lady. Second, I like giving discounts to ladies. Third, because I feel like it." These reasons, while absurd, were irrefutable. After all, it was his property. What they didn't know was that Yinan only charged her 50,000 because she had given him a hint earlier. Guyun seemed to have guessed the reason, and she smiled gracefully. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." She carefully examined the newly acquired Banshee frigate, silently admiring it. The warship's design was indeed beautiful, distinctly different from typical elongated designs. It looked more like an enchanting steel fairy. In the philosophy of warship design, some people pursued an artistic style. Their creations were unique, sometimes resembling humanoid mechas. This Banshee fell into that category. Calling them artworks wasn't an exaggeration. Gu Yun was drawn to the warship's unique design. Additionally, she had a hobby of collecting art pieces, with 2 similar ships at home. She rarely used them. Having earned 100,000 star credits, Yinan was in a great mood. As for the last tracking emitter, neither of them showed any interest. With 2 out of 3 prizes sold, the officer couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. But it was their right. The rest was straightforward. With everything settled, it was finally time to leave. It was only then that the system in Yinan's mind hurriedly presented the rewards. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You successfully executed a heist. Task rating: excellent. Rewards include 1 HB shield repairer, 10 units of grade palladium crystals, 1 T6 Medusa frigate blueprint copy, and the artillery barrage skill module." This stream of information made Yinan's mind buzz, especially the T6 Medusa frigate, which he couldn't help but marvel at. It was also a top-tier frigate, capable of holding 9 equipment slots. Moreover, it came with enhancements for energy weapons. Compared to the Banshee, the Medusa was undoubtedly one of the most powerfully armed frigates. Not daring to linger any longer, Yinan hurried back to his room and eagerly began examining the detailed information on the Medusa frigate. He pulled out a metal blueprint the size of an A4 book and activated the information display, which left him utterly astonished. The frigate's equipment configuration was nothing short of jaw-dropping. The dual-linked Stinger main cannons were prominently featured, with a range of 2 kilometers and a 15-second cooldown, capable of firing twice in succession. The destructive power of these cannons was several times that of ordinary energy cannons, enough to put a single command ship under severe pressure after 2 consecutive attacks. The second advanced piece of equipment was a B-class energy accelerator, which boosted effectiveness by 50, having the main cannons cool down to just 8 seconds for the next shot. Yinan couldn't help but imagine the enemy's despair upon seeing this equipment. Additionally, there were 2 B-class Cyclops extended range energy cannons, extending the range by 50, with an effective damage distance of 750 meters, potentially further in space. The standard equipment included high-energy shields, titanium armor, and 2 machine guns, which seemed rather ordinary in comparison. The B-class palladium crystals caught Yinan's attention. These energy weapon ammunitions could be used with the main cannon, increasing its power by 50. Combined with the frigate's inherent 30 energy weapon enhancement, the main cannon's power was nearly 4 times that of a regular main cannon. Though the consumption rate was high, the 10 crystals on hand were sufficient for the time being. The final warship skill plugin could temporarily double the machine gun's firepower, making it a decent option for command ships lacking effective attack methods. Aside from that, the 600 points were merely a bonus. As Yinan was absorbed in the equipment details, the doors suddenly opened. Yiling Ran walked in, followed by an unfamiliar woman. Xiao Nan, let me introduce you to Dr. Jiang, Yiling Ran said. Doctor? I'm not sick. Why introduce a doctor to me? Yinan asked, puzzled. Before an answer could be given, the alluring Dr. Jiang strutted in, her long legs and black stockings stopping just between his legs. The sudden move nearly scared Yinan to death. Hey, you almost gave me a heart attack. Watch where you step, Yinan exclaimed. Dr. Jiang chuckled, little guy. You claim you're not sick, yet you show no reaction seeing such an enticing beauty like me. Are you sure you're a man? Come on, sis. Where did you find this rogue? Yinan complained to Yiling Ran. She just said I'm not a man. Yiling Ran, with a stern face, pushed Dr. Jiang's leg aside. Stop messing around. I didn't bring you here to seduce him. Oh, protective, aren't we? Dr. Jiang teased. Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think, Yiling Ran retorted. And can you stop drooling over every young guy you see? This kid's experience might not be less than yours. Really? I like his type. Dr. Jiang's eyes lit up. Get on with it. I didn't bring you here to fool around, Yiling Ran urged impatiently. Yinan was utterly confused by their conversation. So, what exactly are you planning to do to me? All right, lie down on the bed, Yiling Ran instructed. On the bed? Do I need to take off my pants? Yinan asked warily. Ha, the little guy's quite bold, Dr. Jiang laughed. But who knows, with Lingren's personality, she might very well kill you. Yinan glanced at Yiling Ran, and seeing her smiling expression, he tensed up. Realizing he might be in trouble, he obediently lay down on the bed. Dr. Jiang approached him, attaching a metal button-like device to his temple. With a gentle tap on her wrist, a projection emerged, displaying Yinan's cerebral scan data. However, her expression gradually darkened. Yiling Ran frowned and asked, What's wrong? Does this kid have a problem? Yes, a big one, Dr. Jiang replied. How big? Yiling Ran pressed. Dr. Jiang glanced at her neckline. Bigger than your chest? Yiling Ran's expression stiffened. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, be serious. Tisk, always so serious. Be careful, or you'll never find a partner, Dr. Jiang teased. Retracting the projection and removing the metal button-like scanner, she said seriously, this kid's cerebral capacity is a bit exaggerated. He can control up to 9 frigates. His growth potential is astonishing. But you know, such talent, once discovered, only has 2 outcomes. Either the Empire controls him, or he gets assassinated. I've deleted the data, but if he's not careful in the future, things could get very troublesome. Yinan was confused. Why does this lead to assassination? Isn't it just a developed brain? Seeing his bewildered look, Dr. Jiang explained, in fact, basic cerebral capacity is a crucial data point. It's the core factor determining how far someone can go. However, most people's basic data is highly confidential. Nobody would willingly share their detailed data with anyone. She then turned to Yiling Ran. So, if you want to protect him, help him forge a cerebral development record to cover up his extraordinary potential. And starting today, implement the highest intensity development plans for him. Just push him to the limit as long as it doesn't kill him. Yinan felt his hair stand on end, thinking Dr. Jiang didn't seem like a good person at all. Speaking such frightening words in front of a patient, without considering their feelings. All right, I know what to do. Yiling Ran nodded. By the way, I noticed he's about the same age as my daughter. Should we consider it? Their offspring surely wouldn't be ordinary. Yiling Ran rolled her eyes. Seriously? With Han Jiangshu's personality, do you think he can handle her? True. Forget it, I didn't say anything. Dr. Jiang shrugged and strutted away. Yinan watched her leave, then turned to Yiling Ran. Who exactly is she? Don't pry into adult matters. Yiling Ran evaded. All right, everything's settled. Let's head back. Wait, Yinan suddenly said. I still have some unresolved matters. Yiling Ran didn't expect him to have something going on. She raised an eyebrow and asked, What's the matter? Yinan appeared slightly nervous and spoke quietly. I need to build a frigate. There should be a factory around here, right? A frigate? Yiling Ran looked at him in surprise. Is it urgent? Can't you build it back home? Well, it's a bit complicated, Yinan explained. Some of the materials on it aren't something we have over there. Let me see. Yiling Ran gestured with her hand. Yinan handed over the blueprints, and as Yiling Ran opened the projection, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. She didn't expect to see this here. If the Red Spider command ship was surprising before, the Medusa frigate before her was something she couldn't remain calm about. This Medusa frigate could be considered a frigate killer. If fully equipped with top-tier gear, no warship of the same level could match it. Yiling Ran took a deep breath to calm herself. I won't ask where you got this. Given the situation on Maple Leaf Star, to build this, you'll need to order the raw materials. But here, that's not a concern. Let's go. I'll take you there. The two of them walked through long corridors, watching the robots come and go. Before long, they reached their destination. Welcome to Changxing Heavy Industries, the receptionist greeted them with a smile. In the Changxing constellation, there was a chain industrial group, and this place was one of their branch factories. Here, not only frigates but even destroyers could be built. The receptionist led them into a meeting room and served them 2 cups of tea, kneeling in front of them. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to have built? Yi Lingran handed over the blueprints. Calculate the cost, please. Certainly, please wait a moment. The receptionist activated the metal blueprint and used specialized equipment to input all the materials. Soon, a quote appeared on the screen. This beautiful lady, the Medusa frigate, including materials, will cost 10,000 star coins. Yi Lingran nodded. That's fine, but you need to include a grade frigate optimizer for free. The receptionist hesitated briefly. Grade optimizers weren't cheap, and there was high demand for them. In the Changxing 6 constellation, they often went out of stock. However, the profit from this Medusa frigate far exceeded the cost of an optimizer. She quickly decided to agree to the deal. Yinan paid the star coins, and Changxing Heavy Industries immediately arranged for professional engineers to start the construction. It'll be done in at most 3 hours, the receptionist promised. With some time to spare, the two of them browsed an equipment store. This trip had been fruitful. During certification, they had even captured several frigates. While Yinan had brought his original 2 frigates back, they paled in comparison to the other 3. If we want to take all of these back, it's best to buy a small transport ship, Yinan suggested. Generally, a small transport ship can fit 10 frigates. It won't be a problem to load my entire fleet of 6 ships. Yi Lingran shook her head at the idea of buying a small transport ship. Small transport ships are cheap but too single-purpose. Instead of buying that, you should get an industrial ship. It's the same size as a small transport ship, both being 100-meter-long giants. Besides adding modules for various construction functions, it can also be equipped with repair modules. So, it can be used as a warehouse and a transport ship. Yinan was surprised, not expecting this woman to know so much. They went to a warship store to inquire about industrial ships and found they had some in stock. According to their requirements, they could get one for 10,000. After paying, the store quickly delivered the finished ship from their warehouse. 3 hours later, the Medusa frigate was also completed. Passers-by who saw such a ship being built couldn't help but have their eyes light up, wishing they could hug it and never let go. It was Yinan's first time seeing a finished Medusa. The ship was beautiful, with a long body and 2 shaped thrusters on either side. It looked a bit like a lamppost lying on the ground. The entirely blue paint job made it very pleasing to the eye. Indeed, seeing the real thing is entirely different from seeing a projection, Yinan remarked. Sir, if everything's in order, please sign here. A staff member handed over a document. Yinan nodded. Yes. The ship's AI has scanned the entire vessel and confirmed there are no issues. Companies like theirs wouldn't engage in shady practices. Of course, the price was higher as well. They headed to the warehouse, loaded all the ships into the industrial ship, and boarded the Interstellar cruise for their return. In the dining area, the two of them, still as extravagant as before, ordered luxurious natural ingredients. A nearby wine girl spread her legs, pouring red wine from within her body and handing it to them. Having already seen such grand displays, Yinan was much calmer this time. However, the wine still felt a bit off-putting. What's wrong? Not used to it. Yi Lingran noticed his expression. Yeah, a little, Yinan admitted honestly. Yi Lingran playfully tapped his head. You'll have to get used to it. You'll encounter these things more and more often. Yeah, I'll try. Yinan smiled wryly. Getting used to it wasn't easy. After all, this was a mindset 2,000 years apart, not something that could change overnight. By the way, what are your plans when we get back? Yi Lingran suddenly asked. Handle Harry first? He's not much use anymore, Yinan replied coldly. Definitely, Yi Lingran agreed. But what do you think Xiaogu will do? I don't care, Yinan stated firmly. As long as he doesn't give me an excuse. Otherwise, his title of second-class baron will end. Yi Lingran nodded in agreement. Whether or not he slipped up, this man had to be dealt with. Maple Leaf Star could only have one lord. The rest had to either leave or be eliminated. Whatever he planned, she'd fully support him. After dinner, they paid and left. As they turned, Yinan almost bumped into a woman. She was startled. Sorry, miss, are you okay? Yinan quickly apologized. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped in front of the long pony-tailed beauty, flanking her protectively. Their stance made it clear they were professionals. Yi Lingran frowned, stepping silently in front of Yinan in her high heels. The atmosphere instantly became tense. It's fine. Step back. The long pony-tailed woman waved dismissively. Yes, Mississippi. The 2 bodyguards bowed and took 2 steps back, standing beside the tall, single ponytailed woman. They kept a distance that allowed them to act at any moment, ensuring the safety of their charge. They also sensed a dangerous aura from the woman opposite them. Yinan stared in awe at the elegant woman before him, speechless at her beauty. Unlike Yilingran, she exuded an innate grace that could only be described as elegant. To his surprise, she wasn't human but a member of the demi-human race. Her ears, resembling white wings, left Yinan frozen in place upon seeing her for the first time. Dressed in a white gown, Persis nodded slightly, her face graced with a gentle smile like the morning sun as she gracefully passed by the two. Seeing this, Yilingran nudged Yinan with a hint of annoyance and whispered, "Stop staring. That's a noble of the Tianyu clan. Don't even think about it." Unfazed, Yinan retorted, "Hey, a toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat isn't a good toad." His shameless response left Yilingran speechless. Persis, with her keen hearing, heard their conversation and nearly laughed. She glanced back at the still-dazed Yinan, a slight smile playing at her lips. In that moment, Yinan's heart raced, as if he had fallen in love. "Sis, could this be love at first sight?" Yinan murmured. "Ugh, it's more like lust at first sight." Yilingran bluntly shattered his fantasy. "Let's go. If you don't want trouble, stay away from her." Yilingran went on to explain that the Tianyu people weren't native to the Changjing 6 constellation. They came from the Hersis star cluster, which comprised 100 constellations and 10,000 star systems. The Tianyu clan originated there. Given their disinterest in dealing with outsiders, it was odd for a noble to appear here. Yilingran even considered leaving the space cruise altogether but decided against it, thinking it was unlikely to be a coincidence. Back in their room, Yilingran tucked Yinan in like a child before changing into red pajamas and joining him in bed. Though it wasn't their first time sharing a bed, Yinan was too nervous to move. "Why the face?" Yilingran asked. Turning to her, Yinan grimaced, "Sis, if I accidentally touch something I shouldn't in my sleep, would you kill me or crack my skull open?" The question caught Yilingran off guard before she playfully pinched his nose. "Stop overthinking." She then moved closer, placing his hand on her slender waist while wrapping her arms around him. Despite the intimate position, Yinan felt no physiological reaction, his body seemingly paralyzed with fear. Cursing inwardly, Yinan questioned his body's normalcy. If it were truly him, he would have pounced on her by now. But instead, he felt stiff as a board. Resolving himself, he attempted to move his hand lower, only to stop as he noticed Yilingran smiling at him, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Sis, if I said I can't control my hand, would you believe me?" Yinan tried to explain. "Of course, I believe you," Yilingran replied with the same smile. "But just like you, I can't control myself either." Soon, the room was filled with Yinan's cries of pain. He couldn't help but think, women are truly unpredictable, even fooling themselves. In the dead of night, Yilingran suddenly opened her eyes, gently nudging Yinan awake. "Get up, there's something going on outside." She quickly got up, retrieving a foot-long knife from somewhere. Half asleep, Yinan was dressed by her, his mind slowly clearing. "What's up, Lingran? We're not supposed to arrive yet, right?" Yinan asked, confused. Before he could finish, their wooden door was kicked open from the outside. Like a leopard, Yilingran lunged forward, stabbing a stranger in a fitted alloy suit through the heart. She retrieved her knife, performing a backflip to land steadily on the wooden floor. However, several red laser beams targeted her body. "Move and you're dead. Drop the knife, stand up, and head outside," a cold voice commanded. Seeing no other option, Yilingran dropped the knife and led Yinan out of the room. Yinan now understood the precision of her earlier strike, a single, decisive blow. He realized that for her, cracking open a skull was probably as easy as eating. The entire ship's thousands of passengers were herded into the main hall. A group of heavily armed, unidentified individuals had taken control. To Yinan's surprise, the elegant woman in the white dress was standing nearby, unexpectedly meeting her again in such circumstances. The leader of the armed group spoke. "No nonsense. Transfer all your money to this card. Anyone who doesn't cooperate ends up like this." He fired a burst of electromagnetic rounds into the crowd. Amidst terrified screams, a dozen ordinary people fell dead in pools of blood. The attackers clearly targeted specific individuals. People like Yinan were segregated to one side, making up less than 1% of the crowd. These wealthy individuals were pale with fear, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Yinan's mind resonated with the pirate system's voice. Mission: fight fire with fire. As a socially responsible pirate, this is standard procedure. Mission reward: HT-9 missile frigate scout blueprint, 1,000 points. The generous reward nearly made Yinan laugh. He thought the system must be malfunctioning to offer such a bounty, directly providing HT-9 blueprint. But he quickly realized that the usually stingy system wouldn't suddenly become generous. There was only one explanation. These pirates were no easy opponents. With his hands behind his back, Yinan began to take action. Switch to silent mode. Engage brainwave interface, he silently commanded. The interior lights of several frigates and the command ship docked below began to illuminate, as a series of commands swiftly executed. Persis caught a glimpse of the subtle movements behind him, slightly surprised, but his expression remained calm. Meanwhile, a few pirates clad in alloy armor, cigarettes dangling from their lips, were eyeing the beauties in the crowd with greedy looks. "Boss, there are some real lookers here," one of them shouted gruffly. "Oh, let me see." Their leader approached Yinan, his eyes lighting up when he saw Yilingran and her sis. "Not bad. Take them with us. I'll enjoy them later." Two of his henchmen chuckled lewdly and moved forward, but Yinan stepped in front of them. "Kid, are you trying to play the hero?" The pirate leader squinted threateningly. "Not really," Yinan responded calmly. "I just wonder if you're not afraid of being hunted by the authorities for causing trouble so blatantly." The whole hall erupted in laughter at this. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death, idiot?" One pirate mocked. "When has the fierce tiger pirate crew ever feared a warrant? If they dare come, they're asking for death." Another pirate jabbed Yinan's chest with his weapon. "Trash, don't think a little money makes you special. On our turf, cooperating is your only option. Otherwise, we'll end you right now." Yinan narrowed his eyes, looking at them with a hint of mockery. "So, even if we pay, you won't let us go?" This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The people who were transferring money froze, their faces changing dramatically. The pirate leader was so angry he wanted to kill the mouthy kid right there. "Kid, we fierce tiger pirates are known for keeping our word," the leader said, struggling to maintain composure. "What you're suggesting would never happen." "Oh, really?" Yinan pressed on. "Then why does the official wanted list show the fierce tiger pirates have 11 records of silencing witnesses? Over 50,000 people have died at your hands. How do you explain that?" The air turned tense. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting from resolve to anger. Although the pirates numbered in the hundreds, the passengers exceeded 10,000. The odds were against the pirates. "Boss, since this kid likes to show off, let's send him off first," one pirate suggested. "Anyone who dares cause trouble will be dealt with too." The surrounding passengers retreated, but Yilingran and the feathered tribe woman remained by Yinan's side. "Heck, kid, looks like you won't be lonely on the road to hell," the leader sneered. "Finish him." Several red targeting lasers locked onto Yinan. At the critical moment, several spots on the ground suddenly heated up. Blue beams shot up, instantly piercing the pirates aiming at Yinan. Simultaneously, a red glow surrounded Yinan, and the floor beneath him gave way. He and 4 others fell into the lower deck, then were pulled into a spaceship's bridge by a tractor beam. "Sorry, it's a bit cramped. Make do," Yinan said. "No worries, we should be thanking you for your help," Persis replied with a smile. Yinan took his seat and quickly connected with the neural transmitter. 5 escort ships came online, firing rockets that blasted a hole in the side of the interstellar cruise ship. After completing a wide-area radar scan, Yinan piloted the ship in the opposite direction. Persis gently twitched her wing-like ears, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, the pirates had already fortified the breach. "Boss, we've secured the breach. He can't escape." "Then what are you waiting for? Get him," the leader roared. Half of the 20 escort ships surrounded the breach. But after a long wait, nothing happened. Just as they were puzzled, an urgent call came through the communicator. "Target spotted in Sector B3. Hurry over for support." Before the words were finished, a loud explosion rang out. Yinan tested the main cannon's power, easily breaking through and destroying the enemy's defenses with a single shot. Although it felt like overkill, he gained a preliminary understanding of the weapon's performance. Soon, 3 enemy escort ships approached. Yinan activated the thrusters, leading 5 escort ships in a low-altitude flight along the cruise ship's outer hull, weaving between various installations to evade enemy targeting. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn, disappearing from the enemy's sight with the 5 escort ships. 3 warships immediately gave chase, while other surrounding escort ships moved in to form a circle, leaving no chance for escape. In this critical moment, 6 warships lay in wait in a precise formation behind an obstacle ahead. A sly grin appeared on Yinan's face, his eyes glinting with confidence. "All guns, open fire," he ordered decisively. The Medusa escort ship's twin main cannons, enhanced by grade palladium crystals, unleashed 2 blinding blue beams. With a thunderous crash, the powerful resonant shield connecting the 3 escort ships shattered like fragile glass, leaving one ship with a gaping hole. This was followed by a barrage of rockets. High-speed missiles, trailing white flames, descended like a torrential storm, easily dismantling the defenseless warships. Simultaneously, a dozen machine guns concentrated their fire on a single target, their ferocity astonishing. Explosions lit up the battlefield in an instant, scattering debris like fireworks. Many pieces, driven by gravity, collided with the surfaces of nearby interstellar cruisers, creating a cacophony of metallic clanging. In a flash, 3 escort ships were destroyed. Yinan swiftly commanded the remaining 5 to engage their thrusters and disappear into the complex metal structures around them. This sudden assault immediately heightened the vigilance of the Tiger pirates. "Stay sharp, don't underestimate them," barked the commander. "Understood, boss," his subordinates responded, just as another deafening explosion echoed from 2 kilometers away. The twin main cannons struck again, easily dismantling another group's resonant shield and turning one escort ship to cosmic dust. Yunan's tactics were simple yet effective. Use the main gun's immense firepower to break through defenses directly. As long as the enemy didn't outnumber them, they could quickly dismantle the opposing squad. After all, resonant shields were high-end equipment that only reached their full potential under a commander's unified coordination. Ordinary warships fighting independently couldn't maintain synchronization for long. Seeing their losses mount, the Tiger pirate leader finally grasped the severity of the situation. "Boss, they're using coordinated tactics. Fighting separately puts us at a disadvantage," an aide urgently reported. "Then everyone, regroup and take him down," the leader ordered through gritted teeth. Following the command, the pirates quickly reorganized. The remaining 12 escort ships formed 4 tight formations, ready to focus their fire on any target that appeared. Persis sat nearby, quietly observing Yunan's seemingly crude yet skillful combat style, showing little surprise. "Mr. Yi," she suddenly spoke, "resonant shields don't need to stay in formation constantly. Their strength gradually decreases over 3 seconds when dispersed, but only drops below 50 after that." "Thank you for the insight," Yunan nodded slightly. He had always thought that resonant shields required close formation to be effective, unaware of this flexibility. Moreover, his escort ships were equipped with HB shield repairers, so as long as the damage wasn't too severe, he needn't worry about breaking through. The main drawback of flying in formation was poor maneuverability, making multi-angle attacks difficult. But now, with a 3-second breakthrough window, many crucial operations were possible. Yinan quickly checked the radar, decisively changing course to lead the fleet into the surrounding complex environment, temporarily vanishing from the enemy's radar. Although the Tiger pirates couldn't see their exact location, they could roughly gauge their position. "Keep advancing," the leader ordered. With only a few kilometers between them, an encounter was inevitable within seconds, regardless of their speed. At that moment, 6 red dots suddenly appeared on the radar, emerging on the left. "Focus fire on that bastard," the leader shouted. 12 escort ships swiftly divided into 4 groups, each adjusting their electromagnetic cannon angles. Amidst a barrage of cannon fire, dense electromagnetic rounds rained toward Yunan's position. However, at the critical moment, the 6 escort ships suddenly dispersed. 2 bright energy beams cut through the darkness, instantly destroying a resonant shield group. The dispersed escort ships deftly evaded most of the electromagnetic barrage, with only a few rounds striking the rapidly weakening resonant shield. The blue spherical shield flickered, ionizing the rounds into particles and dissipating them. After this exchange, Yunan's escort ship's shield strength dropped by less than 5, while the enemy lost 3 escort ships in the dispersal sprint. After the ambush, the 6 escort ships quickly regrouped, their shields recombining. The HB shield repairers kicked in, slowly restoring the depleted shield strength. Meanwhile, Yinan once again led the fleet into the intricate metal structures of the interstellar cruiser, vanishing from radar. The pirates' faces turned grim, especially their Tiger leader. What had started as a proud fleet of 20 escort ships had dwindled to a mere 9 in the blink of an eye. At this rate, they could be wiped out in a few more charges. The leader stomped out his cigarette, his icy gaze sweeping over the sitting ducks present. "You're lucky this time," he said through clenched teeth, "but next time, you won't be so fortunate." With that, he led his remaining men in a hasty retreat. The other pirates, upon hearing this, also chose not to linger. Though pirates by trade, they weren't fools. Knowing the enemy's strength, persisting would be suicidal. With a chance to retreat safely, they knew the wise choice. Yet, just as they were preparing to leave, Yunan's 6 escort ships suddenly emerged from the flank. "Damn it! Again!" the pirates exclaimed. Yunan repeated his tactic, but this time he only destroyed 2 ships, letting the remaining 7 escape. In the command bridge, Yunan took a deep breath, watching the enemy's hasty retreat with a slight smile. He turned to his guests, especially Hersis. "Miss Hersis, I'll take you back now. I still have some loose ends to tie up, so I won't involve you further." "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi," Hersis said sincerely. "If you ever visit the Hersis cluster, do get in touch." "Certainly, I'll be sure to drop by," Yunan replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, Yunan safely returned his guests to the interstellar cruiser. Then, the industrial ship from the hangar slowly emerged, and all escort ships entered it for rest. Yunan remotely adjusted the industrial ship's course, and its sublight engine engaged, quickly vanishing from the vicinity. Through the glass, her sis watched the departing ship, her smile growing warmer. Your Highness, her aide asked softly, why make this so complicated? Couldn't you have just handed it over to him? Why involve these pirates? And does he even know what it is, or what it's for? Don't worry, her sis replied calmly. He doesn't know, but Yilingran certainly does. As for involving the pirates, I just wanted to see if he truly deserves it. As Yinan launched his final wave of attacks, he decisively deployed the tracker. As a pirate, he understood the importance of not leaving empty-handed. He was unwilling to depart without any gains from this backstabbing mission, especially with the T9 blueprints and the enticing reward of 1,000 points at stake. With these points, he could master advanced starship piloting skills, paving the way for future adventures. When about 5,000 kilometers from the target, Yinan cautiously shut down the sublight engines and began to decelerate. On the radar screen, the target's position was clearly marked on the surface of a barren, lifeless planet. Establishing a hidden pirate base on such a planet was undoubtedly a brilliant choice. This approach not only effectively concealed their whereabouts, but also easily evaded standard planetary scans, which often couldn't penetrate deep enough. To Yinan's surprise, the Menghu pirates hadn't installed any monitoring equipment in the area. This oversight reduced the risk of detection and presented Yinan with an opportunity. The projection indicated that the target launcher was located 1 kilometer underground, conveniently nestled at the edge of a massive canyon spanning the planet. Clearly, the Menghu pirates had cleverly utilized the natural terrain, saving time and resources, but also increasing the risk of infiltration. Xiaonan, what's the plan? Yi Lingren's voice crackled over the communication channel. There's no large scanning device outside, but there must be something below. I understand, Yinan replied after a moment's thought. Let's wait and see. At this time, Yinan's command ship was searching for vulnerable targets to infiltrate. The Red Spider command ship excelled in hacking unmanned escort ships. As long as the opponent hadn't shut down their systems, or the captain wasn't on duty, it was the perfect target. Soon, a repair-bound escort ship came into his view. Yinan swiftly tapped into the enemy ship system, forcibly hacking it and implanting new combat directives. Under his control, the rogue escort ship activated its cannons and launched a fierce assault on the entire repair bay. Chaos erupted within the pirate base, forcing the pirates, who were preparing to rest, to scramble back to their ships to try and subdue the rogue vessel. The Menghu leader was furious, veins bulging on his temples. What's going on? Why did that ship go rogue? The entire repair bay is destroyed, and that's a lot of money. Boss, it must be that kid who sabotaged us during the last fight, one of his subordinates explained. Electronic warfare escort ships are tricky like that. You know, among all ship types, electronic warfare escorts and command ships can't be equipped with other weapons. Their main combat method is hacking enemy ship systems, causing paralysis or loss of control. But these ships are Navy exclusive and rarely seen on the market. The Menghu leader rubbed his temples and slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Everyone, go check your ship systems thoroughly, and don't let this happen again. Yes, we'll get on it right away, the crew responded, dispersing quickly. The engineering department promptly dispatched robots to repair the damaged lines, including the main surveillance line, one of Yinan's key targets. Now, they were nearly blind, providing Yinan with a perfect opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, Yinan pushed the thrusters to maximum, commanding 6 ships to form a triangular assault formation, swiftly diving into the pitch-black chasm. The projection ahead clearly simulated the canyon structure, confirming Yi Lingren's words. It was filled with highly concealed passive detection devices. At this moment, however, these devices were mere decorations, utterly useless. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, Yinan suddenly ordered a reverse thrust, bringing all 6 ships to a screeching halt. Damn, there's even a physical interception, Yinan exclaimed. Before them, hundreds of hair-thin metal wires crisscrossed the canyon. At high speed, they would have been sliced to pieces. This defense was clearly intended for intruders, posing no threat to their own ships with recognition signals. Despite this, Yinan's actions still alerted the enemies inside. Alarms blared throughout the base, and all pirate captains inspecting their ships immediately received the alert. We've been infiltrated. Intercept them at once. Damn it. Who could it be? The Menghu leader, upon learning of the breach, scanned the unfamiliar signal channel. Once connected, seeing the adversary's face, a mocking expression appeared on his own. I wondered who it was. So, it's you. Still daring to chase us down. You really are brainless. Boss, this idiot walked right into our trap, a pirate sneered. Let's show him what we're made of. Yeah, boss, another voice chimed in, seething with hatred. This guy killed my boyfriend. I want to take him down myself. Disgusting. A female pirate spat. Why mess around with men when there are women? Gross. Get lost, someone countered from the side. Love between men is true love. Yinan listened to the chaotic chatter, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. These pirates were indeed a mixed bag of characters, with all sorts of talents among them. Suddenly, the canyon walls lit up with countless weapon lights. A gruff voice boomed, "Kid, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Boys, take this trash out." As soon as the words were spoken, all defensive weapons were activated, targeting the few escort ships in the canyon's center. However, Yinan didn't back down. Instead, he accelerated forward. Meanwhile, his warship's dozen cannons began sweeping the area below. Under the intense barrage, the carbon nanotube filament snapped. 6 warships, covered by attacks from both sides, quickly rushed to the canyon floor. After a sharp turn, they broke through the enemy's internal defenses. The external weapons became ineffective immediately. Ahead was a 200-meter-wide, 100-meter-high alloy passage. 100 meters away, a heavy alloy door blocked the way. But in the face of Yinan's energy cannon, this obstacle was useless. The cannon fire effortlessly cut a 20-meter diameter entrance, the edges of the metal glowing with a blinding red light. Behind the door, pirate escort ships were ready for battle, but were immediately pierced by 2 energy main cannons before they could act. One ship, hit by a penetrating attack, burst into flames and slowly descended to the ground. With a dull thud, the wrecked ship made contact with the earth. Yinan held the entrance firmly, unleashing all weapons inward. The opposition didn't back down either, and the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in the narrow space. Energy cannons swept across the shields, electromagnetic cannons bombarded continuously, each strike causing powerful energy ionization. The shield's strength gradually waned, and tiny metal particles began striking the armor. The concentrated fire from the cannons was relentless, like a storm. The massive shields, several meters in diameter, flickered with blue lightning, and the surrounding matter was decomposed into energy particles scattering in all directions. With absolute firepower superiority, the pirate ships were destroyed one after another. The Tiger Regiment's leader watched in disbelief, his face turning as pale as a sheet. He couldn't fathom how his proud defensive fortifications were so easily breached. Just one commander had managed to penetrate their stronghold. "Wait!" The Tiger Regiment leader suddenly shouted, his voice trembling noticeably. "Sir, we surrender. Please give us a chance." Yinan was taken aback, furrowing his brows slightly. Pirates surrendering? In his mind, pirates were supposed to fight to the death, never backing down. Yiling Ran, noticing his change in expression, gracefully adjusted her posture, crossing her long, fair legs. She softly explained, "Xiao Nan, according to the alliance law, pirates can end the battle early if they choose to surrender. Of course, you can refuse, but then it would be a fight to the death until they're completely wiped out." She paused, adding, "It's up to you how you want to handle it. I won't interfere." Yinan nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze towards the communication screen showing the Tiger Pirate. He coldly asked, "Give me a reason not to wipe you all out." The pirate quickly responded, "All right, please take a look." The screen displayed an image of a warehouse. "This is what we have in our storage. The value of these items is at least 50,000 star coins. If you accept, this will be your legal earnings, without any risk of being implicated as stolen goods." Yinan sneered, "Is that it? Do you think I care about such a small amount of money?" This response made the pirates' hearts race with fear. They hadn't expected to encounter someone with a bigger appetite than their own. The Tiger Pirate, resigned, switched to another warehouse's image. "This is our second warehouse. It contains mineral resources with a higher market value. However, transporting them might be a bit challenging due to the volume." Yinan interrupted impatiently, a look of greed on his face. "Do you take me for a child? Adults don't choose. I want it all." "What?" the pirate exclaimed. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Yinan chuckled coldly. "Are you unhappy about it? Didn't you do the same before? Why is it unfair when it's your turn?" His tone turned stern. "Now I'm giving you an option. Transfer control of your entire base to me, and lock yourselves up. How I deal with you will be decided later." "Impossible." The pirate flatly refused. "We won't entrust our fate to you. Then I don't mind wiping you all out." Yinan's words were like a bucket of ice water, plunging the atmosphere into a deep freeze. Inside the pirate crew, a debate erupted. Someone urged, "Boss, we can't beat him. Continuing will only lead to death." Another agreed, "Yeah, boss. Maybe there's a slim chance if we go along with what he says." Someone else played the emotional card. "Boss, do you want your wife to become a widow? She's so beautiful if you're gone. Who knows which scoundrel will take advantage? Can you really accept that?" These words, one after another, made the Tiger Captain break out in a cold sweat. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "All right, we surrender." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that things hadn't taken a turn for the worse. Soon after, control of the base was transferred, and all the pirates locked themselves up. Only Yinan and Yiling Ran were left free to move around the base. Yinan looked around. The base was quite large, clearly developed over many years. Besides essential living facilities, the warehouses took up more than half of the space. But that wasn't his main concern. They headed to the control room to examine the warehouse information. There were 3 large warehouses, 2 of which had clear inventory lists, but the third had no information displayed. Through remote cameras, they saw a small metal box inside. Yinan turned to Yilingran. Sis, do you know what this is? Yilingran glanced at the number on it and shook her head slightly. It's hard to say. We should check it out in person. They left the control room and stood before the massive metal door of Warehouse 3. The door automatically opened a 2-meter-wide gap. As they stepped inside, they found the temperature was the same as the outside, suitable for living conditions. Unlike the other warehouses, which were below freezing, this one was clearly meant for storing live creatures. In the pirates' plunder list, livestock were valuable commodities, and losing any to freezing was a huge loss. They approached the silver metal box, noticing only a string of inexplicable numbers on the side, with no other markings. Yinan placed his hand on the box, and some technical specifications popped up. Code, Z4. Name, Wonren Mayu. Age, 19. Status, unbound. The information was scant, offering little of value. Yinan muttered in confusion. What does this unbound status mean? At that moment, the red lock indicator suddenly turned green. With a soft click, the metal cabinet opened automatically. Yinan held his breath. A face so beautiful it was breathtaking appeared before him. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice announced, authorization confirmed, binding complete. Code Z4 activated. As the voice faded, the woman in the gold-trimmed black robe lying inside the metal cabinet opened her eyes. Her pink pupils met Yinan's gaze, and he felt as if he was looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. The feeling was indescribable, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Just then, Yilingran slapped him across the face. Xiaonan. Startled, Yinan snapped back to reality. He asked in confusion, what's going on? Who is she? Why do I feel like my soul was about to be taken? Yilingran calmly replied, it's normal. She's a galactic fairy. You could also call it a succubus. Yilingran's words hit Yinan like a bolt of lightning. She continued, in the entire galaxy, these interstellar fairies are extremely rare. The appearance of an unbound interstellar fairy is sure to cause chaos, and could even lead to the destruction of 1 or 2 star systems. Yinan was so shocked by this exaggerated information that he was trembling, cold sweat running down his spine. He glanced at the metal cabinet and shook his head in disbelief. Yilingran rubbed her temples in frustration, saying, if I had known there was a fairy in there, I would never have activated this thing. She added with a wry smile, if we turn her in, our status would immediately rise from 3rd-class baron to earl. That's the value of an interstellar fairy. But now, Yilingran hesitated. Yinan asked urgently, sis, what do we do now? There's nothing we can do, Yilingran sighed. She's already bonded with you, and she'll be with you for life. But it's best not to let her identity be exposed. As she spoke, she took off her glasses and carefully placed them on the fairy's delicate nose. Instantly, the fairy's distinctive pink pupils turned into ordinary black. There, that should do it. Yilingran breathed a sigh of relief. Yinan frowned, voicing his curiosity. Why are interstellar fairies so sought after? What's special about them? Well, Yilingran explained, to ordinary people, they're just incredibly beautiful. But for commanders, their assistance can significantly shorten the time needed to develop brain domains, even breaking human limits. You know what that means. My God, Yinan gasped, that's insane. They're like living brain domain enhancers, breaking the limits. No wonder the wealthy are so obsessed with them. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Yinan's mind. If someone finds out that a nobody like me has a fairy… Exactly, Yilingran picked up the thread. Their first instinct would be to kill you. An infinitely potential commander is a huge threat to enemies. At that moment, the fairy in the metal cabinet Wonren moyfully awoke. She gracefully stood up, her slender arms gently wrapped around Yinan's neck. Before Yinan could react, her red lips met his in a deep kiss. Yinan stood there, utterly bewildered by Wonren Mayu's sudden action, completely clueless about her intentions. He didn't dare entertain any other thoughts and, with a look of terror, instinctively glanced at Yilingran across from him, thinking only one thing. My head's in danger. To his surprise, the usually violent woman didn't attack him. Yilingran merely rolled her eyes and said coolly, don't be distracted. This is her way of accepting your certification process. At that moment, Wonren Mayu was gazing at Yinan with her mesmerizing pink eyes, as if he were the only man in her world. It was then Yinan realized that interstellar fairies were indeed a unique species. They were composed of energy, with a body structure almost identical to humans, except for those distinctive pink pupils. Nowhere else in the galaxy could you find another race with such eyes. Besides the slight difference in appearance, Yinan noticed a pink, heart-shaped artistic pattern on Wonren Mayu's lower abdomen. He recalled hearing that each fairy's pattern was unique. After being kissed by Wonrin Mayu, Yinan felt a heat spreading through his body. He had to admit, calling herself a fairy wasn't an exaggeration at all. All right, the bonding between you two is complete. Yi Lingran interrupted the awkward silence, then turned to Wonrin Mayu and said, your identity is rather unique. So try to wear glasses in front of others. Wonrin Mayu didn't speak, merely nodded gently. Yi Lingran, sensing something was off, asked, you can't talk? Another nod confirmed it. Yi Lingran frowned, muttering to herself, that's odd. I've never heard of interstellar fairies being unable to speak. But no matter, speaking isn't the main issue. She turned to Yinan and instructed, Xiaonan, destroy this container, and as for those pirates, handle them yourself. Yinan knew exactly what to do. Regardless of whether those pirates knew about the interstellar fairy, they couldn't be allowed to live. He quickly shut off the valve, stopping the air circulation system. It wouldn't be long before those pirates suffocated to death. Scanning the hangar, Yinan noticed there were 3 small transport ships. He immediately ordered the robots to load all the cargo onto the ships. At the same time, he began erasing all data from the base and initiated the self-destruct sequence. Half a day later, a small fleet jumped away from the troubled spot. After 2 days of travel, they finally returned to Maple Leaf Star in the Kunlun star system. The journey had been nothing short of awful. The escort ship was small, and such warships weren't designed for long-range jumps. The living conditions were terrible. Forget about showering. Even using the bathroom meant relying on portable bags. Yi Lingran had never experienced anything like it before. She silently vowed never to board an escort ship again, at least not unless it was a destroyer. At least destroyers had public restrooms and showers, and she could accept those. As soon as they arrived at the manor, Yi Lingran dragged the black-robed, white silk-clad Wonrin Mayu into the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Yinan was happily checking the spoils of their Tripa blueprint for AT-9 escort ship. However, upon seeing the contents of the blueprint, his expression turned as dark as a pot's bottom. System, who are you trying to disgust? I want a replacement. I don't want a mine layer, he raged internally. The system coldly replied, host, rewards are non-refundable. If you want something else, complete more tasks. Come on, you couldn't give me anything better than a mine layer? Don't you have anything else in your inventory? Yinan continued to complain. In his view, any other type of warship was more useful than a mine layer. Its role was too limited, mainly suited for defense. In offensive operations, a mine layer was practically useless. And this one was a royal-class mine layer, which was just absurd. Crossing his arms, Yinan carefully examined the details of the mine layer. Gradually, his expression began to change. As he went through the basic data, he noticed something unusual. The mine layer, though equipped with only one device, was transformed into something entirely different by this special equipment, a class induction generator. This equipment had no offensive or defensive capabilities but served a unique function. It allowed the mines released by the mine layer to have active tracking capabilities within a small range. This was akin to small missiles, and the mines retained excellent stealth characteristics. Once within the minefield, combined with the induction generator, it was like being swarmed by a horde of bees. Death was certain and gruesome. Not only would it be deadly for escort ships of the same level, even a higher-level destroyer entering the ambush zone would face certain death. The number of machine gun intercepts was limited and wouldn't be able to handle such a large number of mines. Realizing the function of this equipment, Yinan's displeasure vanished without a trace. Trade it? Not a chance. Even if the system wanted to exchange it now, he wouldn't agree. However, building the mine layer was a bit tricky. 70% of the minerals required were common and easy to purchase on the market. But the other 3 were not minerals but industrial semi-finished products, a mine production line, a material synthesis chamber, and a data center. These items were protected by patents and could only be obtained through purchase. Yinan searched the Kunlun star system's trade market and found none of these items available. He expanded his search, but even the Changjing 6 constellation had none. After multiple filters, he finally found the equipment, but it required shipping from 2 different places, taking at least half a month to arrive. Reluctantly, he proceeded with the purchase. In addition, there were 8 empty slots on the T9 mine layer that required corresponding fittings. Yinan hadn't decided how to handle this yet, and planned to research more online before making a decision. After all, the previous owner was a typical second-generation rich kid, not very knowledgeable about these things. Back at the manor, Yinan casually discarded his clothes and opened the bathroom door. The white mist rolled out, freezing his expression. The 2 charming faces smiling at him made him feel the full force of embarrassment and excitement. Sis, if I say it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? Yinan said awkwardly. Yi Lingran, however, walked over confidently and pulled him into the shower, nearly giving Yinan a heart attack. Relax, you're an adult now. I won't hit you for this, Yi Lingran said calmly. Yinan silently cursed. You say that, but why isn't your face red? On the yacht, He had learned firsthand what it meant when a woman says one thing and does another. That beating was still fresh in his mind, and yet she claimed she wouldn't hit people. Liar, fooling even herself. Stop blabbering. You smell. Hurry up and take a shower. Yiling ran, without further ado, began washing Yinan with Wunren Mayu's help. Though it was comfortable, Yinan didn't know where to look, especially with the astonishing softness pressing against his back. Wunren Mayu's figure was enough to drive anyone wild. Half an hour later, Yinan finally escaped from the suffocating meeting, feeling as though he had just crawled out of the depths of hell. He gulped down a glass of iced drink, letting the coolness soothe his throat and gradually calm his fury. Just as he was about to relax, Fubo entered with a tablet, a hint of concern on his face. My lord, this is the damage report from your absence. Yinan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that guy Harry still causing trouble? Fubo nodded. Yes. He's received some dubious sponsorships and now has quite a few frigates at his disposal. In recent days, there have been constant skirmishes at the border, with losses on both sides. Yinan carefully reviewed the report, feeling slightly relieved. Only 2 frigates had been damaged, with minor personnel injuries, mostly superficial. Compared to the loss of ships, he was more concerned about the safety of his crew. After all, combat personnel were always a weak point on his side, and exchanging them for points was prohibitively expensive at 100 points each. Setting this issue aside for now, Yinan began to calculate the resources and goods he had acquired this time. Once the funds returned, he could procure new warships to bolster his overall strength. He immediately contacted the newly appointed Progressive Lord of Red Sea City to explain his needs. The other party was highly efficient and quickly resolved most of the issues, even securing a batch of standard T5 frigates for him. In no more than 2 days, the entire shipment would arrive, perfectly offsetting the payment with 10 T5 frigates valued at 100,000. In addition, the T3 landing ship had been upgraded to a T4 assault landing ship, equipped with 30 landing pods and 30 bionic robots, significantly boosting its combat capabilities. Even more exciting was the expansion of the Flame Squad from 12 to 24 members, along with their recruited sisters. Despite this, the 10 standard T5 frigates were still not at full capacity, but the current forces were sufficient to tackle numerous problems. After dealing with the day's tasks, night fell. Yinan lay on his 3-meter-wide bed, thinking that being a baron was indeed quite enjoyable. As fatigue washed over him, his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, the door opened, and Yinan instantly became alert. Looking up, he saw Yilingran entering with Wunren Mayu, both wearing seductive red and white nightgowns. Come on, sis, can you treat me like a normal man? Yinan chuckled wryly. Aren't you just trying to provoke me? Yilingran rolled her eyes at him. Blame your lack of self-control, not me. From now on, you have to sleep with Mayu every night. Why? Yinan glanced at Mayu's alluring white silk outfit, swallowing hard. Don't forget Mayu's greatest advantage, Yilingran explained. In a deep sleep state, she can engage in dream communication with you, rapidly developing your brain capacity. But I'm warning you, until your brain capacity reaches level E, you absolutely cannot consummate with Mayu. Why level E? Yilingran's explanation nearly scared Yinan out of his wits. It turned out that level E was the level required to command a battlecruiser. Currently, Yinan was only at level H, which only allowed him to command the lowest level frigates. It's simple, Yilingran said. Your first real encounter with the fairy will cause a massive physiological shock to them. At that moment, your brain capacity will be forcibly developed to level E9. But if you act recklessly below level E, you'll suffer brain death and become a vegetable. Yinan looked at Mayu in shock, cold sweat running down his back. He had never heard that getting close to a girl could be so dangerous. All right, just sleep and stop thinking about nonsense, Yilingran said. Your body is already exhausted, and without proper rest, you might even have trouble continuing the family line. Damn, sis, who do you think you're underestimating? Yinan retorted defiantly. Dare to let me try? Yilingran chuckled, grabbing his head. Just go to sleep. If you want to conquer your sister, you'll need to show some skill. That night, Yinan slept exceptionally well, feeling as though he had closed his eyes and it was already morning. He felt more relaxed than ever. Looking at the still sleeping Wunren Mayu beside him, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. As for the so-called dream communication, he felt nothing at all, as if he had simply had a good night's sleep. Quietly getting out of bed, Yinan began to handle the affairs for the next few days. It wasn't until nearly noon that Mayu finally woke up. Yilingran took both of them shopping in Red Sea City, only to find that Mayu had a strong preference for black and white, choosing only those colors in every style of clothing. The only issue was that Mayu was a walking magnet for hormones, attracting countless gazes wherever she went. On the 4th day after returning, a border alarm sounded near the mining area. 20 frigates were advancing in that direction. Clearly, that bastard Harry had hired quite a few frigates and could no longer contain his anger, launching a full-on attack against Yinan. Led by the Flame Squad, 8 frigates were activated. Yinan's command ship also set off. However, he noticed something unusual. Previously, he could only control 5 frigates, and controlling 5 resulted in a 10 drop in control rate. But today, he felt no pressure at all. Driven by curiosity, he connected to another frigate and still felt at ease. It wasn't until he connected the 7th frigate, reaching a total of 7, that the control rate dropped by 5. Yinan was amazed by the incredible effect of just 3 days of dream communication. But the current issue was not his brain capacity but the H5 command module's limit, which could only accommodate 5 warships in simultaneous combat. Once overloaded, commands would become incomplete, leading to chaos. He quickly opened the system store to check, searching with keywords, and found complete command modules. The H7 required 700 points, and the H9 required 900 points. Without hesitation, Yinan chose to purchase the H9 module. The 1,000 points he had just acquired were almost entirely spent in one go. At that moment, a new task notification appeared in his mind. Annihilation battle initiated. Task rewards will be determined based on completion. A simple sentence, yet another task with vague rewards. It felt like this task was designed to trap him. However, this time there was a progress bar, and as long as he didn't click to settle, it wouldn't be considered complete. The warships launched, with 16 ships soaring into the sky, racing towards the mining area border at top speed. The alarm blared in mine area number 3, and the miners quickly rushed into the shelter. In the oppressive underground space, anxious whispers echoed. "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have taken this job. It's too dangerous," one miner cursed, his voice full of regret. "Exactly, what a joke. A third-rate baron getting trampled by a first-rate baron." Another chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "They're ruthless with us commoners, but when it comes to the nobility, they're as useless as trash. Working for someone like that is embarrassing." The discussions grew more heated, until a steady voice cut through the noise. "Shut up, will you? Do you think we're fools? Trying to pull the same trick as those guys before?" The shelter fell silent. The speaker continued, "Sure, we're working hard now, but we're also getting paid more. Even if the Lord isn't the nicest person, he hasn't withheld our wages. With this kind of job environment, I think we're doing quite well." He glanced around, noticing everyone was listening intently, and added, "Plus, I heard all the miners at Baron Harry's are out of work. His mines are completely depleted. Right now, only our area and Lord Zhaogu's have active mines. How much worse are the wages over there?" Someone asked curiously. 3 times less," he scoffed, "and their workload is no less than ours." "You probably don't know Lord Zhaogu's motto." "What is it?" the crowd inquired. "He said high wages hurt the industry, and with that money, he'd rather do charity work." The speaker spat on the ground. "I heard he has a massive estate on Dawnstar Planet, with over 100 beauties all bought under the guise of charity. What a shameless bastard." The miners cursed collectively. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and even within the underground bunker, the powerful shockwaves were palpable. "It's a bomber ship," an experienced miner whispered. "Harry's really going all out. This type of warship has the strongest attack power but only a range of 500 meters, and it's the slowest. It takes real skill to operate it effectively." Meanwhile, in the skies above, a fleet had already reached the vicinity. Harry's communication suddenly came through, and on screen, he appeared uncharacteristically confident. "Yinan, bet you didn't expect I still had so many troops. Today, I'm going to scatter your ashes all over mine area number 3. Everything you have will be mine, especially that woman named Yilingran. A gem like her is wasted on trash like you." Yinan listened impassively, then mockingly retorted, "Harry, do you really think you've got this in the bag?" Harry boasted, "Of course, I've already figured out your capabilities. Not only do I have more troops, but they're also seasoned mercenaries. And what do you have? Prostitutes. Rejects from the army. Those misfits can't compare to me." After ending the call, Harry immediately contacted another party. "How's your progress?" "Sir, we're all set. Ready to move on your command." "Good. Wait for my signal." Above mine area number 3, radar scans reported, "My lord, the enemy has 2 T5 bombers, 4 missile frigates, and other escort ships, totaling 20. Yinan calmly ordered, "I'll handle those bombers. You take care of the rest." As battle loomed, Yinan locked onto one of the bombers and decisively launched 4 missiles. The missile, trailing a fiery red tail, rapidly closed in on its target but was intercepted mid-flight by the 2 bombers working in tandem. In an instant, 4 brilliant red fireballs blossomed in the sky. Yinan remained unfazed. This was merely a test. With a thought, he fired the dual energy cannons, unleashing a blinding beam. However, the enemy's shields only flickered twice under the intense firepower before stabilizing. "Damn, shield enhanced." Yinan cursed under his breath, though he couldn't help but admire the 2 bombers. It was impressive how they used enhanced resonance shields to withstand his attack. Yinan decided not to take down the two bombers hastily. Even with enhanced shields, they wouldn't withstand a full-force assault. Instead, he quickly adjusted his strategy, commanding 8 warships to form a tight formation, rapidly closing in on the enemy. The two escort-class bombers seemed to share a similar thought. With only a 500-meter range, the current situation was unfavorable for them. Facing a vastly outnumbered enemy, they couldn't guarantee destroying the resonance shield in a single strike. The bombers quickly split up, avoiding a reckless frontal charge. Simultaneously, they called for reinforcements over the communication channel. Squad 3, Squad 4, come support us. There are too many enemies. Understood. On our way. 6 warships from the 2 squads immediately changed course, rushing toward the bombers. Dense energy beams mixed with electromagnetic cannon fire rained down on Yunan's resonance shield, instantly disintegrating into blue particles. With so many warships combined, the defense was indeed formidable. However, Yunnan was well aware that resonance shields had their limits. 9 escort ships were the maximum. Moreover, only a commander could manage such a shield effectively. An ordinary pilot might easily cause a collision. After fending off the fierce attack from above, Yunnan didn't immediately chase the 2 bombers lurking on the periphery, looking for an opportunity to strike. Instead, he locked his sights on the 6 escort ships rushing to provide support. The corners of Yunnan's mouth curled up into a slight smile as he suddenly changed direction. The dual energy main cannon fired instantly, accompanied by a long-range electromagnetic cannon and a barrage of rockets. The energy cannon destroyed the target's shield, turning a frigate into debris in an instant. The other 2 frigates were taken down by rockets and the electromagnetic cannon, exploding into a shower of sparks in space. All 3 frigates were completely destroyed before they could even truly enter the fight. Not far away, 3 frigates from the 4th squad witnessed this brutal scene and immediately turned to flee in fright. Retreat quickly, there's a command ship here. This exclamation echoed across the communication channels, and all the mercenaries' faces turned pale. They were there to make money, not to die. Without an overwhelming numbers advantage, confronting a command fleet hedon was tantamount to courting death. The enemies on the other side of the Inferno squad also began to retreat, but they were not let off easily as the squad continued to pursue them relentlessly. Yunnan locked onto 2 bomber-class frigates. With the main cannon cooled down, another round of fierce attack was launched, easily breaking through their defenses. He swiftly closed in, launching rockets to draw their fire. 20 landing pods shot out with a series of thuds, resembling a swarm of metallic bees. The bombers' machine guns barely managed to shoot down 2 or 3 landing pods, but most hit their targets precisely. A series of clangs accompanied by the screeching sound of metal rang out as the armor was breached, revealing a glowing red ring. Bionic robots rolled into the enemy ship through the damaged sections. Inside the warship, individual energy weapons easily took down the bomber security systems. The hastily assembled logistics personnel were quickly defeated. These usually overlooked positions appeared so vulnerable at that moment, easily breached by the bionic robots. The bridge's door was forcibly opened, and the 3 captains inside immediately surrendered with raised hands. All members of the 2 bombers were unceremoniously thrown out of the ship. A logistics industrial ship promptly arrived to swiftly repair the damage to the 2 bombers. The battle concluded with 12 of the 20 frigates destroyed and the remaining 8 fleeing in panic, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the communication screen lit up, displaying Baron Harry with his slicked-back hair gleaming. He began to applaud, with a barely noticeable hint of tension in his voice. Yinan, I must say I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to defeat those mercenaries. Yinan sneered. Is that all you have to say? Baron Harry's smile grew even wider. Of course not. But do you really think you've won? Yinan frowned. What do you mean? Seeing the change in his expression, Baron Harry's smile became more smug. Do you know what your biggest crisis is? Do I have one? I'm not aware. Yinan retorted. Baron Harry scoffed. I knew you were still that useless fool. Don't forget your status. You're a 3rd-class baron. Every year, you have to deliver 30 tons of natural food. You haven't forgotten that, have you? If I'm not mistaken, the next delivery is due in a month. As he spoke, a screen lit up on his side, and his smile grew even more excited. See this? It's your farm. Look at this food that's about to ripen. If it were to catch fire, what do you think would happen to you? Yinan looked at the screen expressionlessly, but his mind raced to find a solution. According to regulations, failing to deliver enough natural produce would indeed lead to a severe credit crisis. Normally, a noble would have their own food reserves. However, Yinan was previously as poor as a church mouse and had no stockpile. If he wanted to purchase from elsewhere, the only nearby option would be Zhao Shier's father, Zhao Gu. Asking him would inevitably result in being taken advantage of to the fullest extent. Baron Harry continued to gloat. This attack on the mine was just a feint. The real threat is at your farm. Once I give the order, you'll be finished as a 3rd-class baron, off the stage completely. Meanwhile, Harry, We'll turn the tide and rise again like a man. And then, Zhao Shear, I'll make sure she knows her place. However, just as Baron Harry was lost in his triumphant fantasy, Yinan suddenly burst into laughter. Baron Harry was instantly enraged. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yinan calmly replied, nothing. I just think you're quite clever. But when did you get this information? Haven't you checked the latest records? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding suddenly crept over Baron Harry. Yinan's calm demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of the loser he used to be. Yinan leisurely explained, oh, I forgot to tell you. When I came back this time, I managed to acquire a lot of natural produce. Not just for this year, but I've already paid for the next 3 years. As he spoke, he helpfully opened a screen for Baron Harry, displaying the payment dates. Baron Harry's face turned ashen as he looked at the dates. Upon witnessing the scene, Harry felt his head buzzing. He stared in disbelief at what lay before him, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Yin Nan's expression turned as cold as ice in an instant. This audacious fool dared to mess with his farm, and there would be only one outcome for him. His voice cut through the air like a shard of ice. Prepare to meet your end. As soon as the communication was cut off, Yin Nan issued the attack command. His forces surged across the border like a tidal wave, launching a frenzied retaliation on Harry's territory. In the distance, transport ships received the orders and swiftly changed course, speeding towards the scene. Grinding his teeth, Yin Nan gave the order. This time, leave nothing behind. Take everything you can. His eyes burned with fury, and he wished he could personally crush Harry, that pesky fly, underfoot. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right, let's send him to prison. There are plenty of strong lads there who will make sure this tender little darling is kept busy picking up soap. Immediately, a new wave of raids commenced, organized in squads. Baron Harry clutched his hair, his face ashen. He realized that achieving his strategic goals was impossible from the start, and he began to doubt if he was even worth more than that trash. This thought sent him into a frenzy, and he wrecked his office before finally boarding a frigate with a grim expression. Where to, sir? His aide cautiously asked. Back, Harry replied curtly. The frigate accelerated in the stratosphere, its bow lifting as it broke through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yin Nan's forces swept through Harry's domain like a plague of locusts. Every factory was crippled, and the warehouses were stripped bare. Although most of the items were low-value civilian goods, Yin Nan was determined to make Harry taste the bitterness of complete defeat. Seizing the moment as Harry abandoned his territory, Yin Nan promptly filed a lawsuit for defeat. He issued an ultimatum. If Harry did not return to reclaim his land within a month, he would lose his baronial title, and the land would fall under Yin Nan's control. But if he dared to return, Yin Nan vowed to ensure he spent the rest of his days in prison. At that moment, the system finally caught up, and Yin Nan received his rewards. Yin Nan's recent operation was nothing short of a thunderous assault. All 16 factories in Harry's territory were left in ruins, with not a single item spared by his men, who swept through like a swarm of locusts. Any robots or guards that dared to resist were mercilessly dispatched, leaving the entire base in shambles. The reason Yin Nan acted so ruthlessly was that these items held little value for him. Rather than go through the trouble of hauling them away, he decided to completely destroy them, turning the area into a pile of worthless scrap. He planned to contact a construction merchant to have the debris collected and sold, hoping to earn at least some compensation for his efforts. The only regret Yin Nan had was that the cunning Harry managed to slip away beforehand. Given the system's usual stinginess, he suspected the reward this time might not be very generous. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Task completion rated excellent. Host, you've made yet another significant stride on the illustrious path of piracy.
As a
Cut to the chase. Yin Nan impatiently interrupted. Spare me the motivational nonsense. The system seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing before continuing. Ding. System rewards. 1 T5 Queen-class carrier ship, 1 original blueprint for a Type Energy Cannon drone, 20 copies of the Type Triple Electromagnetic Cannon blueprint, 1 planetary command center, and 500 points. That's it? Just this? Yinan instinctively grumbled. System, are you short-changing me again? As soon as he said it, he realized he might have overreacted. The planetary command center alone was a game-changer. With it, he could establish a base of operations to influence the entire star system, from basic space towers to high-speed stargates. Even the Morning Star planet didn't possess such advanced equipment. Once his Maple Leaf star had this, the entire Kunlun star system would revolve around it. However, this excitement was quickly dampened by reality. Yinan knew he couldn't reveal the planetary command center just yet. If he did, the 6th-tier Lord of Morning Star would surely launch an attack on his territory. With his current strength, he couldn't withstand such firepower. To make matters worse, the system's storage had a time limit. If he didn't retrieve and place the command center within a month, it would randomly appear around him. He shuddered at the thought of it crashing down on him while he was peacefully asleep with a companion. For now, setting aside this concern, Yinan focused on the other rewards. The T-5 carrier ship, though lacking combat ability itself, was equipped with two type drone modules, capable of deploying 20 drones. This provided the firepower equivalent to 2 frigates, and while the drones lacked shields, they could easily overpower a standard frigate in a direct confrontation. The Type triple electromagnetic cannon would significantly enhance his fleet's firepower. Compared to conventional railguns, this triple cannon could fire 3 rounds in quick succession every 2 seconds, effectively launching a round every 0.7 seconds. A full barrage from a squadron could effortlessly obliterate a frigate. As Yinan reveled in these rewards, the system announced a follow-up mission. Ding, new mission triggered. Capture or eliminate Harry. Reward: 1 random original blueprint, 1,000 points. This mission immediately put Yinan on alert. Hey, system, what do you mean by a random original blueprint? Explain, he demanded, knowing the value of blueprints varied greatly, from the inexpensive electromagnetic bullet blueprint to the highly valuable Titan battleship blueprint. The system responded coldly, host, do not be unreasonable. If this system says random, it is random. Figures, Yinan cursed, damn. You've finally shown your true colors. I want to exchange the reward. The system ignored his complaints. Realizing that tracking down the elusive Harry would be no easy task, Yinan reluctantly contacted a construction company to deal with the current mess. Yinan did not raise any objections to his forced demolition actions. He simply set one condition. The price for the recycled materials needed to be reduced by 20. Yinan stated that as long as the process was quick, this wouldn't be an issue. That very day, Yinan witnessed a jaw-dropping demolition operation. The other party had somehow summoned a large number of industrial ships, which began the forced demolition like a swarm of locusts. The entire process was swift and efficient, with the buildings on the ground quickly reduced to rubble amidst the roar of machinery. As for the costs, both parties agreed to settle once the total amount of materials was calculated. Inside the manor's reception hall, the atmosphere was lively. Everyone had contributed to this operation, and extra rewards were naturally in order. Yinan generously announced the rewards: rare natural food and a substantial amount of star coins. Upon hearing this, the girls were thrilled, their faces beaming with joy. The reward was equivalent to their annual salary. Suddenly, Yinan changed the subject, asking, by the way, who among you can pilot the carrier ship? He explained that the carrier ship is a special class of warship, different from conventional ones, requiring more from its crew. In contrast, a standard escort ship's 4-person team needs 12 people to operate. Among them, aside from a captain, 2 handle logistics, and 6 perform roles similar to gunners. Yin Wenjun, speaking for the team, replied, my lord, we have relevant operational experience. However, if all 12 of our Blaze squad are assigned to the carrier ship, it would leave 3 escort ships unmanned, potentially impacting our overall combat capability. Yinan nodded in understanding. I've considered that issue. However, a fully operational carrier ship can outmatch 3 escort ships in combat power. Since you have experience in this area, I'll leave the carrier ship to you. Also, list any equipment you need. All right. Yin Wenjun and her team were surprised by the opportunity to pilot a carrier ship. Even in the military, such advanced warships are rare, renowned for their exceptional safety. With these minor issues resolved, the manufacturing and replacement of weapons became straightforward. 2 industrial ships were sufficient to handle these tasks. However, the biggest challenge remained the shortage of skilled personnel. Without enough talent, no matter how many warships there were, they would remain unmanned. Yinan fell into deep thought. To completely resolve this tricky problem, the best solution seemed to be purchasing professional slaves in this field. This idea gradually took shape in his mind, possibly becoming the focus of his next move. There are various types of slaves. Some are similar to barmaids, others serve as bed companions, and there are also maids. Among these, slaves trained for combat are the most expensive and rare. As Yinan stepped out, 2 women clung to his arms, one on each side. They were dressed to the nines, with elaborate makeup and luxurious outfits. Noticing their appearance, Yinan frowned and asked, what's going on? Are you dressed up for a date? Wenren Mayu simply smiled without responding. Yi Lingran rolled her eyes at his cluelessness and said, we're dressed like this for you. What do you mean? Yinan asked, puzzled. What does it have to do with me? I'm just going to buy some slaves. Why does that matter for your outfits? Yi Lingran patiently explained. Imagine stepping out with 2 shabby-looking women beside you. How would you feel? Even if you don't care about others' opinions, it would bother you, right? Yinan stroked his chin, picturing the scenario, and had to admit, it might be a bit awkward. But that's not the main issue. I don't care about others' opinions, as long as I find it pleasing. Puffed. Yi Lingran scoffed. So you'd rather we wear nothing at all? I'm fine with that, Yinan replied without hesitation. Yi Lingran laughed. both amused and exasperated by his shamelessness. You've really grown bold. I should have kept you in check more often. Realizing his mistake, Yinan quickly sought refuge beside Wanren Mayu. If I can't handle you, I can at least avoid you. The trio arrived at Red Sea City. Following a cleanup operation, there were no more digital drugs in sight. Those affected were undergoing treatment, though the process was quite painful. At the slave trading mall, they noticed a significant crowd. As a unique legal commodity, slaves were in high demand. However, most buyers were not ordinary people. For the average person, domestic humanoid robots could meet all needs, including a vibrant nightlife and procreation. The current technology of humanoid robots featured perfect artificial wombs, allowing pregnancies and childbirth with just a purchased egg. While marriage still existed, it had largely become a formality. Most people were raised in single-parent environments. Only among the nobility did traditional reproduction and marriage persist, symbolizing heritage and status. As Yinan and the two women entered the mall, they attracted plenty of attention, particularly the two women's beauty, which was hard to ignore. Suddenly, a group of people blocked their path. "Excuse me, sir," the leader said. "How much for the two slaves with you?" Yinan was puzzled, unsure how they had been mistaken for slaves. He turned to the women, noticing they had moved closer and were acting demurely, making him realize they were stirring up trouble. "Sir," the man continued, "I know they're exceptional. I'll offer 100 star coins each. How about that? It's the highest market price." 100. Yinan chuckled. "I'll give you 1,000 star coins if you can find 10 like them." The man, named Pars, chuckled, unfazed by Yinan's reaction. "Sir, I understand you might think the price is low considering their quality. In my years in this business, I've rarely seen such exceptional slaves. But remember, we're in Red Sea City. I, Pars, am the authority here in the slave trade. If I say they're worth 100 star coins, that's their price. Ask anyone around. Who would dare offer more?" The crowd fell silent, intimidated by Pars's backing. Although aware of his market manipulation, no one dared speak up. Some even chimed in support. "That's right. If Boss Pars says 100 star coins, they're worth no more." "Exactly. That's already a sky-high price. No one would be foolish enough to pay more. Boss Pars is the most generous. I'd only offer 10 star coins. Yeah, even gold-plated, they're not worth 100 star coins. At a club, they'd be worth just 10 star coins. Thinking they're some kind of celestial being." "Exactly. A clueless kid thinking he can charge the sky with two pretty girls. Trying to be the joke of the year?" The crowd grew more boisterous, treating Yinan as a fool to mock. Yinan glanced at Yilingran, noting her slight smirk. He realized she knew the situation beforehand and had encouraged Wanren Mayu to join in the mischief. They caught a big fish. Such market disruption seriously hindered a city's development. With Maple Leaf Star having only one city, if it were ruined, the entire star's reputation would be tarnished, making recovery impossible. The middle-aged man before them was a blight on the city. "Are you done?" Yinan asked coldly. "Is that all you have to say? Do you think a mere 100 star coins can buy either of them? Are you out of your mind? Or do you think I'm stupid? Don't you think I can compare prices elsewhere?" Pars laughed heartily. "Compare? Let me tell you, if I, Pars, say they're worth 100 star coins each, no one in Red Sea City will dare pay more. Even in other markets, it's the same. In this business, I am the law." Yinan laughed, realizing Pars's influence was even greater than he imagined. But since Pars had exposed himself, Yinan intended to uncover everything about him. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Yinan scoffed. "Can't I go to Chenwei Planet? Or other planets? Do you think you can control the entire galaxy?" Pars sneered, while the surrounding merchants, unwilling to get involved, looked at Yinan with pity. "Young man," Pars said darkly, "while I can't influence other planets, now that I've taken an interest in your slaves, you don't have the final say. If you want to leave Red Sea City, you'll have to get past me first." Yinan squinted his eyes, secretly astonished. The person standing before him possessed such immense power, capable of controlling his freedom. He couldn't help but wonder if the authorities really turned a blind eye to such matters. Noticing the confusion on Yinan's face, Pals chuckled smugly and whispered, "Let me tell you, I have connections in the Security Bureau. You won't escape from my grasp." He paused, then added, "Besides, even without the Bureau's help, I, Pals, can easily handle you." With that, Pals pulled out a communicator and quickly dialed a number. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs with electric batons suddenly surrounded them. One of them gruffly asked, "Boss, who are we dealing with this time? Should we rough him up or take him out?" Pals, smiling maliciously, pointed at Yinan and threatened, "Kid, see this? You either cooperate with me, or my friends here will give you a beating. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." However, Yinan turned to Yilingran and calmly said, "Sis, close combat isn't my forte. This one's all yours." Yilingran smiled confidently, Don't worry, Sis is your personal bodyguard. These small fry are no match for me. Before she finished speaking, she shot forward like an arrow, her hands swiftly donning a pair of specially made gloves to protect her fists. The thugs were shocked, not expecting her to be so fast, especially in high heels. With a loud bang, Ran delivered a powerful knee strike, sending one of the thugs flying several meters until he crashed into a passing robot. Seeing this, the remaining dozen or so thugs rushed forward. Yet, Ran, skilled in close combat, effortlessly took them down one by one. Her powerful legs, like iron rods, swept through them. The thugs, wielding electric batons, had no chance to resist and were soon incapacitated, writhing on the ground in pain. Pals was taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate woman to be so formidable. If she killed them, he wouldn't have anyone to complain to. Just as he was about to flee, a familiar voice came from the perimeter. Seeing who it was, Pals regained his confidence, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. He tossed a cigarette to the newcomer and flattered, "Captain Zhao, I was just negotiating the purchase of a female slave with this kid, but he was so arrogant and had his slave beat up my men. As a public servant, you must stand up for us poor merchants." Captain Zhao frowned as he surveyed the groaning thugs on the ground. He thought, this isn't the first time he's encountered something like this, but this time was different. Pal's men were the ones who suffered. No wonder Pal's was so proactive, offering such a hefty bribe. Captain Zhao calculated in his mind. Gold was an indispensable strategic resource in this era, used in many warship components. Selling such a large piece to a materials merchant could fetch a few hundred star coins. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he stepped forward to confront the trio. "Kid," Captain Zhao said coldly, "fighting in public and disturbing the peace. You're coming with us. Your 2 female slaves will be taken into custody by our bureau." Yinan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Oh, when did your bureau start confiscating private property? If I remember correctly, shouldn't both parties be detained and evidence gathered before making a decision? Does your bureau always act so arbitrarily?" The onlookers, seeing Yinan daring to confront the security bureau, looked at him as if he were a fool. Some whispered among themselves, "He's really got a death wish, daring to offend the authorities. Yeah, he's still too young to know some people shouldn't be crossed. Let's just watch. I bet this kid won't end well today." No need to bet. Even a blind person could see that. While everyone doubted Yinan, he calmly activated his communicator and dialed a number. "Hanjan, come to slave market number 3. I need you to handle something." A decisive voice responded, "Got it. I'm nearby. I'll be there right away," and then quickly hung up. After all, it was a task from the big boss, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. At this moment, Captain Zhao's face turned pale, recognizing the voice. Behind him, Pals continued to mock, "Still putting on airs in front of me? Do you think you can order Director Han around? Do you really think you're some big shot? When I was running things here, you were still playing in the sandbox." But as soon as he finished speaking, Captain Zhao slapped him across the face, leaving everyone stunned, unsure of what was happening. What does this mean? No idea. It's confusing. Maybe they're trying to frame the kid even more? That's possible. After all, Captain Zhao isn't someone to mess with. As the crowd speculated, Captain Zhao grabbed Pals by his brown hair and shouted, "I now suspect you of market disruption, bribery, and assaulting innocent people. You're coming back with me for questioning." Pals panicked. "What? Captain Zhao, what's going on? You took my bribe, and now you're turning on me? Besides, he's just a nobody. Do you really need to put on a show for him?" "Rubbish. This is no act. I'm serious." Captain Zhao yelled, "And I have evidence against you, Pals. You're finished." Pals flew into a rage. "Damn it, Zhao. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Who do you think you are to arrest me? Don't forget who sent your son to the Morning Star planet. Who helped you buy a villa there? And now you're turning on me. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Captain Zhao really wanted to slap this guy's mouth shut. Although he didn't know who this young man was, he was well aware of the newly appointed Director Han. The director was looking for someone to make an example of, and if this incident caught his attention, it would be trouble. The biggest problem, however, was the young man in front of him. Anyone who could call Director Han by name couldn't be insignificant. Even with minimal thought, it was obvious. So he switched sides immediately. But Pals, used to being a bully, still hadn't caught on and even tried to drag him down. Captain Zhao cursed inwardly. This idiot. Really? Just as the tension reached its peak, several uniformed men strode in from the back of the crowd. Upon seeing the newcomer, Captain Zhao immediately released Pars and quickly approached Director Han. "Director, what brings you here?" he asked respectfully. However, Han Zhan didn't spare him a glance and walked straight to Yinan, a broad smile on his face. "My lord, what can I do for you?" Han Zhan inquired respectfully. With those words, everyone present froze, staring in shock at the young man. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary youth was actually a lord. Those who had been questioning his identity moments ago now discreetly retreated to the back of the crowd, hoping to avoid notice. Pars was trembling with fear. He had just tried to extort a Lorden act of sheer folly. With a thud, he fell to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. Yinan didn't waste time on such minor characters and directly ordered, "Investigate this man's background and see what he's done in the past. Give him a heavy sentence. Also, deal with Captain Zhao. I don't need to know the specifics, just the results." Han Zhan's eyes lit up, realizing this was a rare opportunity. "Rest assured, my lord, I'll handle it flawlessly," he promised, thumping his chest. "Good." Yinan nodded. "Make sure to keep a close watch on these markets in the future. We can't have any more disruptions." "Yes, my lord. I will enforce the law impartially," Han Zhan immediately pledged. At this moment, Pars rolled his eyes and fainted completely. He could already foresee his grim fate. Being targeted by a lord never ends well. The surrounding onlookers were buzzing with excitement. With Pars out of the way, they had nothing to worry about. Many eagerly pulled out their communicators to inform their partners to come and do business here. A fair competitive environment in the market meant more high-end goods would flow in. After all, this place was free from the hefty lord tax, only charging a small city management fee. The profit margin was clear. Previously, they only dared to bring low-end products, but now the situation had changed. Of course, they weren't foolish enough to bring all their best goods at once. Yinan waved his hand, dismissing these trivial matters. The two criminals and the group of thugs were all taken away. He casually slipped the gold cigarette case from Captain Zhao into his own pocket. After all, nobody is perfect, and everyone has their own interests. Even the most upright places have hidden interest groups behind them. These minor figures exist to serve those interest groups. In his domain, a certain level of corruption was tolerable as long as the job got done. If it threatened the foundation of Red Sea City, the evidence of corruption would be the best means to take them down. A completely clean system would actually tie his hands, making it difficult to manage the administrative staff. The only real concern was factionalism, as that would complicate matters significantly. The commotion downstairs didn't significantly affect the transactions happening above. Yi Liran watched this familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face, feeling a slight sense of estrangement. Although they had only been apart for less than 2 years, his transformation was dramatic. According to Uncle Fu, his changes seemed to have occurred recently. She wondered what he had experienced to bring about such a significant transformation. "Why are you staring at me like that, sis? Are you planning to find an excuse to hit me again?" Yinan teased. "Nonsense, I'm your sister. Why would I hit you?" Yi Liran retorted. "Yeah, right. Last time, I hadn't even touched your butt before you hit me. You used to hit me when we bathed together as kids. In my memory, you always hit me for the most unreliable reasons." Yinan continued to joke. "Ugh, that's because you were being naughty." Yi Liran rolled her eyes at him. "All right, I promise I won't hit you anymore. Okay? Really?" As they spoke, Yinan's hand reached around from behind, one arm encircling Yi Liran's slim waist while the other did the same to Wanren Mayu. Yi Liran rolled her eyes at him and firmly held his hand in place, preventing it from moving down. After all, they were in public, and she cared about appearances. The three of them made their way to the 4th floor. The lower levels dealt with civilian market slaves, but the 4th floor was dedicated to combat-oriented ones. These slaves were displayed like items in a showcase, dressed to appeal to potential buyers. Here, regardless of gender, even those primarily meant for combat were quite pleasing to the eye. Yinan activated the digital interface on his wrist, which contained a list of personnel types he needed. A captain, 2 gunners, and 1 logistics combat personnel were required. This was the standard crew for a frigate. For a destroyer, the personnel requirement would double, but that wasn't relevant to him at the moment. Currently, Yinan has over 10 unmanned battleships at his disposal. Squinting thoughtfully, he contemplated his future expansion plans. He was certain that the number would soon increase, and he resolved to prepare a fleet of at least 100 ships to be ready for the upcoming large-scale operations. At that moment, a uniformed attendant approached him respectfully and asked, "Good day, sir. Is there anything you require? We have many skilled combat personnel available." Yinan glanced around and chuckled softly. Anyone who makes it to the 4th floor isn't just here for looks. It's the combat skills that matter. Otherwise, they could get what they want downstairs. The attendant nodded in agreement, and Yinan promptly inquired, "How many combat slaves do you have here?" The attendant hesitated slightly before responding. "In total, there are over 60 individuals." "Really? Only that many?" Yinan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the number. The attendant's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she stammered, "Well, sir, I can't go into specifics. I can only say the business environment here isn't very favorable." Understanding dawned on Yinan, and he directly asked, "Is it because of pals?" The attendant was surprised that he knew the situation but nodded lightly. "Yes, since you're aware, I won't elaborate further." Yinan replied calmly, "In that case, rest assured, pals has already been dealt with." The environment here will improve. The attendant's expression was complex upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her professional composure. She understood that such matters were beyond her concern. It was up to her superiors to decide. Yinan continued, "Bring these people over for me to see." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The attendant promptly arranged for it. In this high-tech society, providing the best service to each customer in the simplest manner is a hallmark of the era. While technology is omnipresent, catering to the psychological needs of customers is a crucial marketing strategy. Instead of displaying data on high-tech devices, presenting the individuals like livestock for selection was a compelling approach. If a customer wished to interact with them physically, it was permitted. Shortly after, about 60 individuals stood neatly before Yinan. Their expressions varied. Some were nervous, some indifferent, and others had a spark of defiance in their eyes. Yinan paced slowly, his gaze scanning them. Through augmented reality technology, detailed information about each person appeared in his view, including physical attributes, combat skills, and special abilities. He carefully evaluated these potential assets, already planning how to incorporate them into his ranks. Yinan stood in the slave market as an attendant enthusiastically introduced the first item to him. "Sir, this is our #1 product," the attendant said eagerly. She is 25 years old with 6 years of combat experience and served as a frigate captain for 4 years. She has shot down 7 frigates, so her battle experience is quite extensive. Her simulated training time exceeds 5,000 hours. The attendant glanced at the first product and added, "Her looks are about a 7 out of 10, but she has a nice figure." As she spoke, she unabashedly tore the cloth off the first product to demonstrate. #1 closed her eyes, silently enduring the humiliation. Yinan frowned and waved his hand. "There's no need to introduce unnecessary details. I'm here to select combat personnel." The attendant immediately stopped and returned the clothing to #1. Yinan thought to himself that as long as they were captains, he wouldn't reject them. How useful they would be was something he would find out later. After all, these slave captains only cost 50 star coins each, and a crew of 4 for a frigate would only be 100 star coins. At this point, the attendant pulled out #2 from the back. "Sir, she is also a captain. Her simulated training exceeds 2,000 hours. She was betrayed by her teammates during her internship and ended up in our store." "All right, I'll take her," Yinan interrupted. "All captains, step forward." Upon hearing the command, 8 more people stepped forward, making a total of 10 with the previous 2. "I'll take all of you," Yinan declared, then added, "Gunners, step forward." About 30 individuals stepped forward this time. Yinan didn't select them personally, but let the 10 chosen captains pick the gunners they wanted. This move surprised everyone present. They hadn't expected the boss to do that. After some comparisons, the gunners were quickly chosen. Finally, it was time for the logistics personnel, who had the highest mortality rate and were scarce in the market. 12 people reluctantly stepped forward, and after a simple selection, the slave purchase was complete. The total cost was just over 1,000 star coins. Yinan thought this was a normal price in Red Sea City, but on other planets, the profit would be halved. This was the greatest advantage of Red Sea City. With 10 groups, he barely managed to fill the crew for 10 frigates. There were still 3 frigates and 3 logistics ships with no crew. "Does anyone want to become the captain of a logistics ship?" Yinan asked. "The requirements are lower. You only need about 100 hours of training to qualify." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward eagerly, expressing their willingness to become pilots of logistics or transport ships. They calculated that if they could become logistics ship pilots now, with time and hard work, they could become full-fledged warship pilots and earn their freedom after working for 3 years. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yinan was speechless. He had only intended to take 3 people. "Boss, as long as you buy us, we are willing to study hard and become qualified warship members as soon as possible," someone said. "And during the learning period, we won't require any salary." "Yes, boss. Our demands are very low," others chimed in. This was their only way out. If possible, leaving here as soon as possible was better than anything else. Yinan sighed. "All right, I'll take all of them." The attendant's eyes lit up, thinking this was a wealthy customer. She thought she should have been more forward, as there might have been a chance to deepen their relationship. As for the 2 beauties by his side, she assumed they were slaves from somewhere else. Once everything was settled, there would be someone responsible for delivering the purchase. Yinan thought that the previous slaves at home were just service slaves, and expecting them to become combat personnel in a short time was unrealistic. For the rest of the time, Yinan was dragged around by Yilingran for various expenses, but the main purpose was still to buy clothes for Wonren Moxu, the enchantress. No matter how much Wonren Moxu declined, Yilingran was insistent. Elsewhere, Zhao Gu disembarked from his private frigate and returned to his territory. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Zhao Gu asked. He had only been gone for a couple of months, but the situation, which had been promising, had changed. Zhao Sierra sat across from her father, not daring to breathe. She wasn't Zhao Gu's biological daughter, but an adopted one. She had grown up in an orphanage and was chosen by Zhao Gu, which led to her current status. But privately, she was still Zhao Gu's pet. No matter what he wanted to do to her, she had to do her utmost to satisfy him. Father, this is how it happened, Zhao Xier explained in detail. Zhao Gu nodded slightly, his face revealing no emotion. All right, tomorrow you'll accompany me to Lord Ye's estate to ease relations. That young fellow is easy to deal with. Yes, Zhao Xier replied respectfully. Yinan lay in bed, looking at the two stunning women beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. It should have been a happy thing, but all it brought him was torment. It was maddening. He could look but not touch, and if he acted out, he might face destruction. He had never encountered such an absurd situation. He looked resentfully at Yi Yuran across the table. Sis, I'm a normal man, after all. Is it fun for you to torture me like this every day? Yes, Yi Yuran replied calmly. Serves you right for being a naughty boy since childhood. Now I'm making sure you don't lose control. Damn, it's a normal physical need. How can you say I'm losing control? Yi Nan protested. I'm a man, after all. This is inhumane. Yi Lingran rolled her eyes at him and kicked him under the table, hitting a sensitive spot by accident. Yi Nan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That kick was definitely intentional. Seeing his constipated expression and recalling the feeling from her foot earlier, Yi Lingran realized what had happened. Oh, are you okay? Did I hurt you? Quick, take off your pants. Let me check. Yi Nan wanted to say it was unnecessary, but against the brute strength of this woman, all his resistance was futile. It took a while for her to confirm that his precious part was unharmed, just unresponsive to her. You little brat, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yi Lingran said angrily. What are you talking about? Yi Nan shrugged. You've bullied me since we were kids. Now I've got a psychological shadow, okay? Of course not. Yi Lingran gritted her teeth. You have to get over it. Yi Nan spread his hands, indicating there was nothing he could do. This made Yi Lingran furious. Just a little guy, she thought, and she refused to believe she couldn't handle him. How dare he talk about psychological shadows in front of her? She was already planning to buy some skimpy outfits to show him what it really meant to be helpless. At that moment, Uncle Fu entered the room, bowing respectfully. Lord, Miss, second-class Baron Zhao Gu is here to visit. Zhao Gu, a second-class Baron of Maple Leaf Star, refused to settle into obscurity despite having no territory of his own. Instead of acquiring land from Yinan for development, he chose to focus on expanding his commercial empire. In Red Sea City, his influence spread like a web, controlling numerous businesses both directly and indirectly. The mastermind behind the Baron Harry incident was likely Zhao Gu. Yet, his personal visit this time was puzzling, raising questions about his true intentions. Wenren Moya remained reclusive, staying true to herself, but kept a close relationship with Yinan. As for Yi Lingran, she neither rejected nor particularly favored him. This subtle dynamic originated from their instinctive bond at first encounter, unaffected by conscious intent, but possibly subject to change over time through prolonged interaction. In the conference room, Yinan observed the two visitors with a smile. The mountain of gifts outside was numerous but unremarkable. Zhao Gu spoke. Xiaoyi, your uncle has been away for a while and didn't expect this ungrateful girl to cause such trouble. I apologize on her behalf. With that, he pulled a star currency card from his pocket. These virtual currency cards could be exchanged for cash or used directly for purchases at banks, though seldom seen in daily transactions due to their high purchasing power. One star coin equaling 10,000 star yuan. With such sincerity, Yinan accepted the card without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. He thought to himself with amusement, sugar-coated bullets, I'll take the sugar, but the bullet goes back to you. No matter what you say, I won't trust you one bit. Zhao Gu was slightly taken aback, expecting some polite refusal, but was met with direct acceptance. He pondered, could Yinan really be that short on money? Yet, his expression betrayed nothing. Lord Yinan, Zhao Gu continued, I'm here today mainly concerning your marriage to Sierra. It was her mischief that led to this mess. But rest assured, she is still pure and untouched by that scoundrel Harry. Yinan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? How can you prove it? Should she sit on the table and spread her legs for me to check? The room's atmosphere froze instantly. Zhao Xier turned pale, not expecting Yinan to make such an outrageous demand. Yi Lingran was surprised but quickly understood Yinan's intention, her lips curling slightly without intervening. Unexpectedly, Zhao Gu nodded slightly and turned to Zhao Xier. Did you hear Lord Yinan's request? Do as he says. Zhao Xier opened her mouth to speak but was silenced by her foster father's cold stare. She trembled, knowing she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, she slowly stood up, removed her white lace panties, and placed them aside. She closed her eyes, sat on the table with her legs spread, and reached towards her private area. However, Yinan's gaze remained fixed on her eyes, not glancing at her intimate parts. As someone who had experienced absurdity since the age of 12, Such a scene was no more interesting than looking at pictures for him. Moreover, although Zhao Xier was attractive, she paled in comparison to Yi Ran. Most importantly, she was a scheming woman. Despite seeming helpless and aggrieved, she was likely plotting her next move. Yi Ran was pleased with Yi Nan's reaction, which matched her expectations. Yet she took a brief glance at Zhao Xier's private area and noticed something amiss. Off the table, Yi Nan said, feeling the humiliation had sufficed and not wanting to disgust himself further. Zhao Xier silently got down, put her panties back on, and returned to her seat without a word. Zhao Gu smiled at Yi Nan. Lord, would you still consider accepting Xier? Rest assured, she will never act foolishly again. Should she dare, I will deal with her myself before you need to say anything. Yi Nan nodded with a smile, acknowledging his words. All right, given Baron Zhao Gu's sincerity, I'll keep her for now. But let me make it clear, if she lacks the fortune to become a baroness, don't blame me. Ha, of course, Zhao Gu replied. My Sierra has been sensible and considerate since she was young. I'm sure she'll please you, my lord. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Gu left alone. The outcome was largely in line with his expectations, yet some details left him feeling a bit uneasy, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Nevertheless, since he had already accepted that person, his next steps became clear. Standing at the door, watching Zhao Gu depart, Yi Nan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He turned to Zhao Xier and said casually, Xier, right? It looks like the weeds in our courtyard need some attention. From today on, you'll be responsible for clearing them. Yes, my lord, Zhao Xier replied obediently, showing no signs of resistance. Back in his office, Yi Nan observed Zhao Xier through the window as she worked on the weeds, his smile gradually fading. He turned to Yi Ran beside him, his tone serious. Ran, could you check if there's anything wrong with the star coins on this card later? Also, keep an eye on that woman. I'm really curious about what this father-daughter duo is up to. Unexpectedly, Yi Ran chuckled. I already know what they're planning. Yi Nan was taken aback, then settled back into his chair, crossing his legs, intrigued. Oh, how do you know? Thanks to you humiliating her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have figured out their intentions, Yi Ran explained. How so? Yi Nan grew even more curious. Yi Ran began to explain. Remember I told you about the wine women last time? Yi Nan nodded, indicating he remembered. Do you know of any other women with special constitutions besides wine women? Yi Ran asked. Yi Nan shrugged, shaking his head. I don't. This response was expected by Yi Ran. She continued, well, aside from wine women, there's another type called poison women. They have a unique poison sac in their uterus. Once someone has relations with them, the toxin is transmitted through bodily fluids into the man's body, eventually causing him to die a month later. This toxin breaks down rapidly as the body temperature decreases, making it difficult to trace back to the victim. Yi Nan listened intently, then asked, oh, how did you discover this? Yi Nan didn't doubt Yi Ran, but he was apprehensive about the so-called poisonous woman. He thought to himself that encountering such a terrifying entity would be disastrous. Therefore, he felt it necessary to learn some related knowledge. Yi Ran explained succinctly, to maintain the stability of the toxins in her body, this type of woman needs to regularly inject a stabilizer. This causes the injection site to appear an unusual pink hue. It's hard to notice in dim light, but under normal lighting, it's quite easy to spot the abnormality. After hearing this, Yi Nan couldn't help but worry about his safety. However, Yi Ran casually reassured him, saying, don't worry, there are ways to handle it, both before and after. She then turned and left, leaving Yi Nan anxiously calling after her. Sis, don't leave me hanging. Clearly, Yi Ran had no intention of revealing more, leaving Yi Nan feeling frustrated. In the following days, Zhao Xier worked from dawn till dusk, busy dealing with the so-called weeds. Despite the heavy workload, she showed no sign of discontent. Seeing this, Yi Nan praised her. Xier, you seem to have a knack for this. Help me dig a hole. We'll need it in the future. Zhao Xier obediently agreed, her demeanor a stark contrast to her previous arrogance. From noon until dusk, Zhao Xier's shovel suddenly struck something hard. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a human skull. Her face turned pale as she carefully continued to dig, eventually uncovering two decomposed female corpses. There was no doubt in her mind about the identities of these bodies. Yi Nan nonchalantly remarked, so they ended up here as fertilizer. Just dig another spot nearby, about the size of a person. Zhao Xier froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Seeing the smile on Yi Nan's face, she felt a chill run down her spine and could only manage to stammer, I understand. That night, Zhao Xier quietly left the Lord's manor. It wasn't that Yi Nan had actually harmed her, but rather she had been frightened into fleeing. Yi Ran reported to Yi Nan, Xiao Nan, this is the location we tracked from Zhao Xier's contacts. Also, there's no issue with the 1,000 star coins on this card. Yi Nan nodded. Got it. Time to give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Yi Lingran couldn't help but laugh. You're so devious. Two transport ships, rubbing against the faintly red atmosphere, sped out of Maple Leaf Star via the commercial orbital accelerator, heading towards their destination. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Young master, we've just received a tip. That kid Yinan has a shipment passing by our area. A subordinate reported to Harry, who was in the bathroom. Harry's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he eagerly ordered, "Go, seize his goods. Kill everyone on board." "Yes, sir. We'll arrange it right away," the subordinate replied and left promptly. The Kunlun star system consists of 10 planets, 2 of which are habitable, 1 rich in minerals, and the remaining 7 are of little value. These low-density mineral planets mainly provide ordinary people with the means to make a living through mining, and local powers generally don't interfere. However, hidden in some corners of these planets is a notorious pirate group, the Porter Pirates. Harry was the son of the leader of the Porter Pirates. Originally, his father intended to help him turn over a new leaf and start a noble life, but things didn't go as planned. With no other option, he had to lay low for a while. After all, there were still 3 months to go, and anything could happen. At worst, they could sell out Zhao Gu to get Yinan to drop the charges and preserve his noble status. After all, they were just partners, not bound by any unbreakable ties. Inside the transport ship, Yinan asked, puzzled, "Why are both of you here? Wouldn't it be better to stay home?" Yi Lingran bluntly replied, "I'm here to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from messing up and getting yourself killed." "What? Who do you take me for?" Yinan complained. "A pervert, a scumbag," Yi Lingran said without hesitation. "Come on, can't you say something nice?" Yinan said helplessly. "Do you really not know yourself? Besides, with someone as alluring as Wenren around, I'm just afraid you won't be able to resist her charm," Yi Lingran teased. Wenren Mayu shook her head repeatedly, indicating she had no intention of seducing him. As they bantered, 5 red dots suddenly appeared on the radar. Huh, why only 5 ships? Yinan wondered. According to the intel, the Porter Pirates should have 50 escort ships. With the news I leaked, there's no way they'd send so few. Yi Lingran scoffed. "Are you dumb? They're pirates with their own territory. They have to leave some forces to guard their base. Don't think the Kunlun star system only has the Porter Pirates. Damn, did I go all out for nothing?" Yinan was frustrated. He had brought out all his forces, nearly 20 escort ships, only for the opposition to show up with less than a third of his strength, which quickly dampened his enthusiasm. At that moment, the transport ship, traveling at sublight speed, suddenly encountered an abnormal gravitational pull, rapidly decelerating. Watching the speedometer drop, Yinan appeared unfazed. The communication channel opened, and a one-eyed man laughed heartily. Didn't expect the Lord himself to deliver the goods. "Finally, we've caught the big fish." Feigning surprise, Yinan asked, "What do you mean? Do we have a grudge?" "Of course," the one-eyed pirate shouted angrily. "You dared to mess with our young master Harry. You pathetic piece of trash. I'm going to show you what happens when you cross us." Yinan calmly replied, "Oh, what are you planning to do? I'm a noble, and if you pirates dare to rob me, be prepared for my retaliation." He cross-checked the script on the projection, felt it matched, and didn't pay much attention. Beside him, Yi Lingran's eye twitched, thinking this was infuriating. Using a schoolchild's reading style to deliver threatening lines, the poor acting was simply exasperating. The one-eyed pirate was seething with rage, his head buzzing, eyes blazing with anger, wishing he could tear the boy apart right there. You're bold, looking down on us. Brothers, attack? Kill that boy and avenge young Master Harry." "Yes, sir," the other pirates responded. The one-eyed pirate, driven by anger, had completely lost his ability to think rationally. Or perhaps from the beginning, he hadn't considered why Yinan was so calm. The 5 escort ships spread out, attempting to flank from both sides. But what awaited them was a single battleship. "Ha, boss, they only have 1 escort ship. This fat sheep is really bold," a pirate said excitedly. "Then what are we waiting for? Charge," the one-eyed pirate ordered. In the next moment, 20 spherical drones, each a meter in diameter, launched with trails of blue particles. Simultaneously, the nearest escort ship experienced fire control interference, temporarily unable to lock onto targets, unable to intercept these densely packed threats. A voice filled with anger erupted in the control room. "Damn it, I'm being jammed and can't lock on the target," an operator cursed. Despite the enemy fleet's quick maneuver to change course and buy time, 20 drones charged in like wolves among sheep. Blue energy beams shot out from the drones, continuously targeting the enemy ships. While a single drone's firepower couldn't match that of a ship-mounted weapon, their numbers made up for it. The enemy ship's energy shields flickered under the intense assault before disintegrating into particles. The energy beams pierced through the shields, impacting directly on the armor. In a matter of seconds, the concentrated attack melted the frigate's armor, with the energy beams penetrating its interior. A thunderous explosion followed, and the frigate disintegrated, scattering debris in all directions. Everyone aboard was killed instantly. From the moment the drones began their assault to the destruction of the target, it took no more than 5 seconds. After Wen Junyan's drone squadron annihilated one target, they immediately moved on to the next. Damn it! It's a carrier ship, the enemy commander shouted. Focus fire. Take that thing down. Roger that, the other ships responded. The carrier ship, while formidable in unknown combat, struggled in group battles. A large number of cannons could easily destroy these drones, unless there were enough of them to counteract. However, Wen Junyan was undeterred, commanding the drones to charge forward. Her confidence stemmed from the ample reserve of drones in the warehouse. Her lord possessed the blueprints for drones, making these losses bearable. Although only 20 drones were operational at the moment, there were 50 more in reserve. The pirates' attempt to concentrate their fire on them was a futile endeavor. For frigates surged forward to engage the drones' heaton. 8 cannons targeted different drones, opening fire, but these drones were not unmanned. The moment the cannons locked on, the drones began evasive maneuvers. Though occasionally hit, the operators calmly directed the drones closer to their targets. A new round of energy beams struck a frigate. The attacked frigate quickly adjusted its angle, trying to evade further hits. Yet, under such intense fire, its energy shield was breached within seconds. Although it didn't explode immediately, its engines were damaged, rendering it immobile. The pursuing drones once again breached the armor, completely destroying the frigate. In this round of pursuit, 3 spherical drones were destroyed. The pirates, seeing an opportunity, were thrilled. Catch up and finish them. A carrier ship without drones is useless. But just then, 4 more red dots appeared on the radar. The screen zoomed in, and the pirates' faces fell. Damn, there are more reserves. Retreat. Retreating wasn't that easy. In the end, only 2 out of 3 enemy frigates escaped. Destroying 3 enemy frigates with just 3 drones was quite an achievement. However, this tactic had its downside. The destroyed enemy ships held no value, while the lost drones were a tangible loss. It seemed necessary to prepare a salvage ship. Otherwise, battles would only become more costly. Meanwhile, Nanyi recalled a battleship. Its sole purpose was to launch a tracking probe to locate the enemy's stronghold. Otherwise, rooting them out of the star system would be incredibly difficult. On the radar, a cursor was swiftly moving in a certain direction. Judging by its trajectory, the destination lay within an asteroid belt. In the Kunlun star system, there were 3 asteroid belts orbiting the star. These belts were filled with asteroids of all sizes, a place most people avoided. The main reason was the complex environment and rumors of pirate bases. However, Nanyi couldn't be sure the enemy would fly straight. They might change course midway. Should we pursue, my lord? A subordinate asked. Wait 10 more minutes, Nanyi replied in a deep voice. Inside a 5-kilometer-wide asteroid within the asteroid field, Harry was lounging with his hands behind his head, enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. This is the life I want, he thought. What nonsense about being a baron. Who cares about that? Especially Zhao Sierra. That woman wouldn't even let me touch her. Damn it. The son of the great porter pirate crew reduced to a eunuch. I've had enough of that life. As for Nanyi, Harry thought, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. I'll make sure any cargo related to him never reaches its destination. I refuse to believe I can't take him down. Just then, One Eye rushed back in. Young master, the mission failed. Harry, still enjoying the woman's services, asked nonchalantly, what happened? You guys can't even pull off a robbery? One Eye glanced at Harry's pitiful little thing and quickly explained, no, young master. They had a carrier ship escorting them. We only sent 5 frigates and couldn't take them down. Useless, Harry sneered. You can't even handle such a small task. It's just a carrier ship, nothing to worry about. One Eye stayed silent. If it were just a single carrier ship, it wouldn't be a threat. But who knew how many drones they had in reserve? Without proper preparation, they could be wiped out. After all, carrier ships were formidable among frigates, with little chance of winning unknown. Harry pushed the seductive woman off him and casually threw on a coat. How many ships do we have left? 10 frigates, One Eye answered. Good. Send them all out and seize that cargo. Harry ordered. Yes, young master. I'll arrange it right away, One Eye replied. With 10 frigates, they could easily take down a carrier ship. No matter how many drones were in reserve, it wouldn't matter. Those 20 cannons alone could easily shoot down all the drones. Thinking of this, One Eye's face showed a confident expression. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Simultaneously, an urgent warning came over the broadcast channel. Enemy attack. Harry furrowed his brow, his cold gaze piercing the one-eyed man. Did you reveal the location of our base? The one-eyed man shook his head frantically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No, no one followed me. I even took a long detour to get back. Harry didn't press further, decisively giving an order. Get people organized immediately. Whoever dares to come to my base must not leave alive. Yes. The one-eyed man shouted, running to relay the command through his communicator. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from the device, interrupting him. What happened? Harry demanded sharply. Boss, we've got a situation, came the panicked report from the other end. The enemy has bombers. They've used torpedoes to destroy our defense systems. Even the hangar entrances are obliterated, and all our ships are grounded. Damn it, Harry cursed, quickly contemplating a strategy. Only the 2 frigates the one-eyed man had just returned with were combat-ready. But with the enemy's numbers unknown, launching a rash attack would be suicidal. After all, bombers rarely operate alone. Have you scanned the enemy numbers? Harry asked urgently. 18 ships in total. The staggering number left the one-eyed man speechless, and even Harry shuddered. Contact them immediately. Realizing a frontal assault was hopeless, Harry decided to change tactics. As communication was established, a familiar face appeared on the screen, causing Harry to blanch. It's you, Harry exclaimed in shock. Well, if it isn't Baron Harry, what a coincidence to find you here. That's just perfect, the other person said with a smile. Harry instantly understood that this was a meticulously planned trap, with him as the target. Yinan, I'm the deputy leader of the Potter pirate group. If you dare harm me, you'll become our sworn enemy. Imagine all your future cargo being targeted by us. Is that a scenario you can handle? But if you leave now, we can still be friends. Yinan chuckled coldly. You're just a dog, yet you think you're something special. I'm giving you 2 choices. Surrender and face legal consequences, or I blow your base to smithereens with torpedoes. Whether you survive in such an environment will be up to your luck. You. Harry's eyes blazed with fury, realizing it wasn't just luck at play. His temporary base couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. Torpedoes were devastating against fixed structures, and this madman intended to use them against his base. It was a clear attempt to destroy him. Must you really go this far? Harry gritted his teeth. Yinan glanced at his watch with a smile. What? Can't accept it? You were quite bold when you and that woman messed with me. Now, you can't handle these minor consequences? You have 10 seconds to decide. Then, Yinan announced over the broadcast channel to all the pirates. Anyone who surrenders will not be killed. But any resistance will be met with immediate execution. Facing such overwhelming odds, the pirates quickly laid down their weapons. The one-eyed man turned to Harry. Boss, there's no way out. We're finished. Harry was furious, but didn't want to die in such a place. Fine, I surrender. I hope you keep your word. Yinan immediately ordered. Send in the bionic robots to control everyone inside. Have the frigates clear the debris from the entrances and bring their ships under control. The industrial ship will handle everything in the warehouses. Under the protection of 2 women, Yinan entered the seemingly ordinary asteroid. The interior was a stark contrast to the exterior, with luxurious wooden decor and high-tech equipment, even featuring candlelit chandeliers, a testament to the owner's taste. Inside the room, besides Harry, there was a seductive woman in a semi-transparent nightgown standing by a 3-meter-wide bed. Yinan surveyed the surroundings, sneering. Not bad. You know how to enjoy yourself. Harry snorted. The victor takes all. So what if you've caught me? I won't be in here for long. When I'm out, I won't be as polite. Well, I hope that day comes, Yinan replied coolly. Just then, the room door suddenly locked, protected by armored plating. The previously defeated-looking Baron Harry burst into laughter, his eyes cold as he looked at Yinan. Idiot, I never thought you'd walk right into my trap. Honestly, I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Did you think I wouldn't have any protection? Harry clapped his hands triumphantly. Let me introduce you to the latest PBA model bionic robot. Its appearance is indistinguishable from a human because its skin is made from real human skin, but its insides organs, bones are all replaced with metal. Besides providing the best tactile experience, its combat capabilities are formidable. Of course, compared to a warship, it's not as powerful. But in your current situation, what choice do you have other than being a lamb to the slaughter? The one-eyed man also showed excitement. Boss, you're amazing. I never expected you to have such a trump card. Haha, that's why I'm the deputy leader, and you're just subordinates, Harry said, tapping his temple. Use your brains more often. Not everything can be solved with brute force. Yes, your mighty boss, the one-eyed man flattered. Baron Harry looked at Yinan with a smirk. Trash. I should thank you. I've been eyeing these 2 beauties of yours for a while. Now that you've delivered them to my doorstep, I'm quite thrilled. Tonight, I'll have both of them and let you, a cuckold, see how I take them to heaven. Watching Harry entertain himself, Yinan rubbed his temples, speechless at the man's intelligence. He lightly tapped his communicator. You've all heard him. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. Yes, my lord, came the immediate response from the communicator. Yinan thought, does this fool not realize I still have so many ships outside? Does he think controlling me will turn the tide? Ha! With that kind of logic, He must have water for brains to come to such a ridiculous conclusion. Harry's face changed instantly, and he turned to the bionic robot by the bed. Kill him immediately. As soon as he gave the order, the liquid alloy armor on Yi Nan activated instantly, enveloping her entirely. The woman who had been standing silently by the bed suddenly transformed. Her head split open to reveal a 3-barrel microcannon, which unleashed a barrage of fire at him. The white bullets rained down on his armor, producing a dense clinking sound, but they couldn't penetrate his defenses and ricocheted harmlessly to the floor or scattered in different directions. Yi Ran reacted swiftly, and the moment the robot attacked, he had already thrown an alloy dagger. The bionic robot had only been attacking for half a second before the dagger hit its vital spot, causing sparks to fly from its body as it tilted over and fell silent. Yi Nan had anticipated the opponent's alloy armor, which was why she dared to follow in so boldly. She smiled as she slowly advanced on the terrified Harry, who hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Yi Nan, don't come any closer, Harry shrieked, his ears filled with the screams and gunfire from the broadcast outside. He regretted deeply how his carefully orchestrated trap was so easily thwarted by brute force, leaving him with no escape. Suddenly, Harry stumbled over a table, and the nearly burned-out candelabrum on it toppled over. His legs gave way, and he sat down hard. With a squelching sound, the sharp candelabrum pierced through him from below. Harry's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the bloodied spike, letting out a piercing scream as he clutched his groin in agony. Yi Nan was dumbfounded, not expecting the guy to incapacitate himself. He turned to look at his two female companions, noticing they both turned their faces away, blushing at the gruesome scene. Sis, aren't you someone who's seen a lot? Can't even look at this? Yi Nan teased. Ugh, you little brat. I've only ever seen yours, Yi Ran retorted angrily, wishing she could punch him, but he was safely ensconced in his armor. Wenren Mayu was genuinely too shy to speak. With the plot uncovered, Cyclops had already opened the door behind him, fawning like a lapdog. Esteemed ones, I've opened the door for you. You can leave anytime. As for this third-rate scum, leave him to me. I'll take care of him for you. Harry, gritting his teeth through the pain, roared with fury. Cyclops, how dare you? Cyclops sneered, you disgrace. How dare you lay hands on the esteemed Baron? You won't come to a good end. I'm now officially the Baron's dog. With that, he yanked Harry's hair and brutally pulled out the candelabrum. Harry screamed in agony before passing out. The pool of blood on the floor was particularly jarring. Cyclops ingratiatingly approached Yi Nan. My Lord Baron, did I do well? Before he could finish his sentence, a hole was blasted in his head, and he fell to the ground. Yi Nan said coldly, a dog that turns on its master is never a good dog. He casually destroyed the scene and left behind a distinctive earring in space before departing. Harry was thrown into prison, surrounded by burly men. They didn't care if he was injured and were already starved for action. Seeing the fresh blood, they unleashed a brutal assault. Within a day, Harry was sent to the infirmary due to a ruptured rectum. Meanwhile, Yi Nan was in a good mood. Among the looted items, the system had detected something unusual. Detected a scavenger data center. Spend 1,000 points to hack it, the system prompted. Scavengers were one of the major enemies of the Galactic Alliance, with their warships being powerful enough to easily take on 10 ordinary ships. Fortunately, they weren't numerous enough to pose an existential threat to the entire alliance. Besides the scavengers, the Zerg were the biggest problem in the galaxy. The first-generation Zerg were mindless, living on a single ordinary planet. But after contact with humans, they spread like a plague throughout the galaxy. Their queens evolved from infantile intelligence to highly intelligent beings. Now, traces of the Zerg could be found in many noble territories. If not dealt with promptly, they would become a major disaster for any dominion. Now, this metallic cube had caught the attention of the pirate system, claiming it could be hacked. Yi Nan was curious about the secrets it might hold. Hack it, he commanded. The system immediately got to work, commencing hack, progress 1, 4, 17, 59, 92. Hack complete. Most data is corrupted, extracting one viable blueprint. The system suddenly presents a choice interface, leaving the protagonist to decide whether to recycle or spend 500 points on a purchase. Without any context, this confuses and irritates him. He thinks to himself, this system always feels like a game of chance, like opening a mystery box. The system then offers another option. Refuse to answer whether he needs it, and receive an additional 2,000 points reward if he doesn't want it. It's yet another decision shrouded in uncertainty. Despite this, the protagonist is extremely curious about the scavenger technology. After some contemplation, he grits his teeth and makes a decision. Yes, immediately the system's notification chimes. Ding. Points deducted. You have received a blueprint for the Evil Eye electronic battleship. Then, the system throws out another unexpected option. Would he like to forego the task item reward and directly exchange it for the evil eye electronic battleship? This offer surprises the protagonist, as the system seems unusually generous. However, he senses that things may not be as straightforward as they seem. I'd like to take a look at the blueprint first before deciding, the protagonist says cautiously. The system responds. Okay. The protagonist retrieves the blueprint from the system and carefully examines the detailed information about this special faction battleship. The Evil Eye electronic battleship is a T-7 class ship equipped with 5 powerful electronic warfare devices. 1. Rabid virus network attacker, capable of completely paralyzing the control system of a target battleship within 2 minutes. 2. Wide area radar jammer, causes chaos to all targets within a 10-kilometer diameter, especially missile and weapon systems. 3. Cloaking generator, provides invisibility. 4. Warp disruptor, used to control enemy battleships. 5. Decelerator, also used for controlling enemy ships. Additionally, the battleship has 2 extra slots available for expansion. These devices offer overwhelming superiority in electronic warfare. Once the Evil Eye electronic battleship closes in, the target ship will stand no chance of countering. The protagonist's eyes scan the blueprint repeatedly, excitement gleaming in his gaze. The power of this battleship exceeds his expectations, particularly the rabid virus network attacker. He imagines that in real combat, once a ship is infected with this virus, it would immediately face concentrated friendly fire to prevent greater damage. As he delves deeper into the functions of each device, the protagonist's breathing quickens. The wide-area radar jammer can instantly destroy the navigation systems of enemy missiles, while the cloaking generator serves as the perfect shield for this lightly armed battleship. Finally, the warp disruptor and decelerator are the finishing touches, enhancing the ship's capability to control enemies. With eyes reddened by excitement, the protagonist envisions this formidable battleship maneuvering dominantly through space. Yinan stood in front of the electronic terminal, where hundreds of random blueprints flickered in holographic images. His eyes caught sight of a Titan-class battleship blueprint, and he felt his heartbeat quicken. Despite knowing the final selection would be randomized, he couldn't help but hold his breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he selected one. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Titan-class blueprint. Yinan stood frozen, then suddenly burst into laughter. He stared at the blueprint in disbelief, his excitement evident. His sister, Yiling Ran, working in the next room, was drawn by the sudden laughter and walked in. What are you laughing about? Yiling Ran asked, eyeing her brother's obviously secretive expression with suspicion. Yinan's heart raced. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had acquired a strategic resource like a Titan-class battleship blueprint. Thinking quickly, he pulled up a different blueprint. Look at this, sis. He showed her the blueprint of an Evil Eye electronic battleship. Yilingran's hands trembled, her eyes fixed on the uniquely styled battleship. This is a scavenger fleet ship, she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Yinan nodded and explained, yes, its design philosophy is completely different from human battleships. It has a streamlined form, as if it were cast in one piece. Yiling Ran took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Xiaonan, what do you plan to do with this blueprint? Of course, I'll use it myself. Yinan replied without hesitation. Have you considered turning it over to the Empire to advance your rank? Yiling Ran pressed. This could elevate you from a third-class baron to a viscount, with a territory spanning at least 10 star systems. Yinan explained earnestly, you're right, but our foundation isn't solid enough. Even as a viscount, we don't have the strength to defend such a large territory. It's more important to enhance our own capabilities. Yiling Ran smiled approvingly, pleased with her brother's mature thinking. Good. I'm relieved to hear you say that. She then mentioned she would be away for half a month dealing with the accounts of Red Sea City, reminding Yinan to take care of Warren Mayu. Yinan nodded in agreement, and after seeing his sister off, he immediately ordered the necessary materials online. He knew that building a battleship was more akin to assembling one, requiring a vast array of critical components, the production of which involved a massive industrial system. Meanwhile, as Yinan busied himself with preparations, Captain Potter received news of his son's base being destroyed. Upon arriving at the scene, he found nothing but a chaotic wreck, with blue electric sparks flickering among the debris. An aide handed him a delicate earring, which data analysis confirmed belonged to Zhao Xier. Captain Potter's face showed a subtle smile as he contacted Zhao Gu. Baron Zhao, he asked with a grin, I'm curious about your intentions. Why did you attack my son's base? Zhao Gu had long known about Harry's imprisonment and was well aware of his happy life in jail. However, Commander Potter's words left him puzzled. Commander, what do you mean by that? Zhao Gu asked with a frown. Potter said nothing more, simply taking out an earring. He believed that Zhao Gu would understand his intention upon seeing it. Looking at the earring, Zhao Gu let out a bitter smile. Commander, you really don't miss a single opportunity, do you? No matter what I say, you're going to cling to this thing, aren't you? We're all smart people, Potter said coldly. We both know who Harry has provoked this time. Don't you want to take some responsibility for this? Xiaogu didn't want to offend this pirate, as it would affect his business. Besides, this incident indeed had something to do with him. As for Yunan's framing, that was secondary. Even without the earring, there would be other reasons. Wait for my news. I will deal with Harry's matter as soon as possible, Xiaogu conceded. All right, I'll give you 3 days at most, Potter replied. No problem. After hanging up the call, the smile on Zhao Gu's face gradually disappeared. He glanced at his daughter, Zhao Xier, who was looking down, and sighed inwardly. 3 years of planning, and things have only gotten more complicated recently. This useless daughter is of no help at all. The surgery is scheduled for the afternoon to remove the poison sac from your body. I have other plans for you, Zhao Gu said coldly. Yes, father, Zhao Xier replied softly. The next day at noon, after lunch, Zhao Gu leisurely made his way to Yunan's estate. He stepped out of his luxurious hovercar and walked into the office with a smile. My lord, here I am again, Zhao Gu said with a grin. Yinan raised an eyebrow and asked, what brings you here this time? Surely you're not thinking of sending your timid daughter over again? Haha, you're quite the joker, my lord. I've already given up on her. Zhao Gu shook his head. This time, I'm here for one purpose only. I want to bail Harry out. Name your price. Yunan's fake smile grew even wider. Finally, he thought. As the owner of the pirate system, maximizing profit was his ultimate goal. And now that Harry was a broken man, enjoying a different kind of pleasure in prison, someone wanting to bail him out meant real money. Any amount? Yinan asked. Zhao Gu chuckled. Haha, you're quite the joker, my lord. He's just one person, after all. There's a limit to how much he could be worth. How much do you think he's worth, Baron Zhao? Yinan countered. Zhao Gu didn't expect the question to be thrown back at him. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, he held up one finger. 10,000 star coins. That cheap? Yinan sneered. I'm not short of 10,000 star coins. He's caused me quite a bit of trouble recently. Let him enjoy his second life in there. What do you think is a reasonable amount, my lord? Zhao Gu asked. 100,000, Yinan stated flatly. Zhao Gu shook his head. Haha, that's too high. Let's not beat around the bush. 50,000 star coins. And if you raise it by even 1 star coin, I'll walk away. Yinan narrowed his eyes and held up one finger. 100,000, non-negotiable. If it's 1 star coin less, feel free to leave, Baron Zhao. The smile on Zhao Gu's face gradually faded. After a long pause, he nodded. I didn't expect you to have such nerve at such a young age, my lord. I concede. The 100,000 star coins will be in your account by tomorrow. Okay, once I see the money, I'll release him, Yinan said decisively. Seeing off the old fox, Yinan breathed a sigh of relief. One of his strategic goals was finally achieved. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Warden. How's Harry doing? My lord, it's almost done, the warden replied. His orientation has changed. In half a day at most, he'll become exactly what you want him to be. Good. Yinan hung up the call, a slight smile on his lips. He sent out a message, thinking. It won't be long before everyone in Red Sea City knows that the once Baron Harry has become a glass, and a submissive one at that. I wonder what his expression will be when he hears the news. As long as he's not in his right mind, he has more value to be exploited. The next day, the 100,000 star coins were credited. Yinan had made several 100,000 star coins in total, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. He also upgraded all his warships. Meanwhile, at the porter's pirate base, Harry, due to his disability and new experiences in prison, had learned the joy of being third type. Useless. Can't you put more strength into it? Are you even a man? Harry yelled at the pirate behind him. He had intentionally chosen this pirate because of his size. But this guy was all show and no substance, unable to provide the same satisfaction he had experienced in prison. What Harry didn't know was that in prison, those people had been given special treatments. The purpose was to change his orientation quickly. But after being bailed out, he lost that feeling and became increasingly irritable. Get out! Get out of here! Harry shouted. The pirate quickly dressed and ran out. His orientation was perfectly normal, and being asked to do such things disgusted him. He wasn't the first pirate to be humiliated in this way. Some rumors began circulating internally, and soon, these messages reached Commander Potter. Yinan looked at the 2 warships in front of him, very satisfied. The scavenger's technology was impressive. The T9 mine layer, in addition to having a cloaking device, was equipped with a heavy escort-grade booster. This equipment allowed its thrusters to maintain 120 output power for long periods, making it very troublesome for enemies when used with the cloaking device. But now there was a problem. The command ship could simultaneously command 9 escort ships, but the logistics industrial ship couldn't fit all of them unless it reached T0 level. Otherwise, the only option was to purchase a more advanced medium-sized industrial ship. This ship was significantly larger than a small one, easily fitting dozens of escort ships and even 6 or 7 destroyers over 100 meters long. However, the medium-sized industrial ship was quite expensive, and buying it solely to increase transport capacity seemed a bit uneconomical. As he pondered this issue, bad news arrived from Uncle Fu. The Lord was dealing with a tricky issue. News from the insurance company indicated that rampant piracy had led to significant losses. This posed a serious threat to the commercial system of Red Sea City, as if the insurance company were to withdraw, merchants would lose their security blanket, potentially causing the entire trade system to collapse. Yinan heard the news but showed no surprise. He had anticipated this. It was merely the precursor to a storm. In fact, he had been brewing a plan to plant his own pirate crew within the Kunlun star system to strike at his competitors, especially Zhao Gu, who had many assets in Red Sea City. Once Zhao Gu withdrew from the market due to the pirate threat, Yinan could acquire his assets at a low price. The key to this plan was his operative, Harry, an invaluable talent. Understood, Yinan said to his subordinates. There's a transport ship departing tomorrow, right? Quietly inform the escort team that I'll handle this mission. They just need to take the money. As night fell, 2 red moons emerged from the clouds, casting a pale light. Yinan returned to his room with Wanren Mayu in his arms. Despite enjoying the sight of her in a white silk outfit every day, Yinan still felt parched. Wanren Mayu, uneasy under his intense gaze, only showed half her face, avoiding eye contact. In a state of telepathic connection, the sense of time became blurred. Yinan felt that no sooner had he fallen asleep than it was dawn, yet he felt unusually refreshed. In contrast, Wanren Mayu slept deeply. Yinan realized that the telepathic state had some impact on her spirit, requiring her to sleep 12 hours or more each day. After checking the condition of the warships, Yinan prepared to carry out the escort mission. Only 10 escort ships were dispatched this time, as typical pirate raids didn't require more forces. He piloted a logistics industrial ship to the launch dock of Red Sea City. The transport ship's owner frowned upon seeing the young Yinan. You're in charge of this escort? He asked. Seeing the equipment behind Yinan, the owner's expression turned even more displeased. Be careful. If you run off halfway, don't blame me for filing a complaint with the mercenary guild. Yinan nodded without saying much. After confirming the destination, he launched the logistics industrial ship, quickly passing through the pale red atmosphere into space. I'll leave the rest to you, Yinan told his subordinates. I'll go prepare in the back. If anything happens, disengage from the battlefield immediately and don't cause trouble for me. Back on the command ship, Wanren Mayu, dressed in a black cloak with a white silk outfit underneath, floated into his arms, more clingy than usual. Yinan gently stroked her long, pink hair, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Time passed, and the anticipated pirates did not appear. However, midway through, they encountered 3 escort ships blocking their path. Robbery! A familiar shout echoed through the void of space. Inside the transport ship, the captain trembled with fear. He hadn't expected such trouble on this short journey. Nervously, he stared at the communication screen, hoping the escort fleet could handle these unwelcome guests. If things took a turn for the worse, he was ready to abandon the ship and escape. After all, the cargo belonged to someone else, but his life was his own. In the worst-case scenario, it would be the insurance company's loss. As long as he survived, he could start over. On the other side of the screen, a group of menacing figures appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. What, kid? You didn't think only pirates could pull off a heist, did you? You're not pirates? The captain asked in surprise. Who says mercenaries can't moonlight as pirates? A tall, skinny man sneered. Our methods are just as effective. At that moment, the middle-aged man's gaze froze. He caught sight of the woman in the arms of the man on the other side of the communicator, and he was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, he murmured. Like a goddess descended from the heavens. The woman seemed to sense something and gently tapped her temple. Instantly, a pair of glasses unfolded over her delicate nose, concealing her captivating eyes. Captain! The tall man exclaimed excitedly, she's a rare gem. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, greedily eyeing the screen. Kid, we want that woman on your ship too. You have 1 minute to prepare, or else... Before he could finish speaking, chaos erupted. One of the 3 escort ships suddenly unleashed its full firepower on another. Despite being under the protection of a fleet shield, this attack clearly broke through conventional defenses. What the hell are you doing? Stop it now! Frantic shouts filled the communication channel. Amidst the shock, a calm voice spoke up. It seems someone has infected one of the battleships with a rabid electronic virus. There might be a stealth electronic warfare ship hidden nearby. The furious captain never expected that before the enemy could attack him, his own men would start shooting from behind. His eyes widened with rage as he shouted at the top of his lungs. But his teammates remained unresponsive, as if frozen in place. Inside the number 3 frigate, chaos reigned. The control system screens flickered with dizzying patterns, and no matter how they tried, nothing seemed to work. Damn it! It's an electronic warfare ship. Our warship's been hacked. Quick, evacuate immediately. The captain finally grasped the severity of the situation and loudly ordered an evacuation. The 4 crew members quickly activated the manual escape devices, and 4 escape pods were launched. However, the ship's cannons instantly targeted the nearest pods. The advanced electromagnetic cannons roared, shattering the escape pods. The internal gas leaked rapidly, beyond repair. 4 lifeless bodies floated in space, silently recounting the tragedy. The captain witnessed it all and instantly understood what had happened, but it was too late. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted as the number 2 ship, unprotected by shields, succumbed to concentrated fire from the attacking frigate, illuminating the dark expanse of space. The number 1 ship immediately distanced itself, preparing to retaliate, only to find its protective system still active. Damn it! Disable the protection now, the captain roared. Already working on it. 3, 2, 1. Disabled. As the countdown ended, the 2 warships engaged in a fierce battle in the vast universe. Meanwhile, Yinan was leisurely holding a girl with long legs dressed in white silk, shamelessly enjoying the moment. Although he couldn't engage in a real fight, this was a decent substitute. The beauty in his arms blushed, breathing heavily, making her even more captivating. However, Yinan's attention wasn't fully on Wanrenmayu. With a thunderous explosion, the number 3 ship was finally destroyed. The remaining number 1 frigate, with its shields nearly depleted, dared not linger. The threat posed by an invisible electronic warfare ship was too great. Kid, I'll remember you. The enemy captain growled through clenched teeth. Yinan scoffed, ha, a bunch of small fry. My boss is Baron Zhaogu. Dare to touch me, and my boss will make sure you regret it. Even if your boss is Zhaogu, or the king himself, you won't have it easy. This isn't over, mark my words, the enemy captain retorted, then activated the sublight engines, vanishing into the vast cosmos. Yinan's lips curled into a smile, thinking that things were getting interesting. He switched the communication screen and said to the transport ship captain, Captain, you can continue the journey. The transport ship captain awoke from his daze, deeply shaken. A battle against an unseen enemy, managing to scare them off, was nothing short of extraordinary. He had been in the transport business for years, but had never encountered such a formidable character. Sir, could I get your contact information? If possible, I'd like to hire you for escort services next time. The captain asked hopefully. Yinan waved his hand, we'll see. He wasn't a professional. This was just an unexpected opportunity due to the pirate's absence. The transport ship eventually arrived at the logistics hub on the satellite of the Dawn planet. The cargo would be redistributed here, sent to various destinations. Yinan originally planned to return and seek the next opportunity, but he unexpectedly discovered something intriguing at auction. The auction list was extensive, featuring warships, slaves, antiques, and even land. Most enticingly, the auction was set to begin in 2 hours. Yinan, with Wanrenmayu in tow, entered the auction hall. She disliked crowded places, so she wore a hood and a black veil. Though it made her more conspicuous, it at least prevented a commotion. They casually found a spot to sit, opting not to purchase the expensive VIP seats. A large, hefty man squeezed into the seat next to Yinan, clearly exceeding the capacity of a single seat. Hee, sorry about that. I'm a bit broad. Hope you don't mind, the man chuckled. Yinan smiled. No problem. The jovial man extended his pudgy hand. Introducing himself, I'm Pang Dun. How should I address you, brother? Yinan. Nice to meet you, Yinan. Is this your wife? Pang Dun asked, attempting to shake hands, but Wanrenmayu didn't respond. Sorry, she's a bit shy, Yinan explained. No worries, I get it, Pang Dun replied, unfazed. So, are you here to buy something, or just browsing? I'm here to learn. My old man insisted I look at these boring things, though I'm not sure why, Yinan replied casually. The two chatted briefly, but Yinan noticed that despite Pang Dun's seemingly naive demeanor, he was very guarded about his own information, indicating he wasn't as simple as he appeared. The auction began with a woman in high heels and a short skirt taking the stage. A fist-sized metal orb hovered beside her, projecting her holographic image for everyone to see, capturing every detail. Her alluring presence elicited knowing smiles from many men. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 371st auction by Shengda Auction House. I'm your auctioneer, Nina, she announced in a sweet voice. As usual, whoever spends the most today will get to have dinner with me tonight. Enjoying a wonderful evening? Pang Dun nudged Yinan with a suggestive grin. I've heard Nina is quite talented in all sorts of ways. Those who've experienced it can't stop praising her. Want to give it a shot, brother? Yinan shook his head with a smile, not interested. Heh, you're not henpecked, are you? Your wife doesn't seem like the type to be that strict, Pang Dun teased. Fine. I'm broke. Yinan replied bluntly. Does that answer satisfy you? No problem, I've got money. Pang Dun offered eagerly. If you're interested, feel free to borrow from me. I'll give you the lowest interest rate in the galaxy. No need. Yinan declined politely. I'm quite disciplined and avoid spending beyond my means. Seeing no further persuasion was possible, Pang Dun relented. Meanwhile, the first auction item was unveiled. The projection displayed a mountain-shaped warship, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a T6 heavy assault ship, the auctioneer introduced. It may lack shields, but its armor is 5 times thicker than that of ordinary warships, making its overall defense stronger than those with shields. Besides its formidable defense, its offensive capabilities are equally impressive. A new image appeared, causing a stir among the audience. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a 160mm dual electromagnetic cannon used by destroyers. I don't need to elaborate on its destructive power, the auctioneer boasted with a hint of pride. The 160mm electromagnetic railgun is exclusive to destroyers. Although the size only increased by 40mm, this seemingly minor change results in destructive power more than double that of a 120mm. This isn't due to advancements in materials, but rather the additional 40mm diameter provides extra space inside the electromagnetic shell. This space is filled with various lethal configurations, some with denser alloys, others with incendiary or highly explosive materials. As the shell diameter increases, the energy carried by the railgun's rails also increases, naturally making the kinetic impact more formidable. For frigates, the danger posed by a 160mm electromagnetic gun far exceeds that of a 120mm. However, this increase in power also leads to a longer cooling time, extending from 2 seconds to 3. Even with a dual electromagnetic cannon, it requires an average of 1.5 seconds between shots. Typically, weapons of this caliber are not equipped on lower-tier warships due to excessive energy consumption. Only specially designed heavy assault ships, which sacrifice energy shields to focus all power on weapon systems, can accommodate such weaponry. Of course, this design must be supported by excellent armor, or it would become an easy target. In the auction hall, when guests heard that the heavy assault ship was equipped with a 160mm electromagnetic gun, their interest was immediately piqued. 10,000 star coins, offered guest number 3, breaking the silence. Nina, the auctioneer, smiled and thanked him for livening up the atmosphere. Ha, you think you can get this for 10,000? I'll offer 15,000, 20,000. The price quickly climbed. According to market standards, the price of a destroyer usually ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 star coins. Compared to higher-grade destroyers, this heavy assault ship had no special advantages except for slightly better speed. The 160mm electromagnetic gun had a slightly lower hit rate against frigates, but still maintained an 80 accuracy. However, the bidding stalled at 20,000 star coins, with no further offers. Everyone knew that with that amount of money, they could directly purchase a GT2 class destroyer, avoiding unnecessary expenses. Seeing this, Nina gritted her teeth and added, "Ladies and gentlemen, for those who purchase this T6 heavy assault ship, we will also include a set of frigate equipment for free. This ensures you can maximize the potential of this warship." Upon hearing this, Yinan immediately pressed the communication button. Auctioneer, is there a limit to the equipment you mentioned? Can any frigate equipment be chosen? Although Nina didn't know who was asking, she nodded with a smile. Yes. As long as it's not above level equipment, you can choose freely. For most people, this offer wasn't particularly enticing. A set of level equipment is worth only a few hundred to 1,000 star coins, a negligible discount compared to the entire heavy assault ship. However, Yinan's eyes lit up. 21,000 star coins. Beside him, Pang Dun gave a surprised look, then a knowing smile spread across his chubby face. Brother, you're impressive. I almost thought you were henpecked. I told you, it's not what you think. Heh, I get it, but who knows what he really understood. For Yinan, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. In the end, the T6 heavy assault ship was acquired by him for 21,000 star coins. At the front of the auction hall, a middle-aged man glanced back in the direction where Yinan was seated. The auction continued with various antiques and other items. These were meaningless to Yinan, who was simply embracing one random OU, showing affection. However, soon a new item caught his attention. It was a set of 10 level optimizers. Achieving level optimization can upgrade a warship to T7, making these items highly sought after in the market. Many lower-tier warships cannot install more equipment or enhance their overall capabilities due to the lack of optimizers. As soon as this set of 10 optimizers appeared, the starting price was pushed to over 10,000 star coins. 20,000, Yinan pressed the bidding button, immediately drawing everyone's attention. However, no sooner had he made his offer than someone else raised it by another 10,000. 30,000. Pang Dun nudged Yinan with his greasy elbow. Brother, you're in trouble. What do you mean? Do you know who you're bidding against?
No.
That's Captain Porter, the biggest pirate leader in the Kunlun star system. Hearing the name, Yinan's eyes narrowed. He had only heard of this person before and didn't expect to encounter him here. With a slight smirk, he pressed the bid button again. 50,000 star coins. 60,000. No one anticipated that a set of level optimizers would be driven to such a high price, especially with one of the bidders being the infamous Captain Porter. You actually have the nerve to spend so much on a set of optimizers. When did you become so generous? Someone teased. Porter merely glanced sideways at the person and offered no explanation. At this moment, Yinan's bid appeared again. 80,000. Wow, is this for real? Is this guy crazy? Yeah, with that money you could just buy a ready-made one. 80,000 star coins could get you a T7 frigate. Listen to yourself. How many come with a base level of T7? Exactly, those starting at T7 are top-tier frigates. Let's not even talk about the price. The market supply is extremely limited. Getting 10 T7 frigates for 80,000 star coins is impossible. Porter bid again, pushing the price to 90,000. On stage, auctioneer Nina's eyes gleamed with excitement, her legs trembling slightly. She hadn't expected this item to fetch such a high price and was already fantasizing about the evening's festivities. She decided she must later thoroughly research Captain Porter's preferences. Pang Dun turned to his side. Brother, are you giving up? Yinan shrugged. At such a high price, I'm not a fool. Buying it would only hurt my wallet. If someone loves it, let them have it. Hee. Wise decision, brother. In the quiet auction hall with just over 200 people, this conversation naturally reached the ears of Captain Porter at the front. His face immediately darkened. He's not a fool either. Buying such an expensive optimizer would be like walking into a trap. Besides, not all the pirate ships are his personal property. Many belong to other members. It's impossible to expect them to use such high-priced equipment. Yinan had other intentions. He turned to glance at a few seats behind him, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Pauper, you dare compete with me over this small amount of money. Trash, he chuckled inwardly. Captain Potter, stop pretending, Yinan said coldly. I think it's clear enough what our relationship is now. If you want to mess with me, don't expect I won't mess with you back. Kid, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Captain Potter stormed off in anger, not realizing his outburst had made him the center of attention and ridicule. The amused looks from those around made him feel ashamed, forcing him to pay up and leave early. As the auction continued, a group of slaves was brought onto the stage. They were dozens of attractive women, each with at least an 8 out of 10 in looks. However, they all had some form of disability. Some had lost a hand, others a foot, and some were even missing all 4 limbs. The audience erupted in dissatisfaction. What the hell, auctioneer? Are you guys at Shungda Auction House crazy? Selling such trash? Yeah. Do you have nothing better to sell? Who are you trying to disgust? What would you even do with them? Worship them? Nina, the auctioneer, looked helpless. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. These items are indeed quite ordinary. However, they are not our auction house's products. They were consigned by someone else. What do you mean? Yeah, which idiot is so confident that anyone would want these damaged goods? Nina explained. Honored guests, it is like this. They are core members of the Rose Pirate Group. At this, expressions in the crowd shifted. Through their discussions, Yinan learned more about this pirate group. The Rose Pirate Group was a powerful emerging force in the Kunlun star system, but had recently been besieged by all the pirates in the system. The reason was unclear, but faced with such overwhelming odds, the Rose Pirate Group suffered heavy losses. These survivors were subjected to humiliations but were not killed. Instead, their limbs were severed and they were left here. Their mutilated bodies meant they could no longer fight on a battleship. Mechanical limbs couldn't effectively execute various commands. From now on, they could only become the lowest of the low in society. This was precisely the pirates' real intention. However, the crowd had no interest in these worn-out goods, and no one bid on them. Just as everyone was ready to see the auction house's embarrassment, an unexpected voice called out, 1-star coin? Damn, someone actually bid. Buying them for 1-star coin, the medical expenses alone would be astronomical. Exactly. Didn't you see those festering wounds? Plus the cost of prosthetics. Using them even as blow-up dolls would be a loss. Pang Dun looked at the bidder, eyes wide in disbelief. Bro, are you serious? If you waste money like this, won't your wife kill you? Heh, no, your sister-in-law is very gentle, Wonren Mayu said, snuggling closer to him, appearing more intimate. Damn bro, I'm really envious. Having such an understanding wife, Pang Dun said, just as a sinister voice came from behind. Fatty, I knew you'd be hiding here. Both turned to see a beautiful woman with her arms crossed, glaring at Pang Dun with fiery eyes. Wife, let me explain, Pang Dun stammered, but the woman had no intention of listening to his excuses and dragged him away by his ear. This unexpected scene caused a stir among the crowd, as some recognized the woman as the daughter of the Shengda auction house owner. No one expected her to show up in such a place. The auction continued, but no one else bid. The group of former pirate members was bought for 1 star coin. In everyone's eyes, it was a losing deal, but for Yin Nan, it was a huge win. As someone with a system, Yin Nan had access to some remarkable items in his system store. Ordinary prosthetics couldn't restore them to normal, but he had a special kind of neuronal prosthetic made from lightweight alloy. These prosthetics could perfectly integrate with bones and nerves, causing no rejection reaction. Once attached to nerves, bones, and blood vessels, they could restore people to normal, making them forget they ever had missing limbs. The best part was how inexpensive they were. A set of 4 limbs only cost 10 points. Given their condition, 100 points would be more than enough. Since some only lost parts of limbs, not all. Only the most beautiful among them had all 4 limbs severed. The auction officially concluded without a grand finale, as this was just a routine monthly auction. A more prestigious high-end auction would be held during the new year, featuring much rarer items. After paying, Yin Nan went to claim his purchase. His battleship was in the warehouse, and they had thrown in an additional piece of equipment for him. Mr. Yin, what equipment do you want? I'll have it prepared, Nina, the auctioneer, asked. Yin Nan projected an image of an item. This one. Seeing the projection, Nina's mouth twitched. Sir, you sure know how to pick. Heh, you agreed to it, Yin Nan chuckled. I know, but a type drone controller is worth 3,000 star coins on the market. We're taking a big loss here, Nina said, subtly brushing her ample chest against his arm. It was obvious, and Yin Nan could feel it clearly. She was definitely not wearing anything underneath. By the way, Miss Nina, I suggest you consider expanding to Maple Leaf Star. The potential there is much greater than on Morning Star Planet, Yin Nan advised. Nina was taken aback, completely unaware of why he would say such a thing. Instinctively, she frowned and thought. The environment on Maple Leaf Star was far inferior to that of Dawn Planet, and there was a logistics center here. Who would go there to develop without any reason? However, she wouldn't voice such doubts in front of him. So, she cleverly dodged the topic. Soon, a group of injured members from the Rose pirate crew appeared before them. The stench was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Nina instinctively took a step back, covering her nose as she asked, Do you guys not bathe? What on earth is that smell? Xiao Qiangwei, the captain of the Rose pirate crew, maneuvered her brainwave-controlled wheelchair closer to Yin Nan. She coldly mocked. What, can't even recognize your own men's bodily fluids? Yin Nan shook his head decisively, frowning. I've never smelled anything like this before. Xiao Qiangwei narrowed her eyes, a mixture of wariness and disdain in her voice. So, now that you've bought us, what do you plan to do? Make us prostitutes? Or have us crawl around like dogs for your entertainment? Yin Nan rubbed his chin, a bit surprised by her imagination. But he quickly composed himself and asked directly, Can you kill? Xiao Qiangwei let out a cold laugh. Do you think we can kill in our current state? What if I restore you all to your normal state? Yin Nan's words caused a visible reaction among the Rose pirate crew, their eyes collectively turning to their leader. Xiao Qiangwei furrowed her brows. You plan to heal us? But you should know, mechanical limbs won't return us to our former battlefield prowess. I don't want to hear excuses, just give me an answer. Yin Nan's tone was uncompromising. The atmosphere turned tense. Xiao Qiangwei didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Yes. And we're professionals. Good. That's all I needed to hear. Yin Nan turned to the auctioneer. Miss Nina, please contact the best hospital. Have their wounds repaired. Just the wounds, nothing else. Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll arrange it right away. Nina promptly set things in motion. Soon, a medical ship arrived. This mobile medical battleship was one of the logistics ships on the battlefield, equipped with an unmanned medical system capable of providing basic treatment to battlefield casualties. In less than half a day, their wounds had been thoroughly cleaned. The bleeding was stopped, rotten flesh removed, and necrotic bones smoothed. Yin Nan retrieved a set of neural prosthetics from the warehouse and approached Xiao Qiangwei. Already a quadriplegic, what is there to fear? Who are you looking down on? Xiao Qiangwei had barely finished speaking when a gut-wrenching scream filled the air. The mechanical limbs, amidst a series of clicks, connected with her bones, flesh, nerves, and blood vessels. The perfect fusion of metal and biological tissue brought her immense pain. Ha! What a dreadful scream! Yin Nan sneered. Xiao Qiangwei, drenched in sweat, felt the pain overwhelming her. She hadn't expected a mere set of prosthetics to cause such intense agony. The other women around her showed concern, calling out, Captain, are you okay? Don't scare us, Captain. Despite having weathered many storms over nearly 40 years, Xiao Qiangwei noticed something unusual this time. Sensation was returning to her limbs, which was bizarre. Since when could mechanical prosthetics provide tactile feedback? She sat up, tentatively grasping her hand. feeling the unmistakable sensation. She looked at Yinan in confusion. Why can I feel? Yinan rolled his eyes. Ever heard of synthetic metallic nerves? No, Xiao Qiangwei admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. But the sensation of regaining her limbs felt wonderful. She got off the bed, walking and jumping around, feeling no difference from her own body. All right, you just completed the connection. Try to rest more. In about half a month, they'll fully integrate with your bones. By then, all your bones will be incredibly tough. Ordinary weapons won't be able to cut through them, Yinan explained. Will there be any rejection reactions? Xiao Qiangwei asked. No, but you might experience low blood pressure in the coming days. These neural prosthetics, like normal limbs, require blood to supply necessary energy and trace elements. So don't cause trouble, or there won't be anyone to replace your brain if you hurt it. Xiao Qiangwei felt a bit awkward, unsure how to respond. She simply shot him a glare to express her displeasure, only to find that Yinan wasn't even looking at her. Yinan pointed to the other boxes nearby. Install these for the others. It's simple, just get close and they'll automatically connect. Just make sure not to mix up the left and right limbs. Thank you, boss, for your kindness, Xiao Qiangwei nodded in gratitude. Soon, the warehouse echoed with continuous screams. Wenren Mayu, wearing a black veil, inputted a message via brainwave. Why not use anesthetics on them? It's not that we don't use them, we can't. The nerve connection requires this kind of stimulation to activate the metallic nerves, Yinan explained. Mayu understood. Soon, everyone had completed their limb repairs, and they all wore happy smiles. On the bridge, Xiao Qiangwei solemnly stated, Boss, the remaining 68 members of the Rose pirate crew are now your blade. Whoever you want us to kill, we'll kill. Yinan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the attitude he wanted. Tell me, what exactly happened to you? Why were you attacked by other pirate crews? Xiao Qiangwei hesitated for a moment but decided to explain. We are the Rose pirate crew from the Changzheng 6 constellation. We had some collaborations with certain people. Now they want to silence us. The last of our strength fled here. But they still intend to finish us off. So they paid the pirates here to do the cleanup. Yinan rubbed his chin, puzzled. Then why didn't they just kill all of you? That would have been more thorough, right? Xiao Qiangwei shook her head slightly, sighing with a hint of despondency. There's no need. All the evidence is at our base. They've taken over there, so the rest isn't as crucial. Our testimony alone won't have much impact on them. With their power, dealing with us pirates is a piece of cake. One last question. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Who was so ruthless to treat you this way? Torture is one thing, but amputating limbs? Isn't that against the code even for pirates? Or maybe they're just a rookie who doesn't know how this business works. Xiao Qiangwei was instantly enveloped in a murderous aura, her eyes filled with burning rage. She gritted her teeth and said, It was that scoundrel Porter. It seems that both Yinan and Xiao Qiangwei share a common enemy with Potter. Yinan smiled and nodded, reintroducing himself. Yinan, the sole lord of Maple Leaf Star, currently a third-class baron. Potter's son, Harry, accidentally ended up as a third-category prisoner because of me, and he's now in jail. It seems his sexual orientation has changed, which makes me think there might be some unspeakable things going on within the Potter pirate group. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiangwei, having been through similar experiences, felt a bit uneasy. She looked at Yinan warily and said, Boss, I still prefer men. Don't try any weird things on me. Yinan was surprised. Really? After going through that, you still like men? Xiao Qiangwei explained with a complex expression. Even though it wasn't voluntary, the body's reactions don't lie. In the future, if I encounter them, I'll definitely take them down. But that has nothing to do with physical needs. It's a biological instinct. Besides, I'm almost 40. Those weaklings are no match for me. Yinan gave her a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Xiao Qiangwei blushed slightly and playfully gave him a light kick, half-jokingly saying, Boss, I'm still quite flexible. You can test it if you don't believe me. Yinan wisely changed the subject. What kind of warship combat are you guys best at? Xiao Qiangwei smiled and explained. We're best at high-speed landing ship combat. These ships don't need any weapons. They just ram in to invade. We typically use thorn armor and hammerheads. Thorn armor can unleash close-range energy attacks, while the hammerhead is a high-strength alloy impact hammer mounted at the front of the ship, capable of breaking enemy armor. Yinan thought for a moment and made a decision. All right, there are 68 of you. I'll start by getting 6 high-speed landing ships. I have a bionic robot production line on my side, so all your ships will be equipped with bionic robots for the invasions. How big your force can grow in the future will depend on you. Xiao Qiangwei was thrilled, realizing that this boss was giving them significant freedom to develop. After returning to Maple Leaf Star, nearly all the landing ships Yinan ordered were sold out. The Rose Pirate Group officially renamed themselves the Overlord Pirate Group, destined to become a feared presence among male pirates. Yinan learned that the Potter Pirate Group had a mining operation in a nearby asteroid belt containing valuable tuck minerals. He decided to take the initiative and transport this mineral to Maple Leaf Star's orbit for extraction. 3 logistics industrial ships set sail, and Xiao Qiangwei eagerly confirmed everything was ready. Meanwhile, Captain Potter received word that someone planned to raid his number 7 mine. He dismissed it, thinking Yunan's attempt to use this bunch of misfits against him was laughable. Potter notified the mine's forces to be prepared and hinted that they could have their way with Xiao Qiangwei. The miners were excited and eagerly boarded their frigates to meet the threat. In less than 5 hours, the 3 logistics industrial ships entered deceleration mode. The pirates at the mine taunted them over the communication channel, demanding their surrender and boasting about feasting on seafood. Faced with these provocations, Yinan remained silent, leaving the response to Xiao Qiangwei. With a suggestive smile, she replied in a teasing tone, "Gentlemen, if you're so eager to play with us ladies, don't complain later if you can't keep up." Yinan was almost overwhelmed by shock. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, silently cursing. What the heck is going on? Did I stumble onto the wrong set? The spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Qiangwei and her crew were behaving in a wild and reckless manner, nothing like people who came to discuss serious matters. Yinan couldn't help but think to himself, these women are acting like they're about to shoot an rated movie. Xiao Qiangwei laughed even more brazenly, beckoning the stunned men with her finger. "If you want us, show us what you've got. If you can't even catch us, don't say we didn't give you a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, 20 warships hidden behind the asteroid field suddenly burst forth, forming a blockade. Combined with the nearby defense systems, their collective firepower was equivalent to 30 escort ships. "How's that for a surprise?" one of the pirates boasted smugly. "We've been tipped off about your arrival. Today, not a single one of you will leave. Brothers, charge. Let's take these women and throw a grand victory feast tonight." With that command, 20 different models of escort ships surged forward, completely ignoring the surrounding defense systems. Yinan glanced at his own force's 25 warships in total. It felt like a group of naive kids challenging seasoned adults. He decided to hold back for now, giving his subordinates a chance to prove themselves. "It's all yours," Yinan ordered. The battle erupted. The enemy launched their missiles, but Yan Wenjun's team operated in groups of 3, forming resonance shields. 6 machine guns provided crossfire, effortlessly intercepting the long-range weapons. Xiao Qiangwei and her team charged at the nearest target with astonishing speed. "Watch out! These women favor close combat," the enemy commander shouted, but against such sheer speed, some things were unavoidable. With a zzz sound, a warship was hit head. Its energy shield couldn't withstand the impact. Then, with a boom, a hammer-like weapon smashed through, twisting and damaging the ship's keel. Inside, the crew saw the alloy walls warp, their faces pale. Retreat. For escape pods launched, but 2 were unfortunate enough to collide with fast-moving landing crafts, shattering on impact. "Damn, they're fierce. Be careful," the enemy exclaimed. Blue energy beams swept around the highly maneuverable landing crafts. Even electromagnetic railguns couldn't effectively lock onto them. Their unpredictable flight paths rendered blind firing useless. Soon, the second and third enemy ships were destroyed. Those who avoided direct collisions couldn't escape the bionic robots' invasion. 18 warships tackled the 20 pirates, holding a decisive advantage, their combat prowess astonishing. Watching this, Yinan realized he might have some deficiencies as a commander. He asked the system, as a commander, is it enough to just be good at commanding? The system responded, "Host, a commander must enhance their cognitive abilities and also undergo extensive training with the warships they control. The more proficient you are with the ships, the stronger the combat power you can unleash. With equal numbers and equipment, the level of familiarity each commander has with their ships leads to vastly different combat effectiveness." Yinan had an epiphany. "So I have to master everything?" The system clarified, "Not at all. Typically, each commander specializes in a type of warship. They choose their development path from the start, rather than mindlessly mastering everything." "What do you think suits me?" Yinan inquired. The system bluntly replied, "Host, do you even have a brain?" Yinan was taken aback, feeling the system was mocking him. "Speak plainly. Why am I brainless? I even got a gold star in kindergarten." The system explained patiently, "Host, let's set aside your kindergarten achievements. From my perspective, your intelligence is average. So, I recommend you focus on versatile development. Use what you need for different situations. You have a system, after all. You can enhance proficiency with warships and weapons using points. However, it's a bit early to worry about this. Right now, you're only using escort ships. As your fleet grows, you'll truly unleash the commanding ship's formidable power." This explanation gave Yinan some assurance, but he realized mastering so much wouldn't be easy, especially since points weren't easy to come by. "By the way, system, why wasn't there a mission issued this time?" Yinan suddenly remembered. The system replied, "Host, Future low-level pirate actions will generally be rewarded post-event. Pre-event mission prompts will no longer be issued. Always remember the conduct expected of a pirate lord. Damn, why do I have to be a pirate lord? Yinan complained. If he could choose, he would prefer to be a Seinen lord, waking up every day to find treasures delivered to him. The battle was halfway through. Of the enemy's 20 warships, 7 had been destroyed, and 3 had been invaded. On Yunan's side, only a few had minor injuries. The disparity was absurd. The enemy leader was now sweating profusely, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of victory. Damn it, why are these wrecks so strong? Boss, we should retreat. Otherwise, we're done for. Yeah, boss, I don't want to die here. The mine belongs to the captain, but our lives are our own. Don't do anything foolish. Just then, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, a bunch of incompetents, just as the captain said. Your brains are filled with nothing but filth. Hearing the voice, the remaining pirates were instantly filled with joy. Yes, Lord August, they cheered, as if they had seen their savior. Oh my God, we're finally saved, one pirate exclaimed excitedly. Haha, these little brats have finally met their match. Lord August is an unbeatable commander. You all are doomed this time. The pirates, whose morale had been low, suddenly regained their confidence and started celebrating wildly at the sight of a newly arrived warship. Yinan looked at the strange warship that had appeared and furrowed his brow, filled with curiosity. System, what's that warship? I've never seen this type before, Yinan asked internally. The system responded immediately, Host, that is a command barge, a type of advanced command ship. It has 10 warships docked on either side, forming a staggered structure. If you remove those warships, the core command barge gives off a slender skeletal appearance. Is there anything special about it? Yinan inquired further. Not particularly special, it just allows for the transportation of more warships for battle. You can think of them as aircraft carriers for warships. Generally, a command barge can transport the maximum number of warships its command level allows, the system explained. Yinan thought for a moment. Then why not just take it out directly? The system immediately warned. No, the command barge itself has 8 cannons, so directly approaching for an attack isn't the best choice. Plus, it has undergone defensive enhancements, making it hard to deal with. Furthermore, those docked escort ships can serve as fixed gun turrets. If you approach Hedon, you'll face concentrated fire from 10 escort ships. Hearing this explanation, Yinan felt a chill run down his spine. He reassessed the warship, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this ugly thing to be so dangerous. Instantly, his opinion of the ship did a complete 180, and he no longer found it ugly, but rather endearing. Yes, the more I look at it, the more it seems like a long-lost buddy, Yinan joked to himself. At that moment, August's gaze swept over Xiao Qiangwei and the others on the battlefield. He sneered and taunted. Surprised to see me, you wretches? Haha, where I am, there's no place for the Rose Pirates. I crushed you easily last time, and this time will be no different. I'll make sure you experience a whole new level of pain. Xiao Qiangwei and her crew were visibly upset upon seeing him. This was the maniac who had dismantled their ships. How dare he show up again? Was he asking for death? Just as she was about to speak, Yinan stopped her. I'll handle him, Yinan said firmly. You all take care of the remaining pirates before doing anything else. If you damage my command barge, I'll have you all stripped and spanked. Yinan's interruption calmed Xiao Qiangwei and her crew. Boss, be careful. We'll support you soon, Xiao Qiangwei advised. All right, just don't hold me back, Yinan replied casually. As he finished speaking, 6 warships suddenly appeared on August's radar. August frowned at the sight. Lord Yinan, I didn't expect you here. Surprised? Yinan retorted. Not really, August chuckled coldly. I just wanted to tell you that leaving your maple leaf star to wander into space is a death wish. Don't you know how dangerous it is here? Don't worry, you're not the only commander in the world. Yinan shot back, undeterred. August laughed heartily. Are you joking? You think commanding 5 escort ships makes you a match for me? When I became a commander, you were probably still playing in the mud. Do you think having more ships makes you stronger? Naive. Fine, since you dared to step out, let me show you the difference in our capabilities. As he spoke, 7 escort ships under his command activated their thrusters, flew backward, turned in space, and headed towards Yinan. Boss, be careful. August is skilled in long-range electromagnetic crossfire attacks. You mustn't. Before Xiao Qiangwei could finish, a loud explosion interrupted her. One of the escort ships was hit by a round of electromagnetic fire and exploded into a ball of flames. Qiangwei, what were you saying? Yinan asked. Nothing. Boss, have fun, Xiao Qiangwei replied awkwardly. Damn it. Firing from 2 kilometers away, with a 160 mm twin electromagnetic cannon that has a 2 kilometers range. Plus, he has a great electromagnetic booster, extending the range to 3 kilometers. An escort ship without a formed resonance shield is a sitting duck. To this level of firepower, one shot is all it takes. Xiao Qiangwei analyzed internally. That's why destroyers can easily counter escort ships, but this doesn't apply to cruisers. Cruisers have more firepower, but their hit rate against fast-moving escort ships drops significantly. So this counter relationship is only effective against warships one tier below. Sometimes a cruiser can be worn down by escort ships, which isn't unusual. After one escort ship was taken out, August frowned. Trash, it seems I underestimated you. Now let me show you my real strength. No longer underestimating Yinan, he divided the 6 escort ships into 2 groups of 3 and launched a new round of attacks. They charged at him from both sides. In that critical moment, a piercing alarm shattered the silence, followed by a blinding flash of explosions. Numerous hidden floating mines were triggered along his path, detonating instantly. The resonance shield formed by 3 escort ships collapsed under the fierce impact, the critical point easily breached. Before they could catch their breath, a powerful 160mm dual electromagnetic cannon shot through the air. Simultaneously, the Medusa escort ship launched 2 precise energy beams, like the scythe of death, instantly taking down 2 escort ships. The surviving third ship couldn't escape its fate either, soon becoming a fireball under the twin rockets of the Xingho escort ship. August was left speechless in shock. He never anticipated such fierce firepower from the opponent, nor was he prepared for the enemy to have a tactical warship in hiding. Otherwise, where did these mines come from? In anger, he slammed his fist onto the command table, his expression darkening ominously. This unexpected setback ignited a fury within August. He had expected an easy victory, yet barely into the engagement, he had already lost 4 escort ships. Although this loss was not significant to him, such a start left him exceptionally vexed. After calming down, August quickly adjusted his tactics. He refrained from ordering the remaining 3 escort ships to launch a reckless assault. Instead, he commanded them to maneuver nearby, waiting for support from 4 additional escort ships from the rear. He decided to launch a full-scale attack once all firepower was ready, undoubtedly a wiser choice. Meanwhile, Yin also noticed some issues. In this ship-to-ship combat, the role of the bomber aircraft was not as significant as anticipated, unless they encountered drones. He glanced at the other side of the battlefield and was secretly astonished. The enemy fleet, which initially had 10 escort ships, had been reduced to just 3 by his side's female warriors. At this rate, they would likely be wiped out in less than a minute. Yin Nan had to admit, the firepower of the carrier ships was terrifyingly formidable, especially after upgrading to the B-50 controller. 50 drones attacking simultaneously meant that an ordinary escort ship couldn't withstand even 3 seconds before being destroyed. At that moment, August's reinforcement finally arrived. Furious, he issued the attack order. Trash. Let's see what despicable tricks you have this time. Die. 6 frigates charged at full speed, aiming directly at the command ship hiding at the back. A twisted smile appeared on August's face as he began to imagine the impending brutal scene. However, at that moment, the 6 frigates suddenly lost control, with all engines shutting down. The projection in front of August flickered, and he immediately realized that the system had been infected with a cyber virus. Damn it! How could there be an electronic warfare ship? August cursed, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. In stealth mode, the one-eyed electronic warfare ship completed the deployment of the rabies virus, briefly revealing itself before quickly vanishing again. The surrounding artillery couldn't lock onto it in time, as it slipped back into the void. Yinan, you despicable scoundrel! August shouted angrily. Face me unknown if you dare. Yinan responded with a cold laugh. Oh, can't handle losing? A unknown duel? Funny how you didn't mention that when you ganged up on Rose and her team. You. August was at a loss for words, then tried to defend himself. Who the hell knew there'd be an electronic warfare ship? There's not a single one in the entire star system. How could you have one equipped? Well, that's your intel failing you. Yinan retorted disdainfully. Idiot. You should be more concerned about how to handle Rose and her crew's impending revenge. Seeing August captured, everyone was plunged into despair, realizing they had been played from the start. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. The enemy was either captured or executed, their bodies disposed of. Yinan tallied the results. 13 ships acquired, including 6 that were hacked, 6 that lost control, and the command barge with its control system disabled. Their side lost only 1 ship, and the crew remained unharmed. All right, I'll leave the rest to you, Yinan told his subordinates. You can have your fun with August. As he noticed the twisted expressions on their faces, Yinan shivered slightly, relieved that he wasn't the one at their mercy. At that moment, the system delivered the rewards. Yinan quickly reviewed the list. Blueprints for 120mm cobalt alloy electromagnetic armor-piercing rounds, a class optimizer, blueprints for a medical ship and a salvage ship, a stealth generator blueprint, and 2,000 points. Yinan was quite satisfied with these rewards, especially the Titan blueprint. Despite the exorbitant manufacturing cost, he decided to keep it under wraps for now to avoid unnecessary trouble. While pondering how to handle these rewards, he received a communication request from Yin Wenjun. With Wenren Mayu in his arms, Yinan opened the communication. Seeing the lord and his lady in such an intimate position, she couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. She cleared her throat softly and cautiously asked, "My lord, I hope I'm not interrupting you and your lady?" Yinan waved his hand, indicating there was no disturbance. "No, you're not. Go ahead. What's the matter?" Taking a deep breath, she explained the situation in detail. As she spoke, Yinan's frown deepened. He hadn't expected that the seemingly ordinary meteorite would conceal such a disgraceful scheme. Human trafficking. And these pirates were even more malicious. They erased the memories of those being trafficked to implant various memory data based on different clients' needs. This way, they could create more sophisticated, called, customized slaves. Although this practice was explicitly prohibited by law, many buyers were the very ones who made the rules, rendering the law ineffective. Everyone was aware, but chose not to discuss it openly. Yet now, this batch of Suntobe customized slaves had unexpectedly fallen into Yinan's hands, leaving him at a loss. "My lord, how do you intend to handle this?" she asked cautiously. Yinan pondered for a moment. "Bring them back first?" A day later, the massive mineral-laden meteorite appeared in the planet's orbit. The other warships returned, leaving only the mining robots to continue their work as originally planned. Standing before Yinan were over 1,000 exceptional human women. Their faces were filled with confusion and fear. Yinan began, "I assume you're all aware of your situation. The pirates erased your memories, and I found no information about you online. Returning to your former lives might not be easy." He paused before continuing. "Now, I offer you two choices. First, I can set you free. You can start anew in Red Sea City. Or second, you can stay and become my combat personnel." Upon hearing these options, everyone fell silent. The first choice was daunting, as they were unfamiliar with the world and uncertain of their abilities. Venturing into an unknown city posed significant risks. However, becoming combat personnel was not an appealing choice either. Yet, they had no real choice. Offending the Lord could have dire consequences. Ultimately, things unfolded as Yinan had anticipated. All of them chose to stay. From the start, he hadn't given them any real choice. These gains were naturally to be used for his benefit. If anyone harbored dissent, he would ensure they disappeared quietly and unnoticed. Meanwhile, Yinan, with Wenren Mayu in his arms, was ready to embark on a shopping spree. Behind them, the group of memory-erased women stood bewildered, uncertain of what the future held. The plan to build the warship also requires the preparation of 3 additional factory setups. One is a drone manufacturing plant, as the industrial ship is overwhelmed by the increased production demands. The other 2 are a cobalt alloy electromagnetic armor-piercing ammunition factory and a bionic robot factory. These products are not only for personal use, but also have considerable market demand. Especially the armor-piercing rounds, being consumables, have a broad market potential. Given the abundant local raw materials, it's suitable to develop this into a pillar industry. To achieve this grand plan, he needs to purchase 3 sets of factory equipment and a vast amount of raw materials. Considering the complexity of the planetary command center, he realizes a detailed planning proposal is necessary, but this is clearly beyond his expertise. Having spent a long time indoors, Wenren Mayu appears somewhat excited, yet she still shows a clear aversion to the bustling crowd around her. If not held tightly by him, she might have already fled. Her reaction mainly stems from the immense pressure caused by the complex brainwaves surrounding her. Arriving at a store, he hands over a list and asks, "Do you have the blueprints for 3 factories in stock?" The middle-aged shop owner examines the list carefully and nods slightly. "Sir, we have them. However, we only have small-scale factories available. Are you interested?" He explains that factories are categorized by size: small, medium, large, extra-large, and cluster factories, with the main difference being in production output. Cluster factories are more complex, typically used for the complete production process of large warships. Hearing that only small-scale factories are available, he is not concerned, believing that a lower production capacity is suitable for the initial phase, so he agrees to the purchase. Soon, 3 blueprints, similar in appearance but differing in corner color markings and laser-engraved parameters on the back, are handed to him, costing less than 2,000 star coins in total. Next is the procurement of raw materials. They take a transit capsule to Lee's Materials Company near Red Sea City. It's a vast complex of warehouses made of hundreds of steel buildings, with busy robots moving various resources around. Nearby, a scrap material refining plant processes warship wreckage, breaking it down and refining it for re-entry into the market. Here, Wenren Mayu visibly relaxes. A 6-wheeled sightseeing vehicle stops beside them, with a mechanical voice inviting, "Please hop on, and I'll take you to the sales office." They enter the vehicle, quietly snuggling together. However, The scene at the sales office surprises them. Several burly bald men replace the usual female receptionists, wearing slightly lewd smiles. This way, please. The robotic tables and chairs automatically move to their side. Once seated, he hands over the materials list. Hey, race the list of materials and quantities. Could you give me a quote? Certainly. Please hold on. The bald man scans the list and quickly provides a quote. That'll be 50,000 star coins. Yinan frowns. He knows that the materials shouldn't exceed 10,000 star coins. Are you sure there's no mistake in your calculation? The bald man grins broadly, shaking his head decisively. Rest assured, sir, we have calculated correctly. Then never mind. I'll check out the prices elsewhere. He stands to leave, only to be pushed back into his seat by a bald man behind him. His expression darkens as he asks coldly, "What's the meaning of this?" The bald man chuckles. "Sir, our warehouse is already preparing your order. You wouldn't be thinking of leaving without paying, would you? I just asked for a quote. I haven't paid or signed any contract, and you're already preparing the order? Are you planning to force this sale?" The bald men burst into laughter. "Don't put it so harshly. We'd never do such a thing. But since you're here and we've started discussing, don't you think you should finish the process? Otherwise, what do you think we're here for? What if I don't want it?" As a lord, encountering such a situation is outrageous. He thought the issues in Red Sea City had been mostly resolved, but apparently not. Who knows how much more corruption lies in the places he hasn't visited? The bald men, hearing his firm tone, laugh again. The one facing him leans in mockingly. "Kid, let me tell you this. Since you've come to us, no one else will dare sell to you even if you go elsewhere. Why? Because the entire mining market in Red Sea City is controlled by our boss, Mr. Lee. With just one word from us, no one will dare do business with you, or they won't survive in this industry. Do you understand? Today, you can only buy at this high price, or you won't get supplies anywhere on this planet. Besides, you've kept us talking for so long, and we're not happy. Since you've even brought your girl here, we wouldn't mind having some fun with her for a couple of days. Don't worry, we'll just play around and return her to you afterward." When a group of bald men entered the room, their eyes roamed over Wenrian with undisguised malice. Seeing this, Yinan immediately became alert. He said coldly, "I didn't expect a supposedly legitimate company to harbor such scum. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" The bald men exchanged glances and then burst into unrestrained laughter. One of them taunted, "Be my guest." Yinan wasn't bluffing. He quickly pulled out his communicator, only to find the screen showing no signal. An ominous feeling washed over him. "Haha, surprised." Another bald man said smugly, "We've got a signal jammer here. Did you really think we were that stupid? Now, you know what to do without us telling you, right?" In this critical moment, when Ren Imoyu, who had been quietly sitting beside Yinan, gently released his arm. Her movements were graceful and calm, as if she was unperturbed by the danger. Her eyes beneath the black cloak slowly shifted from pink to red, exuding an eerie aura through the veil. She quickly typed a message on the communicator, which appeared on Yinan's side. "Leave it to me." Those simple 3 words caught Yinan by surprise. He looked at Wenren Imoyu with doubt. "Can you handle it?" Wenren Imoyu smiled and nodded. The next second, her figure suddenly vanished from the chair. Her long legs, wrapped in white stockings, drew a beautiful arc nearly 2 meters in the air, executing a swift spin kick. The bald man standing behind Yinan didn't even have time to react before his head tilted, and he flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall. Despite weighing over 160 pounds, he was effortlessly taken down by Wenren Imoyu. Yinan was secretly amazed. That leg strength might rival that of Ling Ranjie. He shivered at the thought, wondering if he'd be beaten to a pulp if he crossed her. After dispatching one man with a single kick, when Imoyu's white high-heeled sandal lightly landed on the back of a chair. Her body shot forward like an arrow, her movements a blur of speed. The remaining 4 men were shocked. They hadn't expected this seemingly delicate woman to be so formidable. One of them shouted, "Get them! Take them down!" The 4 quickly split into 2 groups, one targeting Wenren Imoyu, the other rushing towards Yinan. However, their plan was clearly flawed. Wenren Imoyu kicked the man in front of her, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters like a cannonball. Using the recoil, she performed an elegant backflip in the air, her heel coming down with a sharp crack. The sound was like a watermelon being smashed. The bald man froze, the heel of her shoe embedded halfway into his skull. His head was pierced, and he died instantly. When Ren Imoyu flipped once more, landing gracefully as her black cloak descended, concealing her long figure. The 2 remaining men, witnessing this, turned pale. They never imagined this woman could be so ruthless. In mere seconds, she had killed 3 men with 3 moves. She wasn't just a woman. She was a demon. As when Ren Imoyu approached slowly, the 2 men backed away in fear, frantically pressing an alarm. "Boss, we've got trouble," one of them shouted, his voice trembling. Soon, a group of people burst into the room. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, exuding an air of cunning. Beside him, a dozen men in fitted combat armor aimed their weapons at Yinan and Wenren. The mustached man, referred to as boss, barely glanced at the scene, not even bothering to ask what happened. He said coldly, "You've killed 3 of my men. How do you plan to compensate me?" Yinan laughed in disbelief, thinking they were all in cahoots. He retorted, "Talking about compensation right away. Aren't you interested in knowing what happened here?" "Not interested, and I don't care," the middle-aged man replied arrogantly. "But if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you'll die, and I'll have my men talk to your woman before selling her off." He paused, adding, "Of course, you might still be defiant after what I've said." He gestured to the armored men behind him. "These are the latest TIV-7 model armors. The electromagnetic guns they're holding can dent even shipgrade armor. If they focus fire on you, there won't be much left of you." The middle-aged man sneered. "Enough talk. Now, make your choice. You have 10 seconds to decide." Yinan pondered, realizing that the opposition's confidence likely stemmed from having powerful backing. He exchanged a glance with Wenren and saw a confident smile on her face. He immediately understood her intent. He whispered to Wenren, "Leave the mustache guy. Take care of the rest." With that, he quickly donned his armor. Though not a fighter himself, he knew firsthand the armor's defensive capabilities. Yinan thought, this gear was probably given to him by the system to prevent him from being beaten to a pulp by women. Seeing Yinan geared up, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Still want to resist? Let's see if your woman can withstand their firepower." He waved his hand. "Attack. Show them the difference." The armored soldiers raised their weapons and pulled the triggers. Dense electromagnetic rounds rained down, some targeting Yinan. The bullets struck him but left no marks. The rest were aimed at Wenren, yet they halted midair, as if hitting an invisible barrier. It turned out, the starry fairies excelled at combat involving mental power. They could form an invisible shield around themselves using their mental strength. Not only did it deflect kinetic bullets, but it was also impervious to energy beams. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, and the barrage intensified. But the bullets, instead of hitting her, remained suspended in front of her, having no effect at all. At this moment, even Li Kuang, who always prided himself on being seasoned, felt an unprecedented panic. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the incomprehensible scene unfold before him. Wenren merely raised her hand slightly and waved it forward, causing all the incoming electromagnetic bullets to instantly change direction and shoot out like arrows released from a bow. Bang, bang, bang. A series of ear-piercing crashes erupted. In the blink of an eye, all the mechs were riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. The alloy wall behind them was not spared either, cracking like a spider web. The continuous sound of metal shattering filled the air. As the armor pieces fell to the ground one after another, silent. In the vast space, Li Kuang was the only one left standing. He trembled all over, his face pale, lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Wenren looked at him coldly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "What's wrong? Feeling scared now? That wasn't your reaction earlier." Li Kuang tried to muster the last bit of his arrogance, but his voice was already trembling. "Scared? Haha. You dare touch me? My brother is the director of the mining bureau. If you dare lay a finger on me, there won't be a place for you on the entire Maple Star." "Is that so?" Wenren raised an eyebrow. "Then why don't you call him here and show me? Who are you trying to scare with your big talk?" These words completely ignited Li Kuang's fury. He was trembling with rage. Never before in all his years had anyone dared to look down on him like this. With shaking hands, he pulled out his communicator and frantically called for backup. At that moment, Director Li Changsho, who was in a meeting, saw the call from his brother and immediately interrupted the session. Upon learning that someone was causing trouble on his brother's turf, he was furious. Leading a team, he quickly boarded the Mining Bureau's special battleship and rushed towards his brother's territory. In the spacious hall, a temporary silence fell between the two sides. Wenren retracted her earlier fierceness and gently held Yinan's hand, transforming back into the seemingly delicate little kitten. Yet, to Li Kuang, this affectionate display was more terrifying than any fierce beast. Watching this petite woman who had single-handedly decimated their forces, he broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, the roar of engines filled the sky. Several dark shadows descended rapidly, the shrill sound of air being torn apart echoing through the clouds. Li Kuang's face lit up with excitement, as if he had seen his savior. "Haha," he laughed maniacally, pointing at Wenren. "You're done for. My big brother is here, and this time, you're dead." Turning his head, he saw 2 defensive frigates slowly descending onto the docking platform outside the office building. The metallic hulls gleamed coldly in the sunlight as the engine roar gradually faded. The hatches opened, and 2 teams of heavily armed personnel emerged in single file, scanning their surroundings vigilantly as they escorted a middle-aged man in a dark suit into the building. The man bore a resemblance to Li Kuang, but his demeanor was entirely different. His steps were steady, and his gaze was sharp, clearly indicating a person accustomed to being in a position of power. As soon as Li Kuang saw the newcomer, he excitedly shouted, "Big brother, you're just in time. There's a punk here who dared to mess with our place and killed so many of our people. You can't let him get away with this." Li Changshu glanced sideways at his brother, his tone filled with a mix of helplessness and reproach. "I told you not to do this. You never listen. Now you've hit a brick wall, haven't you?" However, Li Kuang seemed unfazed by his brother's warning and instead boasted, "Big brother, isn't that why you're here? What do I have to fear? In the whole of Red Sea City, when it comes to this line of work, no one dares to challenge us." Li Changshu shook his head in resignation. "Humph. One of these days you'll be the death of me." Li Kuang responded with a cheeky grin. "Come on, big brother. Don't say that. Together, no one can touch us." Li Changshu pointed to two figures in the distance, his tone serious. "And what about this?" Li Kuang shrugged it off. "Heh, that's just an accident. But with you here, it's nothing." Li Changshu decided not to argue further, his tone turning stern. "Enough. I don't want to hear any more excuses. You'd better keep a low profile for a while. Don't you know there's a system-wide crackdown going on? Don't cause any more trouble." Li Kuang nodded quickly. "Understood. Just this once. After this, I'll make adjustments." Director Li gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the bodies littering the ground without a hint of emotion. He walked over to sit across from the two of them, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. Just as he was about to light it, his hand froze, and his expression stiffened. Noticing this, Li Kuang took out an intricately crafted antique lighter to light his brother's cigarette. However, he noticed something strange about his brother's expression and turned to look at the two people opposite them, a puzzled look on his face. "Big brother, do you know them?" Yinan was lightly tapping the armrest with one hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he locked eyes with the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Although he wasn't familiar with the management system of Red Sea City, knowing that the man was a director piqued his interest in how he would handle the situation. "Director Li, don't you have anything to say?" Yinan's tone carried a hint of amusement. Li Changshu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. A confident smile reappeared on his face. "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here." "Oh, Mr. Yi, is it?" Yinan chuckled softly. "Then I wonder how Director Li plans to handle this situation?" Li Kuang, listening to the exchange, wore a sinister smile. "Kid, who do you think you are, daring to tell my brother what to do? Do you think you're worthy?" The director's secretary also glared coldly at Yinan. "Watch your manners. Do you know who you're talking to? Show some respect." Yinan remained unfazed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, the director is quite something, isn't he? What an impressive display of authority." Li Changshu chuckled lightly, his tone amicable. "It's unavoidable. Sitting in this position for long, one tends to develop a bit of an attitude. It's necessary to maintain order. But Mr. Yi, if you wanted the mine, you could have just asked me directly. There's no need for you to come here personally. Just say the word, and I'll have this fool deliver it to you himself." Yinan sneered. "If I hadn't come personally, I wouldn't have discovered all these messy affairs. Don't you think my visit was quite justified?" Li Kuang, hearing this, was furious, itching to slap Yinan. "How dare you? You've killed so many of my men, and you still have the audacity to speak like this. Do you think just because my brother is being polite, you can get away with anything? Let me tell you, if you don't pay a heavy price today, you won't be leaving here." Yinan didn't even spare him a glance, his mocking gaze still fixed on Li Changshu. "What do you say, Director Li?" Li Changshu took a drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Mr. Yi, you're a smart man. From the way I've addressed you, you should have already guessed my thoughts, right?" Yinan nodded. "Indeed, but I still want to see just how bold you are. Do you really dare to act against a lord, a third-class noble?" In the ordinary management system, their status wasn't low, and they controlled the livelihoods of many people. To them, these people were no different from ants. But at a higher level, nobles were like a sharp guillotine hanging over their heads. If a noble wished, they could act against them without any reason. If this incident only involved ordinary people, there might still be room for redemption. But since it involved a noble, the situation was almost irreparable. Upon hearing the words lord and noble, Li Kuang froze, disbelief evident in his eyes. "B brother, is he really a noble?" "Yes," Li Changshu replied calmly. "He is Lord Yinan, the sole lord of Maple Leaf Star and the owner of Red Sea City, a third-class noble." Hearing his brother confirm this, Li Kuang collapsed to the ground in despair. "B brother, save me. I don't want to die. You have to save me." Li Changshu patted his brother's shoulder, showing no fear, but rather a sense of relief. "You fool. I told you not to get involved in this. Now you're in trouble." Brother, I'll listen to you. Li Kuang's voice trembled. If we get through this, I'll stick to honest business. No more shady dealings. All right, don't be afraid. Li Changshu reassured him. As long as I'm here, I won't abandon you. The brothers had always been close. Growing up, they faced hardships together, often getting into fights just for a meal. His brother had taken many blows for him. Now, with such a crisis looming, how could he leave him to face it alone? Turning to Yinan, Li Changshu's tone became serious. Mr. Yi, this situation is truly regrettable. In front of someone like you, a noble, talk of repentance is pointless. So I have no choice but to ask you to leave this world. Otherwise, we stand no chance. Yinan smiled and nodded. At this point, there's no room for negotiation. Go ahead. Outside, the frigates activated their cannons, aiming at the two inside. Suddenly, a blue beam flashed. Parts of the alloy platform melted into liquid metal, dripping slowly. Nearby, passing robots registered the sound of impacts on their heads, as if struck by something. They looked up to find a sizable red hole in the metal platform above. Two deafening explosions followed. The frigates were pierced through by twin energy cannons, destroyed instantly. Flames erupted, and debris scattered. Soon, a fleet of frigates roared in, with numerous bionic robots disembarking to swiftly surround the area, taking control of everyone present. Director Li's eyelid twitched, his heart sinking at the sight. Beside him, Li Kuang, realizing the situation was beyond salvage, fainted on the spot. Yinan turned to the elderly man beside him, speaking calmly. Fu Bo, have them investigate the entire mining sector, uncover all their issues. And as for Director Li, the situation isn't complicated. Anyone daring to cross him would be on a path to destruction. Yinan squinted his eyes, having reached a conclusion. However, there were some matters that needed to be clarified first. After 2 days of detailed investigation, a shocking fact came to light. The entire mining system was firmly under the control of two brothers. Other businesses in Honghai City were barely surviving, with some on the brink of bankruptcy. The investigation into these brothers offered a glimmer of hope to these struggling businesses. What surprised Yinan the most was discovering that the real owner behind Li's mining was Zhao Gu, who held a 70 share. Unfortunately for him, these assets had now become Yinnan's private property. Yinan couldn't help but chuckle at how these people had been so adept at exploiting resources. With this in mind, building his own factories wouldn't be a challenge. Yinan promptly decided to construct 3 factories nearby. Once the planetary command center was completed, he could integrate the entire system. The matter was settled. The brothers were spared dismemberment and burial alive, but couldn't escape a life sentence. Additionally, a third of the system's personnel were implicated, with varying sentences, and the details had been made public. Looking at the numerous warships in the hangar, Yinan was overwhelmed. There were more ships than people, and no new blood was coming from the slave side. What frustrated him even more was that, compared to the combat skills of Xiao Qiangwei and her team, these slaves were utterly incompetent. After a brief meeting, Xiao Qiangwei's team, following Yinnan's instructions, reassigned personnel. The original 6 landing ships were increased to 12. The newly acquired warships, along with the previous ones, were all sold off. Given they were second-hand, a lower price was understandable. The T-6 command barge's control system was upgraded at the cost of 2,000 star coins. The extra Red Spider command ship was temporarily unused. Despite its higher quality and quick takeover capability, the T-6 command barge could deploy 10 escort ships. With Yinnan's current command limits, he could operate 8, thanks to Wenren Mayu, who was in his embrace. For an ordinary person to reach this level might take decades. Meanwhile, within the Potter pirate group, tension was palpable. Angry eyes were mixed with worry and fear. Since the deputy leader returned, he had turned into a complete deviant, targeting members within the group. A quarter of them had already been attended to, and he seemed to increasingly enjoy it. The normal members found such repulsive actions unbearable. In the office, Harry received a harsh slap from his father, losing several teeth in the process. Old Potter couldn't believe his foolish son had done such a thing. Luckily, he discovered it early, or who knows what would have become of the pirate group. Reflect on your actions. If you stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to disown you. Harry, clutching his swollen face, left the office with a venomous look. As he passed the people at the door, his enigmatic smile sent shivers down their spines. Back in his room, Harry received an anonymous message with a navigation route that caught his attention. Heh, damn Yinan. This time you're done for, he sneered. In the morning, Yinan admired the stunning beauty beside him, dressed in a seductive white silk outfit, resisting the urge to make a move, even questioning if there was something wrong with him. But seeing his flag, he felt reassured that his orientation was intact, though enduring such temptation daily wasn't easy. He quietly got up to wash up. Yesterday, Yin Lingran mentioned she would be returning home today, and by his calculations, she should arrive in about 2 hours. Her trip was to find her trusted subordinates. The issues in Honghai City were more severe and complex than anticipated, but with her audit team, those hidden pests would be rooted out one by one. Yannan had a feeling that Zhaogu was somehow involved in these matters. Unlike Harry, Zhaogu was a businessman with several enterprises in Honghai City. Though the exact scale was unclear, if any problems were discovered, none of his ventures would escape confiscation. Even without the Lord's tax, Yannan could still profit significantly from Honghai City. After having breakfast downstairs, Yannan checked the time. It seemed there were no pressing matters for the day. Just then, Yannan's communicator suddenly lit up, displaying a familiar number on the screen. He frowned slightly, touched the screen, and answered the call. The screen came to life, and a sharp, sarcastic voice emerged from the speaker. "Hey, didn't expect it to be me, did you?" Yannan looked puzzled, squinting at the figure on the screen. "Who are you? Do I know someone as flamboyant as you?" The other person immediately flew into a rage. "Damn, you're the flamboyant one. Your whole family is." "Yannan, you bastard. It's all your fault I ended up like this." Yannan responded calmly. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't just throw accusations around. You ended up like this on your own. I didn't do anything." "That's bullshit. It's all because of..." The person stopped abruptly, seeming to collect himself. Moments later, his tone turned cool and confident. "Yannan, don't think you can provoke me with such cheap tricks. Aren't you curious why I'm contacting you now?" Yannan chuckled. "Not sure. Are you so captivated by my looks that you're planning something shady?" "Haha, let me tell you. I'm the man you'll never have. You." The caller, now identifiable as Harry, nearly lost his temper. He slammed his fist onto the table, producing a dull thud. After taking a deep breath, Harry forced himself to remain calm. "Yannan, I won't fall for it. Also, I've got some not so great news for you. I have a beautiful woman here. Guess who she is?" Yannan raised an eyebrow. "Ha, you think I'll tell you? If you want to know, come to these coordinates." With that, he ended the call. Yannan's smile quickly vanished, replaced by a hint of concern. He immediately tried to contact Yilingran, only to find the call couldn't go through. There were only two possibilities for this. Either she was in a state of space jump, making civilian signals unable to penetrate the space curvature, or her communicator had been deliberately turned off, suggesting she might be under someone else's control. After a quick assessment, Yannan ruled out the first possibility. Based on the timeline, Yilingran should have already arrived at the Kunlun star system and shouldn't be in a jump. This conclusion weighed heavily on his mind. Without hesitation, Yannan picked up the communicator and decisively issued a command. "Everyone, board the battleship immediately. We're heading for the 8th planet's orbit at once." The 8th planet in the Kunlun star system has a unique and perilous orbital environment. A vast amount of radioactive decay elements forms a slender red lava belt encircling the star, resembling a magnificent yet deadly halo. In this region, radar signals are severely disrupted, forcing the fleet to rely on visible light for target acquisition. This environment exponentially increases the difficulty of combat, rendering all fire control systems nearly useless, especially long-range weapons. The fleet arrived near the designated coordinates, yet there was no sign of Harry. Yannan cautiously scanned the surroundings, aware that his cunning adversary was lurking somewhere, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with intermittent sounds, interspersed with unfiltered noise. "Yannan, I didn't expect you to actually come." Harry's voice broke through the static. "What do you think of the graveyard I've chosen for you? Do you like it?" "Oh, indeed," Yannan replied with a cold laugh. "Only our young master could be so considerate. Unlike some people who resort to such despicable tactics." At that moment, Wenren Mayu, on the bridge, received a message. He quickly approached Yannan and handed it to him. Yannan's expression turned peculiar, his lips twitching as he silently cursed. "What the hell is this?" Harry, still gloating, continued. "Yannan, beg me. If you beg me, I'll give you a chance. Otherwise, my men will make sure you end up with a lovely green pasture." "Really?" Yannan retorted sarcastically. "More interesting than your unconventional paths?" Harry's expression froze, anger flaring at the memory. "Yannan, shut up. Turn off all your ship's reactors now and wait for me to take over. You know the consequences if you don't." "Fine." Yannan suddenly softened his tone. "But you must promise not to harm her." "That depends on how cooperative you are," Harry boasted, feeling triumphant. He believed he had regained the upper hand, and the benefits of this operation would be beyond imagination. Soon, about a dozen escort ships appeared near the Red Belt. Harry cautiously allowed only 2 ships to approach first. "Boss, their ships have really shut down all reactors," reported one of his men with excitement. "Excellent. Board their ships and take control. Once everything checks out, contact me," Harry instructed. As the 2 ships approached, the pirates cautiously boarded Yannan's vessel. However, upon entry, they were immediately locked on by 3 rows of simulated robots, forcing them to surrender. Under the threat of the robots, The pirates falsely reported the situation to Harry. "Boss, this ship is under our control." "Fantastic!" Harry exclaimed with excitement. "Everyone, board their ships and take them over." The pirates swarmed in, and Harry grew increasingly smug. "Yinan, look at you now. You're nothing compared to me." His subordinates flattered him. "Boss, you're amazing. No wonder you're our future leader. Can't wait for you to take charge." Harry reveled in the long-lost feeling, lighting a slender lady's cigarette and taking a graceful puff. Meanwhile, the pirates inside the ship were cursing inwardly, believing Harry had fallen into a trap. Harry contacted Yinan again. "Yinan, your performance has pleased me greatly. As a token of gratitude, I'll grant you one last wish before you die. Can I see my sister?" Yinan requested. "Ha ha ha." Harry laughed manically. "Fool. Let me tell you the truth. Your sister isn't even here. She's delayed by a particle storm. How does that feel? Surprised? Delighted?" As Harry basked in the glory of his perceived victory, the previously still ships suddenly sprang to life. All the pirates were stunned, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation before them. They watched in confusion as the invaded warship suddenly began to move rapidly, and its direction seemed a bit off. At that moment, a bold pirate finally realized the danger. Just as he was about to shout a warning, "Quick, fight back!" He was cut down by a barrage of gunfire. "Master, something's wrong. Someone's been killed," one of the crew reported in panic. "It's a trap," another pirate yelled in terror. "What?" Harry, who had been gloating moments before, jumped to his feet, suddenly flustered. "Quick, fight back!" he ordered loudly, his voice filled with panic. But it was too late. The distance between the two sides was already short, and more than 10 landing crafts quickly charged towards their target, launching an invasion with ease. The enemy's escort ships were swiftly captured, and Harry was among those caught. Even now, Harry couldn't understand why the situation had deteriorated so rapidly. He glared at Yinan, roaring, "Yinan, you cold-blooded bastard. You don't care about your sister's life, setting a trap for me." Yinan sneered. "When did I set a trap? I knew from the start she wasn't with you. You have no idea how hard it was for me to act along with you." "Impossible!" Harry exclaimed in disbelief. "How did you know it was a trap?" "Oh, that," Yinan said leisurely. "Zhao Shi'er told me. You know how she is, always siding with the stronger. Now that she sees I'm winning, she's come running back to me like a loyal dog. Damn it, that bitch sold me out." Harry cursed through gritted teeth. Yinan smiled without saying a word. In fact, Zhao Shi'er hadn't told him anything. The information had come from Yulingren's colleague, who had arrived earlier in two groups. Due to an unexpected incident, they sent a message ahead of time. Initially, Yinan was skeptical, but he set a trap just in case, waiting for Harry to fall into it. He hadn't expected Harry to be so easily deceived. Harry screamed hysterically, like a mad beast, but two synthetic robotic soldiers easily subdued him. Yinan said coldly, "It's over. Time to toss you into the lava ring to enjoy a new life." "No, I don't want to die," Harry wailed in despair. "Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." Desperate to survive, he had lost all dignity. Just then, more than 50 warships appeared in the distance, and a commanding voice rang out, "Yinan, release my son. Name your price." Hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up, as if he had seen his savior. "Dad, save me. He wants to kill me. I don't want to die." "Shut up," the voice coldly reprimanded. "You disgraceful fool." Yinan frowned slightly, surprised that the Potter pirate group had such a large force. However, in this place, numbers might not necessarily provide an advantage. With this thought, he had a bold idea. 500,000 star coins, Yinan stated. A collective gasp was heard. Someone muttered, "That's steep. 50,000 right off the bat. No shame at all." "That's too much," the Potter leader said. "The most I can offer is 50,000. Yinan sneered, 500,000. Not a star coin less, or I'll kill him. When did pirates start haggling? Either pay or face the consequences. A mere 50,000 star coins no longer interested him. The other side fell silent, seemingly weighing their options. Dad Harry, his face pale with fear, called out in a sharp voice. This was the crucial moment that would decide his fate. But it was this very plea that led the Potter leader to make a significant decision. "Yinan," the Potter leader said coldly, "I won't give you a single star coin. But if you dare harm him, I won't hesitate to fight you to the end." "Heh, is it worth it for this third-rate fool?" Yinan mocked. "Umph, spare me the nonsense." The Potter leader retorted angrily, "When have I ever been threatened? If you don't release him today, I'll fight you to the end." Yinan chuckled coldly, "Throw him into the lava ring." As soon as he spoke, all the captured pirates were thrown out. Harry's desperate screams were quickly drowned out by the scorching magma. The splattering red lava spread outward, drifting into the distance. Over time, It would be drawn back into the ecliptic plane by the gravitational pull of the star. The Potter leader was furious, shouting, "You'll pay for this. I'll show you what happens when you cross me." But just then, a commotion came through the communicator. What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" "Leader." "No, former leader." A voice said, "We've had enough of you and your foolish son. You treat us like we're not even human. Do you think we'll continue to follow you?" "That's right." Another voice agreed, "You're no longer our leader. We don't belong to the Potter pirate group anymore." All the pirates cheered with excitement. Harry's reckless behavior had already stretched their nerves to the limit, and now, the foolish leader wanted them to risk their lives for that menace. Accepting that would be beyond belief. The Potter leader was shoved into an escape pod and ejected. His subordinates had completely taken over his ship. At this point, a data packet was sent over the public channel. "Lord, here's some information on the dealings between the Potter leader and Baron Zhao. It might be useful to you. From now on, our pirate group won't deliberately target you." "Very well," Yinan nodded. "I won't see you off then." After the pirates left, the Potter leader was captured. The information they sent was indeed valuable. With this evidence, Zhao Guo would be in significant trouble. Yinan thought, perhaps he could use these documents to squeeze some benefits out of him. Yinan was in a good mood. He hadn't expected a pawn he released earlier to have such a significant impact. The entire pirate group had been brought down by one rotten apple, implicating their leader as well. The unexpected gain was beyond his imagination. Back on Maple Leaf Star, the Potter leader was put on trial, and his crimes were reported. The Potter pirate group was erased from history. With such achievements, Yinan, a third-class baron, was likely to be promoted to fourth class. Meanwhile, Baron Zhaogua, a second-class baron, was livid. He hadn't anticipated that the damned pirate had evidence of their transactions. If this information reached the Arbitration Council, he would face severe consequences. "Yinan, what do you want?" Zhaogua asked through gritted teeth. "As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll try to accommodate you." Before contacting the other party, Yinan had already decided what he wanted. The opponent was a businessman, a shrewd one at that. His most valuable asset wasn't star coins or his business empire, but something else entirely. Something that every businessman covets and desires the most. Yin Nan gazed at Zhao Gu, contemplating how to obtain the tax exemption documents for the Kunlun star system. This 3-year document primarily targeted the Chinwei planet, and once acquired, it would pave the way for his goods to enter other planetary markets. Although he could apply for it as a noble, the process was cumbersome, requiring approval from multiple members of the business association. If Zhao Gu handled it, things would be much simpler and quicker. Upon hearing Yin Nan's request, Zhao Gu frowned slightly. For him, it wasn't a difficult task. Although the business association operated independently of the noble system, there was a delicate balance between the two. The association lacked military power but was significant in the commercial sphere. Zhao Gu was somewhat reluctant, as tax exemption meant more profit, allowing Yin Nan to potentially expand his influence. However, knowing that Yin Nan held leverage over him, he nodded slightly. "I can do it, but it will take time. Even as a member of the association, I can't complete the paperwork immediately." "How long?" Yin Nan pressed. 3 months, Zhao Gu replied. Yin Nan smirked. "Are you joking? I could handle it myself in 3 months. I need it in no more than a month." "Fine." Zhao Gu agreed without hesitation. A month was enough time for him to make his own arrangements. If Yin Nan planned to use this against him, he'd need to stay alive first. With a cold laugh, Zhao Gu took out a special receiver and plugged it into his light brain. A black interface popped up, and he entered the Kunlun star system and Yin Nan's name into the address bar. A quote of 10,000 star coins quickly appeared, and he completed the payment swiftly. Now, he just had to wait for the other party to make contact. Back at the estate, Yin Liran returned to find 2 people waiting, a charming smile gracing her face. She sized up Wenren Mayu and Yin Nan, comparing them silently. Wenren Mayu was sweet and graceful, while Yin Nan had a carefree demeanor. "Be honest, did you try anything with Mayu while sleeping?" Yin Liran asked directly. Yin Nan quickly shook his head. "No, I'm a decent person." Yin Liran gave a peculiar smile and wrapped her arms around his neck. Yin Nan instinctively put his arm around her waist, his hand sliding down before he realized and was caught red-handed. "So this is your idea of being decent?" Yin Liran looked at him with a mischievous smile. It was just a reflex. Who could resist when you're so beautiful, Liranjia?" Yin Nan explained hurriedly. "Humph. You know how to talk your way out. You're off the hook," Yin Liran said with a light snort. Wenren Mayu suppressed a giggle but remained silent. The trio entered the house, followed by 100 others. Yin Liran introduced them. "These are the team I've trained for you, specifically for auditing. The financial issues in Red Sea City are significant, and I'm setting up an independent audit department to scrutinize all departments and companies. There will surely be plenty of trouble, so be prepared." Yin Nan nodded in understanding, aware of the complexity from the mining company's situation. Having these professionals would make things much easier. Go ahead, Jia, and sort them out for me. Let the small fry off, but don't spare any of the core members. Companies with severe issues should be fined into bankruptcy. Also, check on Zhaogu's business dealings, Yin Nan instructed. Don't worry, with me around, Red Sea City will get a thorough cleansing, Yin Liran assured him. With the plan set, the authorization documents were issued, and the new audit department quietly established. Within days, numerous companies flagged for investigation began to reveal problems, the severity of which was beyond expectations. Key personnel and executives were arrested, with implicated government departments also not spared. The Security Bureau was overwhelmed, constantly busy with arrests. Yin Nan had spoken with Han Zhan, agreeing to temporarily overlook minor offenders, depending on their cooperation during this operation. After this purge, 90 of Zhaogu's businesses in Red Sea City were forced to halt, with only a few restaurants and hotels struggling to operate. Other companies filed for bankruptcy, and audit information was made public, causing an uproar in Red Sea City. This was merely the beginning, with the next 3 months promising to be equally challenging. After a bath, Yin Li ran threw herself onto the bed, exhausted. Yin Nan quickly moved closer to Wanren. Jia, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yin Nan said, watching Yin Li ran slip under the covers, setting off his internal alarms. Hee, what are you worried about? I won't hit you, Yin Li ran laughed. This is your reward. You've been so well behaved lately, sleeping next to Ma Yu every night without crossing the line. As she spoke, she snuggled under the covers, her body leaning against Yin Nan's chest, smiling enticingly. However, her expression froze the next moment. Hey, what do you mean by this? I'm being so warm, and you have no reaction at all. Yin Liran complained indignantly. Yin Nan explained with a pained expression, Jia, you know how you've treated me since I was young. My body's a mess because of you. You're infuriating. Yin Liran yelled in frustration. While they rested, Zhao Gu was elsewhere, his face dark and stormy, like the bottom of a pot. He never expected his operations to suffer such rapid and consecutive blows, nor did he anticipate the speed at which they occurred. Within a single day, most of his companies had been dealt with. His 2 years of planning in Red Sea City had been largely dismantled almost overnight. What frustrated him even more was that the mastermind behind it all was still at large. As he ground his teeth in frustration, an encrypted message suddenly flashed on his communicator. Seeing the familiar number, his eyes lit up, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. The next morning, a new announcement appeared on the bulletin board of Red Sea City. The content was simple yet struck like a heavy hammer, shaking the entire business circle. It demanded that all companies with issues voluntarily come forward and submit their documentation within half a day, confessing their problems. Otherwise, they would face the highest penalties. From the afternoon, the authorities would take proactive measures. The announcement was like a bombshell, triggering a wave of voluntary confessions. Companies with minor issues quickly submitted their materials online and paid the minimum fines. However, some with more significant problems tried their luck, only to be publicly named in the afternoon. This move shattered the illusions of other companies, prompting them to submit their documents in hopes of leniency. The first wave of this purge was mostly completed within a week. Red Sea City reaped nearly 300,000 star coins from this operation. To optimize the business environment, the audit department announced it would remain permanently to continue its in-depth work. At this moment, Yilingran unexpectedly received important information discovered in the audit materials of a company, which was related to Zhao Gu's company. She handed a paper document to Yinan, saying, Xiao Nan, take a look at this. Yinan took the document, somewhat puzzled, and asked, in this day and age, who still uses paper to record information? What is this? He examined the star map and marked numbers closely. Yilingran explained, this is a coordinate on the outskirts of the Kunlun star system. According to our investigation, this company frequently sells some schematics on the market. Through interrogating the core members of the company, we've confirmed one thing. There's a stranded transport ship in the orbit of the 16th planet on the outskirts of our star system. They regularly retrieve schematics from there. Upon hearing this, Yinan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, a whole ship of schematics. How much would that be worth? However, Yilingran's expression remained serious. The problem is, this information has already leaked, and many people know about it. They've already set out for there. Damn, trying to steal my stuff. Yinan's face turned dark as he grabbed the paper, ready to rush out. Yilingran shouted, hold on, take them with you. No need, they should stay to continue monitoring Red Sea City. This matter is more important. Yinan waved his hand dismissively. But there are all sorts of people out there. Yilingran expressed concern. Yinan confidently replied, no worries, if I can't beat them, I can always run. To ensure his safety, he had upgraded his T6 command shuttle to AT7, which was its limit. Although it couldn't reach royal quality and undergo further upgrades, The additional slot allowed him to spend 50,000 star coins on a jump generator. This device had a single function: to teleport 100 kilometers away, enough to escape the control of a decelerator. Running away wouldn't be a problem. Seeing his urgency, Yiling Ran didn't press further. Take Mou with you. With her by your side, I'll feel more at ease. She glanced at Wonren, who looked eager. Yinan didn't refuse. At least with her around, he could confirm that he was a normal man, with normal reactions. Watching the command shuttle leave the spaceport and accelerate towards the atmosphere, Yiling Ran still felt uneasy. But with the numerous affairs in Red Sea City, there were still many company accounts to audit, and the team of over 100 was stretched thin. Besides these companies, there were also significant issues within the government system. The officials were not only corrupt but had outsourced many projects, leading to frequent quality problems. Although this practice had somewhat stimulated the economy and employment, it was essentially a way of siphoning off resources, draining the taxpayers' blood, and bleeding Red Sea City dry. As the two broke through the atmosphere, other warships were also activating their sublight speed engines, merging onto the route. Within the star system, despite the vast space, free flight wasn't possible. Different types of ships had their own sublight speed routes to avoid traffic accidents. These dynamic traffic routes were guided by specialized navigation programs. For nobles like Yinan, cutting in line was a common occurrence. Upon entering the sublight speed route, Yinan noticed that today's traffic density was higher than usual. The silent Wonren Mou had again habitually settled into his lap, a level of intimacy that had become routine for the two of them. Moreover, with such an irresistible allure in his arms, what man could refuse? Zhao Gu sat in his office, staring at the message he had just received on his phone, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yinan, let's see if you can make it back alive this time, he muttered under his breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Kunlun star system is vast and boundless, with a radius of approximately 7 billion kilometers. The battleship piloted by Yinan is equipped with the most advanced sublight speed engines, capable of an astonishing speed of 290,000 kilometers per second. Departing from Maple Leaf Star, it takes a full 3 days to traverse the 6.8 billion kilometers of interstellar void. Fortunately, this command shuttle has been upgraded to destroyer class, stretching 100 meters long with spacious interiors. The captain's quarters have been cleverly modified by Yiling Ran, combining 2 adjacent rooms to accommodate an oversized bed. While the bathroom may not match the luxury of home, it is certainly practical. For the next 2 days, the ship is entirely under the control of its intelligent navigation system. Yinan and Yiling Ran spend their time leisurely within the cabin, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, showing no signs of anxiety about the impending danger. On the 3rd day, the battleship exits sublight speed travel and returns to normal speed. The surroundings are pitch black, far from the light of any star. The only visible celestial body is the smallest planet in the entire star system, planet A97, located on the 16th orbit. This planet experiences intense tectonic activity, yet its surface temperature remains extremely low. Lava from volcanic eruptions freezes almost immediately upon exiting the crater, turning into hardened rock that tumbles into the distance. It has an ominous nickname, the Eye of the Devil. This is due to the presence of a supervolcanic crater over 100 kilometers in diameter on its surface, where the magma inside remains perpetually red. From space, it resembles a giant red eye, coldly gazing into the cosmos. Yinan's destination is this eerie planet. The stranded transport ship is located on the surface of planet A97. The battleship engages its thrusters, breaking through the thin atmosphere and descending to an altitude of 1 kilometer above the ground. However, the scene before Yinan causes his mouth to twitch involuntarily. On the battlefield, thousands of frigates were engaged in a heart-stopping melee. A dazzling yet perilous spectacle unfolded as electromagnetic projectiles and blue energy beams crisscrossed, creating a chaotic scene of intersecting firepower. At the center of this fiery chaos, a transport ship became the primary target, with any vessel attempting to approach it facing fierce attacks from surrounding warships. Yinan gazed at this mind-boggling scene from afar, hesitating. He knew all too well that venturing into such a perilous battlefield was akin to courting death. Just then, the usually silent system suddenly issued an unexpected task: destroy enemy warships, with more kills translating to higher rewards and points. Yinan couldn't help but curse the system for seemingly sending him on a suicide mission. Yet, the system's unusual behavior in issuing a task amidst such a grand scene made him suspect something was amiss. After careful consideration, he decided to take the risk. Opening the system's store, Yinan quickly purchased a series of master-level skills in the weapons proficiency category: frigate operation, electromagnetic cannon mastery, machine gun mastery, energy cannon mastery, rocket mastery, missile mastery, torpedo mastery, and shield mastery. These skills cost him 1,700 points, but granted him the ability to maneuver a frigate with unparalleled precision. Yinan then devised a comprehensive tactical plan. He divided the battle into three components. An electronic warfare team led by the Evil Eye electronic warship, tasked with infiltrating enemy systems to sow chaos. A long-range fire support group centered around the T-7 Medusa frigate, whose dual-energy main cannons could easily pierce standard frigates, and a main strike group with the T-7 heavy assault frigate at its core, boasting 160mm dual electromagnetic railguns that, while not as powerful as main cannons, still packed a formidable punch. To counter potential counterattacks, Yinan also arranged for a second echelon of stealth bombers and mine layers as support. He positioned the command barge behind a volcano 10 kilometers away, ensuring it had considerable defensive capabilities. With the tactical deployment complete, Yinan activated the tactical screen. Wenren Moyu, serving as tactical support, was tasked with organizing battlefield information and marking dangerous targets. With everything set, the battle commenced. The heavy assault frigate launched the first attack, destroying an enemy ship with a single shot. The Medusa frigate's long-range sniping immediately drew enemy attention. 3 enemy frigates formed a resonance shield group and charged toward Yinan's heavy assault frigate. However, just as the enemy ships were about to close in, the Evil Eye electronic warship's viral infiltration took effect. One of the enemy ships suddenly turned on its allies, throwing the scene into disarray. Yinan's tactics were beginning to pay off, and the battle had only just begun. Caught off guard, the number 2 ship was blown to pieces in a deafening explosion. The shockwave swept through, causing the number 1 ship to shudder violently, its hull bathed in an ominous red glow. "Damn it! What are you doing, number 3? The commander of the number 1 ship shouted angrily. "Boss, it's not us," came the panicked voice from the number 3 ship. "Our battleship is out of control. We've been hit by a virus." "What?" the number 1 ship's commander exclaimed, eyes wide. Could military forces be involved? How could this happen? Just then, with a thunderous roar, the out-of-control number 3 ship was completely destroyed by concentrated fire from the number 1 ship. A blazing light erupted in space, like a brief but brilliant firework. That battleship was useless anyway. It was just a liability, the number 1 ship's commander said coldly. However, his smugness was short-lived. A blinding blue light cut through the darkness, as an electromagnetic cannon effortlessly pierced his shield, sending the number 1 ship to join its brothers. From the moment the 3 ships turned to their destruction, the entire process took barely 20 seconds. On this chaotic battlefield, their demise barely caused a ripple. Every moment, battleships were turning into cosmic dust and explosions, yet more continued to rush into this deadly zone. The sniping continued, and many more unlucky ships met the same fate as the earlier 3. They were quickly dispatched to their celestial graves by hidden bombers and mine-laying ships. Yinan glanced at the corner, where the tally of sunken ships had surpassed 100. Yet, over 700 ships were still fiercely engaged in battle, their fiery exchanges lighting up the dark space like a magnificent, deadly fireworks display. 3 hours had passed. By now, the battlefield was mostly dominated by organized groups. They formed dense phalanxes, pushing their resonant shields to the limit. Breaking through such a defensive formation was no easy task. Looking at these impenetrable formations, Yinan frowned. In this situation, his ambush tactics had lost their edge. Persisting would only invite more unnecessary trouble. But not all hope was lost. The rabid virus from the electronic warship could bypass energy shields and wreak havoc inside enemy ships. The problem was, with the forces at a stalemate, no one wanted to act rashly. If he struck too soon, he risked exposing the presence of the Xian electronic warship. The thought alone was enough to make his skin crawl, considering the potential onslaught from multiple factions. As Yinan found himself in a dilemma, the situation on the battlefield finally began to shift. A heated debate was unfolding on the public channel. Toka, the leader of a small mercenary group, was being disdainfully excluded by other leaders, but he was not willing to back down. "Toka, this has nothing to do with you. Small mercenary groups like yours have no place in matters like this," an arrogant voice rang out. Unfazed, Toka retorted, "Nonsense. Just because you have numbers doesn't mean you're superior. Don't forget, you're just a bunch of hastily assembled trash. True, we only have 30 frigates, but we're seasoned veterans. We're far stronger than your lot." Another mercenary leader chimed in confidently. However, Toka remained undeterred. He calmly analyzed, "Yes, you are veterans. Your small units are strong in combat. But don't forget, this is a defensive battle. We need numbers. Whoever has more formations holds the advantage." As others prepared to argue, Toka suddenly laughed, a hint of menace in his voice. "True, if it were only about positions, you'd be right. But don't forget, I have strategic weapons. Push me, and I'll blow up that transport ship. No one gets anything." His words were like a bombshell, plunging the 10 or so mercenary leaders into silence. They weighed the truth of Toka's threat and the potential consequences. Finally, a voice of compromise broke the deadlock. "How about this? We split the contents equally. No matter how many blueprints there are, we divide them by value. Agreed. I also accept. The other mercenary leaders concurred, choosing to accept the proposal. While they were deadlocked, Yinan had quietly maneuvered the Evil Eye electronic warfare ship close to the target transport ship. This medium-sized transport ship was a kilometer long, with circular cargo bays linked in a long chain. In comparison, the 20-meter-long frigates seemed insignificant. Yinan carefully entered through a breach, greeted by a spacious and complex rail logistics system. He activated a translucent scanning wave to inspect the cargo on either side. However, all materials blocked the scan, preventing any insight into their contents. The bridge might have held relevant information, but it was damaged beyond use. As Yinan found himself at an impasse, 10 or so warships approached from outside. They had all powered down their shields, indicating no hostility. With a slight smirk, Yinan seized the opportunity to create chaos, given the uncertainty of the cargo. He swiftly activated the Rabid Dog virus invasion system. Suddenly, the foremost frigate launched a fierce surprise attack on the target behind it. Rockets whooshed out, explosions echoed, and several warships were reduced to debris in the first wave. Damn it! We've been tricked. Engage. The already unstable situation erupted instantly. No one held back, unleashing full firepower, lighting up the area with intense flashes. At this point, who fired first was irrelevant. Yinan watched the tactical radar's chaotic melee with satisfaction. He cleverly exploited his positional advantage, launching continuous surprise attacks. Every 60 seconds, he strategically disrupted enemy unity. Within the formation, the appearance of the first traitor turned the defensive battle into a chaotic free-for-all. No one knew if there would be more traitors. Though some suspected electronic warfare ship involvement, lacking evidence of its presence, all anomalies were blamed on traitors. The result was a rapid depletion of forces. Originally 700 frigates, only about 200 remained, and the number kept dwindling. Among them, the Moses mercenary group held a significant advantage with 50 frigates. In contrast, other factions were down to single digits. Stop. We're losing too much. Yeah, how about we come up with a new plan? In response to these pleas, the leader of the Moses mercenary group sneered, "Ha, a bunch of losers. At this point, you still want to negotiate? You think we'll accept such foolish terms? Now that we're the strongest, do you think we'll waste time talking? What a joke. Once we wipe you all out, the treasure is ours." His arrogant words enraged the other mercenary groups. Damn, if that's how you want it, prepare for our combined assault. Attack them all. The Moses leader dared not be careless, immediately forming a dense formation to counterattack. Faced with this, Yinan decisively chose to infiltrate, disrupting their resonant shields and dismantling their defenses from within. The Moses mercenary group was annihilated amidst furious curses, but the remaining forces fell back into chaos. Only when fewer than 10 warships remained did the battle finally cease. As the others realized something was amiss, 2 beams swiftly struck a warship. With a thunderous explosion, those in communication turned pale. Damn, there's someone else. Who is it? Their radar showed several targets a few kilometers away, watching them intently. The recent attack had come from one of those warships. Damn it, take them out first. They were furious, with victory in sight, only for unexpected intruders to try and snatch it away. But at that moment, the rearmost frigate suddenly attacked, and the warships in front abandoned their original target to retaliate. As for explanations over the public channel, no one believed them. However, the warships targeting Yinan suffered successive, devastating hits. Finally, someone realized, damn, I get it. Those guys have an electronic warfare ship attacking us from behind. It's all their scheme. The sudden reduction in the number of warships was a wake-up call for everyone. The public channel was in an uproar, especially among the mercenaries who had narrowly escaped. Filled with hatred for the mysterious, sneaky guy, they watched helplessly as over 700 warships were reduced to single digits, their anger nearly setting their communication devices ablaze. Bastard! Who the hell are you? Someone shouted, their voice filled with unwillingness and fury. Yinan gently stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips as he replied calmly with a hint of mockery, "Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is that this belongs to my boss. You think my boss would be okay with you trying to steal his stuff without his consent? Bastard! You're with Zhao Gu," someone realized, gritting their teeth. So Zhao Gu was behind all this. I'll remember you. The situation had completely reversed, with a massive disparity in forces. The mercenaries realized that continuing would only lead to death, so they decisively chose to retreat, beginning to recover their wounded. Many mercenaries remained stranded, their warships destroyed, waiting for rescue. At that moment, Yinan received an urgent message from the Evil Eye electronic warship. The decoder had completed decrypting the cargo container. As the warehouse door opened, Yinan felt a chill down his spine. The countdown on the explosives had less than 30 seconds remaining. Without time to think, Yinan immediately turned the ship and fled. However, he had barely flown 10 kilometers when a massive explosion sounded behind him. The colossal transport ship, spanning 10 kilometers, was instantly obliterated, and the ground for miles around cracked and sank as lava erupted. The wreckage of nearby warships and surviving mercenaries let out horrific screams, quickly engulfed by the searing lava. The Evil Eye electronic warship piloted by Yi Nan wasn't spared, taking the brunt of the shockwave. Fortunately, the planet's low atmospheric density limited the shockwave's power. Even so, the warship's shields were severely damaged, and the armor took significant damage, rendering it unfit for battle. Yi Nan barely managed to adjust his posture, commanding all ships to return to the barge for emergency repairs. As Yi Nan pondered whether this was a trap set by Zhao Gu, a red dot lit up on the radar. A round of applause echoed in the public channel, followed by an unfamiliar voice. Impressive, Lord Yi Nan. I didn't expect you to survive. You've really surprised me. Who are you? Yi Nan asked cautiously. Let me introduce myself. I'm rank 13,000 on the dark web as an assassin. Everyone calls me Kimchi Commander, the voice boasted. Yi Nan raised an eyebrow. That name sounds a bit peculiar. Are you from the Southern Peninsula? Oh, you even know about our universe's #1 Southern Empire. It seems you're more cultured than your file suggests. Kimchi Commander seemed pleased. Yi Nan chuckled inwardly. He knew nothing about a Southern Empire, just some ancient nation claiming to be the universe's best. But what was this dark web? Some underground dating site? Sensing Yi Nan's confusion, Kimchi Commander angrily clarified. Nonsense. The dark web is all about assassin organizations. How could it be a dating site? I see, Yi Nan mused. But why would a rank 13,000 nobody target me? I don't have any ties to your dark web. Ha ha ha, foolish man, Kimchi Commander said smugly. You offended Baron Zhao Gu, and yet you pretend to be innocent. Let me tell you, everything here was orchestrated by the dark web. A decommissioned transport ship and Zhao Gu's false information. Such a grand scheme, yet it couldn't kill you. Your luck is truly remarkable. But even so, you are doomed. Why? Yi Nan feigned ignorance. Because I have another alias, everyone calls me the Dark Commander. Kimchi Commander boasted even more. I can command 10 frigates, and you? You only have 5 left to fight. Such disparity. You are nothing to me. At this moment, 2 of Kimchi Commander's lackeys began to praise him, claiming their commander was unbeatable and that Yi Nan was no match. Kimchi Commander, basking in their flattery, said, Kid, after telling you so much, I can now send you on your way. Remember my name. I'm Li Kimchi, the man who will send you to hell. As he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted in the sky. Li Kimchi's command barge, trailing red flames, slowly descended. 6 of the 10 frigates docked on his barge were blown to bits. Yi Nan was secretly delighted. A single round from his 2 stealth bombers had obliterated this arrogant fool, and the feeling was exhilarating. You bastard. You have stealth ships. Li Kimchi roared. What, didn't I mention that? Yi Nan retorted, then gave a sinister smile. Kid, let me show you the true power of Kimchi Commander. Attack, take him down. The remaining 4 ships suddenly launched, quickly forming a squad and charging toward Yi Nan. Yi Nan was bewildered. This maneuver seemed odd. Haha, didn't expect these ships to be manned, did you? Li Kimchi gloated. No. Yi Nan asked puzzled. Aren't you a commander? Why are there people piloting your frigates? This question froze Li Kimchi's expression. He couldn't admit that his title of commander was a facade, and that his frigates were actually piloted by his lackeys. Enraged and embarrassed, Li Kimchi slammed his fist on the command console. Shut up and go to hell. At that moment, several energy beams shot up from the lava lake below. The remaining frigates were promptly blown up, falling into the red-hot lava lake. Li Paokai was taken aback, completely unprepared for the sudden attack from beneath the lava lake. Just then, the lake's surface broke open, and a cube-shaped object slowly emerged. The surrounding fallen battleships seemed to be drawn toward this mysterious object by some unseen force. Their structures twisted and deformed, eventually merging into a colossal behemoth a kilometer long. The system's notification sounded, announcing the completion of the mission. The rewards were so generous they left him speechless. Blueprints for a small planetary command center, AT-9 Hornet missile battleship, and a great optimizer, AT-5 Navy Banshee frigate, and a rocket rapid-fire skill module. Although not the most expensive, their practicality was unmatched. Especially the T-9 Hornet battleship, which was enough to instill fear across the entire Kunlun star system and even the Chongjing constellation. However, the system then issued another notification. The discovery of a scavenger battleship core wreckage, with a kill mission assigned. Failure would result in a deduction of 5,000 points. Yi Nan cursed the system's ruthlessness, but seeing the massive scavenger battleship in the distance, he knew the mission had to be completed. Li Paokai had already fled in terror, but he hadn't gone far before a thick energy beam pierced through his command shuttle. Yinan couldn't help but wonder if the appearance of the scavenger wreckage was somehow related to Li Paokai. Perhaps even the scavenger couldn't stand his pretentiousness. At that moment, the massive battleship, compressed from debris, turned its bow and engaged its thrusters, heading toward Yinan. He quickly assessed that an ordinary frigate stood no chance against such a formidable scavenger battleship. His only hope lay in the newly acquired T-9 Hornet battleship. He promptly retrieved the 3-kilometer-long behemoth from the system space, its size 30 times that of his original command shuttle. However, when he attempted to access the control system, he found his mental capacity insufficient to effectively manage the entire battleship. With no other choice, he focused solely on operating the weapon systems. Yinan ordered the internal-class rocket manufacturing equipment to go full throttle, rapidly producing rockets and loading them into the launch systems. As the scavenger battleship entered the 30-kilometer attack range, the Hornet battleship's 3 rocket launchers fired simultaneously. To Yinan's astonishment, each rocket was as large as a frigate, stretching 20 meters long. Even more surprising was their cluster bomb design. Once they traveled 2 kilometers, they dispersed into hundreds of smaller rockets, forming a dense barrage that surrounded the target. However, the scavenger battleship's defense system was equally impressive. It released a barrage of energy beams, like a hail of machine gun fire, intercepting most of the incoming rockets midair. Suddenly, a thick energy beam struck the T-9 Hornet battleship Hedon, its orange energy shield flickering and barely withstanding the powerful attack. Yinan wiped away cold sweat, fully aware that if such an attack hit him directly, there would be no chance of survival. He immediately ordered Wunren Mayu to charge the jump engines, preparing for the worst-case scenario. A fierce firefight ensued at a distance of 20 kilometers. Despite the scavenger battleship's formidable defenses, about a tenth of the rockets broke through the blockade, striking the target. Each hit sent metal fragments flying, yet the scavenger's core, the cubic metal structure, remained intact. Amidst the intense exchange, the Hornet battleship's shield suddenly took a severe hit, orange particles dispersing rapidly into nothingness. Yinan's pupils contracted sharply as he realized his battleship's shields had been breached. The battleship's shield strength far exceeded that of a frigate, with a difference of thousands of times. However, it was astonishing that this battleship's defenses were breached after only a few rounds of energy cannon attacks. Yinan took a deep breath and observed the situation as it unfolded. Meanwhile, the scavenger's ship was in a similarly dire situation. Countless small rockets bombarded it relentlessly, leaving its surface riddled with holes, resembling a piece of weathered rock. Its structural integrity had fallen below 60%, yet it stubbornly held on. As the structure weakened, its interceptive firepower significantly diminished, allowing more rockets to hit directly. Yinan zoomed in on the screen, clearly seeing the scavenger ship accumulating energy inside. The energy cannon fired again, and the battleship bore the brunt of the attack. Its thick armor instantly melted under the intense firepower, which was terrifyingly strong. If it were a scavenger ship of the same class, it would likely be destroyed in one hit. With the front armor of the battleship destroyed, time was running out. Yinan quickly adjusted the angle, turning the side to face the enemy. The main cannon struck again, and the side armor was destroyed after taking the damage. He adjusted once more and took another hit. At this point, the battleship could not withstand another attack. At the same time, the scavenger ship's situation was equally grim. Its core was exposed, and the energy conduits were under heavy bombardment. In another round of energy cannon fire, the battleship was pierced through. Although it did not explode immediately, its core power was damaged, losing energy, and internal systems gradually ceased operation. The last rocket was launched, and the battleship fell silent. Yinnan's face turned pale with regret. Had he known, he would have retreated immediately. The mission was incomplete, and losing a battleship was a significant loss. Just as Yinnan was about to make a final decision, the system suddenly relayed a message. Ding, mission accomplished. The scavenger ship has been destroyed. Do you want to spend 3,000 points for a technical analysis? Yinnan was bewildered, staring blankly at the projection of the burning, slowly descending ship. He had actually completed the mission in a mutual destruction manner. The outcome was both thrilling and shocking. Coming to his senses, Yinnan immediately ordered, analyze, commence the technical analysis now. Though it cost 3,000 system points, obtaining valuable technology would be worth it. Recalling the formidable power of the previous Evil Eye electronic warship, he hoped for an even greater gain this time. As the progress bar quickly filled, Yinnan's heart raced, and he unconsciously grasped Wunren Muyu's hand. She smiled contentedly. As an interstellar fairy, Wunren Muyu had minimal material needs, caring only about her master's attitude. Suddenly, an exciting message echoed in Yinnan's mind. Ding, technology retrieval successful, obtained blueprint of the Protector. Quickly taking out the blueprint, Yinnan discovered that the Protector was a special type of warship, not belonging to any conventional class and lacking offensive capabilities. As he continued reading, he was surprised to find that this ship had only 4 devices, all of which were special types and could not be upgraded. The description of the first device left Yin Nan astounded: the enhancement fusion device. The Protector could merge with other warships, significantly boosting the combat capabilities of the existing ship. Data showed that a regular frigate, when fused with the Protector, could achieve combat power comparable to a destroyer. Next, the second equipment was equally impressive: the rapid repair device, capable of repairing armor at an incredibly fast pace. Yin Nan realized that the value of this blueprint far exceeded his expectations. Although it lacks a shield, the armor's strength is truly impressive. This special Fermi armor can repair itself at 10 times the usual speed, making it difficult for ordinary destroyers to penetrate, especially those battleships known for their strong armor. This stands in stark contrast to conventional armor, which must be replaced once damaged, though the scrapped armor can be melted down and reused. Another highlight of the battleship is the traction accelerator. This device can generate a powerful energy pull, allowing for rapid repositioning within a 10-kilometer range, whether closing in on allied or enemy ships, providing a clear tactical advantage. However, this also reveals the limitations of the Guardian. It can only handle opponents up to cruiser class. After all, battlecruiser weapons generally have a range of 10 kilometers, and even cruiser missiles can reach 4 kilometers. As the data analysis deepened, the protagonist's emotions gradually calmed. While this battleship is undoubtedly strong, the gap compared to the T-9 Hornet battleship is still evident. More frustratingly, he had also lost 3,000 points. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: "You lousy system, come out here. I've worked so hard. You better not have forgotten the mission rewards." It was then he realized he had been so excited that he forgot to focus on the rewards of the mission itself. The system responded quickly: "Host, the rewards have already been issued, and everything is in the system warehouse. Please check them yourself." Although the system's tone didn't change much, the protagonist felt there was a hint of guilt in it. With suspicion, he reopened the system warehouse. The countdown showed the rewards had indeed been issued, but upon closer inspection, only a few seconds had passed on that countdown. This discovery convinced the protagonist that the pesky system was indeed up to something shady. "The reward for this mission is indeed somewhat meager," Yinan silently assessed. "One's class optimizer, a set of class optimizers, 2 6-tube rocket launchers, a blueprint of a class Thundersnake missile, plus 5,000 points." Compared to the T-5 Navy Banshee he had acquired before, these rewards seemed rather underwhelming. He recalled the elegant design of that King-class battleship and its formidable firepower: 2 triple rocket launchers capable of firing 6 rockets every 2 seconds. The 6-tube rocket launcher he received this time was even more impressive, capable of firing 12 rockets at once, averaging 6 per second. Such firepower was exceptional for a frigate, and with the addition of a laser guidance system, the hit rate would significantly improve. Yinan surveyed the wreckage of the battleship scattered on the ground, thinking that it should have considerable salvage value. He immediately ordered the salvage ship to begin operations. As for the surviving mercenaries at the scene, he decided to spare none. When these mercenaries, who had just escaped death, saw the warship attacking them, they begged for mercy over the public channel. Yinan decisively cut off communications, unwilling to listen to their pleas. Seeing that begging was futile, the mercenaries resorted to cursing, but this did nothing to change their fate. Half an hour later, the command barge burst through the thin atmosphere of the Devil's Eye and entered space. The sublight engine activated, and the ship entered the trajectory, embarking on the return journey. During the long trip back, Yinan upgraded the newly acquired Navy Banshee frigate to the highest T0 level, and all the other ships to T7. As for the remaining class optimizers, he planned to let others allocate them upon returning, as he no longer needed them. From now on, only a class and class optimizers would be useful to him. In the command barge's kitchen, yet another plume of black smoke emerged. Wenrin Mayu, eyes brimming with tears, looked on the verge of a breakdown. This was yet another failed attempt at cooking, reinforcing her lack of culinary talent. She was a kitchen disaster. Yinan smiled as he approached her, gently ruffling her hair as he consoled her. "It's okay, we can always find someone who can cook next time." Wenrin Mayu, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried her face in his chest, unable to meet his gaze. On the soft bed, Wenrin Mayu continued to cling tightly to Yinan, refusing to let go. This intimate posture seemed to have brought a breakthrough in their relationship over a seemingly trivial matter. Usually, she would just lie beside him like a cute kitten, not embracing him like this. If Yiling Ran were to witness this scene, she would likely have a stern word with Yinan. Meanwhile, in Red Sea City, Yiling Ran was incredibly busy. Numerous problematic companies required auditing. Although these companies had voluntarily disclosed their issues, no one was sure if they had revealed everything. After 3 days of scrutiny, the AI identified over 10,000 companies with severe problems among hundreds of thousands. The issues they had disclosed were mere trivialities. Hanjin, working closely with the Audit Bureau, found the process both painful and rewarding. They received a 10 commission for every criminal caught, a lucrative incentive. Even if a company was found to have only 100 star coins worth of issues, thousands of companies meant millions in revenue. On average, Hanjin, as the director, received at least a third of this income. Learning about these developments from his son, the old Han deeply regretted his past foolishness. Any resentment he had harbored toward the Lord had long since vanished. Now, if anyone dared to speak ill of the Lord, he would readily assume the role of enforcer to silence them. Yilingran stretched and decided that the remaining tasks could proceed according to protocol. She could finally relax a bit. In contrast, Baron Zhaogu was in a state of disarray. The extensive investigations into numerous companies had already caused him significant losses, and in recent days, his transport ships had been targeted, disrupting many of his business operations. Even insurance companies refused to cover his shipments, bringing many of his ventures to a halt. Initially, Baron Zhaogu suspected Yinan of orchestrating this chaos. However, after some investigation, he discovered that the attacks were carried out by unrelated mercenaries. This seemingly spontaneous yet targeted behavior made him realize there was a mastermind behind it all. After spending some money on intelligence, he learned it was related to events at the Devil's Eye. Yet he couldn't fathom how they had discovered his well-concealed operations. In reality, the mercenaries were referring to Yinan's betrayal, while Baron Zhaogu was preoccupied with his own schemes. Despite the similarities in nature, they were distinct issues. Once he confirmed this, Baron Zhaogu decided to halt all business activities temporarily to prevent further losses. As for his ventures in Red Sea City, he resolved to withdraw entirely, seeing little point in continuing. In Yilingran's office, Zhao Xier of the Red Fox tribe presented a stack of digital files, transmitting them to Yilingran. Today, Zhao Xier was a far cry from the seductive vixen of the past, now appearing as a poised and professional businesswoman. She got straight to the point. Yi, these are all our assets in Red Sea City. My father wishes to sell them to your family. Are you interested? Yilingran examined the companies involved in the transaction. They were primarily in the restaurant and accommodation sectors, with average profitability and no major red flags. At most, there were some questionable businesses, which, while not illegal, held a unique role in a city. She nodded and said, all right, I can buy them. But what price are you asking? 100,000. Zhao Xier stated directly. Just 100,000 star coins for all these assets. For so many assets, 100,000 wasn't expensive, even quite reasonable. In the past, Yilingran would have readily accepted. But now, the price seemed to lack any advantage. 10,000. Yilingran countered without hesitation. The most I can offer is 10,000 star coins. Zhao Xier felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She had anticipated the other party would try to lower the price, but she hadn't expected it to be so outrageous. Taking a deep breath, she nodded slightly and said, fine, 10,000 it is. Seeing her agree so readily, Yilingran couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Nevertheless, he decided to take over these assets, figuring any issues would become apparent after the acquisition. The two quickly completed the signing and handover, and the companies were successfully transferred to the Lord's name. Zhao Xier didn't linger after the handover and left in a hurry. She immediately contacted Han Zhan, instructing him to conduct a thorough investigation of these places. To her, it was a minor issue. Even if there were problems, they wouldn't pose a threat given her authority as the city lord. When news arrived that Yinan was returning home, Zhao Xier rushed to his estate. Lately, everyone had been extremely busy with affairs in Red Sea City. To express his gratitude, Yinan organized a barbecue party in his estate. The fresh ingredients and enticing aroma of the barbecue lifted everyone's spirits, except Wenren Mayu, who was frustrated by her repeated failures to cook properly. Despite the robot offering assistance, she stubbornly insisted on doing it herself. Yinan's gaze unintentionally fell on his sister Lingran, who was dressed in a rather revealing outfit, a silk robe worn with nothing underneath, hinting at her cleavage. Anyone else might have found it hard to resist, but his body showed no reaction. At that moment, Yin Wenjun approached Yinan and suggested finding a mentor for the backup personnel. She recommended a former military instructor named Mei, who was reportedly wandering in the 79th Rogue Star system. Upon hearing this, Yinan made a quick decision. With nearly a month left until the final graduation assessment, he figured he had enough time for a round trip. After a brief rest, the three of them set off, ostensibly to strengthen their bonds, but in reality, to address Yinan's peculiar physical response. During the journey, Yilingran complained to Yinan about his lack of reaction towards her. Left with no choice, Yinan explained, sis, it's like this. First, we've grown up together and are too familiar with each other, which diminishes that kind of feeling. Secondly, your strong personality has left a deep impression on me. These are bodily memories, not something I can consciously control. After hearing his explanation, Yilingran's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, and she felt an urge to teach this grudge-bearing guy a lesson. Originally, she thought that now that he seemed normal, she could entrust herself to him and fulfill the promise she made to her adoptive parents. Yet, he surprised her. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her daring plan. She gently cupped his handsome face with her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and whispered, "So, tell me, do you think having one more person join us would change things?" His mouth twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "This woman is incredibly bold, starting with a group activity right off the bat?" But he had to admit, the suggestion was certainly intriguing. He hesitated for a moment, trying to mask his inner excitement, and replied, "Well, I've never tried it, so I'm not sure." She scoffed, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Humph, you dare say you're unsure? I think you know perfectly well." She could already sense his true reaction from the subtle movements beneath her hands. The scene shifted to a starship cruise. This long journey required traveling through stargates for extended periods. While piloting a small craft wasn't an issue, the limited space was far less comfortable than the starship cruise. In the cruise ship's dining area, the familiar yet unfamiliar sight made him feel a bit uneasy. A beautiful server in a slit dress approached gracefully, smiling. "Sir, madam, I've prepared a second-class green wine for you. Please enjoy." She adeptly positioned herself on the wine dispenser behind her, casually parting her dress to reveal everything underneath, unfazed by the intense gazes around her. Suddenly, Wenren Mayu, standing beside him, raised his hand. Bang, 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 several bullets froze in midair, just an inch away from Yinan. The server, who had been smiling moments ago, immediately changed her demeanor, flipping over, her hands transforming into two alloy long knives, attacking them fiercely. This unexpected turn of events left Yinan completely stunned. He never imagined that he would be so popular, encountering such enthusiastic hospitality just by taking a starship cruise. Reacting quickly, Yi Lingran drew an energy blade from her thigh, her high heels striking the floor as she delivered a powerful slash. The server was sliced in half, but not a drop of blood flowed from her body. With a clatter, the alloy-constructed body fell to the ground, the internal metal components rapidly ceasing to function. Yi Lingren's expression changed dramatically as she grabbed the two of them, swiftly retreating backward. With a thunderous bang, the explosion lit up the room, and the shockwave instantly overturned nearby dining tables. The red carpet on the floor was scorched with a large blackened mark. However, the three people standing at the center of the blast were unharmed. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from behind them. The trio turned cautiously to see a young blonde man watching them with a satisfied smile. "Impressive, Miss Lingran," he praised. "Your reflexes truly surprised me." Yi Lingran narrowed her eyes, warily eyeing the stranger. "Who are you? Did you set this up?" "That's right," the man admitted casually. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from the dark web. You can call me Hyder the Assassin." "Never heard of you," Yi Lingren scoffed. "Must be some low-tier garbage." The remark nearly shattered Hyder's self-image as a formidable character. His mouth twitched, and his confident expression gradually gave way to anger. "Yi Lingran," he snarled, "don't think being a good fighter is enough. What can you do alone? Look around. This place is crawling with my men. You might take down 10, even 100, but can you handle 1,000? And I've brought 3,000. Hyder sneered, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Faced with such overwhelming odds, do you plan to seduce us with your figure?" His henchmen immediately jeered, their gazes hungrily roaming over Yi Lingran and the woman in the black cloak beside her. Hyder laughed triumphantly. "Hear that? My men are very interested in you. Can you handle it?" He suddenly remembered something and turned to Yinan. "Oh, by the way, I heard your man commands a warship. Why not try seeing if you can remotely start it?" Yinan shook his head slightly, indicating that the signal was jammed, and he couldn't reach the command ship. Yi Lingren's expression darkened, knowing it was impossible to fight off 3,000 people alone. Seeing their change in demeanor, Hyder grew more smug. He waved a small device in his hand. "Beg me, and maybe I'll spare you." "Idiot." Yi Lingran replied coldly, "Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than give you the satisfaction." She turned to Yi Nan and Wenren Mayu. "Xiao Nan, go out the side door. It leads to the docking station. Xiao Yu, take care of Xiao Nan." However, Hyder's laughter became more arrogant. With a gesture, a group of heavily armed men flanked them, blocking their escape route. Yi Lingren's face turned grim as their last hope was snuffed out. Just then, Yi Nan, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at, trash?" Hyder snapped. "Nothing," Yi Nan replied casually. "I just think you're quite the fool." The comment immediately riled up Hyder's men, who seemed ready to pounce at any moment. Yi Lingran looked at her usually dependent brother in surprise, unable to understand his calmness in such dire straits. "Xiao Nan?" she asked, puzzled. Yi Nan just waved a hand and activated the armor on his body. A blue defensive field enveloped the three of them instantly. Hyder laughed again. "Is that it? Are you kidding me? How long do you think that personal defense system will last? We can just wait until you run out of energy." "Really?" Yinan said calmly. I wonder how long you can last. As soon as he spoke, two black metal spheres appeared on either side. With a mechanical whir, two three-metal black mechs stood before the crowd. Slayers, Yinan introduced, high-end models worth 500 points each in the system, mainly used for warship boarding operations. With the appearance of the mechs, the faces of the 3,000 opponents changed drastically. Before they could react, the energy weapons on the mech's shoulders fired. Blue energy beams swept through, cutting down everyone in their path. The scene turned into a slaughterhouse, filled with blood and screams. Any enemy who dared to show themselves was immediately gunned down by the mechs. Yiling was stunned, never expecting her brother to have such a formidable weapon hidden. Xiaonan, you scared your sister, she sighed in relief. I thought I might lose you. Don't worry, sis, I'm fine, Yinan reassured her. Good. Yiling suddenly shifted the topic. But when are you going to take care of your sister? I promised your parents I'd look after you forever. Yinan's mouth twitched, clearly not expecting his sister to bring this up at such a moment. With the two slayers at their disposal, Yiling completely relaxed. She glanced teasingly at Hyder, who was hiding behind a pillar. Hey, small fry, weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you cowering now? We're two beautiful women right here. If you don't come out, we're leaving. Heidel was infuriated by such blatant provocation. He extended his middle finger, cursing silently. You scum. Just you wait. But the next moment, a flash of white light swept over, and his entire hand vanished instantly. He let out a piercing scream, though it was barely noticeable amidst the surrounding chaos. Boss, this slaughterer is too ruthless. Our men are suffering heavy casualties. We should retreat. Yeah, boss, this thing is beyond us. I don't want to die here. Panic spread like a tidal wave among the crowd, erasing their earlier arrogance. Someone raised their hands, trembling as they stood out. I surrender. I surrender too. However, all that awaited them was the merciless blue energy beams of the slaughterers. Several bodies were severed at the waist, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The slaughterers made no distinction between friend and foe, obeying only Yinan's commands. As long as he didn't order them to stop, they would continue their massacre, true to their name. Witnessing their companions' gruesome deaths, the remaining hundreds hid behind alloy support columns, shivering. They knew that as time passed, they were doomed to be torn apart by these cold-blooded machines. Heidel's face was pale, not only from the excruciating pain in his hand, but also from the terrifying destructive power of the slaughterers. He fought back his fear, trembling as he shouted, Yinan, stop. I surrender. We admit defeat. Your strength has earned my respect. I'm withdrawing from this mission. Let's stay out of each other's way from now on. What do you say? Yinan sneered. Ha, your plea for mercy is pretty pathetic. What do you want then? Heidel asked, trembling. Kneel down and show some proper remorse. Do I need to teach you how? Cautiously, Heidel peeked out, saw that the two slaughterers weren't attacking, and with trembling legs, he walked out and fell to his knees with a thud. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to kill you, Heidel said, groveling. Is that all? Yinan asked coldly. I shouldn't have had thoughts about your woman. I have a foul mouth. I'm worthless. I failed to recognize your greatness. Heidel continued to demean himself. Yinan's gaze swept over the others, and you? Seeing this, the underlings followed suit, each giving themselves a resounding slap. At that moment, Yinan's mind was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 frenzy tactical armors. 500 points. This unexpected reward surprised Yinan. He opened it to check and was instantly captivated by its sleek design. It combined mechanical aesthetics with artistic elegance. The shoulder-mounted beam cannons, though smaller than a fist, had astonishing destructive power, capable of countering the slaughterers. It also came with a beam energy blade and a 2-meter diameter hemispherical energy defense shield. Beyond its formidable combat capabilities, it could connect to the battleship's command system, providing tactical information support. However, Yinan realized that the armor was designed for women. He inwardly complained, is this system trying to make me go down the cross-dressing path? Glancing at the two beside him, he understood that the armor was meant for them. Just then, an untimely cold laugh echoed, Heidel, you trash. I told you not to use such futile human wave tactics. Against powerful soldiers, there's no enemy a single blade can't handle. With those words, cold energy blades suddenly flashed behind the slaughterer mechs. With a loud crash, the two slaughterers were destroyed by a man in armor. The crowd, who had been begging for mercy moments ago, erupted into cheers. It's Ian. It's the god of war, Ian. Haha, we're saved. This kid is doomed now. I'm going to have fun with those 2 women. I'll make them call me daddy. Heidel, who had been kneeling, stood up. His fear vanished. He walked over to the armored man. looking mockingly at the three inside the shield. Kid, you were having fun earlier, weren't you? Show off for me again now. You actually dared to make me, Heidel, kneel for you. You've got guts. The surrounding henchmen chimed in. Boss, break this kid's bones later. I'm going to play with his chick right in front of him. That's a great idea. That scene will be epic. Yeah, I think so too. With the threat of the slaughterers gone, the atmosphere on the scene relaxed considerably. On the side, Yilingren frowned and said to Yinan, Xiaonan, I know this Ian. He's a top fighter on the dark web, ranked in the top 10,000. His methods are brutal, and he loves dismembering his victims. No one has ever left his hands with a complete body. His energy blade is his most skilled weapon. Yinan turned to see the seriousness on her face. Surprised? Sis, you can't beat him, can you? In his eyes, his sister was invincible, a powerhouse who could crush any opponent with a single kick. If not, then 2 kicks. The thought of her hundreds of kilograms of leg strength made him worry for his own back. Yilingren rolled her eyes at him. Can't you see he's wearing combat armor? How am I supposed to fight that? What if you had armor too? That depends. There are good and bad armors, with significant performance differences. Yinan took out a bracelet, clicked it open, and placed it on her wrist. What's this? Frenzy tactical armor. Yilingren's eyes widened in shock. She gently pressed the activation button, and instantly, a smooth metallic sound resonated as her entire body was covered in red alloy. She looked both sexy and metallic, like a perfect piece of art. Seeing the basic data in the upper left corner, all her worries disappeared. If the slaughterers were killing machines, then this frenzy armor was a killing masterpiece. At least against these guys, there was no need to worry about safety. The crowd, who had been excited and dazed just moments ago, now wore expressions of frozen smiles. Their worried gazes turned to their leader. At that moment, Ian suddenly activated his thrusters, transforming into a prehistoric beast as he swung his tumper-long blade down towards Yilingren's head. Yilingren raised her hand and caught the energy blade of the infamous Ian, god of death, with her palm. Blue sparks danced across her hand and spread over her armor, seemingly without any effect. With a swift sidekick, she sent Ian flying over 100 meters, crashing heavily into a metal wall with a resounding thud. Everyone around felt a chill run down their spine, their eyes filled with panic. Heidel was so frightened that he hid behind a metal support pillar. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Invincible Ian had been sent flying with a single kick. Did they still stand a chance of survival? However, Ian quickly got back on his feet. He scanned his data and found he was largely unharmed. Still, he had to admit, that girl's kick packed quite a punch, estimating it at no less than 10 tons of force. Yet, to him, this physical attack was like a light drizzle. Is that all? Ian sneered. If that's all you've got, you won't be leaving here today. Yinan chuckled softly and casually handed Wonren Mayu a bracelet. With a smooth metallic sound, a sleek, white mech appeared. The appearance of 2 battle armors darkened everyone's expressions, especially Ian's own. He could handle, but 2 would be troublesome. At that moment, Yilingren giggled. Nan, you underestimate your sister. I only used 30% of my energy just now. Against someone ranked near 10,000, I'm more than enough. With those words, everyone's face changed dramatically. If she caused such damage with only 30%, what would a full fight be like? Anyone can talk big, Ian shouted angrily. 30%, my foot. Use your brains when you brag. Everyone, focus your attack on the white armor. I'll deal with this woman. Yes, they responded, realizing retreat was no longer an option and prepared to fight for their lives. An intense firefight broke out immediately. Wonren Mayu's energy cannon displayed overwhelming superiority, and her mobility left opponents unable to keep up. Meanwhile, Yilingren's seemingly ordinary white energy blade showed incredible power in combat. With a crisp sound, Ian's energy blade shattered. Everyone was stunned. Even those fighting Wonren Mayu forgot to continue their attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yilingren pressed the attack, slashing again. Ian was horrified, quickly retreating and pulling out a metal shield for protection. The white light sliced down, and Yilingren turned away. With a clang, the metal shield fell, and Ian, along with his shield, collapsed to the ground. In a single round, the target was eliminated. The remaining enemies, terrified, attempted to surrender, but Wonren Mayu gave them no chance, mercilessly eliminating them one by one. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets shot up from below the floor, followed by a warship breaking through the ground. Survivors saw the ship and felt a glimmer of hope. Boss, we're saved. Wonren Mayu and Yilingren quickly retreated. No matter how strong their armor was, they couldn't withstand a direct hit from a warship. Heidel sat on the ship's bridge, brimming with confidence. He had secretly activated the warship when Ian was kicked away. With this trump card, he regained his confidence. Yinan, you've surprised me. I didn't expect such a mission to cost me so dearly. But now, everything is set. Today, you're doomed. Boss, you're amazing. Boss, you're wise. That's our leader for you, truly impressive. His subordinates flattered him. Heidel adjusted his collar, aiming the cannon at the three below. Yinan, any last words? I do, Yinan replied calmly. Can you tell me who sent you to kill me? Baron Zhaogua, Heidel revealed, thinking the answer matched his suspicions. Zhaogua, whom he had expelled from Maple Leaf Star, was still useful for the time being. He would deal with him later. Thank you for your answer. Now, farewell, Yinan said. Suddenly, the floor was bombarded from below. 160mm destroyer electromagnetic cannons, weapons from the T-7 heavy assault class. Two shots pierced the metal floor, obliterating Heidel's warship. With a thunderous crash, the warship, engulfed in flames, slammed sideways, crushing a few unlucky ones beneath it. Severely injured and bleeding, Heidel asked in disbelief. How? How can you control the warship remotely? Oh, that, Yinan explained. I forgot to mention. My armor is mainly for defense and signal enhancement. From the moment I activated it, the 9 warships below had all their guns trained on you. You. Heidel's eyes widened in shock as he took his last breath. The remaining enemies dropped their weapons and surrender, as docile as quails. Yinan surveyed the battlefield-like surroundings, speechless. Just then, some noises stirred around them. As Yinan turned his head, he was startled to see several people, bound tightly, rolling out from the corner. They struggled and shouted, Sir, help us. We are the crew of this cruise ship, and we've been taken hostage. Cautiously, Yinan used an identity scanner to verify their identities. Once he was sure, he untied them. Besides these crew members, Yinan learned that the ship also had a captain and thousands of passengers aboard. However, the spacious dining hall had turned into a scene of chaos, and no one dared to dine there. Reluctantly, they had to activate the robot delivery service to send meals directly to the cabins. Yinan went to the lower hangar and confirmed with the captain that several escort ships belonged to the criminals. The rest of the large group had been secretly transported aboard via transport ships. These vessels now belonged to Yinan, but with pressing matters at hand, he could only send them back to his territory through interstellar logistics. As for Zhaogu's actions, Yinan decided to deal with him properly once he obtained the 3-year tax exemption documents. Back in the luxury suite of the cruise, Yilingran, wearing a seductive red nightgown, lay half on top of Yinan. Her long legs restlessly brushed against him as she teased. Hey, little rascal, your sister is making the first move. Can't you play along? Yinan responded innocently, Sis, just give me a break. We're really not a match. His body's strong aversion to Yilingran was a testament to the deep-seated emotional scars. Unconvinced, Yilingran smirked. You're quite the actor. Xiaoyu, come over. Wenren Moxu, dressed in alluring white silk, obediently snuggled into Yinan's arms. The familiar scent stirred his senses, and his body began to react. Yilingran grinned triumphantly, reaching out to touch him, only to see Yinan's expression freeze. Damn, isn't this a bit much? Yilingran exclaimed. One touch and you're done. What is this? Yinan was equally exasperated. It's like it's etched into my genes. I can't control it. I don't believe it. Yilingran stubbornly continued her attempts. Ouch. Sis, I was wrong. Help. It's going to break the skin. Yinan cried out in pain, but Yilingran showed no intention of relenting. 3 days later, Yinan piloted a shuttle into the 97th Wandering Star System. The sight before him was astonishing. An expanded red giant star had consumed most of the system's matter, leaving only half a shattered planet barely intact. Yinan initiated a broadcast on all channels. May, we'd like to hire you to train some newcomers for us. Half an hour later, a figure suddenly shot out from the broken planet, sending a column of water dozens of meters high. An angry voice came over the public channel. Who the hell is the idiot disturbing me? Before Yinan could introduce himself, he was rudely interrupted. I don't care who you are. Interrupt my fishing, and I won't waste a word on you. Get lost, leave my territory now. Yinan didn't back down. Old man, don't push your luck. You want fish, right? Watch me vaporize all the fish in the lake and see what you eat then. May's face turned green at the threat. Hey, kid, don't go too far, or else I won't discuss anything with you. Discuss what? You're just a lousy instructor. I can pay to find someone else. With that attitude, see how I deal with you. Unexpectedly, May's attitude softened suddenly. All right, you're tough. So, what do you want from me? Are you dumb? I just said, I want you to be an instructor. Surprisingly, May agreed readily. Being an instructor is doable. But you have to meet one condition. What is it? I want fish. Fish is considered a natural delicacy, and for many, it is one of the more expensive foods. Some people might go their entire lives without ever knowing what fish tastes like. They can only see these exotic foods in movies and imagine their delicious flavors in their minds. However, for this baron, ordinary fish is hardly worth mentioning. His sights are set on a more rare delicacy, the clownfish from the nearby planet Aura. Listen to me, the baron said in a conspiratorial tone. If you can get me a large quantity of clownfish, not only will I agree to be your instructor, but I'll even let you pet me. At first, his words seemed unremarkable, but that last phrase left some room for confusion. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on it. The other party agreed to the request, admitting that they had no idea what a clownfish looked like. Besides, having this guide along seemed like a better option. No problem, I'll come pick you up, and we'll head over together, the Baron replied cheerfully. With the arrangements settled, May, clad in space armor, boarded the command shuttle. However, Yinan was left standing there, staring in surprise at the cat-like creature in front of him, which was less than a meter tall. Hey kid, what's with that look? You think being tall is something special? May complained. Yinan's mouth twitched slightly. Well, this was unexpected, a talking, bipedal, oversized orange cat. No wonder he mentioned petting. It all made sense now. Xiao Nan, this is an intelligent species from the orange cat star, Yilingran explained. They're not human, but their intelligence is on par with ours. Plus, they have an innate talent for perception. Many orange cats serve as excellent captains in the military. May proudly raised a paw. You've got some smarts, young lady. That's right, we orange cats are just that impressive. With that, she let out a hearty laugh, as if wanting to ensure everyone knew just how remarkable they were. Yilingran sighed and added, while they're exceptional, they do have one significant flaw. What is it? Yinan asked, intrigued. Laziness. Yilingran answered succinctly. May bristled immediately. Don't spread lies. We don't call it laziness. We call it taking it easy, okay? Yinan sneered disdainfully. This shameless guy was truly beyond words. She decisively ordered, all right, let's go. No point wasting time here. She then commanded the barge to initiate, swiftly surpassing light speed into warp mode. Their destination was the ocean planet Aura, a small planet with a diameter of only 5,000 kilometers. From space, Aura resembled a massive ruby, completely covered by red oceans, with an almost negligible atmosphere. The barge descended slowly, passing through the thin atmosphere to hover several hundred meters above the sea. Upon closer inspection, the red ocean's surface rippled with tiny waves, no more than a hand's width, due to the weak atmospheric movement. Suddenly, a group of unfamiliar fish leaped out of the water, tracing graceful arcs in the air before diving back into the Red Sea. May, well-versed in this unique planet's environment, immediately explained. The seawater here contains a special light iron isotope that absorbs oxygen, creating an effect similar to blood oxygen, hence the red color. Although the creatures here are carbon-based, they breathe by reacting with this oxygen compound. Yinan frowned at the sight of May drooling as he spoke, unable to resist teasing. Hey, fat cat, can you wipe your drool? It's gross to look at. May retorted indignantly. Hey, I'm robust, not fat. Don't talk if you don't understand. He quickly changed the subject. All right, you wanted to see clownfish, right? We need to dive deeper. They mostly live 3 kilometers down. The barge began its descent into the water, when suddenly, a gigantic creature over 100 meters long charged at them with ferocity. Yinan cursed under her breath and instinctively fired an energy beam, only to find it severely scattered in the peculiar seawater. May hastily warned, don't use energy attacks. The seawater here causes severe scattering. With no other choice, Yinan decisively activated the railgun. The massive kinetic energy created pressure in the water far greater than an atmospheric shockwave. The colossal creature was crushed by the immense water pressure before even coming into contact with the projectile. Pointing at the enormous carcass, Yinan jokingly asked, are you going to eat that? May glanced sideways, scoffing. I'm a ginger cat, not a trash can. You think I'd eat something that disgusting? You've eaten it before? Yinan pressed, but May clearly didn't want to dwell on the topic and turned away from her gaze. As they descended further, the size of the surrounding fish began to diminish. By the time they reached a depth of 1 kilometer, most fish were only about 2 meters long. Surprisingly, even at this depth, the surroundings were not dark but rather as bright as a cloudy day. May explained that the strong refractive quality of the seawater was responsible for this. Finally, at around 2,500 meters deep, they discovered the clownfish May had mentioned. However, the sight before them nearly made Yinan gag. These creatures were covered in eyes, grotesque beyond description. May, on the other hand, was thrilled, practically pressing his face against the display. He excitedly exclaimed, Xiao Nan, these clownfish can sell for 1-star coin each on the market, and wild ones fetch triple that. As scary as they look, those eyeballs are a delicacy. Yinan immediately adjusted the storage settings, initiating a large-scale harvest of these clownfish, which were less than 20 centimeters long. However, just as they were busy collecting, multiple red alerts appeared on the radar. Several escort ships surrounded them from all sides. The public communication channel lit up, revealing a group of strange intelligent beings. They had human bodies but heads resembling catfish, with soft features above the neck, mouths stretching to the ears, two fleshy whiskers hanging down, and small eyes burning with anger. One of them opened its mouth to scold, "Foolish humans, how dare you poach our clownfish? This is an affront to us, and I hereby sentence you to death." A chorus of cheers erupted around them, with cries of "death penalty" echoing. "Ha, scared now? This is what you get for invading our territory," boasted a self-proclaimed captain, smugly adding, "Look at his ridiculous expression. He must be terrified by our presence. And look at those two ugly women with him. No doubt this guy's a loser. Yeah, these people are way too ugly, totally against our aesthetic standards. I wonder if they'll affect the taste as feed." Another chimed in. Yinan was bewildered, not only being mocked by these grotesque creatures, but also having her two female companions insulted. She glanced curiously at the ginger cat beside her, who was avoiding her gaze. Could this place actually be claimed? May fumbled for an explanation, but Yinan was already unconcerned. As a pirate lord, when had she ever cared about such trivial matters? The control panel quickly unfolded, the spherical tactical interface lit up, and the warship swiftly entered combat mode. Seeing this, the ginger cat May's eyes lit up with excitement. "Go for it, kid. I believe in you." Yinan replied irritably, "Step aside. If you'd told me this earlier, I'd have dealt with them already." "He, well said." May chuckled. "Against these worthless fish, there's no need to hold back." Wenren Mai and Yi Lingran quickly classified the enemy's threat levels based on the target information. Since these foolish creatures were so disrespectful, Yinan didn't mind giving them a taste of her wrath. The effectiveness of energy weapons diminishes significantly with distance, making them only effective at short range. Fortunately, he was also equipped with rockets and electromagnetic cannons. The T-0 class Navy Banshee frigate is designed with a semi-humanoid battleship shape, with each side fitted with a 6-barrel rocket launcher. Coupled with various other advanced equipment, its combat capabilities are significantly enhanced. Yinan decided to take this opportunity to personally test the warship's power. With a series of crisp clicks, the restraints released. The Navy Banshee's thrusters simultaneously activated, allowing it to maneuver gracefully in the water and rapidly charge towards the nearest target. "Haha, foolish humans, daring to challenge the great Aura race," came an arrogant voice over the enemy's communication line. "Haven't your elders ever told you how powerful we Aura people are?" Yinan turned to Ling Ran and asked in confusion, "Are they really that strong?" Ling Ran's mouth twitched before she decisively shook her head. "Not strong, actually quite weak. If they're not well protected, the Aura race might soon face extinction. Then where do they get their confidence from?" Yinan commented, baffled. Ling Ran explained, "It's a trait of their race." Yinan felt everything was just a chaotic mess. As the Navy Banshee approached, the enemy's frigate fired electromagnetic projectiles. Yinan had experienced the destructive power of immense water pressure firsthand, but the current situation puzzled him. The energy shield flickered, and the Navy Banshee slightly adjusted its course, continuing its advance. "What's going on? Why is their weapons damage so low?" Yinan asked in surprise. The actual power of that shot was barely a third of a normal 120mm electromagnetic cannon. Ling Ran explained, "Xiao Nan, that's an old warship, poorly maintained, so it's normal for the power to decline. From what I understand, the Aura race is quite corrupt. I strongly suspect the maintenance funds for these warships have ended up in someone's pocket. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening." Yinan laughed, thinking the enemy had brought this upon themselves. The Navy Banshee was now within a kilometer range. The 6-barrel rocket launcher activated, firing 12 rockets in a second, leaving white trails as they swiftly homed in on the nearest frigate. The laser guidance system continuously locked onto the target, ensuring the rockets followed their mark closely. The enemy ship responded with the sound of machine guns, followed by a dull explosion. 2 rockets were shot down, creating brief 1-meter-wide fireballs in the water. The remaining 10 rockets struck the enemy's energy shield, causing a series of explosions. The shield flickered twice before dissipating into blue particles, losing its protective effect. The remaining rockets hit the side armor directly, leading to a series of muffled explosions. With just 1 round of attack, the frigate was sunk by the Navy Banshee. This outcome was not beyond Yinan's expectations. A normal frigate would have its defenses breached by a single round of 12 rockets from the T-0 class Navy Banshee, and at most, 2 rounds would easily take down an opponent of the same level. The struck frigate's keel broke, resulting in a massive internal explosion, killing all the Aura crew on board. "Bastards! How dare you fight back? All units, attack! Destroy that command ship!" the enemy commander shouted furiously. Only 4 frigates remained, yet they dared to confront Yinan's command barge Hedon. To be frank, even without deploying other frigates, The machine guns on the barge alone could sink them. However, Yinan didn't want to waste shield energy. The heavy assault locked onto a target, and the 160mm twin electromagnetic cannon opened fire. At a distance of 3 kilometers, a single shot effortlessly destroyed an enemy ship. The crew of the 2 stealth bombers also met their demise. The overwhelming power difference made the orange cat laugh uncontrollably. A bunch of weaklings, and now you're getting what's coming to you. Watching his unrestrained laughter, Yinan couldn't shake the feeling that there was an untold story behind it. Captain, their firepower is too strong. We can't beat them. A panicked voice came over the enemy's communication. Our men are severely wounded. If we continue, we'll be wiped out. I don't want to die. I have a wife and kids, another voice cried out. Me too. Although the child isn't mine, yet another chimed in. The enemy captain was also frightened by the overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, Yinan had already locked onto the ship where the patrol captain was located. Boss, we surrender. The enemy captain said, trembling. Can we pretend this never happened? Oh, would you let us continue fishing? Yinan asked. Yes. We didn't see anything. You can catch as much as you want. The enemy captain quickly agreed. The chubby orange cat suddenly interjected. Kid, don't trust him. These catfish people are all bad eggs. Besides their corruption, they're also very cunning. If you let them go now, they'll come back with a larger fleet to attack us. Take them all out now, and we can catch a batch of clownfish before we leave. The chubby orange cat's words terrified the catfish captain. His head shook like a rattle. No, fat cat, don't talk nonsense. I'm an honest person. I would never go back on my word. Huh, do you think I believe you? Yinan sneered. The air became tense. Just then, dozens of red dots suddenly appeared on the radar, causing the catfish captain to burst into laughter. Kid, our main fleet has arrived. Let's see how arrogant you are now, came the boastful voice from the communicator, accompanied by a screen filled with a mass of red dots representing the enemy fleet's scale. If you don't want to die, shut down your reactor and surrender immediately. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to turn you into a sieve and hang you out to dry. Yinan listened to the threat with an expressionless face and then switched to the internal communication channel. Captain, you're too smart, managing to fool these idiots, a crew member admired. The great Aura clan never surrenders. Another crew member chimed in with pride. Exactly, these dim-witted humans are hilarious. Compared to our captain, they're not even close. A third crew member joined in the conversation. Yinan chuckled softly. Of course, I'm a genius. Comparing me to these humans is an insult. Right, right. The captain is awesome. The crew echoed in unison. However, as Yinan looked at the exaggerated design of the catfish-like enemies on the projection, his face darkened like a storm cloud. He cursed inwardly. Damn. I thought one catfish was disgusting enough, but a whole group together is revolting. Without further hesitation, Yinan decisively ordered all escort ships, unlock targets. Engage thrusters and charge towards those red dots. The enemy communication chimed in again. Foolish humans, you still dare to resist? Our Lord will show you the vast difference between us. Shut up, Yinan coldly replied while issuing the attack command. The 160mm twin electromagnetic cannons fired 2 shells, hitting an enemy escort ship precisely. The stinky fish escort ship was blown apart, and the immense water pressure crushed it out of its streamlined shape. At the rear of the battlefield, the old catfish man with long white whiskers, the enemy lord, received a report. My lord, all our forces have been wiped out. He remained unfazed, nodding slightly. Dead is dead, nothing to fret about. It's time to weed out some of that trash. As he spoke, the old catfish man connected directly to Yinnan's ship communications. Human, he began, his voice deep and authoritative. You've invaded our territory, stolen our resources, and killed our people. I offer you 2 choices. First, compensate us with 1,000,000 star coins. Second, leave your lives behind. I give you 10 seconds to decide. Seconds flew by, and the old catfish spoke again. Now, make your choice. Yinan looked coldly at the catfish-like humanoid in front of him, a disdainful smirk playing at his lips. He had no intention of negotiating with these pirates and simply raised his middle finger, using this crude gesture as his response to the pirate lord. Idiot, Yinan muttered under his breath, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Fine, foolish human, you've successfully angered me. Now you'll pay the price. The old catfish tightened his grip on his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground. Instantly, the surrounding guard ships roared to life, engines thundering through space. However, to everyone's surprise, the old catfish's warship suddenly turned its cannons on its own fleet, launching a fierce attack. Yinan let out a sinister chuckle, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. While the old catfish was busy with his speech, Yinan had quietly activated the skewed eye electronic warfare system, locking onto his target. This sudden assault was his handiwork. Lord, our warships are out of control. A panicked voice crackled through the communicator. What? Who did this? The old catfish bellowed, his face a mix of shock and fury. At that moment, a voice that further enraged the old catfish echoed through the communicator. The Lord plans to betray us, brothers. Take him down. We can't let his treachery succeed. You fools, what are you saying? I'm your father. The old catfish roared, disbelief lacing his voice. Oomph. You've sat in that seat for too long. I've been waiting for this. Since you've given us this opportunity, it's time for you to step down. Several warships quickly turned their bows, all weapons aiming at the Lord's ship. The Lord's son, who had long been scheming, input the unlock code, instantly disabling the internal attack protection. The electromagnetic cannons roared, and the barrage of firepower riddled the old catfish's warship. Until his last breath, he never expected his end would come this way. From today, I, Ola Reese, will lead you, the new Lord declared, his voice filled with ambition and resolve. Long live Lord Reese, the catfish-like beings chanted in unison, as if they had instantly forgotten what had just occurred. Yinan was dumbfounded by the scene. He had never imagined that his intervention would cause such a massive shift in power. His intention was merely to stir up trouble, not to aid someone's rise to power. The new Lord, Reese, turned to Yinan, a deceitful smile on his face. Heh, young human, I, Lord Reese, am a kind ruler. But you, despicable human, have killed our lord. We of the Ola clan will not allow someone like you to leave alive. We demand revenge. Yes, revenge. Avenge the old lord. The catfish-like beings shouted, their fervor rising. Yinan was at a loss for words. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. To kill one's own father in front of everyone, and then pin the blame on him was absurdly audacious. At that moment, a larger red dot suddenly appeared on the radar. Yinan frowned, quickly ordering all his guard ships to return. Such a large marker was definitely not an ordinary warship. Even a destroyer wasn't that big. No matter what, it's not the time to fight to the death, Yinan decisively commanded. Prepare the jump drive. We need to get out of here. However, Reese's face suddenly changed drastically. No, it's the sea god. How can it be here? Quickly, counterattack. We must not let it near our territory. Originally planning to escape, Yinan's curiosity was piqued at the mention of the sea god. He opened the radar interface, carefully observing the large red sphere. What appeared was a massive, 300-meter-long octopus covered in eyeballs. Its tentacles could launch a kind of white teeth with effects similar to electromagnetic cannons, delivering powerful kinetic damage. More astonishing was the creature's incredible regenerative ability when under attack. The attacks from the dozen or so guard ships seemed to merely tickle it. But this situation clearly wouldn't last long. With the sea god's continued assault, the shields on the catfish-like beings' warships would soon be overwhelmed. Human, help us. Reese suddenly turned to Yinan, a hint of pleading in his voice. If you help us kill the sea god, we won't hold you accountable for this incident. Yinan scoffed. Is that all? You can't possibly think that such a meager offer would entice me to help, can you? Reese frowned. This greedy human dared to extort them even now. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to relent. I can offer you 100 units of sea red crystal. Sea red crystal was the core material needed for small-scale reactors. It was an essential additive in metallic hydrogen fusion reactors, boosting energy output tenfold with just 1%. In current technology, sea red crystal was an indispensable and costly resource. One unit was worth 10,000 star coins, making it a 1,000,000 star coin deal at Reese's offer. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Mission issued. Bloody suppression. Mission rewards. 3 Guardian-class level optimizers, 1 A-70 lander, 4 twin torpedo launchers, 1,000 points. Seeing these rewards, Yinan suddenly appreciated how accommodating this system could be. Deal. Yinan agreed straightforwardly. Thank you for your assistance, Reese sighed in relief. Yinan immediately mobilized his warship, with the heavy assault joining the battle from another angle. The 160mm twin electromagnetic cannons packed a punch, each shot causing the massive sea god to shudder. Stealth bombers quietly approached the sea god, dropping 2 torpedoes before vanishing again. The powerful explosions blew away a quarter of the sea god's eyeballs, inflicting massive damage and visibly slowing its regeneration. Seeing the tide turn, Reese shouted excitedly, My brave warriors, continue. You will become heroes on the Ola planet. You will be the first to slay the sea god. The catfish-like beings, now fueled with adrenaline, charged with renewed vigor. Explosions rang out continuously, as electromagnetic cannons repeatedly struck the sea god, triggering a chain of small-scale detonations. The sea god's tentacles were severed one by one, and all its eyeballs were obliterated. Ultimately, the colossal creature sank into the sea, motionless. All the catfish-like beings cheered in jubilant celebration. They had actually managed to defeat this terrifying monster. Previously, their best efforts only allowed them to fend it off using defense systems. Such an accomplishment was unprecedented. Well, Yinan spoke coldly. Aren't you supposed to fulfill your promise and deliver what you agreed upon? Reese suddenly laughed, a cunning glint in his eyes. Foolish human, as the rulers of this planet, do you really think we would hand over such precious sea-red crystals to you? Haha, as expected of the Lord. Truly wise, other catfish-like beings chimed in. This stupid human actually believed our Lord's nonsense. It's laughable. Idiot, wake up. You're nothing here. You actually thought you could get sea-red crystals? That's just stupid. Yinan sneered. He had anticipated that this cursed system's mission wouldn't be so simple. The target of this bloody suppression wasn't the sea god, but these shameless catfish-like beings. In that case, there was nothing left to say. It was time to show these small fry what a real pirate lord was. Activate the Guardian, target Fusion T0 class sea monster. Yinan issued his final command, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. The command was issued, and the newly crafted Guardian warship shot out at high speed in its ultra-thin triangular form. The tractor accelerator instantly struck the Navy Banshee, closing the kilometers between the two ships in the blink of an eye. The Guardian elegantly flipped, adhering to the surface of the Navy Banshee like a stream of golden liquid. Countless fine threads penetrated its interior, achieving a perfect fusion of the two ships. The originally red Navy Banshee transformed into a luxurious gold-red hue. The ship's structure changed. The number of 6 tube rocket launchers doubled, the density of the blue high-energy shield increased significantly, forming a blue light sphere, and its overall durability improved fivefold. The range of the red laser guide was visibly extended, enhancing the rocket's range as well. The afterburner activated, creating a massive high-pressure water wall in front of the ship. Lord Reese was surprised but dismissed it with overconfidence. Attack, eliminate him. Let this human witness the glory of the Aura race. In the next moment, the Navy Banshee, like a phoenix spreading its wings, launched hundreds of rockets per second, charging at the enemy. The orange cat's eyes widened in shock. Kid, what on earth is this thing? It's insane. Even Yi Lingran showed a look of astonishment. Yinan chose to remain silent and observe the battle. Amidst the booming sounds, the explosion wave rapidly extended. A dozen enemy frigates were engulfed by the rockets in an instant, debris flying everywhere, meeting a tragic end. Lord Reese was horrified and hurriedly ordered a retreat, intending to use the territory's defense system to counterattack. Yinan did not pursue, as the fusion between the Guardian and the warship could only be maintained for 10 seconds. He was more interested in understanding the effects of fusion with other warships. The two ships separated, with golden metal threads withdrawing from the Banshee's interior, restoring it to its original state. Trailing Lord Reese, they discovered a massive underwater city 10 kilometers ahead. The alloy city walls were lined with turrets, making it difficult for ordinary warships to invade. Yinan's goal was to test other weapons. Guardian, merge with the heavy assault ship. The two ships fused again, and the 160mm dual electromagnetic cannon on the heavy assault ship seemed to transform. At a distance of 5 kilometers, the electromagnetic cannon instantly locked onto dozens of targets. With a series of booming sounds, each attack raised a massive water wall, causing the alloy city walls to quickly dent and turrets to be destroyed. The test results showed that, in this combination, the electromagnetic cannon's power, range, and firing speed were significantly enhanced, comparable to a sniper cannon. Dozens of turrets were easily destroyed within 10 seconds. As the time limit expired, the two ships automatically separated. The enhanced stealth bomber appeared even more ferocious, launching torpedoes that directly uprooted the city wall's base, instantly dismantling the entire defense system. The subsequent suppression was effortless. The warship charged inside, machine guns sweeping across, and catfish men fell one after another. Heavy weapons bombarded buildings, causing them to collapse one after another. The entire territory descended into chaotic bloodshed, with the ground littered with the bodies of the resistance. The Aura race was plunged into despair. Lord Reese was drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing. Stop, human. I surrender. Reese, surrender. Yinan coldly refused. I don't trust a deceitful liar like you. No, this time I'm serious. I'll give you everything you want, not a single thing less. Heh, do you take me for a beggar? If I wipe you all out, everything you have will be mine. Plus, I can freely fish for clownfish. Keeping you alive is meaningless. Lord Reese swallowed hard, sensing the murderous gazes around him. Too unwilling to sign a supply contract. A supply contract is an unequal treaty that provides resources for free, with penalties for breach. Yinan's eyes lit up, and he ceased the attack. The guards hiding in the corners breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the opponent had stopped. Yinan tapped the armrest, smiling. Speak up. How much are you willing to provide? Reese took a deep breath, holding up one finger. 1 unit of sea red crystals and 1 unit of clownfish per month, and other edible fish are also acceptable. Heh, do you think I'm destitute? If I wiped you out, how much could I get? Speak properly, you have one more chance. If I'm not satisfied, I won't hesitate to clean you off this planet. These words made everyone's gaze as sharp as knives fall on Lord Reese. If he did not wise up, they would not hesitate to replace him with a new leader. Reese looked terrified, took a deep breath, and spoke again under the fierce gazes of the crowd. 10 units. I can supply 10 units of sea red crystals every month, and 10 units of clownfish as well. The total amount of other fish is 10,000 units, he explained. Fish are a renewable resource, so this amount won't lead to overfishing. As for sea red crystals, being a mineral resource, 100 units per year is my limit. All right, get the goods ready immediately, the other party said in a deep voice. Reese quickly responded, yes, I'll make arrangements right away. Once the trivial matters were settled, a system notification sounded in his mind. Mission complete. Rewards granted, 3 A-grade optimizers, 1 A-70 lander, 4 dual torpedo launchers. Points, 1,000. He calculated silently, noting that his points were nearing 10,000. 3 A-grade optimizers were enough to upgrade 3 T-7 warships to T-9. The A-70 lander was suitable for landing ships, and the dual torpedo launchers would significantly enhance the firepower of stealth bombers. With a T-9 heavy assault ship paired with a T-9 stealth bomber, their heavy and long-range firepower had reached the pinnacle. As for T-0 level, it would depend on luck, given the scarcity of grade optimizers, and the difference between T-9 and T-0 was merely one piece of equipment, making it not very cost-effective. While the other party prepared the goods, he didn't leave immediately, showing respect for this piece of enemy territory. After signing a 3-year supply agreement, he returned fully loaded and in high spirits. As for what the catfish people thought, he didn't care. Back at the base, Yilingran was studying an irregular red crystal on the table. See red crystal, an important additive for metal hydrogen fusion reactors. Her furrowed brows caught Yinan's attention. What's up, sis? Is there something wrong with it? Yinan asked. Yilingran nodded. This is low-quality sea red crystal, with an actual content of only 2, far below the market's 15. No wonder they're still poor. It's all junk, Yinan said indignantly. However, Yilingran shook her head. No. I suspect they've been deceived by dishonest merchants. Analysis shows there are several other elements in it besides sea red crystal. One of them is a high-density iron oxygenate, worth 100,000 star coins per unit, with a content of 25. Yinan's eyes widened in surprise. Does that mean 4 tons are worth 100,000 star coins? With 100 units this time, wouldn't that be 2.5 million? More than that, Yilingran added, there are other elements too. After deducting processing costs, it should sell for over 3 million. We're rich, Yinan exclaimed, excitedly hugging Wenren Muyu beside him and kissing her when she was unprepared. Wenren Muyu widened her eyes, collapsing softly into his arms. At this moment, Yilingran leaned over. What about me? Yinan awkwardly replied, sis, we're decent people. Before he could finish speaking, Yilingran's fiery red lips silenced him. The orange cat nearby couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, do you think I'm blind? Yinan glanced at it. You're just a fat orange cat. Don't tell me you're interested in humans too. Piffed, you can insult me, but don't insult my preferences. I only like little whites, the orange cat said, puffing out its chest proudly. Yinan didn't realize that little white in cat terms was equivalent to a beauty among humans, not referring to a specific individual. Then why are you so excited? He asked. Do you want to try some clownfish? Raw? No way, of course, it has to be cooked. The orange cat said. Can you guys cook? Yinan laughed, pointing at the 3 of them. Kitchen disasters number 1, 2, and 3. Ugh, a bunch of trash, the orange cat sneered. Then you do it, Yinan challenged. Please, do I look like I can cook? The orange cat retorted confidently. Then where do you get the confidence to mock us? Yinan countered. After warping to a nearby star system, they finally boarded the interstellar cruise back to their territory. The journey was uneventful, as always. Back in their territory, they immediately set their plans into motion. The first was the clownfish farming project, which required a special high-pressure environment and water quality, but a professional company was handling that aspect. They just needed to provide funding. Next was the mineral refining plant. Although the quantity of sea red crystals wasn't large, their value was substantial, making the necessary refining equipment essential. On the virtual brain simulator, the planetary command center had already found suitable locations for these 2 industrial systems. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the project's completion in half a month. At the dining table, Yinan stared at the hideous clownfish on his plate, his mouth twitching. The orange cat enthusiastically speared a fisheye with a fork, dipped it in some sauce, and placed it in front of him. Boss, don't be shy, eat up. Yinan looked at the dead fisheye, feeling his stomach churn. Just as he was about to speak, something was shoved into his mouth. Instinctively biting down, he felt a strange, chewy texture and immediately realized what it was. Is it tasty? Ran asked with bright eyes, looking hopeful. She didn't dare eat it herself, so she made someone else the taste tester. Yinan thought, sis, if I could beat you, I'd definitely give you a piece of my mind. Yilingren's eyes lit up as she playfully lifted Yinan's chin with her chopsticks, her gaze full of anticipation. With a teasing tone, she said, are you planning to punish me? I'm ready anytime, sister. At that moment, she seemed less like the aloof CEO she usually was and more like a mischievous little girl. Looking at the food in front of him, Yinan couldn't help but comment, clownfish may look bizarre, but their eyes taste surprisingly good. The texture is similar to high-quality beef, and there's no fishy smell. Paired with Uncle Fu's cooking skills, this dish is truly delicious. He nodded in satisfaction. I gave the staff a little perk, and they're thrilled. 2 days of rest flew by. On the afternoon of the third day, an invitation appeared on Yinan's desk. He looked at the old-fashioned invitation with curiosity, wondering who would use such a thing in this day and age. Electronic invitations are not only faster, but also cheaper. Compared to them, these gold-edged paper invitations are far less efficient in terms of material and delivery time. However, in aristocratic circles, this vintage style of invitation is quite popular. Yilingran helped him open the invitation and pointed out the text, explaining, this is an invitation to Baron Li Yuanping's birthday banquet. He's hosting it in 3 days. Li Yuanping is turning 60, and he's the Lord of Morningstar. His development scale there is 2 orders of magnitude, higher than Maple Leaf Star in the Kunlun galaxy. The main industry on Morningstar is tourism, with other industries being relatively weak. However, the income from tourism is stable, without major ups and downs, and it's unlikely to result in sudden wealth. Yinan curiously asked, Xiaonan, how much do you know about birthday banquets? Yilingran rolled her eyes at him, thinking how this social butterfly seemed clueless here. She tapped the invitation, explaining, these banquets are basically a competition to see who can give the most lavish gift, earning respect from others. Otherwise, you might become a laughing stock. But don't get it wrong, this isn't a chance to get rich. You give a gift and the host reciprocates. That's the etiquette. You can't really profit from this, and you might even end up spending more. Yinan crossed his arms, deep in thought. Suddenly, he remembered something in his system's inventory, and his eyes lit up. Sis, I got it. I'll take care of the gift. Yilingran was skeptical. Are you sure? Don't overdo it. Yinan replied confidently. Don't worry, just wait and see. 3 days passed quickly. Today, all 3 of them dressed up meticulously. Yinan, usually casual, now exuded a bit of a noble aura. Yilingran, in a red cheongsam, looked elegant and sophisticated, her workplace-honed poise shining through. Wenren Mayu wore a white gown with black glasses, giving her a mysterious allure. Her enchanting presence seemed effortless, as if every small gesture could stir someone's heart. Seeing Yinan staring at Wenren Mayu in a daze, Yilingran sighed, stop staring. She's yours for life. No one can take her away. Yinan defended himself. Sis, do you think I want this? With such an exceptional wife, it's normal to be overwhelmed by her charm before I've even gotten close. Yilingran encouraged him, then work hard to catch up. Soon, Xiaoyu will be all yours. Hearing this, Wenren Mayu blushed, her eyes full of anticipation. For a starry elf, their bonded partner is their everything. Being in harmony with them, both physically and mentally, is as vital as life itself. The 3 of them boarded the command barge, aware that even a simple banquet required their utmost attention. Morning Glory Planet, the jewel of the Kunlun star system. As they entered the atmosphere, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before them. In this fairy tale-like setting, technology seemed to vanish without a trace. However, within the vintage architecture, modern technology was subtly present, though not as prevalent as one might expect. Here, the preference for a primitive lifestyle meant that any problem solvable by human effort was not entrusted to machines. This was the unique charm of Morning Glory Planet. In stark contrast, Maple Leaf Planet was an industrial nightmare, worlds apart from this serene haven. Their spaceship slowly descended onto a plaza paved with stone. Around them were numerous parked ships, with a particularly striking 100-meter-long destroyer-class vessel standing out, its power evident, capable of easily downing a standard escort ship. Yinan shut down the reactor, gracefully disembarking with a lady on each arm. Hostesses dressed in maid uniforms hurried to greet them with respectful bows. Sir, madam, please, this way. Yinan nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Yilingran. Sister, I was thinking. No, you're not. Yilingran interrupted. Can't I at least finish my sentence? There's no need. I know what you're about to say the moment you open your mouth. Want a maid in white stockings? Not a chance. Unless, one day, your body stops rejecting me. Without glancing at him, Yilingran, in 10-centimeter heels, confidently made her way toward the ancient castle. Yinan opened his mouth to argue, but eventually decided against it. The golden ancient castle stood majestically, entirely constructed from unrefined gold ore. In the sunlight, the meticulously polished surface of the ore shimmered dazzlingly, its unique texture and visual appeal making it hard to look away. Despite its luxurious appearance, the construction cost of this castle was only around 50,000 star coins, as the unrefined gold ore was not expensive. The true expense lay in the labor and interior decoration. At the entrance of the castle, two maids in white silk uniforms bowed in unison, greeting the guests with welcome. The deep cleavage on their chests seemed to be an essential subject in the history of science. Yinan wanted to linger a bit longer to savor this scientific atmosphere, but Yiling Ran, a domineering woman, didn't give him the chance to delve into the scientific world. He silently blamed her for not becoming a scientist, considering her primarily responsible. Unaware, Yiling Ran unwittingly bore the blame. As they entered the castle, flickering vintage oil lamps illuminated the path. After traversing a long corridor of raw gold ore, they emerged into a vast hall spanning over 1,000 square meters. All the invited guests were gathered here today, each holding a transparent wine glass, their faces adorned with smiles, some genuine, some not, engaging in seemingly lively yet trivial conversations with both familiar and unfamiliar faces. On one side of the hall, in front of the wine rack, several wine servers lined up in an M-shaped pose, their lower halves tantalizingly obscured, offering a variety of drinks to each guest. Yinan turned to Yiling Ran and curiously asked, "Sis, how much does it cost to host a party like this?" Yiling Ran calmly replied, "For this scale, about 30,000 star coins. The most expensive parts are the wine servers and the natural ingredients. The band and waitstaff are secondary expenses." "Wow, that's quite a fortune," Yinan remarked. "Yes, a fifth-class baron and a lord of a planet. This level of wealth is normal," Yiling Ran explained. Yinan couldn't help but complain. "Could you not put it that way? It sounds like you're mocking me for being poor." Yiling Ran glanced at him sideways. "Do you even know how much money you have?" "How would I know? You handle all the family finances." "I don't even have the money to go to a club lately," Yinan said, feeling wronged. "Heh, we two aren't enough for you to handle. You still want to go to a club?" Yiling Ran scoffed. "Sis, could you not tell horror stories at a time like this? I wouldn't dare to touch you too," Yinan quickly explained. "Coward," Yiling Ran taunted. Yinan didn't like being called a coward, thinking to himself that these two are top-notch, but each would require risking his life. While they were chatting, a familiar voice came from behind. "Isn't this Baron Yi?" Turning around, they saw Zhao Gu and his daughter Zhao Xier had appeared behind them. Seeing Zhao Gu's annoying face, Yinan smirked and confidently asked, "Baron Zhao, did you submit my request?" "My patience is running thin." Zhao Gu's smile froze, his expression awkward, almost. In reality, he hadn't even started the process, but he dared to act boldly because of this banquet. "All right, I have things to do. Enjoy yourself, Baron Yi," Zhao Gu said, turning to leave. Watching him walk away, Yinan felt that this guy was stalling. "Sis, make sure to submit his evidence later. Without some pressure, he'll keep delaying." "Okay," Yiling Ran replied succinctly. Just then, the lights around them dimmed, leaving only the front brightly lit. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, slowly walked out, and applause ensued. This was Li Yuanpeng, who, despite looking 40, was actually 60. Technological advancements might not greatly impact ordinary people, but for the wealthy, lifespan could be bought. With Li Yuanpeng's wealth, living up to 200 years wasn't an issue, and maintaining his current state for another 100 years was possible. However, for a longer lifespan, even his wealth would be insufficient. For those with higher titles and greater wealth, a 1,000-year lifespan was feasible. Li Yuanpeng briefly greeted the crowd. As the main character and the highest-ranking person present, he had the right to be proud. As he took his seat, Zhao Xier of the Red Fox tribe willingly approached, smiling as she lay beside him, placing his hand on her chest. To the guests present, this was a common sight, and none showed the slightest surprise. Yinan whispered to Yiling Ran, "Sis, what's this all about?" "A hand rest, you don't know?" Yiling Ran replied. Hearing this term, Yinan's mind immediately conjured up related information. This was a noble exclusive tool person, with the basic requirement being a remarkable bust for a more comfortable feel. As for when and where this practice originated, it was no longer traceable. At this moment, Zhao Gu stepped forward, standing opposite the crowd, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the Baron's birthday banquet. Now, please present your gifts." This was the core event of the banquet, where these wealthy individuals, having nothing better to do, indulged in such frivolous activities. In the corner, a middle-aged man confidently stepped forward, clutching an exquisite box. He gently opened it with both hands, and the treasure inside immediately captured everyone's attention. It was a ring crafted from rare red river crystal, shimmering with a captivating glow under the lights. Wow, that's quite the extravagance, someone whispered in awe. Indeed, that ring is worth at least 50,000 star coins, another knowledgeable person added. Red River crystal is becoming increasingly scarce, and gemstones made from it are growing more precious in the market. Their price rises by 5 each year. Even more astonishing was the fact that the ring bore the signature of renowned jewelry engraver Lu Yukai, further enhancing its value. The attendees began to murmur about the origins of the Red River. It turned out that the Red River wasn't an ordinary river but a stellar cloud belt. Its reddish hue gave it the name Red River. This dust belt produced a unique red crystal, now exceedingly rare. Gems polished from this crystal are not only rare but also possess a striking visual appeal. Lu Yukai, a titan in the world of jewelry engraving, was known for his high standards. He wouldn't bother working on anything less than extraordinarily precious stones. Faced with such a valuable gift, Li Yuanping merely nodded slightly, showing no visible reaction. He calmly said, "Accept it. Give him box 14. Yes, Zhao Gu replied, swiftly retrieving box 14 from the side. The middle-aged man couldn't contain his curiosity and opened the box in front of everyone. This played right into Li Yuanping's hands, as he was also eager to see the man's reaction. As the box opened, the crowd gasped once more. Wow, it's Benisha. Wow, that's enviable. A bottle like that could easily fetch 50,000 star coins. This guy's luck is incredible. To receive such a generous gift, the pace of gift-giving then quickened. A professional appraiser on the side was busy evaluating each gift. Most people were satisfied with their return gifts. Just then, Zhao Gu's voice suddenly rang out. Baron Yi, everyone has given their gifts. You're the only one left. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? As soon as those words were spoken, all eyes in the room turned towards Yinan, like spotlights focusing on a single star. Curiosity and anticipation sparkled in their eyes, as many were well acquainted with the legendary tales of this affluent heir. Yinan, who had been thoroughly enjoying his meal, suddenly felt the intense gaze from all directions. He gracefully set down his wine glass, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, I almost forgot about this matter. At this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched in unison. They thought to themselves, everyone is giving gifts, and you almost forgot? Even if you did forget, are you deaf? A daring thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Baron Yi didn't prepare any gift at all? Yinan seemed to read their thoughts and calmly said, how could I not be prepared? Though I'm young, I understand basic etiquette. Naturally, I wouldn't come empty-handed. Oh, someone inquired with interest. What gift has Baron Yi prepared? I hope it doesn't pale in comparison to the heartfelt gifts from the others, or it might tarnish your baronial status. The crowd chuckled good-naturedly. Someone murmured, he's a baron, so surely his gift must be worth at least 10,000 star coins. 10,000? That's too stingy. Another retorted. He's a third-class baron, much higher in status than us. I think 100,000 star coins would be more fitting. Indeed, anything less than 100,000 would be an insult to his title. Zhao Gua felt secretly pleased, as the plans he had placed in the crowd were playing their part perfectly. His smile clearly showed that everything was going according to his plan. Yilingran, Yinan's father, still had no idea what gift his son had prepared. Hearing the murmurs, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Xiaonan, what exactly did you prepare? With a confident smile, Yinan casually picked up what appeared to be an ordinary cardboard box. The sight of its shabby packaging made the crowd burst into laughter. The box looked as if it had been fished out of the trash, completely out of place in the luxurious setting. Zhao Guo's smile grew even more smug, as events unfolded just as he had anticipated. This young man seemed to show little regard for the fifth-class baron's birthday banquet, digging his own grave. In noble circles, disrespecting higher-ranking nobles was a serious offense. Making such a blunder at an important event like this could easily be used against him. With his hands behind his back, Zhao Guo walked over to Yinan with a smile and pointed at the box on the table. Lord Yi, you're not going to say that this contains some rare treasure, are you? Haha, with packaging like that, it can't be worth much. I bet it's just a brick inside. Maybe he'll claim it's from the Great Wall on the home planet, someone joked. Don't be ridiculous. The home planet has long been off limits. You can't bring back a single blade of grass, another quickly retorted. Amidst the laughter, Li Yuanpeng, the guest of honor, remained silent, his face expressionless. Yinan calmly pushed the box towards Zhao Gua. Why don't you open it and see for yourself, Baron Zhao? Oh, you're quite confident, Zhao Gua sneered. Just don't take out something embarrassing, or you'll have a hard time saving face in front of everyone. Zhao Gua had already decided that no matter what Yinan presented, he would claim it was a fake or worthless. Once he smeared Yinan's reputation, it would be hard for him to recover. The thought of this upcoming spectacle filled Zhao Gua with anticipation. He grabbed a dining knife and roughly tore off the paper. When the metallic object inside became visible, Zhao Gua's expression froze. Blueprints? This was unexpected. His plan seemed to hit a snag. However, if it were just ordinary blueprints, they wouldn't be worth much. Baron Yi, these wouldn't happen to be reproduction blueprints for a Corvette, would they? Zhao Gua feigned composure. That's not worth much. He must be trying to pass it off as something valuable. Exactly. This guy is so sly. Not even a hint of shame. Yinan turned his piercing gaze toward those who had spoken out of turn. You all, I've taken note of you. Humph. Who are you trying to scare? Someone scoffed. You should be thinking about how to get out of this situation. Zhao Gua eagerly ripped away the remaining paper, revealing the blueprints inside. He glanced at Li Yuanpeng, who gave a slight nod, and then activated the button on the blueprints. The next moment, a holographic projection unfolded in the air, displaying a vast and complex architectural structure. Everyone gasped in shock, especially Li Yuanpeng, who shot up from his seat as if electrified. He quickly moved beside Zhao Gua, snatched the blueprints, and examined them closely, his expression growing increasingly grave. My God, it's a planetary command center, someone exclaimed. That's insane. How did he get his hands on this? The market price for a planetary command center starts at 1,000,000 star coins. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their voices filled with astonishment and envy. Possessing such blueprints was akin to holding the key to developing a lifeless planet without an atmosphere. In the future, that barren world could become habitable. But that wasn't the most important part. The real allure lay in its potential to serve as the foundation for a stargate. Once constructed, the entire star system would become an essential node in the interstellar transport network, significantly boosting local trade prosperity. For most of those present, these blueprints were not just priceless. They were an unattainable dream. For minor nobles like them, even seeing such items at an auction was a luxury. And now, such a precious blueprint was right before their eyes, which seemed like a fantasy come true. Yinan looked at Zhao Gua with mockery. So, Baron Zhao, if you think this is trash, I can destroy it right now to spare your eyes. Zhao Gua was speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, as expected of Baron Yi, what a grand gesture. I am impressed. Is that all? Yinan sneered. That didn't seem to be your opinion earlier. Well, Zhao Gua stammered, unable to find words. The atmosphere in the room became incredibly awkward. Those who had been so eager to mock now found themselves at a loss. If the floor weren't made of solid gold stone, someone might have wished to crawl into a hole. Just then, Li Yuanpeng broke the tension with a hearty laugh, gently patting Yinan on the shoulder. Lord Yi, I am very pleased with your gift. As a return gift, I can't be stingy. However, I wasn't expecting such a grand gesture from you, so my preparations are somewhat lacking. How about this? All the gifts I've prepared are open for you to choose from. Within a 200,000 star coin limit, take whatever you like. No limit on quantity. Although the blueprint was marked at just 1,000,000 star coins on the market, its true value far exceeded that. This kind of item wasn't something money could simply buy. Status was the key. Many rare commodities required a high enough noble status to even be eligible for purchase. Yinan smiled slightly, thinking that the old fox was indeed quite astute. He wondered if Li Yuanpeng would have a stroke once he found out certain things later. But for now, selecting his return gift was the priority. His gaze immediately locked onto an item in box number 1. Baron Li Yuanpeng sorted the return gifts according to their value, placing them in boxes with different numbers. Everyone present knew that the gift in box number 1 had to be the most valuable. The number on the return gift also indicated the giver's importance in the recipient's eyes. Sure enough, Yinan opened the gift box labeled number 1. Inside wasn't any luxury item, but a document. Zhao Gu, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling a pang of envy. Although he had anticipated this, seeing it firsthand made him feel a sense of loss. Yinan gently raised the golden booklet in his hand, capturing the attention of everyone present. It was the property deed for the top-tier number 1 estate on Starshine Planet. Among the guests, someone couldn't help but whisper, "My goodness, that estate is at least 100 hectares." Another guest added, "You might not know this, but on Starshine Planet, land prices are terrifyingly high. Even a small apartment costs 10 star coins per square meter, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's lifetime earnings of 100,000 star yuan. That much money would let them live comfortably for a lifetime. But here, it wouldn't even buy a toilet." Just then, a slightly rough voice interjected, "Nonsense, you guys know nothing. I've heard that the top-tier estates come with a top-tier maid team. They're all trained at the Service Academy." Seeing the puzzled looks, he continued, "The Service Academy is a service-oriented school in old Europe, with extremely strict requirements for etiquette and service. It's said that the top service staff there can even be used as human toilet paper, with someone responsible for cleaning up after using the toilet. This is a project specially created to cater to the aristocratic system." He lowered his voice mysteriously. "I can also tell you, there's something even more impressive inside." What? Everyone's attention was drawn to him. A wine cellar? a professional wine cellar, and a full set of winemaking equipment. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. The so-called wine cellar was actually the workplace of the wine maidens. From processing raw materials to packaging the finished product, the entire process was a precise operation. Having one's own wine maidens was considered a great honor for the elite. Someone pointed to a corner of the banquet hall and said, "No wonder they even prepared a special wine rack for this banquet." At this moment, the eyes of everyone were filled with nothing but envy. For them, such an estate was something they could never afford, even if they spent their entire fortune. However, to Baron Li Yuanpong, this gift wasn't worth that much. In reality, he was the one who inflated the land prices, with the actual cost being around 10,000 star coins. When he developed the area, the prices were so high that few people were willing to buy, leaving many estates unoccupied. Taking this opportunity to give one away reduced his burden and served as a form of advertisement. Unfortunately, none of the guests could afford it. Yinan didn't want the gift for the service team or the wine cellar. With his rapid rise, controlling a star system was inevitable. The Starshine planet was merely an obstacle on his path. After dealing with the wild dog Xiaogu, Li Yuanpong would be next. This estate would soon become a thorn in his side, leading to Li Yuanping's downfall. After putting away the property deed, Yinan turned his attention to box number 2. Surprisingly, it contained only 10 wine maidens. Although valuable, he had no interest in them. Opening box number 3, Yinan took out an item. Blueprints? Everyone was curious about the contents of the blueprints. Yinan examined the recorded data closely, and his eyes lit up. It was the original design of the HB positron radio frequency crystal, an energy crystal used for frigates. The type crystal could enhance the power of energy cannons by 50. Positrons themselves had a strong neutralizing effect on shields, and could provide an additional 20 destructive power when breaking through shields. For a frigate, this kind of power boost was significant. More importantly, it was the original blueprint. Once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly cause a frenzy. Although this type of crystal had a high energy consumption rate, its power was undeniable. In fierce battles, this consumption was negligible. Yinan thought to himself, why would they bring out the original blueprint of something like this? After thinking it over, there was only one conclusion. They had already obtained a better blueprint for radio frequency crystals, at least H-grade, possibly even H-grade. Thus, this H-grade blueprint had become obsolete. It made sense to put it here. However, it still held considerable value for him. Seeing the blueprint, Xiaogu couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Congratulations, Baron Yi, on obtaining the original blueprint of the HB positron radio frequency crystal." Upon hearing the words original blueprint, the guests once again erupted with excitement. To everyone present, an original blueprint meant a continuous stream of star coins. Generally, the value of an original blueprint was immeasurable. Yinan didn't take anything else. These 2 gifts were more than enough. "All right, I'll take these 2 gifts then," said Yinan. The crowd applauded, but their faces remained expressionless. Yinan glanced at the others, his tone icy. "You all seemed pretty lively just now. Are you ready to receive the arbitration decision? Or would you like to compensate me now?" Their faces turned ashen instantly. The mention of arbitration decision sent a chill down their spines. Being targeted by the Arbitration Bureau was no joke. It could be a harrowing experience. Instinctively, they looked towards Xiaogu, and after noticing his subtle gesture, they quickly stepped forward. "Baron Yi, we apologize for our disrespect towards you in public." They bowed at a 90-degree angle, appearing sincere, though inwardly seething. "Is that all?" Yinan responded coldly. Hearing these simple words, Xiaogu frowned slightly. "What does Baron Yi propose we do about this?" "Simple, 50,000 star coins each. Then we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, await the arbitration decision," Yinan stated bluntly. "Baron Yi, don't forget what today is. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to Baron Li?" Xiaogu attempted to dissuade him. Yinan chuckled lightly. "Not at all. These ill-mannered individuals behaving like this at Baron Li's banquet is the real disrespect. As a baron, I'm merely upholding our noble dignity, am I not? Should we just let it slide and accept a casual apology if someone disrespects Baron Li in the future?" His words left everyone speechless. If this incident was brushed aside, would it imply future disrespect towards Baron Li could be easily excused? Inwardly cursing Yinan, Xiaogu knew this wasn't the same thing, but he dared not voice it. Reluctantly, he said, "All right, I'll agree to this on their behalf." And so, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Yinan's account gained an extra 200,000 star coins, making the trip worthwhile, along with acquiring 2 gifts. The banquet officially began, with various performances from bands and dance troupes taking turns. Yet, the audience's focus was more on socializing and strengthening connections. In contrast, Yinan's side was conspicuously quiet, with just the 3 of them standing together. At that moment, Xiaogu approached them. "Baron Yi, this way please." Xiaogu's voice interrupted Yinan's thoughts. Following Zhao Gu's lead, Yi Nan felt a vague sense of unease. Li Yuanping's businesslike demeanor left him puzzled, unsure of what the other party was planning. Yi Nan stood up, and the two women beside him, Yiling Ran and Wenren Moya, followed cautiously. As the trio walked down the corridor, Yi Nan keenly noticed the hidden cameras and guards along the way. Despite this, they remained calm, avoiding any rash actions. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, they were greeted by the sight of Li Yuanping's spacious office. The room was elegantly decorated in a classic style, with bookshelves lining each side filled with various paper books. Unlike some who display pristine books for show, these volumes bore signs of use, indicating the owner was genuinely an avid reader. The trio walked across the soft fur carpet to stand before Li Yuanping, offering a slight bow. It was merely a basic gesture of noble etiquette, not a reflection of any real respect for the middle-aged man before them. After bringing them in, Zhao Gu quietly exited, leaving only the four of them in the bright office. "Please, have a seat." Li Yuanping gestured. Yi Nan got straight to the point, barrenly. "What is it that you wanted to discuss with me?" Li Yuanping smiled slightly. "It's nothing major. You gave me a gift of significant meaning, yet you only took those 2 items. For a return gift, that seems lacking in sincerity. So, I've prepared something special for you." Yi Nan's expression remained unchanged, though he was inwardly suspicious. Even though they hadn't openly clashed, Zhao Gu was Li Yuanping's subordinate, suggesting they were on opposing sides. That Li Yuanping would offer an additional gift was an unusual move, prompting Yi Nan to be on guard. However, Li Yuanping didn't give him much time to ponder. "I've already arranged for it to be delivered to your ship. Just accept it. If you have more of such good things in the future, feel free to come to me. I will surely reward you well." "All right," Yi Nan replied succinctly, relieved at the prospect of an early exit. He hadn't wanted to attend this event in the first place, and leaving early was a welcome outcome. After the trio left, Zhao Gu entered the office. "Sir, did he accept it?" Li Yuanping sneered. "With me involved, does he have the option to refuse?" Zhao Gu chuckled. "Everything's going according to plan. This matter is settled." Back on his ship, Yi Nan noticed a metal box nearby. The box was 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter high, with a metallic silver sheen and no markings. Its contents were a mystery. "What should we do? Should we take it?" Yiling Ran asked, frowning at the mysterious box. Wenren Mayu also shook her head slightly, clearly wary of the sudden gift. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Nan decided to take the box back. At the very least, he was certain it wasn't an explosive. As for its exact contents, he would open it back in his territory. He noticed a countdown device on the box, which reinforced his decision to wait until reaching a secure location before opening it. The ship took off, swiftly skimming the atmosphere under the night sky, and left the starlight planet. Back at the estate, the metal box was placed in a separate compartment, with 1 day remaining until it could be opened. Meanwhile, there were more urgent matters to address. Yi Nan opened the schematics he had received earlier and turned to Yiling Ran. "Sis, what do you think of this?" Upon examining the blueprints, Yi Nan discovered the crux of the issue. The original blueprint was fine, but it involved a crucial element, plutonium-77. This synthetic element was expensive, with each class RF crystal containing only 1,000th of a unit, yet tripling the cost. More challenging was obtaining authorization for plutonium-77, which required a viscount status to trade. Even purchasing finished products faced significant hurdles. A viscount wouldn't sell such resources to a baron without good reason, as they valued connections over currency. Yiling Ran frowned, quickly searching for information online. "There's nothing like this for sale in the local market. Even if there is, it's likely only available on the black market, and not in large quantities." Yi Nan mused. It seems Lord Li Yuanping couldn't produce this either, which is why he played the Good Samaritan. "Indeed." Yiling Ran nodded, then smiled mischievously. "But sis, don't you have a way?" "I do," Yiling Ran replied. "But are you sure you want me to handle this?" Seeing the look on her face, Yi Nan sensed a trap. "What are you planning to do, sis?" Yiling Ran casually said, "It's simple. There's a viscount who's been after me, wanting me to marry him. Though he's a bit older, his background is significant. For him, this is just a matter of words. If you want, I can contact him. The plutonium-77 could be here in 3 days." Yi Nan's face turned dark. It was indeed a trap. If he dared say anything positive, he wouldn't get a good night's sleep. But if he didn't act wisely, he'd still be in trouble. This domineering CEO outside was a little devil at home. His 20 years of bitter experience were proof enough. Thinking quickly, Yi Nan pulled Yiling Ran into a hug, his eyes filled with determination. "Sis, you're mine. No one else can have you." Yiling Ran laughed. "Look at you, all scared. You're even fooling yourself." "I'm serious," Yi Nan defended. "Then why doesn't it show any interest in me?" Yiling Ran caught him off guard. Yi Nan was embarrassed. "Well, actually, I have a condition." "Yes, that's it." Yiling Ran was unfazed. "Little you?" Wenren Mayu chimed in. not giving him any face at all. Sis, Yinan continued to bluff, it's intermittent. You believe me? But in the face of emotion, all excuses were futile. That night, Yinan was rehearsed thoroughly once again. The next day at noon, everyone gathered around, waiting for the countdown on the metal box to end. In front of them, a defensive field was activated, just in case. As the countdown reached 0, the metal box emitted a crisp click and slowly opened. A white mist billowed out, enveloping the entire room. The guards on either side quickly stepped forward to protect them. As the metal lid slowly slid open, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Inside the box lay a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. She was dressed in a pink nightgown, her fluffy black hair cascading down her back, and her skin was as fair as jade. Judging by her looks, she might grow up to be as beautiful as Yilingran. The little girl slowly opened her bewildered large eyes, rubbed them, and sat up. She looked around in confusion, her gaze finally settling on the group outside the transparent compartment. Where am I? She murmured softly as she gradually regained her senses. Yinan turned to Yilingran, who immediately understood. No issues. She's healthy, hasn't undergone any intensive training, and there are no dangerous items on her. Overall, this child seems perfectly fine. Yinan frowned. That's strange. What does Li Yuanping mean by sending me a little girl? He looked at Yinan suspiciously. You don't have any peculiar hobbies, do you? Of course not, Yinan quickly denied. I only like women like you, sister. Wenren Mayu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yilingran shook her head, thinking that this guy's survival instincts were getting stronger. Just then, the little girl in the box suddenly shouted, "Creepy uncle! You kidnapped me. I'm just a kid. It's way too early for that kind of thing. At least wait until after my 12th birthday." Yinan was exasperated. Hey kid, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by after 12? Aren't you a bit too precocious? Oomph, creepy uncle. You dare deny it. The little girl pouted. Yudi is so cute and pretty. You definitely want to keep me as a child bride and then eat me when I turn 12. I'm not, I didn't. Stop spreading rumors. Yinan hurriedly defended himself. Mature women are my favorite, okay? Little girls are only suitable for anime. But Yudi was relentless. Liar. Men are all big pigs. Yinan reluctantly opened the door, and the little girl in the pink nightgown walked out with her hands behind her back, showing no fear. She curiously examined everyone before her gaze returned to Yinan. Uncle, Yudi is still young and not tasty at all. Can you wait a few more years? Yudi will be very obedient. Yinan was at his wit's end, pointing to his nose sternly. For the last time, I did not kidnap you, nor do I plan to eat you. Someone else sent this metal box to me, and I had no idea you were inside. The little girl clearly didn't believe him. At that moment, Yilingran's brow furrowed suddenly. Little sister, is your surname Rong? Yes, my name is Rong Yudi. Hearing this name, Yilingran's pupils contracted sharply. Yinan noticed her reaction and quickly asked, what's wrong? Yilingran projected data in front of Yinan. Upon seeing the missing person notice, Yinan's expression turned grim. The little girl was indeed kidnapped, and she had a significant background. Her father was Viscount Rong Hongsha. As the most cherished little princess of the Rong family, Yudi's kidnapping had caused a huge uproar. Although it was unclear who the mastermind was, since the box came from Li Yuanping's direction, they were undoubtedly involved. Yinan pondered for a moment and asked, Sis, does Viscount Rong Hongxing have any plutonium-77 industries? Yes, and they are quite sizable. Yilingran suddenly realized. Are you saying Li Yuanping orchestrated this to kidnap Rong Yudi, originally aiming for plutonium-77? Yes, that's the most straightforward possibility. But I doubt it's that simple. What do we do now? There are no better options. They're probably almost here by now. As soon as Yinan finished speaking, the roar of battleships was heard outside. Boss, there are dozens of escort ships approaching. It's fine, let them land. Soon, a group of heavily armed soldiers escorted a middle-aged man into the room aggressively. Upon seeing the situation inside, the man's pupil shrank, and his entourage immediately aimed their weapons at Yinan. Release my daughter, the middle-aged man demanded loudly. No, Yinan calmly replied. Zhaogu, standing beside Viscount Rong Hongsheng, pointed at Yinan and cursed, Yinan, do you know what you're doing? Kidnapping a viscount's daughter is a serious crime. Your baron title won't protect you. He then slightly bowed to the Viscount. Viscount, this guy dared to do such a thing. We should just execute him on the spot. Viscount Rong Hongsheng didn't even glance at him, keeping his cold gaze fixed on Yinan. What do you want? Money? Status? Or something else? Viscount, do you think I'm an idiot? Yinan retorted. Kidnapping your daughter and waiting here for you to show up? No kidnapper would reveal their identity to the target unless they were planning to silence them. But why would I kidnap your daughter just to kill you? What good would that do me? Viscount Rong Hongsheng remained silent, but Zhaogu interjected. It's because you're infatuated with Miss Rong's beauty. I've heard that you, Lord Yinan, have some peculiar tastes. Yinan sneered, Zhaogu, typical of the Red Fox clan. You lie without even blushing. At this moment, Wenren Mayu stepped forward. As she appeared, everyone held their breath, including Viscount Rong Hongsheng. Having seen countless beauties, he was still stunned by such an exquisite vision. Without her usual hood and veil, and with only her black-framed glasses obscuring her interstellar fairy features, Wenren Mayu was the epitome of a top-tier beauty. Yinan looked at Viscount Rong Hongsheng, speaking calmly, Viscount, do I seem like the kind of brainless man who only likes little girls? Your daughter will certainly grow into a beautiful and outstanding woman, I have no doubt. But right now, what benefit would kidnapping her bring me? Zhaogu smiled, a hint of cunning in his expression. He had long awaited this moment. Lord Yinan, Zhaogu began slowly, his eyes glinting with calculation. I hear you have the original blueprint for the Ha Yang electronic frequency crystal. This thing requires plutonium-77, right? If I'm not mistaken, Viscount Rong's business includes this element. At this point, even the most oblivious person could guess his true intentions. However, unexpectedly, Yinan burst into laughter. Zhaogu, so this is what you and Li Yuanpeng are after, Yinan said with a hint of mockery in his voice. Your goal in kidnapping Rong Yudi was probably this all along. But I must say, your methods are quite clever, throwing such a hot potato my way to trouble me. Hey, creepy uncle, who are you calling a hot potato? Rong Yudi exclaimed furiously. As the ropes around her loosened, she lunged at Yinan, wildly messing up his hair. Just moments ago, Viscount Rong Hongsheng, who radiated hostility, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing this scene. He instinctively touched his slicked-back hair to ensure it was intact, then cast a suspicious glance at Zhaogu beside him. After all, this information had come from Zhaogu. Initially, he wouldn't have believed a word Yinan said, but seeing his daughter's reaction, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. Yinan's face darkened as he looked at his disheveled hairstyle, helplessly saying, Hey, why aren't you following the script? We agreed you'd help me act this out. You're not being very professional, you know, and no one will want to work with you in the future. Creepy uncle. You kidnapped me. So you have to take responsibility, Rong Yudi pouted. When I turn 12, I'll bring my dowry and come find you. Come on, don't mess around. I already have a wife. Yinan quickly waved his hands. No problem, we're all nobles. I can be the second wife, Rong Yudi replied innocently. Listen to yourself. Can't you see your dad's murderous look? Yinan said helplessly, glancing at Rong Hongsheng. Rong Hongsheng approached slowly and sat down beside them. Rong Yudi immediately snuggled into his arms, rubbing her head against his familiar stubble, showing their close bond. This scene clearly demonstrated how much this father doted on her. Let's talk, Rong Hongsheng said with a hint of authority in his voice. You kidnapped my daughter, so how do you plan to resolve this? Don't bother saying it wasn't you. Such words hold no weight now. Yinan understood that with so many people present, the details of who did what no longer mattered. Denying it would only make things worse. All right, since you've put it that way, Viscount Rong, I won't argue, Yinan said seriously. I want to set up a factory for Yang electronic frequency crystals. I'm currently lacking the crucial plutonium-77. If you can provide this element, I can offer an additional 10% of the profits as compensation for Miss Rong Yudi. Hey, creepy uncle. Rong Yudi immediately protested. What do you mean by Miss Rong Yudi? Just call me Yudi. No extra words. Yinan sighed inwardly, thinking that this willful little girl would surely be a handful when she grew up. But he complied, saying, All right, Yudi it is. He turned his gaze to the Viscount, awaiting his response. It wasn't long before Rong Hongsheng held up 3 fingers. 30% of the profits. Yinan turned and called out, Sis, you handle him. Yi Lingran stepped out with a smile. Rong Hongsheng's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing her, his expression changing so noticeably that even Zhaogu could see it clearly. Lingran, I didn't expect you to be his sister, Rong Hongsheng said, surprised. Yinan's expression froze, his bewildered gaze darting between the two of them. Wait, you two know each other? Gosh, didn't I tell you before? There's an older man who's interested in me, Yi Lingran explained with a laugh. No way, what a coincidence, Yinan said, shocked. Rong Hongsheng laughed heartily. Do I look that old? I just wanted to find a mother for Yudi. You're the only woman I picked out from billions of people. Yi Lingran rolled her eyes at the old rogue. Give up on that idea. I'm with my brother's side. You don't stand a chance. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll use this against him? Rong Hongsheng's voice carried a hint of threat. Do you think he'll have a chance to rise again then? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold gaze fell on him. Don't joke about such things. Yi Lingran's voice was as cold as ice. Anyone who wants to harm Xiao, then will have to go through me first. All right then. Rong Hongsheng sighed. I didn't expect to lose to your brother. Old rogue, stop pretending to be deep. Yilingran said bluntly. My brother said 10%, so 10% it is. Not a penny more. Fine. Whatever you say. Rong Hongsheng reluctantly agreed. Watching this family, cold sweat ran down Zhao Gu's back. He never expected this kind of connection between them. If he had known, he wouldn't have set up this trap for them. Now he had inadvertently benefited someone else, and the thought infuriated him. But at this point, there was no turning back. Afterwards, the guards marched out in unison, standing watch outside. With no outsiders present, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Having understood the whole story, Viscount Rong Hongsheng furrowed his brows. What's the matter? Yilingran asked, holding the little darling in her arms, puzzled. Yudi is back. What else is worrying you? Yinan, what do you make of this situation? Rong Hongsheng didn't answer directly, but instead turned to Yinan. Yinan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he brought up a star map on the table and located the territories under Rong Hongsheng's control. As a viscount, he owned at least one star system and at most 9. These star systems were usually scattered and varied in quality. Rong Hongsheng, a 4th-class viscount, owned 4 star systems within the Chongjing 6 constellation, not far from each other. According to his situation, he seemed on the verge of being promoted to a 5th-class viscount, which meant a 9th-class baron's territory might fall under his jurisdiction, providing him with taxes. For a 9th-class baron, this wasn't good news. Becoming a subordinate almost ended their chances of rising. The Kunlun star system itself didn't have a 9th-class baron, so the issue clearly wasn't here. This suggested that other forces might be manipulating things behind the scenes, with Baron Li Yuanpeng merely a pawn in their game. Yinan's gaze quickly scanned the map and soon locked onto a target. He zoomed in on the star map, and the related information appeared before them. Seeing this area, Rong Hongsheng's lips curled slightly. This young man's insight amazed him. With limited information, he had deduced this much. His future was indeed promising. No wonder even his proud sister didn't fancy him. However, Yinan's next words left Rong Hongsheng stunned. Viscount Rong, did you bring only escort ships on this trip? Rong Hongsheng was stunned for quite a while before he slightly nodded. His expression showed a hint of confusion, with his brows slightly furrowed. Yes. What's the matter? Does it have any relevance? Rong Hongsheng asked, his tone carrying a hint of wariness. Yinan leaned back on the floating white chair, adjusting his position to sit more comfortably. He looked directly at Rong Hongsheng, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. We were just discussing the mastermind behind all this. So why the sudden shift to the topic of frigates? Rong Hongsheng continued to probe, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Yinan replied leisurely, I suggest you contact your forces immediately to protect you. However, I suspect you might not be able to reach them now. Rong Viscount's frown deepened. Why do you say that? Try it first, Yinan suggested. If I'm not mistaken, you should find it impossible to get through to them now. Yilingran interjected. Can't you explain your reasoning first? Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Just let him try. No need for so much chatter, Yinan responded with a playful tone. Yilingran glared at Yinan, dissatisfied. Lingran, you're not even Yudi's mother. Is it appropriate to talk to me like that? Rong Yudi chuckled non-stop from the side, seemingly growing fonder of Yilingran. Ignoring the Viscount's complaints, Yilingran crushed a glass on the table with a crisp crack. Without a word, Rong Viscount took out a communicator. However, when he tried to make contact, his expression turned dark. Just as you said, I can't reach them at all, he murmured, a hint of unease in his voice. Yinan began analyzing the situation. This kind of thing usually shouldn't happen. The Human Alliance's light quantum communication system is off-limits to outsiders. To achieve this, there are only 2 possibilities. Either interference at your transmission end or an issue at the receiving end. Since there's clearly no problem here, that leaves only one possibility. Rong Hongsheng asked seriously, Yinan, what's your insight? Yinan pointed to the previously enlarged area and explained. This is Jarvis's Viscount territory, forming a cross shape with yours. Whoever occupies this position first can tear through the opponent's territory, dividing it. You're right, your analysis is spot on. Rong Hongsheng nodded in agreement, but that's not the main point. Although this incident is orchestrated by Li Yuanpeng, without internal help from your side, I doubt they could succeed. I strongly suspect you have a traitor in your household. Yinan continued his analysis. Their goal is to make you rush out, cutting off your support. Given your affection for Yudi, you won't use the slower destroyer. This leaves your side with insufficient firepower, providing the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Rong Hongsheng looked seriously at Yinan and said, Yinan, if anything happens to me, I'll leave Yudi in your care. Yinan, unhurried, responded, sure. But could you send over 10 million star coins first? You wouldn't want your daughter to suffer, would you? This statement instantly ignited Rong Hongsheng's fury. You brat, how can you be so greedy? 10 million star coins. How dare you ask for that? Yinan nonchalantly picked his ear and said, well, If there's no money to support your precious daughter, she could work at a club. I imagine people would be quite interested in the daughter of a viscount. Rong Hongxing's eyes blazed with anger as he grabbed Yinan's collar and shouted, "What did you say?" Yiling Ran and Yudi sat on the sofa nearby, watching the drama unfold. Rong Yudi, with her chin resting on her hand, turned to Yiling Ran and asked, "Is this what they call a catfight?" "Yes," Yiling Ran replied. "Men are so boring." "Yeah, I think so too," Rong Yudi agreed. After some arguing, they finally settled on a payment of 1 million star coins, to be transferred to Rong Yudi's account and paid monthly to Yinan. Yiling Ran interrupted their dispute. "All right, that's enough from both of you. Xiaonan, how do we handle this situation next?" Yinan analyzed. The opponent won't cause trouble on their own turf. The only place they might strike is here. They won't use destroyers. Most likely, they'll disguise a lot of frigates as pirates. Once they break through the blockade here, the rest will be easy. Rong Hongsheng frowned. "Easy for you to say, but I've only brought over 20 frigates. Even if they're all T9 class, they can't handle a large number of frigates." At that moment, the pirate system in Yinan's mind suddenly prompted, task triggered, eliminate. Task reward, level 3 Stargate blueprint, 5,000 points. Yinan cursed inwardly but maintained a composed expression. He looked at Rong Hongxing with a smile and said, "Viscount Rong, if you agree to one thing, I'll help you solve this problem." Rong Hongxing frowned, skeptical. "Are you sure?" "Of course," Yinan replied confidently, "but my demands are quite stringent." "All right, let's hear it," Rong Hongxing agreed. Yinan held up 3 fingers, mimicking Rong Hongxing's earlier gesture. Rong Hongxing's eyelid twitched, sensing Yinan was up to something. 3 months, I want a 3-month territory protection period, Yinan stated his condition. "That's it." Rong Hongsheng was surprised. For a viscount, this wasn't a big deal. "Yes, that's it," Yinan nodded. "But I must warn you. If you plan to use your own forces to escort me, be prepared for battles of the same level." "That's serious." Rong Hongsheng was shocked. "What exactly are you planning, kid?" The Baron's actions had provoked the viscount's hostility, leaving Yinan utterly speechless at the gravity of the situation. He looked to his sister, Yiling Ran, for help. She was busy feeding fruit to Rong Yudi. Yiling Ran nodded reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, this old lecher may not have the best character, but he's trustworthy enough." With his sister's approval, Yinan confessed, "I want to create a Stargate." "What?" Rong Hongsheng and Yiling Ran exclaimed in unison. Quick as a flash, Yiling Ran drew a knife from who knows where and held it to the old lecher's throat, while still cradling the bemused Rong Yudi. Her demeanor showed no sign of tension despite the imminent threat to her father. "Hey, Ling Ran, don't do anything rash. I haven't said a word." Rong Hongxing hastily defended himself. "Who cares? You've overheard something too important. Can't let you live." Yiling Ran replied coldly. Yinan was baffled. "What's happening? Didn't you say it was okay?" Yiling Ran shot him an annoyed look. "How was I supposed to know you'd mention a Stargate? Do you realize how much impact building a new Stargate can have on the surroundings? By the way, what level Stargate are you planning to make?" "3rd level. An entry-level Stargate. 2 kilometers in diameter, capable of allowing medium-sized transport ships through," Yinan stammered. Yiling Ran explained, "Even a 3rd-level Stargate is pretty significant. Normally, a constellation can have a maximum of 10 3rd-level Stargates, which is the limit of spatial curvature effects. The Long March 6th constellation already has 9 Stargates. The last one usually appears in the territory of a 9th-level Viscount. You're trying to take the last spot." Rong Hongsheng was taken aback, as even he, a Viscount, didn't have such advanced equipment. Yinan was clueless. "So sis, what do we do now?" "No choice but to eliminate this old lecher. That way, the secret won't get out. As for Yudi, she'll stay here as a child bride," Yiling Ran said decisively. Hey, that's going too far," Rong Hongsheng protested. "Then what do you suggest? How about leaving Yudi here for now? I'll take her back once the Stargate is built," Rong Hongsheng proposed. "Ugh, scumbag," Yudi muttered. "Using me as a hostage. Who needs a father like that?" Rong Hongsheng looked at his pouting daughter, feeling frustrated. He regretted asking about this in the first place. With the arrangement settled, Yudi stayed as a hostage. The next step was to deal with other complications. Yinan and Wenren Mayu boarded the command shuttle, while Yiling Ran remained to care for the clingy Rong Yudi. "Yinan, my life is in your hands now," Rong Hongsheng said solemnly. "Don't worry. I'm risking my life for you too." The warship commenced its operation, flanked by 20 T9 class frigates and Yinan's fleet, totaling over 40 ships. As they entered the planetary orbit, scattered red dots appeared on the radar, approaching in groups of 3, rapidly increasing in number. A projection lit up on the public channel, showing a scar-faced, middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth, arrogantly eyeing Yinan. "This is a robbery. We want money, women, everything valuable." Yinan flipped him off disdainfully. "You can't even act. No professionalism at all. Pretending to be pirates. Pathetic." Want me to teach you how to rob properly? Hey, kid, how dare you talk to our boss like that? One of the henchmen shouted. Yeah, who do you think you are, talking to the Mad Wolf pirates like that? The scar-faced man sneered. I'll give you a chance. Surrender now, or I won't hesitate to kill them all. Not just your money, but your women too, we won't spare them. He started counting down. 10, 9. Rong Hongsheng frowned, recognizing the scar-faced man as someone who was supposed to be in a maximum security prison for a violent massacre years ago. More troubling was that this man was a frigate-level commander capable of controlling 10 frigates, with over 200 more ships as support. This kind of force, he wouldn't stand a chance against. He asked Yinan seriously, do you have confidence? Yinan rubbed his chin. Do you want them captured alive or dead? Rong Hongsheng was taken aback. This young man was too bold, daring to ask whether to capture or kill despite facing 5 times the number of forces. Just kill them. Then there's no problem. At that moment, the scar-faced man's countdown ended, and with a shout of kill, he was ready to crush them like ants. Yinan also issued the attack command, leading a group charge. The Protectors and T-0 class Banshees merged, launching a barrage of rockets, unleashing a storm of missiles towards the enemy. Rockets streaked through the air at a rate of over 100 per second, their range, number, and speed significantly enhanced by the support of the Path Protectors. After a fierce barrage, dozens of enemy frigates were precisely hit, and their once impenetrable resonant shields crumbled instantly. More than 2/3 of the frigates suffered devastating damage, creating a massive breach in what was once a solid encirclement. Following closely, the Spearhead Assault Team unleashed a relentless downpour of live and energy weapon fire, targeting the enemy's shields and armor. The deafening sound of explosions filled the air, with simulated effects vividly portrayed within the warship. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's encirclement was torn apart, leaving none of our frigates damaged. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially facing what seemed like certain death, who could have imagined gaining such an advantage right from the start? Especially Rong Hongsheng, a seasoned commander in his 40s, who knew that one of the prerequisites for advancing to viscount in the Human Alliance was exceptional combat command skills. Yet, faced with such astonishing results, he had to admit he was outmatched. His gaze towards Yinan shifted dramatically, and his last shred of hope faded away. No wonder he was chosen by that proud woman. He truly was extraordinary. Unaware of Rong Hongsheng's thoughts, Yinan continued his command without a pause after the initial charge. The mission's objective was clear: annihilate. With the enemy holding a numerical advantage, breaking their encirclement and reducing their numbers was crucial. Xiaoyu, locate the enemy leader's warship, Yinan commanded decisively. Wenren Mayu nodded in agreement and immediately began analyzing the complex encrypted signals. The Navy Banshee synchronized with the command vessel after completing an attack run, while another T-9 Medusa frigate seamlessly integrated with the Path Protector, as if donning a golden armor, enhancing all components' performance several-fold. Suddenly, 2 blue beams flashed by, instantly destroying the resonant shields of the nearest group of enemy frigates. The powerful energy beam pierced through 2 frigates and even shattered the shields of another group behind them. The main cannon of the Medusa frigate had its firepower dramatically increased, yet this was not its full potential. Successive blue energy blasts shot out in different directions, and within 5 seconds, over a third of the enemy frigate's shields were breached, with nearly 20 ships destroyed. In just 30 seconds since the battle began, the enemy had already lost a fifth of their forces. This incredible combat capability even made Scarface twitch his lips. Initially expecting an easy victory, the outcome was unexpectedly shocking. Facing such a formidable enemy fleet, focus fire was the only option for success, or they would be picked off one by one. With this realization, Scarface immediately issued a group combat order. However, this order inadvertently revealed his location. Wenren Mayu quickly locked onto the target ship, only to find it was not in the area. Yinan smirked and pushed forward at full speed, ignoring the enemies behind. Disabling the enemy's command system was the top priority. Seeing Yinan's move, Scarface's expression changed, and he quickly activated thrusters to escape in another direction. Quick! Half of you intercept him. Don't let him catch up with me. Scarface ordered urgently. Don't worry, boss, there's no way such small fry can catch you. With us holding them off, you can rest easy, his subordinates responded confidently. Good, perform well, and there'll be rewards for you later, Scarface sighed in relief. At that moment, 2 blue beams streaked past the intercepting forces at an astonishing speed, disappearing near the planetary orbit in the blink of an eye. What was that? No idea, couldn't see clearly. Who cares? Charge in and take that guy down. Enemy ships approached from 3 directions in a shaped formation, ready to cut off Yinan's pursuit. However, Yinan's fleet suddenly changed direction, launching a direct assault on the intercepting target ships. The enemy fleet, arranged in a long snake formation, couldn't withstand the spearhead assault from the side. Another fierce clash of energy occurred, with electromagnetic cannons carrying red light streaking from one side to the other. Both sides suffered damage, but Yunan's losses were minimal compared to the heavy toll on Scarface's fleet. Damn it! Surround them! Scarface roared. The fleets on both sides quickly adjusted their positions, preparing for a pincer move to re-establish the encirclement. At that moment, all enemy forces suddenly lost control of their command systems. Scarface's warship screens filled with gibberish. Damn it! Damn electronic virus! Quick, come protect me! Scarface shouted in panic. However, Yunnan had no intention of attacking him. Being hit by an electronic virus meant Scarface was no longer a threat, and getting closer might invite attack. Instead of risking it, Yunnan planned to take over the warship in 2 minutes. Scarface's orders could no longer be relayed. The pirates were left bewildered and helpless. What's wrong with the boss? Why is there no response? What do we do now? Can't reach the boss. I'll go check on him. A frigate left the encircling formation, approaching their leader. It was instantly torn to pieces in a barrage of cannon fire. Boss. Damn. Has the boss gone mad? No, the boss must have been hit by an electronic virus. This guy has electronic warfare ships. Right, that must be it. Everyone be careful. The encirclement continued, but for Yunnan, it was now a joke. Without sufficient numbers and firepower, such an encirclement only led to death. The Path Protector had returned nearby, quickly merging with the T-9 stealth bomber. Without hesitation, it launched 2 torpedoes directly ahead. 2 massive light spheres suddenly erupted, even startling Yunnan with their dramatic appearance. What the hell is that? Yunnan exclaimed. I only fired 2 torpedoes. Is that a strategic nuke I'm seeing? The diameter of the energy sphere reached 1 kilometer, with an effective destructive range extending up to 3 kilometers. If such an explosion occurred on the surface, nothing would survive within a 5-kilometer radius. Even without a shockwave, the sheer firepower would be catastrophic enough to take down a destroyer. As a fusion torpedo, it naturally does not produce radiation. Clearly, the fusion of the Guardian and the bomber has significantly enhanced the torpedo's destructive power, elevating a standard torpedo to a strategic-level weapon. Just 2 of these are enough to tear through the enemy's encirclement. If deployed within a formation, it could potentially destroy the opponent's formation shield in a single volley. The battleship quickly adjusted its course, positioning itself outside the encirclement. By firing along an arc, it could both use the enemy as a shield against some attacks and avoid severe damage to its own shields in a short time. Coordinating with the Rose's landing ships, it could easily render enemy warships defenseless. With the Guardian's special effects and the interference from the Evil Eye electronic warship, the enemy fleet's numbers were rapidly dwindling. As an observer, Rong Hongsheng watched all this unfold, feeling as if his worldview was being challenged. Achieving victory with such a disparity in strength made him question the worth of his past achievements. As the enemy numbers quickly dropped from a 5-fold advantage to just twice their own, victory was assured. The enemy, having lost their command system, floundered like headless chickens, unable to withstand the precise firepower. Rong Hongsheng relaxed, a smile of relief on his face. We've won. Yunnan couldn't help but twitch at these words. Declaring victory before the battle was truly over was tempting fate. Didn't Rong know that? Sure enough, a mocking voice sounded over the public channel. What a bunch of losers. Can't even handle this without me stepping in. Yunnan wished he could punch this middle-aged man right away. Just when victory seemed certain, this guy's words invited trouble, making him seem like a jinx. Pointing at the man on the screen, he asked, Do you know this idiot? Rong Hongsheng nodded gravely. That's Ghostblade, ranked 10,000 on the dark web. His rocket destroyer Spectre can double the range of class rockets. Combined with the destroyer's formidable defenses, it's tough for a frigate to take him on. He continued to explain. Spectre has significantly enhanced defense systems, and with long-range rockets, it's practically a nemesis for frigates. Even against multiple frigates, it can take down targets one by one with its strong defenses. It's rumored he's equipped the destroyer with a new class repeating rocket launcher, capable of firing 5 rockets per second. Since it's a lower-grade weapon, the number of turrets has increased from the original 2 class to 6 class, meaning it can fire 30 class rockets per second. With such firepower and robust defenses, frigates indeed struggle to counter it. Ghostblade, listening to their introduction, grew increasingly smug. Didn't expect the Viscount to know me so well? That's right, and all 6 of them are repeaters. Even against dozens of frigates' fierce attacks, I can still win with my defensive system. He turned to Rong Hongsheng, his tone threatening. Humph. You know I'm a Viscount, yet you dare to challenge me. Do you think I can't touch you? Heh, you're a Viscount, sure. But only if you can leave here alive. If you become a corpse, do you think anyone will care about this? Looking at Yunnan, he continued, Kid, you're quite surprising. Didn't expect so many to fail against you. I'll give you a chance now. If you join me, I won't make things difficult for you this time. You just need to kill that person on the ship. How about it? It's a good deal, right? Rong Hongsheng's expression changed. looking at Yinan. But he saw Yinan watching the self-assured man with a mocking grin. Yinan sneered. Done talking? Where did you get such confidence, you moron? Ghostblade's smile slowly faded. Kid, do you know what you're saying? You don't think an electronic warship can deal with me, do you? Let me tell you, it's useless. Firewalls are standard on destroyers. Your tricks won't work on me. Now, admit your mistake. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to obliterate you. Yinan burst out laughing. This fool was overconfident. He turned to the communicator. Sister Rose, show him what real trouble looks like. Leave it to us, Rose replied succinctly. 16 landing ships quickly formed into 4 squads, each with 4 ships, launching an assault from 4 different directions. These modified warships boasted not only incredible defensive capabilities, especially with their frontal armor, but also astonishing speed. They were like 4 sharp daggers aimed directly at Ghostblade's Spectre. 16 landing ships, like a pack of hungry sharks, launched a fierce attack on the isolated destroyer. This was their target, a highly valuable warship. Since electronic warfare tactics had failed, they resorted to the most primitive physical methods to solve the problem. Gatudo stood in the destroyer's command room, watching the radar as a dense swarm of enemy ships approached. A disdainful smirk appeared on his face, but his hands moved swiftly across the control panel, not daring to slack off. The fire control system quickly locked onto the incoming targets, and the ship's rocket launcher system sprang into action, unleashing volley after volley of ferocious attacks on the enemy ships. The explosions bloomed silently in space. As rockets collided with the enemy ship's shields, the energy rippling outward like waves. Under the relentless barrage, the enemy's resonant shields finally gave way and shattered. Seeing the enemy's defenses crumble so easily, Gatudo couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. A chase ensued, with the destroyer desperately trying to maintain distance from the enemy ships. However, the destroyer was inherently slower than the frigates, let alone these speed-enhanced landing ships. The destroyer's cannons fired continuously, intercepting the endless stream of rockets, all while enduring the enemy's fierce onslaught. In this critical moment, Gatudo's destroyer suddenly experienced a mysterious external force slowing it down. Suddenly, a golden warship appeared beside the destroyer, as if out of nowhere. Damn it, how did it get so close? Gatudo cursed under his breath, about to order a lock and attack on the uninvited guest. But before he could, the golden triangular warship transformed into a web of golden threads, seeping into every crevice of the destroyer like liquid. It turned out that Yinan had already issued a forced fusion command. They used a traction accelerator to rapidly approach the target, causing the opponent's speed to drop sharply while initiating a forced fusion. This fusion was destined to fail, but that was precisely their true aim. During the fusion process, the enemy ship's control system would experience a brief period of loss of control. The golden threads swiftly retracted, reforming into the triangular warship. By then, Gatudo's destroyer had just regained control. But it was too late. The radar showed that the dozen or so red dots representing enemy ships were now dangerously close. Damn it! How dare you? Gatudo roared, realizing he had fallen into a meticulously planned trap. Bang! 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 Dozens of landing crafts shot out like arrows, firmly attaching themselves to the surface armor of the ghostly warship. Amidst the screeching friction, several red halos flickered across the ship's surface. Biomechanical robots quickly infiltrated the interior, immediately facing a fierce counterattack. The internal defense system of the 100-meter-long destroyer was formidable, but it crumbled under the overwhelming firepower of the dozens of biomechanical robots. On the bridge, Guitu Dao witnessed the scene, his face turning pale. He knew there was no escape and glared viciously at the detestable figure across from him, gritting his teeth. Kid, I won't forget you. Next time, I'll personally snap your neck. Guitu Dao swiftly activated the escape pod. Under the dual force of internal pressure and the ejection system, a spherical metal pod shot out rapidly. However, his triumph was short-lived. In the next moment, he was dumbfounded. A warship was hovering above the escape pod, its surrounding cannons all locked onto his position. Bastard! What are you going to do to me? Guitu Dao shouted in terror. If you don't want me to break your bones one by one, you'd better behave, an icy voice responded. If you dare lay a finger on me, my brother won't let you off. Oh really? Sister Qiangwei, he's all yours. Xiao Qiangwei's eyes lit up. Assault isn't just a man's privilege. Ladies, let's show him some of our passion. Guitu Dao was dragged out of the escape pod, and faced with a group of naked women, he involuntarily swallowed, his tension slightly easing. Ladies, what are you planning to do? Hee, haven't you guessed? But I'm your captive, aren't I? Your enthusiasm feels a bit unreal. The women burst into laughter. Soon, Guitu Dao realized he was gravely mistaken. This was no paradise. It was hell. Help, I don't want this. I'm out of ammo. Hee, what are you saying? We have so many sisters here. You're a man. How can you say you can't? After round of torment, Guitu Dao was nearly reduced to a lifeless shell. The battle concluded with the loss of 7 escort ships and only minor injuries among personnel. Thanks to the escape pods, unless faced with instant high damage, the survival rate was quite high. All right, Viscount Rome. The matter is resolved, and I won't interfere with your route arrangements. I'm sure you have a way to make contact and return. Rong Hongsheng nodded, patting his shoulder, and uttered just one sentence before turning away. Yudi is only 6 years old. Yinan looked puzzled. What does that mean? What do you mean only 6 years old? What do you take me for? The captured pirates were all subjected to arbitration and sent to prison as free labor. Due to his recent outstanding performance, Yunan's title was elevated from 3rd class baron to 4th class. The haul from this operation was considerable, especially the ghostly rocket destroyer, though its armor was more than half destroyed in battle, rendering it temporarily unfit for combat. The system rewards were also distributed. A level 3 Stargate blueprint was stored in the warehouse, and 5,000 points were earned. Yi Lingran came over to check the Stargate blueprint, and after reviewing it, his face fell. Damn, it's so expensive. It must be at least 1,000,000 star coins. Do we have that kind of money? Well, we have it, but it's a bit tight. If we rush it, it might put some financial strain on us. If necessary, we'll have to consider taking a loan. No worries, in the meantime, have Changwei and the others take the newbies out to Ray Jiagu's business. It should bring in some income. Also, sell off some of the less important assets to recoup some funds. Got it. I'll handle these. Your graduation exams are about to begin. Leave the household matters to me. I'll take care of everything. Yinan had complete trust in his sister. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, there are 24 hours left until the small planetary command center expires. Please designate coordinates quickly. Otherwise, it will be assembled at the host's current location. Upon hearing the news, Yinan felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He cursed himself for forgetting something so crucial. If it really came down to him, would there be any way out? Sis, let's go. We need to take care of something else first, Yinan said urgently, his face filled with anxiety. Seeing her brother's panicked expression, a mischievous glint flashed in Yilingren's eyes. She teased, little brother, are you dragging your sister out for some wild adventure? Is that the only way you can get things done? Isn't that a bit too thrilling? It's my first time, after all, and it feels like it's lacking a bit of ceremony. Yinan almost choked on his own saliva at her words. He thought helplessly that his sister's mischievous side had shown its little devil horns again. Why was she always thinking of ways to tease him? Luckily, his resolve was strong, or he might have ended up crying in a corner by now. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said, we're not far from Red Sea City, and I have a few factories here. I built them for this very moment. With that, Yinan selected the coordinates, and a simulated projection of an open field appeared before him. After scanning, a basin over 10 kilometers in diameter was fully revealed in front of him. He observed it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. The target location has stable geology, making it ideal for deploying the planetary control center. Plus, this terrain is suitable for connecting defense systems in the future. With everything ready, Yinan retrieved the guiding core of the planetary command center from the system space. It was a scepter-like object, and once inserted into the designated spot, it could facilitate material transmission. Yilingran watched curiously as the strange item suddenly appeared in her brother's hand, her curiosity growing, but she wisely chose not to ask. Yinan inserted the guiding core into the ground, and with a crisp click, the button on it activated. The entire core firmly anchored itself into the red soil with a thud. Immediately, white scanning waves spread out, conducting a secondary scan of the surrounding terrain. Once confirmed, a colossal projection of the planetary command center suddenly materialized in the open area, exuding an impressive aura. A towering spire of metal stood before her, a colossal openwork structure with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Although it was only a projection, it instantly brought to her mind a single-term planetary command center. She had long been aware of its existence, but she was surprised that he had actually unveiled it. Reflecting on the blueprint that had previously been used to deceive Baron Li Yuanping, she couldn't help but marvel at how the situation had evolved in such an intriguing manner. All right, sis, it's about to begin. Let's step back a bit. As the countdown ended, blue particles within the virtual projection began to converge. The surrounding materials rapidly assembled, from the basic framework to the critical internal equipment, showcasing a groundbreaking construction technology that left the trio utterly astonished. 3 hours later, the command center was finally completed. The three of them registered their identities, becoming the highest authority holders. As they stepped inside, the sci-fi style equipment was breathtaking. This would become the administrative, industrial, and commercial hub of the planet, expanding outward with this as the core. Red Sea City was to be the first area incorporated into this system. Once materials were in place, the orbital transportation system could extend and connect. Entering the core control zone, a large projection displayed other facilities yet to be constructed: a spaceport, defense railguns, a climate optimizer, and planetary rings. These installations required additional materials to initiate their manufacturing plants. Possessing these would mean owning a premium planet, causing the Starshine planet to pale in comparison. The next phase is to construct the Stargate and complete the linkage, he said. Sis, I'm heading back to school the day after tomorrow. Stay safe here. Such a massive structure will definitely be visible from Red Sea City and cause quite a stir. Especially Li Yuanpeng, who has ordered so many materials to build a planetary command center. Seeing a finished product here, just thinking about it is amusing. Yiling Ran nodded, already beginning to adjust parts of her plan. Meanwhile, the news promptly landed on Baron Li Yuanpeng's desk. His face turned red, his eyes blazing with disbelief at how things had turned out. The blueprint he acquired and the vast amount of materials he ordered had cost him most of his savings. Who would have thought that the kid would present a finished product right before him? The tremendous loss was painful, and even more infuriating was that the trap set a few days ago had failed. Zhao Gu stood beside him, drenched in cold sweat. The entire classical-style office seemed to drop a few degrees. After a long pause, Li Yuanpeng took a deep breath to calm himself, forcing himself to regain composure. Gather the troops and destroy that thing. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. However, upon discovering Maple Leaf Star's 3-month protection period, they were nearly driven to despair. 2 days later, Yinan left Maple Leaf Star with Wenren Moyu, who was hidden beneath a black cloak. Inside his battleship, she no longer concealed her unparalleled beauty, instead using it to captivate his attention. Yinan did not disappoint her expectations, and the two were inseparable, like conjoined twins. This closeness continued for several days until they boarded a high-speed interstellar cruise, at which point they slightly distanced themselves. The journey was uneventful, otherwise, he might have suspected he had some kind of misfortune-attracting charm. The graduation ceremony at Galactic Alliance Academy's 108th branch was not simply about receiving a diploma. As students of the Battleship Piloting Academy, their graduation assessment required real combat. The specific tasks were determined by the Academy, and students only needed to complete them as required. Performance in these tasks could earn corresponding credits, which could be exchanged for Academy rewards. Every year, about a quarter of the students perished during these tasks, making it impossible to simply coast through for a diploma. In the past, Yinan might have perished in such an examination, but now he had no reason to worry. If even he couldn't pass, the entire class of 300 would likely face dire consequences. The battleship slowly approached the Academy's space city, located at the Lagrange point between planets. Here, the orbit was most stable, unaffected by external gravitational forces, allowing for stable operation with minimal energy requirements. The outer structure of the city is crafted from a special metal, with an astonishing diameter of 100 kilometers, forming a spherical shape. This colossal Academy city is divided into 3 main regions: upper, middle, and lower, each with its own comprehensive educational system. Yinan's department, specializing in battleship piloting, is located in the lowest tier. As Yinan stood at the entrance, looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar surroundings, he instinctively hesitated to enter. Known as the bottom of the class, his reputation had sunk to the lowest it could go. Being called the disgrace of the Academy was actually putting it mildly. Suddenly, the docking system activated, emitting 3 white tractor beams that swiftly secured Yinan's battleship in place. This gravitational docking system is common in spaceports, especially for large vessels. The inertia of these giants is not to be underestimated, and only such precise tractor systems can ensure a safe landing. Yinan and Wenren Mayu disembarked from the battleship and swiped their student IDs to access the high-speed railcar. The distance from the port to the Academy's interior was 10 kilometers, but for this high-speed train, it was merely a 2-minute journey. The scenery flashing by outside the window resembled the surface of a vibrant planet, with a meticulously designed simulation system including weather, environment, and gravity cleverly eliminating the oppressive feeling of being in space. The train carriage was empty except for the two of them. Without anyone else around, Wenren Mayu naturally moved closer to Yinan. Soon, they arrived at their destination and disembarked together. Compared to other students, Yinan was considered a latecomer. Yinan swiped his card to enter his private dormitory. The space was surprisingly spacious, over 100 square meters, and fully equipped with facilities: a study room, bedroom, kitchen, and training room, everything one could need. To serve over 1 million students, the Academy employed nearly 10 million staff members, covering housekeeping, cleaning, equipment maintenance, and even club services. Anything a student might require was thoughtfully provided here. As the disgrace of the Academy, Yinan was also known for his carefree attitude on campus. He casually tossed his luggage aside, contemplating what the upcoming graduation exam would entail. Just then, the environment around him suddenly transformed. A realistic holographic projection turned the entire space into a different scene. It was their virtual classroom. At that moment, all eyes in the class were fixed on Yinan. A mocking voice broke the silence. "Oh, look who it is, our class's bottom feeder." As soon as those words were spoken, the classroom erupted into laughter. 300 students, regardless of gender, laughed in unison. Yinan turned expressionlessly toward the speaker, the class's top student, Luo Yunfeng. The two were worlds apart. Yinan was often criticized, while Luo Yunfeng was frequently praised. Yinan also frequently became the target of Luo Yunfeng's mockery. Yinan ignored it and went straight back to his seat. Luo Yunfeng sneered, "Ha, I really underestimated you. I thought you wouldn't dare show up for the graduation assessment, but here you are." Someone chimed in, "Class President Luo, even if he's here, he'll just hide in the corner wasting time. If he dares to earn any credits, I'll eat my hat." Exactly, he's the famous one in our academy. With his skills, going forward is a dead end, another mocked. And he still dreams of pursuing our campus belle. What a joke. In the corner, Yuan Qinghe, resting her chin on her hand, glanced at the chattering boys, thinking only two words: childish. Yinan listened to the taunts around him, not bothering to look. To him, these people were just trash. He had seen much bigger things, and this academy assessment was child's play. Not coming in first would be an insult to his efforts. Someone shouted, "Trash, if you don't want to die, go back to being a spoiled rich kid. You're not welcome here. Yeah, get out. A pathetic noble, flaunting your family's influence here. Disgusting. We despise people like you. Unlike our top student, who's a role model for us common folk. And you're just scum of society." The tension between nobles and commoners had a long history. Elsewhere, they might not dare to confront a noble, but here, they had no such qualms. Yinan glanced sideways at them, his tone calm. "Are you challenging a noble?" "Pfft. You, a noble? Don't flatter yourself. When we graduate and join the military, we won't even look at someone like you. Yeah, don't think you're something special." What a joke. Everyone was getting more excited. Yinan, tired of this buzzing, rolled his eyes and casually took a badge from his pocket, playing with it. Luo Yunfeng, about to continue his mockery, suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the badge in Yinan's hand. "You, where did you get that?" The crowd was puzzled, looking at the badge in confusion. "Class president. What is it? A cheap badge? Haha, should I order 1,000 of them and give them out for free? Not generous enough. Maybe 10 sets? Right. Compared to their teasing, Luo Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He knew the badge's origin but quickly considered a possibility, smirking triumphantly as if he'd seen through everything. "Yinan, carrying a fake military commander's badge. Aren't you afraid of military repercussions?" "What?" The crowd immediately grew hostile. They hadn't expected Yinan to be so bold as to counterfeit a military badge, a serious crime. "Yinan, I advise you to turn yourself in, or the consequences will be dire. Don't say you're our classmate. We can't bear that shame." Exactly. It's one thing to be incompetent, but to do something so low is despicable. Scum. Disgusting. Amid their fervor, a pleasant voice broke through. "Yinan, can I see your badge?" Everyone turned to see Yuan Qinghe standing nearby. Seeing the girl with the single ponytail, all their hearts skipped a beat. Yet they knew this unattainable flower was beyond their reach. Luo Yunfeng, however, thought differently. As a top student, he believed he had a chance, though they'd spoken less than 10 times over 2 years. "Qinghe, don't be fooled by this loser. He's trash, and that badge is definitely fake. Yeah, don't let him deceive you. This scoundrel is capable of anything." Yuan Qinghe didn't even spare them a glance. Their shallow flattery meant nothing to her. Yinan looked at her, then casually tossed the badge over. Yuan Qinghe caught it and examined it closely. From the design alone, it was hard to tell its authenticity. With current technology, forging such an item wasn't difficult, even in this virtual consciousness network. However, official items had corresponding identification chips that couldn't be counterfeited. Yuan Qinghe connected her consciousness to the network, searched for the identification code, and scanned it. A green window popped up, displaying Yinan's information. Identity confirmed. Yuan Qinghe was astounded. She never expected this underperformer to already be a commander. Their field was in the warship department, where everyone studied warship piloting. But among all warships, one type had its own division, the command department. Those students pursued command ships, starting on a completely different level. Who would have thought that among them, there was already a commander, recognized by the military? It was unbelievable. At this moment, everyone fell silent, their eyes avoiding each other, unsure how to respond. Yinan sneered, "Hey, why are you all quiet now? Keep going. Weren't you all so arrogant just now? I'm giving you the chance, don't waste it." Luo Yunfeng, unused to being humiliated, scowled and said harshly, "Yinan, don't get too smug. We're all classmates, and we were wrong before. But don't dwell on this. Yeah, how are we supposed to know you became a commander? Oh, so it's my fault? My fault for not notifying you in advance, Yinan scoffed. Please, who do you think you are that I need to notify you? Look in the mirror, a bunch of trash. These words darkened everyone's faces. They never expected to be called trash by an underperformer, especially Luo Yunfeng, who was accustomed to being on top and now couldn't suppress his anger. Yinan, don't think you're so great. Who knows how you got that badge? I've heard you nobles have privileges, so getting a commander certification shouldn't be hard, right? The things he mentioned do indeed exist, but it depends on the level of nobility. When everyone heard Luo Yunfeng claim that he got certified through connections, they immediately got excited. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought he earned it on his own merit. Haha, don't make me laugh. Him? If he managed to get that certification on his own, I'd eat my hat. This was the second time this guy had made such a bold claim. Someone was secretly plotting to give him a taste of fresh and hot consequences. Seeing Yinan remain silent, everyone showed a look of disdain. Luo Yunfeng felt he had regained his footing. See? I told you he bought it. With his character, there's no way he could have gotten this. Exactly, even our class leader doesn't have it. How could a loser like him possess it? Trash is trash, always so worthless. Yuan Qinghe, usually calm by nature, was disgusted by their shameless faces. She couldn't help but speak up. Are you all blind? Didn't you see the scores on the datasheet? Scores? What scores? Every certification badge records the number of kills and ranking. If these numbers were ordinary, you could say he bought it. But look at this number 1 ranking data. Who dares to fake that? Such data must be reviewed at the top. Who would risk it? And don't forget, he's just a third-class baron. Given the military's hostility towards nobility, would they really pull strings for a minor noble like him? Would you? Everyone's expressions froze, silencing them once more. Luo Yunfeng glared angrily at Yuan Qinghe, not expecting her to speak up for Yinan. At that moment, a message came through Yinan's virtual communicator. Yinan, your command barge has been moved to a different hangar due to special circumstances. This simple relocation message hit everyone like a thunderclap. Wow, I thought at most it would be a command ship, but it's a command barge. Is it really appropriate for a rookie to use such advanced equipment? For many, being able to control a few escort ships was something to aspire to, let alone a command barge, which was for those with high potential. Normally, a new recruit's brain couldn't handle controlling 9 escort ships simultaneously until much later in life. Yet here he was, using a command barge at such a young age. It was unbelievable. Luo Yunfeng and his group slunk back to their seats, feeling aggrieved. Being embarrassed by someone they considered beneath them, and having brought it upon themselves, was a bitter pill to swallow. Yinan remained unfazed, unwilling to bother with these sheltered individuals. At that moment, their tutor's virtual image appeared in the spacious classroom. Everyone immediately stood up to show respect. The middle-aged tutor scanned the room, pausing for 2 seconds on Yinan, frowning slightly before addressing the others. Students, tomorrow is your graduation assessment. The Academy has confirmed the content of this assessment. We will use a group system, 3 members per group, with scores shared equally. If someone dies during the assessment, the score will still be divided as if all members were present. This is to prevent anyone from sabotaging others. Such incidents happened before, which is why the Academy set this rule. If you don't want to be dragged down, you must prioritize your group's safety and work together. The tutor paused and continued. Of course, we aren't forcing everyone to team up. Those confident in their abilities can complete the task independently. Like our student Yinan. He expected this remark to provoke laughter, but the class remained deathly silent, leaving him puzzled. All right, you can now discuss forming your teams. You have half an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunfeng stood up and approached Yinan. Yinan, I'd like to team up with you. Together, we can set a new record for the Academy. This statement surprised the middle-aged tutor, who didn't expect him to want to team up with a so-called loser. Luo, what are you doing? This important exam, how can you risk your future to help a loser? Tutor, please don't say that. We're all classmates. We should help each other. What's a personal gain or loss in comparison? The middle-aged tutor, taken aback, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, truly my student. Your moral character is commendable. His gaze turned to Yinan, who remained indifferent. Yinan, what are you waiting for? Luo personally invited you. Don't be so arrogant. This is your chance to graduate. Don't waste Luo's good intentions. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They clearly underestimated Luo Yunfeng's shamelessness. After mocking Yinan for so long, he now acted like a sycophant when given the chance to team up, speaking so self-righteously. However, no one wanted to expose him, as they might need to interact with him in the future. Yinan glanced at Luo Yunfeng, waved him off with disdain. Get lost? Don't disgust me. The middle-aged tutor's face darkened, slamming his hand on the desk. Yinan, what are you doing? You're going to miss such a great opportunity. Do you even want to graduate? In his mind, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that no sane person would refuse. Yet Yinan's attitude and words were baffling. Yinan calmly replied, Tutor, this guy's too ugly. It affects my performance. I prefer teaming up with beautiful women. The middle-aged advisor's forehead veins bulged with irritation, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes. He muttered under his breath, a bottom-off-the-class student. Yet he has so many demands. Serves him right if he can't graduate. Turning to Luo, the advisor's tone softened a bit. Luo, if he's that stubborn, just let him be. You should find some other classmates who are more agreeable. Luo Yunfeng hesitated, glancing at Yinan, but eventually returned to his seat reluctantly. However, as soon as he sat down, the situation around him changed dramatically. A group of female classmates surged forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Luo Yunfeng. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they chattered eagerly. Yinan, team up with me. I'll come to your room tonight, and we can discuss the assignment in detail. Don't choose him, choose me. If you agree, I'll give you all my attention tonight. The bold remarks left the middle-aged advisor baffled, listening to their forwardness with a mind struggling to comprehend. What's going on? He murmured to himself. Have they all lost their minds? What on earth are they up to? At that moment, a cool voice suddenly cut through the clamor. Yinan, I want to team up with you. Everyone turned in unison, casting astonished looks. The speaker was Yuan Qinghe, the class's acknowledged unattainable beauty. No one expected her to express such an interest. Yinan grinned at Yuan Qinghe, and they quickly established a private communication line. Yuan, what can you offer me? Yinan asked bluntly. You don't expect me to carry the weight for free, do you? Yuan Qinghe's eyelid twitched, surprised by his use of the phrase, carry the weight. She hesitated before speaking. I can offer my body, but do you dare to take it? Yinan chuckled softly. Ha, Yuan, let's not joke about such things in broad daylight. Try something else. Yuan Qinghe raised an eyebrow. What are you afraid of? My figure might not be extraordinary, but it's above average. Or do you think I'm not pretty enough for you? Yinan quickly denied. Of course not. But I'm not stupid. If anything happened, would your family let me off? So what do you want? That depends on what you can offer me. Yuan Qinghe frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then said, Women, star coins, a frigate, anything within reason, I can provide. How many star coins can you offer? 100,000. Yinan shook his head. Too little. Yuan Qinghe was a bit taken aback, not expecting him to dismiss even 100,000 star coins. What about the frigate? Yinan pressed. What kind can you offer? 89 bull. Yuan Qinghe replied. This frigate lacks long-range attack capabilities, but its defense is the highest among all frigates, and it's very fast. Its strongest attack is a high-pressure ram. With such defense and speed, it can easily split a target ship in half. Even a destroyer-class ship would have to retreat. Yinan quickly accessed the system store, searching for related items. Although he didn't find a traction accelerator, he discovered something else: Eucephula reflective energy coating. This special coating can reflect energy attacks and can be applied to any armor without occupying an equipment slot. Considering the Bull is a defense-oriented ship with negligible energy shields, this coating seemed tailor-made for it. The only issue was its cost: 2,000 points, which was exorbitant. After a brief hesitation, Yinan agreed to the deal. Yuan, can I ask you a question? Yinan suddenly said. Go ahead. You're such a proud person. Ordinarily, you wouldn't seek me out for this. What's the reason behind it? Yuan Qinghe nodded and replied frankly, it's simple. My family has given me an ultimatum. I must finish in the top 10 of my grade. Otherwise, I'll have to get married. I don't want my life to end before it even begins. Yinan chuckled. Ha, can you not exaggerate? Do you still believe in love? Of course not. Yuan Qinghe countered. I just want the right to choose my own life. Yinan looked at the proud woman before him, silently admiring her resolve. To achieve her goal, she was even willing to lower herself to ask him for help. All right, Yinan finally said, send over the items. I'll ensure you finish in the top 3. Okay, it's a deal. Yuan Qinghe nodded solemnly. After finalizing the deal, Yinan decisively chose to ignore other people's invitations. He thought to himself that having too many people would only get in the way, and an extra burden might affect the outcome. Soon enough, the arrangements for the 300 classmates to form teams were settled. Then, a more significant announcement came. The Academy declared that the credits earned from this task, combined with previous accumulations, would allow students to access all available resources for exchange. The room erupted in applause, with eyes filled with eager anticipation. Don't underestimate what the Academy has to offer. In fact, the resources here are astonishingly abundant. From frigates to various equipment and ammunition, everything is available. Even rare treasures like original blueprints are on offer, though the credits required are staggering. Returning to the present moment, Yinan opened his eyes and immediately frowned. A strange smell filled the room, and it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. He quickly headed to the kitchen, where Wonrin Mayu was clumsily trying to put out a fire. This kitchen disaster was indeed remarkable, yet she was stubborn as ever. Without a word, Yinan pulled her out of the kitchen and activated a nearby fire suppression system. The black smoke was quickly cleared away, leaving no trace of the odor. Although Wonrin Mayu couldn't speak, her captivating eyes were now brimming with tears. Faced with such a pitiful expression, what else could Yinan do? He gently embraced her and offered soft words of comfort. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, Yuan Qinghe stood confidently at the entrance. With a teasing gesture towards the inside, she asked, "Do you dare let me in?" Recalling the time he had invited her over for some in-depth conversation, Yinan couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge. Yuan Qinghe's lips curled slightly in a smirk as she gave Yinan a disdainful glance and stepped inside. "What's there to be afraid of?" she said calmly. "My bodyguard is just downstairs." It's no surprise, being from a count's family, that they would have bodyguards when going out. Yuan Qinghe pushed open the door and was immediately captivated by the stunning beauty in the room. Her eyes widened, surprise clearly written all over her face. Stunning, absolutely stunning, Yuan Qinghe thought to herself. In high society, beauty is often a resource, but many people treat it more like a commodity. Truly noble and beautiful individuals typically come from families with at least 3 generations of nobility. After generations of genetic refinement, their descendants' appearances become increasingly exceptional. Yet, the beauty of the woman before her exceeded her imagination. Wenrin Mayu had activated the glasses on her nose, concealing her identity as an interstellar fairy. Even so, her breathtaking beauty was impossible to hide. "And who is this?" Yuan Qinghe asked curiously. "My future wife," Yinan replied. "She's unbelievably beautiful. No wonder your gaze has become so clear this time," Yuan Qinghe remarked. Yinan shook his head speechlessly. "Is that really the point? This body has already undergone a complete system overhaul, you know?" Yuan Qinghe stepped forward and greeted. "Hello, I'm Yuan Qinghe." Wenrin Mayu returned the gesture, inputting her name on her wrist device. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Yuan Qinghe felt a slight twinge of regret, but also found it understandable. People are flawed, after all. When someone is this beautiful, it's as if God has closed another door for her. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa. Yuan Qinghe wore a gray blazer, crossing her long legs to the side to avoid any unseemliness. She said, "Yinan, here's the T9 Bull-class escort ship I promised you. It's fully equipped. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can still make modifications while there's time." Yinan took the activator and nodded slightly. It was clear Yuan Qinghe had prepared thoroughly for this assessment. "By the way, Yinan," Yuan Qinghe reminded, "you should be careful of Luo Yunfeng. I don't need to tell you how shameless he is, and his personality is rather dark. He might pull some stunts that could put you in a difficult position. Don't worry, if he tries anything funny, I'll make sure he disappears from this world," Yinan said coldly. "No, you shouldn't do that," Yuan Qinghe quickly interjected. Yinan paused. "Why not?" "It's simple," Yuan Qinghe explained. "Luo Yunfeng may claim to be an ordinary person, but his family is a legitimate noble family. He's just an illegitimate child. If you really do something to him, the Luo family won't let it slide. They're also in your Changxing 6-star constellation, and if conflict arises, things will get very complicated." Yinan realized, surprised by how deeply Luo Yunfeng had hidden his background. He looked curiously at Yuan Qinghe. "And you? Where do you belong?" Though he had a suspicion, he wanted confirmation. Yuan Qinghe smiled slightly, exuding an innate aura of pride. "Hulumber star cluster, the Yuan family." The Changxing 6-star constellation falls under the entire Changxing constellation, which in turn is directly under the Hulumber star cluster. In other words, this noble lady was their superior's superior. Yinan couldn't help but marvel at how such a high-status individual ended up in their class. Yinan gave a thumbs up, impressive. "If there's ever a chance to live off someone, don't forget about me." Yuan Qinghe laughed. "You should give up on such unrealistic ideas. The man I'm looking for, if not a great hero, must at least be a villain with principles. I won't accept an ordinary person." "I didn't expect you to have such unique tastes," Yinan teased. After a brief chat, Yuan Qinghe left. Yinan also got up to leave the room. Since he had accepted the Bull-class escort ship she provided, it was necessary to familiarize himself thoroughly with it. Arriving at the hangar, Yinan located the escort ship and moved it to connect with his command barge. Once aboard the ship, he conducted a detailed inspection of its condition. In summary, this was a rich lady's ship. The ship was equipped with top-tier gear. The rock explosive armor was the strongest armor for an escort ship, using the energy system to create a high-density energy relief field 10 centimeters from the armor surface. This field provided excellent defense against energy and explosive impacts, especially formidable in atmospheric combat. While its energy defense was relatively average, that was merely a secondary feature. The rock explosive armor itself boasted an astonishing defense rating of 100,000 points, compared to the mere 5,000 points of standard class armor. The disparity was staggering. Additionally, the ship's front was equipped with a high-voltage ram. Not only was it incredibly strong, but it could also effortlessly shred enemy ships. Once the ram struck, its energy would instantly penetrate the enemy ship, tearing everything apart. Yinan's gaze fell on the most crucial device, the glass-boosted ion thruster. Its presence nearly made his eyes pop out. The base thrust was already near the limit, and being its class version, it doubled the thrust of the existing propulsion system. Such equipment was never available on the regular market, only appearing in auctions. As for the other equipment, they were auxiliary devices, barely within Yinan's tolerance. He activated the system and spent 2,000 points to purchase an energy-reflective coating. The originally Red Bull-class escort ship was soon covered in a sleek, black, metallic-looking substance. After these modifications, the T9 Bull class's capabilities had reached the absurd level of a fully equipped T0 class. Even a destroyer would have a hard time dealing with it. Yinan offlined the landing craft. It wouldn't be needed for the mission and instead docked the engineering ship. The engineering ship was equipped with a remote energy shield recharging system, remote armor repair devices, and a salvager, providing strong support and recovery capabilities in battle. Then, Yinan accessed the system and upgraded all related escort-class weapon technologies to master level. These skills significantly enhanced the overall performance. Standard proficiency provided a 10 boost, master level offered 30, and perfect level could reach 50. Normally, gaining these skills through combat required extensive experience. However, for Yinan, it was a simple matter of spending a few points. After completing his tasks, Yinan returned to the Academy City and shared a quiet meal with Wanren Mayu. The prying eyes around them made Wanren Mayu uncomfortable, so in the afternoon, they stayed in their room, avoiding the outside world. However, while they were resting, someone quietly sneaked onto their command barge and installed a small, inconspicuous device. The next morning, the hangar was bustling with activity as 30,000 cadets prepared for departure. Yinan and his 300 classmates were just a small part of this vast assembly. 30,000 frigates were lined up in perfect order, their metallic sheen creating a magnificent sight. As the command was issued, everyone simultaneously activated their warp systems, heading towards an unknown set of coordinates. This route was not on the usual paths, but half a day's journey would suffice to reach it. After traversing 2 star systems, the fleet finally arrived at its destination. At that moment, the Academy revealed the mission details, instantly electrifying everyone's nerves. To eliminate the Zerg, known as one of the 3 major forces in the galaxy, the Zerg are infamous for their low intelligence but formidable combat prowess. They are a nightmare for planetary ecosystems, capable of annihilating all life on a planet. To them, ordinary humans are merely prey, and only warships and armor can stand against these terrifying creatures. While Yinan was still reeling from shock, a foreboding thought crossed his mind. The situation at the front lines might be more dire than anticipated. The Academy's decision to raise the difficulty of the graduation task likely indicated an urgent need for talent by the military. Amidst the heated discussions, an elderly man with white hair and a spirited demeanor appeared on the public channel, the principal of the 108th Academy. His voice was strong and resonant. "Students, I know you are surprised by this mission, but remember, this is the enemy you will face in the future. We are merely giving you an early taste of it." The principal then announced an upgraded list of rewards. At the top was a special warship, the Sentinel frigate, specifically designed for deploying ground turrets, highly effective against the Zerg. The second prize was a fully equipped T9 Navy Banshee, known for its outstanding performance. At the bottom of the list was a mysterious prize marked with a question mark, requiring an astonishingly high amount of points to redeem. Cadets eagerly inquired about the mysterious prize's nature. The principal smiled but remained tight-lipped, emphasizing that it was the only prize shared across the entire Galactic Alliance Academy, with a difficulty level so high that perhaps no one could achieve it. Yinan astutely asked, "If someone does meet the requirements, will the military fulfill its promise?" The principal assured, "Of course, if anyone is able to obtain it, the military will certainly honor their commitment." Then, Yinan continued, "Since the list doesn't specify what the mystery prize is, how can we be sure the military will give us exactly that?" The principal chuckled and explained, "Rest assured, all the principals are aware of the true identity of this item. I can only tell you that its value far exceeds your imagination. Now, no more questions. That's all for now. For the next 3 days, this planet, Trip 3, will be your battlefield. Try to stay alive. Don't die in a place like this." The communication ended, and the dean in the Academy office let out a slight sigh. His brow was furrowed, and his eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Sending these Suntobe graduates to the Trip planet filled the dean with unease. The situation on Trip was far worse than anticipated. The number of insectoids had surpassed 1 billion, and even the number of insectoid queens had exceeded 3. Facing such a massive swarm, the survival rate with only 30,000 escort ships was likely to be just half, a death rate double the usual. However, the situation along the border was deteriorating rapidly. Both the clans and the insectoids were showing unusual activity. The dean couldn't help but frown, pondering what the military's rationale was for releasing such an item as a prize. At this moment, in the orbit of Trip 3, over 30,000 escort ships were scattered in various positions, preparing to enter the atmosphere of the yellow planet. Compared to the size of the planet, these ships seemed insignificant. On the ground, the four-legged insectoids looked up at the ships descending with red trails in the sky. They emitted hoarse screeches, and green acidic saliva sprayed uncontrollably in all directions. The insectoids were unusually agitated, and some even started fighting among themselves. This was all a primal reaction. Among the insectoids, the only ones possessing intelligence were not the queens but special individuals known as intellect bugs. In fact, the insectoid species did not pose a significant threat to the galaxy. After settling on a planet, they would transform it to better suit their survival needs. What they truly required was merely solar energy. However, when other species invaded their territory and a crisis emerged, the insectoids were forced to evolve the highly intelligent intellect bugs. These acted as the brains for the insectoid queens and were only hatched when necessary. Ordinarily, the presence of intellect bugs was unnecessary. They understood well that intelligence inevitably breeds greed, which is the true source of destruction in the world. Yinan and Yuan Qinghe landed in a remote area, a known habitat for the insect-like creatures. Underneath the pink atmosphere stretched a dark green Surfacia special fungal mat formed by the secretion of strong acidic saliva from the bugs. These fungi absorb solar energy, providing the necessary sustenance for the surrounding creatures. Yinan, what should we do next? Do you have any ideas? Yuan Qinghe asked. Yinan admitted, honestly, I have no idea how to deal with these creatures since I've never encountered them before. Let's just go for a frontal assault, Yuan Qinghe suggested. Our cannons should be enough to handle them. Just watch out for their acid sprays. They can damage the energy shields. Got it. Yinan nodded. I'll join your formation for synchronized flight. The two quickly formed a squadron and activated their resonant shields, creating a strong protective barrier. Just then, a system notification echoed in Yinan's mind. Ding, mission activated. Eliminate 10 million insect-like creatures. Reward, 3 Scrade Optimizers, 10,000 points. Failure will result in a deduction of 5,000 points. Yinan cursed internally. Damn it, this stupid system is trying to stir up trouble. The system responded immediately. Host, this system is not responsible for this. What kind of pirate system are you? Making me kill bugs. How is this even related? And taking down 10 million of these things? There are only about 100 million in total worldwide. You want me to take out 1/10 of them immediately? That's absurd. Yinan continued to rant. Putting the mission aside for now, Yinan decided to first get a preliminary understanding of the creatures before him. 12 battleships formed a 4x3 formation, creating a massive energy shield over 100 meters in diameter. Dozens of cannons targeted the ground below, instantly tearing the four-legged creatures to shreds, with green acidic liquid splattering everywhere. Yinan closely observed the creatures' attack patterns. The blade-armed infantry bugs primarily relied on their tumper-long blade arms and acid-spitting organ in their mouths for combat. Although a single creature's attack power was limited, their overwhelming numbers compensated for this weakness. Streams of green acid continuously bombarded the battleships, sizzling against the shields and quickly being neutralized. After some time in battle, Yinan realized a problem. Large formations weren't the best strategy against these creatures. They increased the likelihood of being hit and drained the shields more quickly. He swiftly restructured the fleet into smaller groups of 3 ships each, dividing them into 4 separate squads to continue advancing. The adjustment paid off immediately, with the smaller resonant shields enduring less damage. Combined with the attacks from electromagnetic railguns, rockets, and energy cannons, the overall battle was stable and posed no danger. The vast numbers of creatures were nothing more than cannon fodder in their path. Watching his points increase rapidly, Yinan frowned. This is too easy, he thought. A task like this shouldn't have any surprises for a normal person. As long as you team up and farm points, there shouldn't be any issues. But given the Academy's usual style, would they really lower the difficulty this much? Qinghe, Yinan addressed his partner. Don't you think the Academy's graduation assessment is too easy? If they keep doing this, won't they go bankrupt? Or have we just encountered the basic trash bugs, and there are more formidable and dangerous ones out there? Yuan Qinghe's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, she explained. Do you really find this task easy? Of course, Yinan replied matter-of-factly. Look at where we've been. Is this difficult? He pointed around, noting that his engineering ship hadn't even been activated, and all shields remained above 95 strength. Yuan Qinghe had no patience left for this guy. Check the total number of people online, she suggested. Following her advice, Yinan noticed the inconspicuous number in the corner. From over 30,000 at the start, it had dropped to just over 27,000. A tenth of them had already gone offline, meaning 3,000 escort ships had been taken down. How did that happen? How did they die? Yinan asked in surprise. Obviously, they were killed by the creatures, Yuan Qinghe replied calmly. Impossible. Yinan denied flatly. Look at the damage these creatures can do. They can't even break through the defenses. You're telling me these weaklings can take down escort ships? Come on, don't try to fool me. Yuan Qinghe felt like hitting him with a brick. He could say such shameless things with a straight face. Taking a deep breath, she asked, what's the level of your escort ship's cannon skills? Just at the master level. Yinan replied nonchalantly. You say just? Yuan Qinghe snorted. No wonder your escort ship's firepower is so strong, capable of tearing through the blade-armed infantry bugs. An increase of 30 in firepower would result in such an outcome. What about the resonant shields? Yinan looked puzzled. What do you mean? What's wrong with my resonant shields? Aside from the skill enhancing the shield capacity by 30, is there anything special? I don't think so. Do you know how many of us among the 3,000 people here can use resonant shields in a team? Yuan Qinghe asked. Isn't this something anyone can do? Yinan replied, as if it were obvious. Yuan Qinghe's composed demeanor nearly cracked. This guy didn't even consider himself a regular person, saying, anyone can do it. She patiently explained, let me put it this way. Out of the 3,000 of us here, having 300 people with this capability would be impressive. Many people team up but can't even activate resonant shields. So, what you call anyone can do it is something most people simply can't achieve. Yuan Qinghe paused, then added, also, it's worth noting that using resonant shields as a commander is even more challenging than for a regular pilot. So, you pretending to be a clueless genius, can you drop the act now? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.